Hello, and welcome to the complete free Godot Beginner Game Development course. My name is William, and I'm going to be your instructor for this course. I've been developing games for a very long time, but I absolutely love teaching others how to create games even more. Now, before we get started, let's go ahead and take a deep look into each section of this course. In the first section, we will learn how to install and set up everything we need for the Godot engine. Once installed, we will create a test project to ensure things are working correctly. We will then do a quick review of some of the tools and GD script coding that make the Godot engine such an amazing choice for game development. In our second section, we will begin developing our first project, a space shooter game. In this game, we will learn all about the basic fundamentals, such as UI pages, player movement, enemy collisions, and score tracking. We will also implement character selection, each with a signature attack. In our third section, we will create a classic platform-style game. We will learn how to create platform-style character movement, power-up collection, multiple enemy types, and level design. On top of all that, we will also create a boss battle as a final level for our game. In the fourth section of the course, we will create our final project, a top-down zombie game. In this game, we will learn how to create a multi-room map for the player to explore, collecting new weapons to fight incoming zombies. The player will also have a melee attack for when they run out of ammo. The zombies will have path navigation, allowing them to avoid obstacles and navigate rooms when hunting the player down. In our last section of the course, we will learn how to export our games to PC and mobile Android devices. Now, without further ado, let's jump right in and begin the course. In this section, we will learn how to install and set up everything we need for the Godot engine. Once installed, we will create a test project to ensure things are working correctly. We will then do a quick review of some of the tools and GD script coding that make Godot such an amazing choice for game development. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, in this section, we're going to install Godot. Starting off, we're going to navigate to the official site where we can download the latest version of Godot at this link here. We're then going to create a new project. After that, we're going to do a test run on that project with a simple print and bool code. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the official site where you can download the latest version of the Godot engine. You can find it at godotengine.org. Once at this page, it'll show you the current latest version. For me, that's going to be 4.5.1. Now, if your version is different, no worries. As long as you have 4.3 and higher, you should be okay. So go ahead now and select Download Latest. Once you select it, you'll be taken to a page where you have two different options. The traditional Godot engine, and then also one called godotengine.net. Now the only difference is the programming language you can create your games with, which for Godot engine will use something called GD script, which is similar to Python. As for .net, you'll be using the C# language. Now for this course, we're going to be using the traditional Godot engine. So go ahead, select this one, and start the installation process. During installation, you can keep everything as default, but once complete, simply open it up. Once you've completed the entire download process and opened up the Godot engine, you're going to get a new page called Godot Engine-Project Manager. This is where you can manage all of your locally saved games. Now, we're currently in the projects page, but there's also an assets library page. This is where you can download any published assets from the web directly into your game. Let's go back to the project page and talk about some of the tools we have. There's going to be quite a bit of tools we can help organize our current projects. Starting on the right, we have the edit button where we can edit certain things within the project. We can also run just the game without opening up the entire project. We can rename projects. We can manage tags. And we can also remove certain projects as well. On the top, there's going to be a couple different searching and sorting capabilities. We have our current sort for name, but there's also one for last edited, path, and tags. As for the filter, we can also filter through projects. We can scan certain projects. We can also import projects as well. And of course, create new ones. Let's go ahead and select Create New. Let's give our project a specific name. I'm simply going to call this one Test. Next thing to note is where you're saving everything for that project. Make sure you have a specific folder for that so you don't lose anything. I'm going to put mine in one called Godot-Games. Next up is rendering. For now, as a beginner, we usually want to keep things at capability, which is basically the default. And then for version control, just keep it at Git for now. Go ahead now and select the Create button. Once your project opens up, you're going to get this screen here, which represents your game in the 3D view. Now, all the games we're going to create are going to be in 2D, so let's select the 2D view here at the top, which will then show you the current view of your game in 2D. Now, one thing to note about this view is this nice blue square here, which will represent your starting screen. Now, to test some things out, we're going to add a visual in here. Before we do that, though, we need to create our first scene. On the left side, we can create our first scene by selecting one of these here. Because it's a 2D game, we're going to select 2D Scene. You're then going to be given something called a node 2D. A node is pretty much like an object in the game. Let's go ahead and select it to rename it, and I'm going to call it lowercase main, which is best practice for our main node. Let's hit enter. Let's go ahead now and save it with the key Control S on our keyboard. So go ahead, Control S. A new box will appear asking where we want to save it. In the future, we'll create multiple folders for game art, assets, scenes, scripts, and other things. But for now, let's just save as is because we're just testing. So go ahead, select Save. You're then going to see that main scene right here saved. If we wanted to open it up, we would just double click it here and get the same screen we're looking at. Now, to create the visual, we need to add another node in here that is a visual type node, which we can do by selecting main node, right click, and do something called add child node, which will pretty much just add the node inside of the main node. So let's go ahead, look for something called a color rect, which is a simple visual node. Let's select that and hit create. Now, as you can see, we have this new square node here, and also that it's placed inside of our main node, which we can open and close with this button. Now, to visualize this better when we play the game, let's move this node somewhere in the middle of the screen. The easiest way to do that is select this little tool up here called Move Mode. Go ahead and select that and just simply drag and drop this in the middle of the screen. From there, let's save it and test it out. To test it out, easiest way to do it is go up here to the right and select this button called Run Current Scene, which will run our current open scene. Select that, wait for it to load, and if we can see the box in the middle, it means it's working. Great, let's close that out. Next thing we're going to test is make sure that the script is connecting to the nodes. The easiest way to do that is simply select our color rect node we just created and add a new script to it. To add a new script, go ahead and select this button here. This will then add a new script. Now, if you want to rename this script, you can here. For now, I'm going to leave everything as is just for testing. Let's go ahead and hit create. Now, you're going to get this new page here showing you that script. Now, we're always going to start off with an extends color rect. This just means what exactly the script is sitting on top of, which we know is a color rect node. Now, to test out and make sure the connection's working, I'm going to type in something called an @export. So go ahead, select that @export, do a space, var for variable, and give it a name, which I'm going to call test_bool. Now a bool is simply a variable that always equals true or false. So let's go ahead and just equal that to true for now. Let's do a Control S to save. And then what you should see if you select the color rect on the right side under inspector is the test bool variable we just created, equaling on, which means true. Now, if we change it to false, it should turn that off. So let's change this to false and save. And there we go. It turns it off, which means the connection is working. Now there is one more thing we should test, which is just going to verify that we can print. Now printing is basically going to print output inside of this output box, which is great for debugging. So to test it out, I'm going to add a new line here with enter and do something called a function, and then space underscore and type in ready until you see this little ready box. Go ahead, select that ready. Now to test the print, all we're going to do is do an enter and type in all lowercase print, parentheses set, 2 double quotes, and simply say working. Now, what should happen is when we play the game, we should see this text working. Let's save what we got. Let's go back to 2D view, and then go ahead, start the current scene just like we did before, right up here. With that, you should see the text working, which means everything's working as expected. Let's close out here. Now, if you have any issues, I will attach the docs, or you can message me directly. In this section, we're going to go over the Godot tools. Starting off, we're going to go over all the hotbar tools that we will be using to adjust nodes. We're then going to review the inspector of nodes. Lastly, we're going to take a look at the project settings. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Now let's go ahead and start taking a look at some of the tools that make the Godot engine so great for developing games. Starting off with the hotbar tools, which are going to be placed right up here. Now, there is quite a bit of tools up here, but we're only going to focus on the ones we need for this beginner level course. Starting off with this one here that I call the pointer tool. Pointer tool is basically just our default mouse tool. So if we go ahead, we can select individual nodes with our tool here. We can also adjust it here as well for specific nodes, like the color rect. We can adjust the shape of it as seen. Now, to move it around, we can use our little move mode tool, which we've used before, which allows us to freely move around different nodes. You're also going to get these 2 arrows here to force it to only move in the up and down directions with these arrows. The other tool we might use is going to be the rotate tool. The rotate tool allows us to rotate specific nodes around. Now, if you want things to bounce back to the original position before you started selecting it, you can go ahead and hold down Control Z to snap it back. Another tool we might use is going to be this one here, the scale mode tool, which goes ahead and scales it depending on which direction you want it to go, or of course both with the middle here. Now the last tool we might use is going to be this hand tool called the pan mode. This just allows us to navigate around our current scene, as you can see. And with that, those are going to be the basic hotbar tools we're going to use. The next thing we're going to go over is the inspector. The inspector is basically what highlights and drops down over here once you're selecting something, such as the color rect node that we currently have. Now, in the inspector, it's going to show you everything we can adjust for that node, and that could be anything from its position, from its color, from its rotation, and animations even. So anything we want to adjust for that node is going to be in this inspector. Now, different nodes are going to have different options in here. The color rect is a very basic node, so it's not going to have that many things in here. But as you can see, there are some specific things to the color rect, as highlighted right here, which is the color. So if you want to change the color of it, you can do that over here with the color wheel. That's up to you. I'm going to keep it as white. There are some other really cool things in here as well. Sometimes if you want to adjust the position or the size of it, that'll be under layout. And then if you scroll on down, you're going to see this transform tab. All right. In transform, you can adjust things such as the size, the position, rotation, scale, even offset. And you can go ahead and slide these over by holding down and moving your mouse around, or you can type in a new value entirely, like something like 100 to adjust it and hit enter. And again, you can adjust all the X and Y values for it. That's completely up to you. I'm going to leave this at 50 for now, just to keep it for each the X and Y so we can see it visible. Now, another really cool option in here that most nodes have is going to be this one here called visibility. Visibility is, of course, how we see the object. All right. Now, if you want to make it invisible, all you got to do is turn that visible from on to off. Now, to note, you can actually adjust all of these things inside a script as well. And you can access them simply by hovering over here to the name of whatever one you want, such as visible. And you're going to see a new little box appears giving you a short description of how it works. And then, of course, the property you need to access to adjust it. As seen, the property value is visible. And then, of course, it's a bool type, which we know either equals true or false. So let's test that out real quick so you get a better understanding. Let's go to the script we created earlier. And in that function ready that we created, let's add a simple enter. Now, when we want to access something on itself, we can just go ahead and type in that, which is visible, as you remember, and then go ahead and equal it to whatever value, which is a true or false. So currently it's set to on, which we know is true. Let's set that to false just to make sure it works. Let's save that. Let's go back to 2D view, and then like we've done before, start the current scene. Let that load, and there you go. It's no longer visible. Now if we go ahead back to script, and we change this to true, we should now see it. Back to 2D view, and again, start current scene. And there you go. You can see it now. And that is how we can kind of like give really cool functions to certain nodes. Later down the road, we're going to create players that of course need certain movement and animations. And we can make that all possible by connecting a script to the different things in the inspector. The last thing we're briefly going to go over is the project settings. So if we need to change anything internally, such as the screen size or maybe different input types, we can do that in the project settings, which we can access from the top left here, project settings. Now there is quite a bit of project settings in here, but as a beginner, you really only need to understand a few of them, such as how to change the screen size, which is under display and window. Then you're going to have a couple things here, such as the size, viewport width, and viewport height, which these values adjust the screen size. I'm going to keep them as the same, but if you need to adjust them, you can do that here. On top of that, you can change how the game plays. Now currently, the mode is set to window, but if we want to change that to something like minimize, maximize, or even full screen, you can do that here as well. Later on down the road, we're going to learn how to adjust certain things as stretching the screen, but for now, just simple screen sizing is important to understand. Another thing, what we'll adjust a lot in the future is going to be the input map. Now, in certain games, we want certain buttons to do things, like maybe the space bar we want to be able to make the player jump. Now, if we need to add that in, we could do it simply right here by add new action, which I'm going to call jump. I'm then going to hit add, and then you can say what type of key you want to connect to it. So if I hit the plus button, you can then select which key, such as spacebar, which will auto come up and hit OK. So now in the future, if you want to reference that key in the script, you can then reference it by using the jump word. The last thing we can go over is simply something called globals. Now, eventually we'll learn about global scripting, but it's important to know where this is exactly, which is right over here. Now, global scripts are very fancy scripts that can be accessed through any other script. Now, it might not make too much sense right now, but in the near future, we'll go over it in great detail. But with that, those are the basics of using the Godot engine for this beginner course. In this section, we will learn how to install and set up everything we need for the Godot engine. Once installed, we will create a test project to ensure things are working correctly. We will then do a quick review of some of the tools and GD script coding that make Godot such an amazing choice for game development. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Before we continue on to the next section, I would like to take a minute to let you know we here at Red Fool Studio offer multiple courses past the beginner level for game development. Now, I highly suggest that you take these higher level courses to help build your skills so that you can complete your very own game ideas and or make you a valuable asset to any team you join in the near future. You can locate these courses at our official website at redfoolstudio.com, or if you're watching this video on YouTube, you can simply select the link in the description. Thank you again for being a participant, and I can't wait to see you in the next section. In our second section, we will begin developing our first project, a space shooter game. In this game, we will learn all about the basic fundamentals, such as UI pages, player movement, enemy collisions, and score tracking. We will also implement character selection, each with a signature attack. In this section, we're going to set up everything we need for our space shooter game. We're going to start off downloading the asset packs being used at these links here. We're then going to go ahead and create all the new folders for the game's art and components. Then we're going to make sure to add a main node that will be the starting scene for our game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the first asset pack we're going to use. This is going to have everything in the game for the spaceships, the different asteroids, and the different laser sprites. It's going to be called Space Shooter Redux, and you can locate it at kenny.nl/assets/space-shooter-redux. So once you navigate here, simply scroll on down to the download button, select it, and then you're going to go ahead and download the zip. Now once you have that zip, make sure to extract all from it. The next asset pack we're going to be using is going to be for our UI. It's going to have a bunch of different UI in here for different colors like blue, yellow, red, green, and gray. It's going to be called UI Pack. You can locate this asset pack at kenny.nl/assets/UI Pack. And you're going to do the same thing. Once you navigate here, simply scroll on down to the download button, select it, and then you will have that zip. Now again, make sure to extract all from the zip. Once you've downloaded both asset packs and extracted both, we should be set. Alright, once you've downloaded your asset pack and extracted everything from it, we can go ahead and get started in our new Godot project. Now I created a new project and named it Space Shooter Game. Once you're here, you're going to start off in that 3D view, but because this is a 2D game, let's simply select the 2D view right over here. Alright. Now one thing you can notice is that the current set screen right here is built for more of a desktop style game. Now we are going to be creating more of a mobile style game, so we need to adjust the screen size. Now that's pretty easy. All we have to do is simply go to our project settings. Then we just have to look for window, which you can simply find by typing in W. It's going to be under display right over here. So go ahead and select that. Perfect. Now we just can adjust the actual width and height of the screen. So let's start off with the width. A good one for mobile devices is 720 for width. And then for height, 1280. Hit enter, and there we go. Now let's scroll on down a bit. There's one more setting we can do that will help us in the long run. It's going to be under our stretch, and it's going to be mode. Now our current mode for stretch is set to disabled, so it will not adjust the screen depending on how much the screen stretches it out. But we don't want that. We want it to adjust to any screen size. So a good thing you can do is simply select that drop down and go to viewport. So now it'll go ahead and stretch to any screen size. It'll have somewhat of a black background around it, but that's okay. For the most part, it will fit in any screen. So let's go to close now. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is create our main scene. So let's go to 2D scene. Let's rename this as main, all lowercase. Hit enter. As you can see, it's currently not saved, so let's save that. Now it's asking where we want to save it. Now we don't currently have a nice folder for this, and it's best to have a folder for each thing we're going to be saving in the game. So before we save this, let's cancel. Let's create those folders. All right. I'm also going to readjust the screen here so we can see that full screen as well. So to create those folders, we're going to right click on our rest folder here at the lower left, create new folder. Let's call it scenes. Hit OK, and there we go. So now what we can do is save again, Control S, save inside that scenes folder. Hit save, and there it is. It's right in there. Perfect. So one other thing I like to do also is I like to set the folders to specific colors. It just makes things a little easier to read and more organized. So I'm going to set this one's color to a purple. Let's also create the other folders as well. Let's right click, create new folder. Let's call this one art. Let's change the color and set it to red. Now that asset pack that you downloaded, you want to go ahead and drag and drop the extract one into here, okay? Make sure to do that. Simply open up the File Explorer and just drag and drop it right into there, all right? And we should be set there. Let's go ahead and create the other folders real quick. Folder. Let's call this one components. This is going to save all the different components we're going to create throughout the game, such as the lasers, asteroids, enemy ships, and even maybe the player. Let's give it a color. I'm going to right click, set color to yellow. All right, one more left. Let's right click, create new folder. Let's call this one scripts. This is going to save, of course, all the different scripts we're going to create for our game. Let's also give it a color, set it to something like green. And there we go. Let's save that real quick. All right. So now all we got to do is make sure that things look good when we hit play on the game. And we can simply do that simply by going to the Start Current Scene right over here. Select that. It's going to load up. And as you can tell, it perfectly fits in the screen. Now what if the window isn't this big? What if we go ahead and minimize it just a bit? As you can see, it still fits there. What if we stretch it out a bit? It still fits perfect. And of course, if we go up and down as well, it's still going to fit. All right. Now this is one way you can do the scaling. Of course, there's other ways, but for now, at a beginner level, this I think is the best way to do it. Let's close it up real quick. Let's go ahead, close up the output, back up a bit, save what you got, and there we go. We're looking good so far. In this section, we're going to create a global script. We're going to start off discussing what a global script is. Then we're going to add one into our current game. From there, we're going to add some global variables within this script. Then, last but not least, we're going to add an important global game function for resetting all the current values. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is an example of how the global script is going to work in our game. Now this box in the center is going to resemble the current main scene we have. Now in that scene, we're going to be adding things such as the UI, the player, and also the enemy nodes. Now if we want to track certain variables without communicating all over the place within each script, a better way to do it is simply house those variables within the global script, such as maybe the current points, the player health, or also the game state of whether the game is currently on or off. So we can directly communicate with that outside of each script, just like this. Now one thing to note though, that gets confused a lot with global scripts, is that when we reset variables within the current game, such as resetting it when a game over happens, it's only going to reset those variables within the current main scene. So what's going to happen though is it's not going to reset those variables within the global script, so we also have to create a function to specifically do that. Godot makes it very easy though. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating that global script. Now to do that, we simply have to go all the way up to Project, Project Settings, select the Globals tab on the top, and there we go. So now let's go ahead and give this a name. Now usually you don't want too many global scripts. Specifically for this game, we only have one, so I'm going to call it Global. Go ahead, add that in. Let's select the correct location with this button here, and make sure we're saving it in that specific scripts folder. hit open, create, and there we go. There's our global script. Now let's go ahead and open it up with the folder button right here, and now we can see what's in it. All right, so what we're going to do though, starting off, is add all those global variables. First one is going to be called variable game underscore over, and we're simply going to equal that to false starting off. Underneath it, we're going to create another one called game underscore on, and again, we're simply going to equal that to false. Next up, we're going to create variable score and equal our default starting value to 0. Underneath there, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this chosen underscore ship. And we're always going to start off the default selected chosen ship equal to 1. Once we want to switch them, we'll simply equal this to 2 or 3. Now we're going to add one more variable on the bottom here called mute. And this is simply going to keep track of whether or not the player wants to hear the sound effects. Now I like to add this because those sound effects or background music can get kind of annoying over time. So this is just a nice little thing to add for your player. All right, as mentioned earlier though, we're also going to create a function to reset these values when we want to restart the game. So let's do function reset underscore values, give it a parentheses set, colon, and then backspace within it. And what we can do now is simply just copy all of our current variables and paste them in. Then we just need to format them correctly. We can get rid of the var, so go ahead, backspace, and give it a tab. And do that for each one to get rid of all those errors. Again, we need to run this whenever we want to restart the game, because if we currently just restart the current scene, it will only reset all the current values within the scripts within the game, not the global ones. So we have to remember to run this whenever we restart the game. Now one more function we're going to add in here. This is just a little helpful to help mute the game if the player wants to. We're going to use a pre-built function called underscore process. Now the process function is just going to continuously run whenever the game is on. This delta value within it helps calculate things with the current frame rate of the game. Now we don't need to worry about that for now. We'll get into that down the road. But to go ahead now and reset and turn it on and off the sound for the game, we need to first tell whether or not mute is equal to false or true. So we're going to say if mute equals true. If that's the case, then we're going to turn off the sound. Now to do that, there's a simple way we can do it within Godot by doing a capital A, audio. And we're going to do audio server. Make sure you spell things correctly. Audio server dot, and we're going to do set underscore bus underscore volume underscore dB, this one right here. So go ahead, add that in there. Within it, set a parentheses. We're going to go ahead again, do audio server dot get underscore bus underscore index, and within there we're simply going to set master, which is going to be connecting to the basically sound of the game, and to set it to not be listenable anymore, just do -80. All right, now that might be a little confusing, but this specific code will simply go ahead and just turn off all sound within your game. Now if you want to do the opposite and turn it back on, what we can do is simply go ahead, do an else, and then just copy that same code we have right here, paste it in underneath, and instead of -80, simply just set that to 0, which will reset it. All right. Again, this is a little complicated code for now as a beginner, but all you really need to know is that it basically will turn on and off the sound. All right, let's save what we got in here, Control S. Let's go back to our 2D view, and there we go, we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the background for our game. We're going to start off and discuss what kind of background we want to create for our game. Then we're going to go ahead and add the correct node to create the visuals for the background. We're then going to go ahead and create a simple script to add the scrolling background ability. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. The best way we can go about creating a background for our game is simply adding a default image and then having a looping effect to make it look like it's moving forward. Now to do that in Godot, what we're going to do is start off with a base image of the background that will fit the entire screen. Then we're going to go ahead and duplicate that image and put it right above the starting one. From there, we're going to go ahead and create an animation and set it to loop by moving the entire two images downward. Once it gets to the bottom, it will go ahead and reset that image, giving it the looping effect. Now we're also going to need a simple script that starts playing the animation on start and of course pauses it when necessary. Alright, let's get started creating that background. So one thing to note, make sure you added both the asset folders inside your art folder because we are going to start using some of those assets. Now to start this off, let's give it a main node for the background. Let's right click on our main node, add child node, type in node and select node 2D. Hit create. Let's rename this BG for background. Now inside of background, we're going to add a couple things, starting off with that base image that fills the entire screen. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, and we're going to use another node 2D, and we're simply going to call this space 1. Now space 1, we need to add the actual sprite in it. To do it, there's a simple way we can right click, add child node, and what we could do is add a sprite 2D. Now this isn't my favorite way to do it, but this is probably the easiest way. We might not stick with this way, but I just want to show you how to do it in the first place. So let's locate the space image. It's going to be inside of our space shooter game. Find backgrounds, and then you can select whichever background. I'm going to use the dark purple background. Drag and drop it into here. Perfect. And as you can see, now we have our image. And of course, we can move it around with our move tool, place it somewhere like over here, and then go ahead and stretch it out. But the problem with doing this is it's going to go ahead and stretch the image. And as you can see, it doesn't look like it should. It's a little bit too stretched downward and maybe a little less to the left. So the stars aren't really matching very well. So there's actually a better way we can go about this. What we could do is remove the current sprite 2D, select it, hit the delete key. And instead of adding a sprite 2D, we could go ahead, right click, add child node, and add a tile map layer. It's going to be this one right here. Go ahead, create that. Then we can go ahead on the inspector towards the right, set the tile set empty to new tile set. You're going to see some new tabs open up here, such as tile set and tile map. We currently do not have a tile set yet, so we need to go ahead and select tile set. Now we can go ahead and drag and drop in our image that we want. So I'm going to take that dark purple.png we had earlier and drag and drop it right here. Now it's going to ask you if it wants to basically tile cut it for you, and we don't want that. Go ahead and select no. Now what we need to do though is make this one image. As you can see, it's kind of cut into a bunch of different boxes, and that is because in the setup, if you scroll down, it's currently set to 16x and 16y. But if you highlight over that image over here in the folders, you can see that it's 256 by 256. So we need to set it to those numbers. So let's go ahead, set that for x, 256, and then 256 for y. Perfect. Now it's going to be one whole image. But if we go ahead and go to tile map now, we select that image. Make sure you are highlighting it. You might have to re-click into it. Or actually go back to tile set. We never actually initiate it as a tile. All you got to do is just select it and then highlight it. Then go back to tile map, select it again. And now if you start placing it though, it's not exactly going to place it in the correct positioning. Now the reason it's doing this is because it's still placing it in that 16 by 16. We can change that though if we go over to the tile set and then change it from tile size over here. So let me remove what we currently have on the screen first. I'm going to use the eraser tool. You can use the box tool to be a little faster, just like that. I'm going to turn off the eraser tool. I'm going to keep the box tool on though, but I am going to now change these to 256 to match up what we currently have in the tile set. So let's go ahead, add that there as well, and it should be positioned a little better now. So now if we place a block here, here, and here, looks like it sets a lot better. I'm going to go ahead now and fill out the entire screen. Perfect. As you can see though, it's a little bit too much to the right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to take our space 1 and just move it on over to the left a bit, just so it's kind of centered. Just like that. You can zoom in a bit if you want to make sure that it is at the bottom. It should be with the 256. Same thing at the top. You can go ahead, zoom in a bit, and just make sure it's going up to the line, which it is. Perfect. So now we need to go ahead and duplicate this and put the duplication right above it. So let's go ahead, select space 1. I'm going to Control D to duplicate. You can also right click and then scroll down to where duplicate is. But now we want to do is bring this second one right above it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to zoom out just a bit, take that green arrow, hold down the Control key, and just move it up to where it matches up. Now we just want to make sure it is perfectly on the line. So what I'm going to do is zoom in a bit, and then still hold down the Control key, move it down until we're right on the line, because we got to make sure that it is perfect. And there we go. Let's scroll back out, and we should be looking good there. All right, so now what we need to do is give it the animation to give it that looping effect. Now that is really easy. All we have to do is right-click on our background node, add child node, look for animation player. It's going to look just like this. Add that in there, and there we go. All right, let's go ahead and create that simple animation where we scroll this thing down in a looping effect. I'm going to go to pointer. I'm going to go to animation, new, and I'm simply going to call this loop. And all we're going to do is we are going to go ahead now and select space 2 and 1. We can start with the space 1 to make things simple. And all we're going to do is go to our move tool. Now before we move it down though, we need to save that starting position. And how we can do that is simply go to the transform. And you're going to see these keys now. And these keys are going to mark a new spot in our set animation. So let's go ahead and mark that animation right here. Hit create. And as you can see, that is going to be the new starting animation. Now, of course, we need to go downward. So I'm going to move our current animation set all the way to 1 second right over here. And then I'm simply going to move this one down all the way towards that line there. I'm going to zoom in a bit just to make sure I'm on the exact line. There we go. Looks like that's perfect. Now I'm going to save that as well. Looks good. Now we saved that one. Now we need to do the other one. So let's go ahead back to 0. Let's select our space 2. I'm going to save that starting position. Hit create. Then go ahead, move it all the way down here. Then simply move this down. It should lock into place. Just go ahead, double check it has the right positioning for each one. Yep, looks good there. Then all we have to do is save that with the key. Now, if we go ahead and hit play, you're going to see it's going to move down. But it doesn't have that looping effect yet. To add that looping effect, we can simply select this little arrows over here to add the animation looping. And if we go ahead now and play that animation, it'll go ahead and loop, which is exactly what we want. Now I think this is a little fast. If you want to adjust basically the speed to more than 1 second, we can change that from over here. Let's say we want it to be 2 seconds. So then you can go ahead and just highlight both of these here and move them on over to the 2 second. Make sure you have your line there so you can match it up on there. So go ahead, highlight each one and move it directly on top of it. And there we go. So now if we go ahead, hit play, it'll be a little slower. And again, you can adjust this to whatever one you want, but I think 2 second looks pretty good. All right. Now one more thing we could add real quick before we create that script is give the game some borders. Now these aren't necessarily necessary for the game because our mouse isn't really going to go past, but it does help the game look a little more natural. So let's add those borders real quick. Super easy. Let's right click on background, add child node, create a static body 2D. Now this is going to add the ability to make collisions. So if we have something like a player or maybe certain enemies, they won't be able to pass through the things we put in here. So let's go ahead, right click on that static body 2D. We need to give it a specific shape. And we can do that by adding something called a collision shape 2D. So add that collision shape 2D in there. Then we just need to give it a shape, which you can do on the inspector. Let's give it just some rectangles. We'll start off with one here. It's going to be a little small, but all we want to do is just go ahead and stretch this out to the size of the screen. So I'm going to take that, move it down. Make sure you have the middle dot or it's going to stretch each corner. There we go. Again, let's go ahead, move that down. Make sure you got the middle one. There we go. It's okay if it goes a little farther, that's fine. Then what we can do is select that, Control D, and just move it on over to the other side. And just kind of match it up. Make sure the middle's on that line, just like that. All right. So now we need to go ahead and create the one for the top and bottom, which we can do by simply going ahead, duplicating. But one thing that you'll notice is if you go ahead now and try to change the shape, it's going to change the shape of all of them, which we don't want to do. We want to keep those other two. So if I Control Z, and what we can do to make that not happen is simply go over to that shape we have, rectangle, right click on it, and simply select Make Unique. So now this will make it a new shape. So we go ahead and change this now. As you can see, it won't change the other ones, which is what we want. So let's go ahead and select it, Control D. Let's bring this on down to the lower one here. And we should be set. There we go. And those are going to be our game borders. So our player will not be able to go through these. Now you might be worried about those enemies bumping into these. Our enemies will be set up a little differently so they won't be affected by these borders. Let's go ahead though, save what we got. We can close up the animation by selecting this here. We can also close up some of the art as well. And we're looking good. Now let's go ahead and create that simple script. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the main node of our background. So we can close up the static body and select the main background node. Add a script with this little button here. We can keep the name as BG, but we need to select the correct location, which is going to be that scripts folder. So let's locate that, open it, and create. All right, so this is going to be a super simple script. All we want to do in here is to start the scrolling effect, and then of course stop it when the game is no longer playing. All right, to do that, what we'll do is start off with a function called _ready. Now this will go ahead and initiate anything on start of the game. So it's not going to continuously run after the game has started, just one time at the beginning when you turn on the game. But what we want to do then is simply start that animation. So we can take our animation player, drag and drop it in, do a dot play, and then within it just play the animation you want, which is looping. Now this reset one is kind of like its default one. All right. Every single time you make a new animation or a new animation player, it's going to have one reset in there, which is kind of like the default that is automatically there. Usually you don't want to use the reset one. You always want to use any created one. So let's add that there. Perfect. So now when we start the game, it'll start that animation. And we can test that out simply by saving what we have so far. We can go ahead now and start current scene, and you're going to see that animation playing. And there you go. Let's go ahead and close out of there. Now we just need to add the pausing effect. So let's go ahead, go in here. Let's create another function. Let's do function _ process. Now within here, all we want to do is say if global dot game over equals true. If that is the case, then we're going to go ahead, take our animation player, drag and drop it in there, do a dot play, and go ahead and set the reset. Or if you don't want to do that, what we could do instead is simply do a dot pause, which will pause any current animation playing. All right, so let's save that real quick. Let's go ahead and go to our global script because we know that the game over doesn't equal true currently. So let's change that to true starting off and just test to make sure it pauses the animation. So now back to 2D view, start current scene. Let's double check it actually pauses it, which there you go, it's doing it. Awesome. Let's close out of there. Let's remember to go back to script, and let's change that back to what it was, to false, just so we don't mess up anything else in the future. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's close the output. Let's go ahead, close that there, zoom in a bit, and save what you got. In this section, we are going to create the UI nodes for our game. We're going to start off and discuss what kind of nodes we are going to create. Then, we are going to create each UI node with the correct text and buttons. We're also going to ensure each button has a pressable node attached. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is all the UI we are going to create. It's going to consist of 4 different UI nodes. The first one here on the left is going to consist of the start screen. This, of course, is going to have the title of the game and the play button. The second one is going to be the ship selection page, where you can go ahead and select between the first ship, second, and third. We're also going to have a ship image, and it's going to change depending on which one you select. For the next page, it's going to be the in-game UI. Now, the only UI button that's going to be present in the in-game UI is simply the mute button at the top left corner. The final UI is going to be the game over screen. Once you run out of health and you are in the game over state, the text of game over is going to appear, and we're also going to have a button to send us back to the main menu. Alright, let's get started creating that UI. So first thing we're going to do is create a main node for the UI. So let's right click on our main node, add child node, look for that node 2D, go ahead, select it, and hit create. Let's rename it all lowercase UI. Now, before we start creating those screens, we don't necessarily want them to create them inside of a node 2D, because the scaling will be kind of messed up and it won't scale with our screen size. But there's a very easy way we can do that by adding it to another type of node. So we'll do add node 2D on top of our node UI, and we're going to look for something called a canvas layer. Now this canvas layer is great for creating UIs because it acts as kind of like a forefront, and it will scale to whatever our specific screen size is. So let's go ahead and add that. Now we don't need to stretch it out or anything, it'll automatically work. Now we can go ahead and create those nodes that are going to represent each screen. So let's right click on our canvas layer, add child node, and we're simply going to add a node 2D. Now for this node 2D, this will be our start screen. So start screen. Let's create the next one. Control D, change the name, choose screen. Let's do the next one. Select it, Control D, change the name, in-game screen. Then our last screen, let's select this one, Control D, change the name to game over screen. And there we go. All right, let's start off with the start screen. So for the start screen, we're simply going to need that title, a little sprite image of the ship, and a play button. Let's start off with that text. That's going to be the title. To add some text, we're going to right click on start screen, add child node, and use something called a label. Label helps us add UI text into the game. Now we do need to stretch this one out. I'm simply going to grab it, holding down Control, and make it snap to the other side and move it to somewhere about here. Let's put in some text over here on the inspector. I'm going to do space, shooter, game. Now, as you can see though, it's not exactly positioned correctly and a little too small. So let's go ahead and position it using the horizontal align, change that from left to center, change the vertical alignment from top to center as well. And there we go, now it's nice and centered. But it's still a little small, and I don't exactly like the default font. But we can change that pretty easily by selecting the label settings. Currently it's empty, so we're going to select it, new label settings. Then select it again, and you'll get a drop down where you can edit the font, outline, shadow, and resource. Let's start off with the font itself. Now our current font is set to default, So we need to drag and drop the specific font we want to use. If we go to our asset pack inside of our art folder, the Kenny Space Shooter one, go into that, go to the bonus, you're going to see we have some default fonts here. Now I'm going to take this top one here and drag and drop it into this right here. Now it's still a little small, so what we could do is increase the size, which is right under it. Let's simply change that to something like 75. We can always adjust it if it's too big. This one I think is a little big, but there's also another issue, is it's not exactly fitting in that box we originally had. Now there's a reason why it's doing that, so let's Control Z to go back real quick. It's because we never set our auto wrap mode on. Currently it's set to off. We want to set that to the word. So now though, if we do that same thing, make the size set to something bigger like 75, it'll auto wrap just like that. Now I still think that's a little too big for our game. I want Space Shooter to be on the same line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and shrink it to something like 55. And there we go. I like that a lot better. Now I think it would be also pretty cool if we gave it a nice little background to it as well, which we can do with the outline. So first we'll give it a nice size. Usually you'd want to do a little less than half. So let's do something like 20. And then I'm going to change the color to a light blue. Now that might be a little too bright. You can always change it up by going like this and just adjusting with the different color wheel settings. I think that looks pretty good overall though. I like it. Let's go ahead, select out of it. And that's going to be our title text. Now we can go ahead and create the little spaceship image. And we can simply do that by selecting the Start Screen node, right click, Add Child Node, use a Sprite 2D. And then what we need to do is add an image to that Sprite 2D because as you can see on the inspector, the texture is set to empty. So again, let's go into the asset pack. I'm going to close bonus. Scroll on down to PNG. Let's locate the ships, which are going to be right here. I think a nice default ship will be the player ship 2_blue. Let's take that, drag and drop it onto texture. And there's our ship. Now we can just simply take it with our move tool and put it somewhere like right underneath it. Let's put it like right about here. Now it's up to you how big you want to make it look. I think this size is going to be the original size in game, but I think in the start screen it'll look a lot better if we increase this size. So let's go to the transform, and then you can edit things such as the position, rotation, scale, and skew. Let's change the scale to something like 3. Now I think that might be a little too big, so I might decrease it to 2. And there we go. Now there is something else you can do to make it a little more clear, is if you go to texture, change filter from inherit to nearest, it might make it a little bit more clear or a little bit more pixelated. I think I like that a little better though, so I am going to keep it. I might move it up just a bit with the move tool. But there we go, that's our image. So now we just need that play button. So let's go ahead and create the play button. Let's right click on start screen, add child node. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a node 2D for this, for the main node of the button. And we're just going to call this button play. Then, of course, we need to add the image for the button, so let's right click, add child node. Now again, we could use a sprite 2D, but as we know, when we want to scale it to certain positions, especially if we want to make it something like a nice rectangle, that's going to mess up the sizing. So what we want to do is we want to change that to something that can scale with it. So what we're going to do is we are going to look for something called a 9 patch rect. All right. This is going to help scale it a little better, especially with its pixels. So let's go ahead and add that in. Then, of course, we need to add that texture because we have no texture. So let's go ahead. I'm going to close the PNG here. I'm going to look in the other asset pack we have, the Kenny UI pack. Let's go ahead, go to PNG. Let's locate the one we want to use. I'm simply going to use the blue one here. Let's go ahead, open this up default, scroll on down. I want to find the one with the nice border, which is going to be these ones here. Button rectangle, border. So let's take one of these, drag and drop it in here, and there we go. So now what we can do is we can use the little select tool and stretch it out to the size we want. And as you can see, some of the scaling is a little messed up still, Let's first stretch it into the size we want. Something about like that size should be good. Let's move the entire button down, just kind of in the position that we want. We can always adjust it later if we don't like it. I'm going to move it down just a bit more. Now what we can do to make sure this is scaling correctly is if you go to that 9 patch rectangle and you go to patch margins. Now this patch margins, we can go ahead and set the specific margins, because if we want to stretch this to something a lot bigger, such as something like this, as you can see, it's not stretching it correctly. So if we wanted to adjust it, we could simply set it to something like left 5, top 5, right 5, and then bottom 5. And there we go. Now, if we go ahead and stretch it, it'll stay that same pixel size by using the 5 pixels for each individual side. All right, looks good. Now let's go ahead, stretch that back to the size we want. I'm going to do something like this. And then I'm going to go ahead, take the button, and I'm going to make sure we center it nice and neat. One easy way to center it easily is just match it up with the text we have there. If it kind of matches, then you should be set. I'm going to move that back down, put it somewhere like right there. All right, looks good. Now we just need to add the text. So again, we're going to right click on button play, add child node. We're going to add another label. So let's add that there. Let's make sure we add the label to match up with the actual node itself. There we go. Now we can go ahead and add the text. I'm going to say play. Of course, though, we need to add the font and then change the color. So let's first center it up real quick, just like we did before. Let's give it a new label setting. Let's go ahead, add that font in we used before. And again, that's going to be inside of the other asset pack. So let's locate that in the bonus. Take the future text, drag and drop it in. All right, looks good there. Now we just need to change the color and increase the size. I'm going to change the color simply to the color black. And then I'm going to go ahead, increase the size to something like, let's do 35. That might be too big, might not. I think it looks good overall though like that. I like it. Now this font doesn't scale really well, I think personally. I think it's a little bit too much to the left. So if we want to move it a little bit more to the right, we can simply just do it like that by just readjusting it. It won't change anything in the button, so you're okay adjusting it. Now the last thing we need to add to the button is the actual button node. That gives it the ability to be actually clicked. So let's go ahead, right click on button play. Let's go ahead now and add a button node. Now this button node, we need to match it up with the image itself. So let's go ahead, stretch it to the same size as the button. There we go. But as you can tell though, it is darkening it out, and I don't really like that view of it. We can easily change that by going down to the theme in control and simply change that theme type variant to flat button. All right, and that will do that. But there is one issue with this though, and you're going to see this in just a second. Let's save what we have and let's start the current scene. Now, if you like this, you can keep it, but I personally do not like it. If you select this button, it's going to have this like white ring around it. And I don't really think that works for every type of button, so I usually like to take that away. Now, what we could do to take it away is simply go ahead, select that button node again. Let's go ahead to theme overrides. Let's go to styles, and that focus one is set to empty, which is going to make that default white ring. You can go ahead and select that, go to new style, box flat, select it again, and simply change this BG color to all the way of a value down here to the 99900, which will make it invisible and no longer be present. Of course, if you wanted to change the color of it, you could do that too over here, but I think it looks really well if we just turn it off completely. So let's go ahead, save that real quick, start current scene again, select it now, and there's no longer that white ring around it. Perfect. All right, let's close that there, close that there. Last thing you need to do though, whenever you create a button, it's best practice to actually give it a unique name. So we have button, we'll just say play. Now, it only needs to be unique from other buttons. So even though we have a main node of button play, it's perfectly okay to name it the same as the node itself. But if we have other buttons, we don't want to name the button play. such as the choose button we will create, and of course the mute button, and then the restart button. We need to make sure that they are not the same. Let's close that real quick. Save what you got. Looking good so far. Let's continue on to the next UI. Let's go ahead now and select our choose screen one. So what we can do to make sure we aren't overlapping each other, we can make this start screen invisible by selecting this toggle visibility button. Now it still exists, but it's no longer going to be visible, so we can focus on the current one we have. There's a couple things though I want to carry over into this screen, which is specifically the ship and also the button. So what I'm going to do first is take that Sprite 2D, Control D, drag and drop it into the choose screen, but we're going to have multiple ships that we can select. So I'm also going to right click on the choose screen, add child node, add a node 2D, simply call this ships. Then we'll simply take that Sprite 2D, drag and drop it into there, change the name, we'll call this ship 1. Because we know this is going to be the ship 1. Let's go ahead, Control D, change the name ship 2. Then of course we can change the actual image. I'm going to go ahead, locate the ship 2 image I want to use inside of our asset pack. Let's go ahead, take the one we want. I think the player ship 1 will be good for this one. Let's drag and drop it in there. Perfect. What we could also do is turn off the other one to see how it looks by itself, just like that. I like it. Turn that other one back on. Let's go ahead, Control D. Let's do the third one now. We're going to go ahead, change this to ship 3. Let's choose a third ship we want to use. So scroll on down to locate the other blue one, the player ship 3. Drag and drop it into the texture, and there we go. All right, I like it. Now for now, I'm going to turn off ship 2 and ship 3 because eventually we'll have a script that goes and selects visibility of whichever one we have selected. We're also eventually going to have this really cool mimic of what the lasers are going to look like with each individual ship. But for now, we'll just leave it as is. All right, now we just need the buttons. So let's go ahead, let's add another node, or better yet, so we don't have to restart the entire process of creating a button, let's simply take our button play that we have and duplicate it and just drag and drop it into our choose screen. Now, what we got to do, of course, is rename a couple things, such as the main name of the node. Let's call this button choose. That will be the button we do when we want to choose the specific ship. Let's also make sure to change the name of the button node here. So button choose as well. And then change the text, select it, change that to the word choose. I'm also going to go ahead and just lower this button just a bit because we're going to have other buttons, of course, for selecting the type of ship we want to use. But easily enough, we can go ahead and select the button choose, Control D, and just reuse this same button. So we'll call this button ship 1. Then all we got to do is readjust the size. So let's take that 9 patch rect. Let's go ahead and just adjust it a bit. Let's go ahead, do something like that size, maybe a little bigger, about half the size of the original one. There we go. Then of course we need to readjust the text. So I'm going to take that text and just readjust it. Now it might not fit because we have, of course, bigger letters there. I'm going to go ahead and call this one Ace. That'll be our first ship. Again, readjust it. There we go. Then, of course, change the name. So button, and we'll call this ship 1. Then we need to place the position of the ship 1 button, and I'm simply going to move it up and then to the left. It's up to you how you want to design this, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, next up, let's create the next one. Let's save that button there, select it, Control D, button ship 2. Don't forget to change the actual button node name as well to 2. Of course, change the label as well. Let's call this one tank. Hopefully we can fit it. Looks like we can. Then just simply take that entire button, move it on over. Make sure it's in the center. Let's go ahead, create the final one. Let's take the button ship 2, Control D, change the name simply to button ship 3. Don't forget to change the inner node of the button to 3 as well. And then, of course, change the label. Let's call this one Zap. And then go ahead, take that entire button and simply move it on over to the right. And we can make it about the same. I'm just going to move it over to about there, and that should be good. All right, and there we go. That should be our choose screen. Now eventually we're going to add, of course, some other things in here to spawn the different types of lasers that you can do to showcase the player what each ship can actually do. But that looks good for now. Let's go ahead, close up each one of these, save what you got. Looking good. All right, let's wrap up this UI with the final 2 screens. These ones are pretty easy. So let's go ahead, start off with the in-game screen. So I'm going to turn off the choose screen. And if you remember, all we're going to have in here is a simple mute sound button on the top left. So let's go ahead. Let's simply take one of our current buttons we have, like button ship 3, Control D on it, simply drag and drop it into our in-game screen. I'm going to close up that one there. Let's change this to button mute. Then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to change the actual label real quick. Let's do something really easy, such as just an X, which will represent, of course, turning it off. Now, we might want to change the actual symbol here, specifically the font, because that doesn't really necessarily look like an X, I think. So let's go ahead into the label settings. Let's go ahead and right-click on it real quick. We want to make sure to make it unique because it might change all the other ones, and I don't want that to happen, so make sure you do make unique. Then we're going to go ahead, go to font. We can remove the current font by the delete key. Oops. Or better yet, we can go over here, select the drop-down arrow, clear. There we go. And there's the little X. All right. So then what we want to do is I'm going to go ahead and increase the size of this real quick, something a little bigger. Let's do something like 55. And I'm going to move it up a bit because it's not centered correctly. Then we can shrink the entire button node itself. So I'm going to take that node. We want to make this real nice and small. And then up a little bit more. Then we can, of course, recenter the text. I'm going to go ahead up a bit more. You might have to scale it just a little bit more this way. And then a little bit more this way. Perfect. Select away and you should see it. Now, one thing though I do want to do, this is just a personal preference, is I don't like making it completely visible when it's in game. I want to make it a little bit transparent. So we can select the 9 patch rect. We can go ahead to the visibility, and on modulate, what we can do is select it and simply decrease the A value. And I want to decrease it about this much, okay? Just so it's somewhat invisible, all right? And you can do the same thing with the label. If you want to select label, you can go ahead, go to the visibility again, go to modulate, and just decrease it a bit, just to make it look a little bit faded out so it doesn't block any of the player's view. All right. Now, because we need to tell whether or not we have it muted or don't have it muted, I want to make 2 labels actually. So we have our label on, and then we're also going to have our label off. Okay. So let's go ahead, Control D. Now label on, we will keep it as X, and label off, we can go ahead and change it to an O or a 0. And that'll help tell the player whether or not, of course, mute is on or off. So I'm going to change that simply to an O. Then to see it, go ahead, make the other one visible, and then of course the other one just like that. All right, we'll keep the on one on first. And then what we got to do, of course, is position it correctly. So let's take the button mute, move it to the top left corner. You could put it on the right if you want. That's up to you. I just think it looks a little better like this. And then the last thing we got to do before we forget is, of course, readjust the button ship. So let's take that. Let's go ahead, readjust it there. And then we also, of course, have to change this to button. And then we can go ahead and simply make this button mute. And there we go. That's our mute button. Then we can go ahead now and create the last one. That one's going to be pretty similar to the start screen. So let's close that real quick. Let's go ahead, make our in-game screen invisible. Now for our game over screen, all we need is simply game over text, and then of course the main menu button. So let's go ahead and we're simply going to take the things we have from our start screen, such as the label. Let's take that, drag and drop it into game over screen. I'm simply going to change this to game over. Now I don't exactly want it to be the same color as the title. We could also make it smaller or bigger, but we got to make it unique. So let's right click on the label settings, make unique, select it, go to font, go to outline. I'm going to change that background color to red, signifying that's kind of like a bad thing. All right, so we'll say game over. You could also add something like an exclamation point. That's up to you, but I think it looks really good. Now we of course need the main menu button, or just menu for short, which I might do. I'm going to take that button play, Control D, drag and drop it to the game over screen. And I'm simply going to go ahead, change the name of the button from button play to button menu. Don't forget to change the actual button node name as well to button menu. And then let's go ahead, change the text. You can change it from play to something like menu. And the last thing we could do, this is up to you, I think I might do it, is match the button color to, of course, the text. And we can simply do that by locating the button we want to use inside the Kenny UI pack. Go to PNG, locate the red one now, default, and scroll on down to where you have the button rectangle and simply drag and drop it into the 9-patch rect. And there we go. All right, I think that looks pretty good so far. I like it. All right. Now one thing we could do to just verify that everything is going to work correctly is go through each one. We know the start screen works because we already tested it out. Let's go ahead and test out the choose screen. So let's save what we got, start current scene. Let's make sure. Looks like the scaling of the buttons was incorrect for the smaller ones, so we can adjust that, but everything else looks good. Let's close that. Let's readjust those real quick. Let's go ahead into each of the button. Simply go ahead and just readjust that to match it up while holding down Control. It'll snap in place. Do that for each one real quick. Let's take each one. And this one here. And there we go. All right. So let's go ahead now and do this one over here. Start current screen. Let's make sure we can select the mute button, which we can. Looks good. And then the final one, of course, is the game over screen. Let's test that one out as well. Looks great. All right. Let's close everything up. Let's close our asset packs up as well. Keep things nice and neat. Let's close up the UI. Save what we got. And we're looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to create our UI script. We're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the main UI node. We're then going to add a couple functions for the page's navigation. We're then going to ensure all the UI nodes update correctly. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, before we get started creating the UI script, we need to make sure the default start screen is active. Currently, the game over screen is the one that's active, but we don't want that. We want the start screen to be active. So let's go into that UI node, into canvas layer, simply make the game over screen invisible and make the start screen visible. Now once we add that UI script, we will be able to navigate through each page. So let's go ahead, select the main node UI. Let's add a script with this button here. Keep the name as UI, but go into the folder. Now we're going to locate the scripts folder to make sure it's in there. Let's hit open and create. And there we go. The first thing we're going to do in our script is create the play game function. Now this function, all it's going to do is simply go ahead and turn off the start screen and turn on the choose screen. Now there's an easy way we can do this, simply by selecting inside of our start screen, locating the button play node, and then of course the actual button we have for it right over here. Then from here, go to the inspector and select node. Now we can connect a bunch of different signals that are attached to this button node, such as the pressed one. Let's go ahead and select the pressed one. Now we just have to connect it to the script we want to use. Now by default, it's going to send us to the background one, but we don't want that. We want to go ahead and connect it to the UI one. So we can either scroll on down here, or you can go to source and scroll up, and then simply select the UI node with the script. Let's connect that. And now you're going to see this function in here, and also tell it is connected from the right. Now again, all we want to do in here is simply make the start screen invisible, but then turn on the choose screen. And again, there's a very simple way we can do that, simply by taking our start screen node right here and dragging and dropping it in right over here. Then from there, we're going to do a dot visible equals false. Now this dot visible is coming from something on the inspector. We are still selected to start screen, but we go back to inspector over here. And if you scroll on down all the way to this visibility section right here, you're going to see this visible. Now visible is always on by default, but since we are connecting with it from the script, like right here, setting it to false, it will go ahead then, make the visibility off. And of course, if we set this to true, then it will make this visibility on. So now we need to do the same thing with our other screen. So let's close that one up there. Let's take our choose screen. Make sure you add another enter inside the function. Drag and drop it in. Simply go ahead, do a dot visible, and equal this now to true. Let's save that real quick. And there we go. Now we can test this out real quick. Let's go to 2D view. Let's go ahead, start current scene. Go ahead, hit play, and now you can see the next screen is visible. Looks great. Let's close that up. Let's go back to the script view. All right, let's go ahead on to the next function. So now we have the function where we can select each ship. Now that's also a pretty easy function. We simply just have to go into the choose screen, locate the button for each ship, such as button 1, select the button, and do the same thing. Go to node on the right, select pressed, and simply connect it to that UI node. Now in here, we're going to set a couple things. The first thing we're going to do is actually set our global variable for our chosen ship. So capital G global, that will connect to that global script. Do a dot, and we're going to go to the chosen ship. And if you remember, the first ship is going to equal 1. Now again, how we are connecting to this is using that capital G global, which is pretty much just connecting to our global.gd right here, and of course grabbing that value, this one. We can set them, we can change them, and we can also initiate functions as well from the outside by simply doing a global dot and whatever command you want. Now some other things we're going to need in here is simply making the other ships not visible. So let's go ahead, scroll on to ships, open up the ships node, and we have our ship 1, 2, and 3. So now we can go ahead, add an enter here, drag and drop ship 1, do a dot visible, and simply equal that one to true. Then we can set the other 2 to false. So let's go ahead, take ship 2, and then ship 3. Let's take that dot visible, paste it in below, and then just change each one of these equaling them to false. There we go. Let's save that change. Now let's go ahead and do the other buttons. So let's go ahead, close up the button ship 1. Let's go ahead, open up the button ship 2, find the button for it, go ahead to pressed, connect it to the UI script, hit connect, and then we can simply just copy this whole thing here, paste it in right over here. But we are going to have to change some things, such as the chosen ship no longer equals 1, we want it to equal 2. We also want to make the second one visible. Let's change this to true. And then of course we'll turn off the first one to false. Looks good. Save those changes. Let's do the final one. Let's go ahead, open up button ship 3, select button ship 3, go to pressed, connect it to the UI, scroll on up, connect. Then let's go ahead, copy all these values, paste them here. Simply change the chosen ship, equal it to 3. And then of course we want to make the second one false now, but the third one can be true. There we go. Let's save that real quick, and looking good. All right. Next up, we're going to go ahead and we are going to connect the next button, which is the ready button. So like ready to choose the ship and then jump in. That's going to be the button choose. So let's open up button choose. Let's select button choose. Select pressed. Let's go ahead, connect it to the UI. There we go. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to scroll down. What we're going to do this time is we're going to set another variable in our global script. So global dot, and we're going to set game on equals true, because now we are basically starting the game. We're also going to go, of course, and turn off the current screen we're on, which is the choose ships. So we're going to go ahead, let me close these here, select choose chips, drag and drop it in there, do a dot visible, and equal that to false. Other thing we want to do though is of course turn on the in-game screen. So let's take that, drag and drop it, do a dot visible, and simply equal that to true. Nice. Let's go ahead, save that. Now there is one more thing we are going to do, because this will kind of solve some problems in the future. Eventually in our choose screen, we are going to have each one of these ships shooting some kind of laser to showcase what they can do. But I noticed even if we make it invisible, those lasers will still shoot. So the best thing to do is just remove it entirely once we choose the choose button. All right. So we can do that really easily. Let me turn back on the original screen by simply going to script. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, simply take that choose screen, drag and drop it into here, and then do something called a dot queue free. Now this will remove it entirely from the set scene. Now you may worry that of course this will make it not be there next time we come back, but that won't be the case, because when we restart the game, we're going to reload everything in. So this is just a simple fix we can do to solve future problems. Now, next button we'll do is of course going to be in our in-game screen. That's going to be the mute button. So let's go ahead, open that up, locate the mute button. Let's go ahead, select the button node, select pressed, connect it to the UI screen, connect it. All right. Now this one's going to be a little different because we want to be able to mute and then also turn off the mute. Well, let me add some enters here so we can see it a little better in the center. So how we're going to do this is simply use an if statement and say if our global dot mute double equals false, then we'll go ahead and simply make our global dot mute equal true. So if it's not muted and we press the button, it will go ahead and mute it. Now if you remember, we also have some images for that as well to showcase if it's muted or not, which is those labels. So let's take the label on, drag and drop it here. We're going to make the label on one equal true, of course, for this instance. So visible equals true. And then the other one will equal false. So let's go ahead, label off, drag and drop. We're going to go ahead again, dot visible. Go ahead, select it, equal false. Then what we want to do is the complete opposite. So let's enter backspace once, do an else, colon, and let's just take each value we have in here and we can switch the booleans. So let's go ahead, add those in there, make our mute now equal false, and then of course make this one false and the other one true this time. And there we go. That's going to be our mute button. All right. So now, of course, we need our next button, which is going to be the restart button. So once we die, we want to be able to basically play again. So let me remove these real quick. Let's go ahead, select out of here, select our game over screen, select the button menu, select pressed, connect it to that UI. Let's locate that, connect. All right. Now in here, what we're going to do is two simple things. First thing we're going to do is connect our global dot reset values, because if you remember, every time we reload the scene, it won't reset the global values, so we have to run this to do that for us. Now to reload the actual scene is really easy in Godot. All we have to do is do a get underscore tree. That'll kind of get like our main node, which is the main node right here. And then we do a dot reload current scene. And there we go. So once this button is pressed, it'll simply restart the whole game. All right? Awesome. All right, one more thing we are going to do in here is we're going to have one more function. Now this function is important to keep the game updating over time, such as the score, and also showcase the score, which we're going to use that function underscore process because we know this will continually run over time. Now what do we want to do in this function? Now, like I said, we want to make sure, of course, the game is on. We want to make sure the score updates and everything else. So to do that, let's start off with an if statement. Say if dot, or actually we'll do if global dot game over. Let's say that equals true. If that is the case, then what we're going to do is simply turn off the in-game screen. So let's take that, do a dot visible, just like we've done before. Make that one equal false, but we want to make the game over screen visible. So let's take game over screen, drag and drop it in, do a dot visible, simply equal that to true. And there we go. We're also going to go ahead and we are going to continually update the score. Now, we don't really have a spot for the score. So I say let's go ahead and make one real quick. Super easy. Let's go to 2D view. I think the best way for the score, that's going to be in the in-game screen. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go to, let's say, the start screen. Let's duplicate our start label here, Control D. I'm going to take that, drag and drop it into the in-game screen. Let's close up the start screen. Let's make that one invisible. Turn on the in-game screen. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that label. Let's make that just a 0 for now. And then we can also change the name from label 2 to label score. There we go. Then, of course, we can position it a little better. I might just position this one up a bit to about there. Looks good. Then, back in the script, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and now update it based on the current score we have, which is super easy. All we got to do is take that label score we just made. Now this time we'll do a dot value, or better yet, we'll do a dot text, because we know we can connect to the text on the inspector of the label. So we're going to do dot text, and we're going to say equals, and we'll just do str, which stringifies a value, specifically an int, and we're going to stringify that global dot score. All right. If we didn't have the str in the parentheses, we would get an error, so make sure you have that there, because the text is a type of string, and we can only equal it to another type of string. Now this isn't the only score label we need to update. We also need to update the one inside of the game over screen. So let's go ahead inside of here. Let's take the label. Make sure we're taking the label of the screen itself here. We want to add the score here, which is kind of like the final score of the game. We can simply do that by going ahead and moving this over. Or better yet, if you don't want to make this the score, which is game over, I think a better way would be adding another text right below it. So let's go to 2D view. Let's turn off this one and this one on. Like I said, I think it would be cool if we have the score below it. So let's change the name of this one real quick from label to label game over. Then we'll simply go ahead, duplicate this, and we'll just say label score. Then, like I said, we'll just move it right below. Let's go like right there. Let's do capital S score, colon, and then like a 0 as a placeholder. Now I think this might look a little better smaller, so I might adjust that. I'm going to right click on the label settings, make unique, select it again. Let's go to the font, shrink it a bit. Let me just do something like 35. And then the outline, make it a little less as well. Let's do 15. Maybe even less than that, 13. Looks good. Now we can go ahead, back into the script. Let's go ahead, take that label score in the game over screen, drag and drop it in there. Again, do a .text equal. Now instead of just labeling it the actual score, I think it would look better with that score in the colon. So we'll do double quotes, score, colon, space, make sure to add the space there. And then we can go ahead and do a plus str for the string, global dot score. And there we go. All right, let's clean this up a bit, remove what we have down here. Let's save what we got. Back to 2D view. Let's go ahead and I'm going to close this here, turn that off. Let's select the start screen, save what we got again, start current scene. We have the starting spot here. We have the different spaceships we can choose from. And then we have the choose here, which starts that. And then of course we have the button here. Now one thing I noticed is, oh, no, it does work. I want to make sure that we can change in between the X and the O to know whether or not we have the mute active, which we do. Looks great. Let's close that. Close this up here. Close the UI. And there we go. We're looking good. Save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the laser nodes. We're going to start off and discuss the lasers that will be created. We're then going to add the sprites for each laser type. Then we're going to ensure you give the lasers a collision shape and a lifetime timer. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. These images are going to represent each type of laser we are going to create. Starting off on the left side here is going to be our basic laser type. This is going to be the fastest firing rate laser that's going to simply project a laser in an upward motion. The second laser type is going to have a much slower fire rate, but be able to spread 3 different lasers going 3 different directions. The final laser we're going to create is going to be our zap attack. This is going to have the slowest firing rate, but be able to project a long laser that will fade slowly out. This laser will also be able to follow along with the player, slashing any enemy in its path. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating our lasers. So let's go ahead, we're going to create a new scene for our laser. So let's go to Scene, New Scene, and we're going to use a specific node called a Character Body 2D. Now the reason we're using a Character Body 2D is it allows us to use some pre-built-in physics. This is going to help tremendously when we want to make the bullet move. So, the Character Body 2D currently has no sprite on it. So we want to make sure to add a sprite. Before we do that though, let's also give it a name. Let's call this Laser 1. Let's save that real quick. Let's make sure to save Laser 1 inside our Components folder. Alright, now let's add that sprite in here. Let's right click, Add Child Node. let's simply use a sprite 2D. Then we're going to go ahead, grab the sprite we want to use inside our art folder, space shooter. Let's go ahead, locate the lasers. And I just want to use the simple cylinder laser. So let's try and find that. I think it should be one of these. I'm going to use, let's see what this one looks like. Drag and drop it in. This looks pretty good. You can zoom in a bit to view it better. Now, if you want to make it more clear, you can go ahead to Texture, Filter, Inherit to Nearest. And there we go. All right. Next thing we need is that collision shape. Now, the reason we need a collision shape is because we want to make it basically be able to interact with other collision shapes. Now, the type of collision shape we're going to use is going to be inside something called an Area 2D. So let's right click on our laser 1, add child node. Let's use that Area 2D. All right, before we add the shape for this Area 2D, we need to add something to it, specifically a group. Now we're adding a group so other Area 2Ds that bump into this one know which Area 2D is hitting it. So let's go to Node, and then you have Groups right next to Signal. Select Groups. We're going to add a new group. We're going to call this Laser. So when our enemies get hit by this thing, the enemies will start to lose health. So next up, we need to give it the shape. So let's right click on Area 2D, add child node. We're going to add a collision shape 2D. Then we need to go ahead, set the shape. So go ahead, inspector. Shape is currently set to empty. Let's change that to new capsule shape. And then we just have to adjust it to fit the laser. Just like that. And there we go. All right. So we're going to add a couple more things inside this laser 1. First thing is going to be the R point and L point. Now, we're calling it R point for right point and left point because, if you remember, we are going to have the right shootout and the left shootout with that second laser type. And it's kind of best to keep everything in one, and then we can adjust which action it's doing based on the script and where it's coming from. So let's go ahead and add those points real quick. Add child node, and these are simply going to be a node 2D. And again, we're going to name it R point. And the R point, let's just simply move it to the right. Let's go right about here. We can see the exact numbers with the transform. The other thing we need to do is we need to rotate it a bit because within the script, we're just going to shoot it forward. Now, forward for this one here is just up. But if we rotate this a bit, let's say we rotate it about, let's do 45 degrees. Then it will go ahead and go towards the right. Now, I think 45 might be a little bit too much towards the right. We still want it to go upward a bit. So let's decrease that to 30. There we go. And again, we can always adjust this down the road. But now we need the L point. So I'm going to take our R point, Control D, rename it L point. And then we're going to go to transform. Now we know we're on X31. So let's make this negative 31. Make sure it's 31. There we go. And then we need to rotate it the opposite direction, which will be negative 30. And there we go. All right, looks good there. Now the last thing we need on our node is simply the timer. Now this timer is going to be the lifetime timer. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. Let's go ahead, add timer. Let's select the timer. And we can set a couple things. We can set the wait time, the one shot, auto start, and some other things. But what we really just want to worry about is the auto start. That'll mean it just starts automatically when it's presented in the game. And then the lifetime, I'm simply going to set that to 3 seconds. Let's save that real quick. And we're looking good with laser 1. All right, before we duplicate this laser for laser 2 and 3, there's one more thing we're going to add, and that's going to be the script. Now we're not going to make the script this time, but I want to add it just so we don't have to add it later. So let's go ahead, add the script to the main node. I'm simply just going to call this laser because we're going to reuse this script for both the laser 1, laser 2, and of course that laser 3. Let's make sure we're saving it in the correct spot, which is going to be that scripts folder. Open that up, hit create, All right, let's go back to 2D view. For now, we won't add anything in there. I just want it to be there as a placeholder. So we have our laser 1. Let's go ahead now and create our laser 2. So what we can do simply is go and find the components and select our laser 1 scene. And all we have to do is right click, duplicate. It'll ask us for a name. I'm simply going to change this to laser 2. Then we can open it up by double clicking it. Now one thing to note is it doesn't change that main node name. So we are going to go ahead and change this. Now laser 2 is not necessarily going to have anything different in the node itself. Eventually we'll set some things differently for the script, but for now we can leave everything as is. So let's go ahead and create laser 3 now. So I'm going to take laser 2, right click it, duplicate it, change the name to laser 3. Hit OK. Then open that one up. Again, change the main node name to laser 3. Save that change. There we go. Now, this laser is going to be a little different because if you recall, this is going to be that zap laser that is going to be almost as long as the screen. So to do that, there's a couple different ways that we can. I think the best way to do it would be to simply move it forward up and just kind of like stretch it. So I think what we could do here is we could go ahead and change a setting. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the sprite 2D. We're going to go ahead, we're going to go to the region, and we're going to enable this. And then we can go ahead and set certain things. So we can set the X to something like, let's do 0.5. And we're going to set the Y to something like, let's do 6.2. And then the width and the height, I'm going to set simply to, let's do 8. And then also over here. Now this one is going to be set to what we want it. For now, let's do like 22. All right. So this is going to be pretty much the shape of it. Now it is cropped to the way we want it. What I'm going to do though is bring this one down just a bit. And we're going to go, let's say about here, because we know this is going to spawn in front of the spaceship. And we want to make the laser look like it's connecting to it. So what we're going to do is add one there. Then we're going to duplicate the sprite 2D, Control D. We're going to drag and drop this into there. And we're going to go to the transform, or go back to the region, and we can adjust the height. So if we go ahead and increase the height, it will stretch it out. And that's what we want to do. Let's stretch this to something a lot bigger. Let's do like 60. Now, one thing to make sure, though, is that we're not stretching it to the point where we're going to see this area visible. We really only want to see is that blue and white mark, okay? Because if I bring this up, you're going to see that that part is still there. Now, that's not necessarily what we want. We want to make sure that we only have this section here. So let's go ahead, Control Z that. And instead, let's see if we can just stretch it with our Move tool here, which looks like we can, and it won't mess up the pixels, which works great. But let's zoom back out. What I'm going to do is hold down Control and kind of go up as much as I can. And just stretch it to what I would think is going to be as long as the screen. We need to make it match, though, with the screen's length. So go ahead, make sure you're taking that middle piece. And just stretch it as high as you can get it. And I think that should be good. It's okay if it goes over, because we just want to make it visible, look like it's going beyond. All right? That looks good. But now, of course, we need to adjust the actual collision shape to match the current laser. Now, the bottom part here is fine, but we do want to make sure this part goes up at least to the point of how tall the screen is. So we can select the collision shape. Let's go ahead and just adjust this just how we did before. So I'm going to go ahead and just select it and move it down as far as we can. And let's see. That might be enough. Let's double check it. If it isn't, no worries. And then I'm going to go ahead and Move tool, just move this upward and just match it how it was before, just right about here, I think. We can always adjust this later, no worries. Let's go ahead and go about there. We also could bring this up a bit too. I think this is a little low. So let's go ahead, select the main one here. Whichever one we had, let's go ahead, move that up a bit to about, let's say, like right there. And again, we can always adjust this later, but I think this will be okay. All right, looks good. Now, one thing to double check is make sure we didn't mess up any of the other lasers by doing this. So if we go back to laser 2, make sure that one is still the same, which it is, perfect. And this one as well. But overall, I think they look great. All right, let's go ahead, close these up, save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the laser script. We're going to start off creating a new script for the lasers. We're then going to add some functions to make the lasers move and destroy once hit or time runs out. We're also going to ensure the laser type can be changed from the node. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating that laser script. So the first thing we're going to do is select our laser 1. Then we're going to go ahead into its script, the one right here. Let's open that up. All right. So now in this script, we're going to want to do a couple things. We're going to have to add a couple variables, and then we're also going to add some functions to give our laser some movement. Now there is going to be some different movement for each type of laser, such as our laser 1, our laser 2, and also our laser 3. But let's start off with those first couple variables. Let's go ahead, let's do some at exports. First one is going to be a variable called speed. Let's simply equal that to a starting variable of 900.0. Then we're going to go ahead, create another at export variable. And this one's going to be our laser underscore type. And we're always going to set this default to 1. Then we're going to go ahead, create another at export variable. And we're going to call this just laser. Now, why are we adding this laser variable here? This is because we are going to be spawning 2 more variables for our laser 2 to give it that nice triple projectile. And we're going to go ahead and make this a type of packed scene, just like that. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, have some more variables below, such as a variable called y underscore direction. And we're going to simply equal that to -1. We're also going to have a variable for our x direction. We're going to set the default value for that to simply 0. Next up, we're going to go ahead, create a simple variable, call this shot, and always equal to false. This is going to help determine that we're only shooting one of the lasers out for that specific laser 2. All right, that's going to be all our variables. Save what you got so far. All right, let's continue on to our first function. So the first function we're going to be creating is going to be our process function. Let's go ahead, do function process. Now inside our process function is going to be updating everything that's happening during the game play. So first thing we're going to check, of course, is make sure that the game is on. So let's do an if capital G global dot game on, or better yet, we could even say if game over equals true. Then we're simply going to do a return. Now we're adding this return here specifically because we don't want to make anything else happen below it. All right, so if this equals game over equals true, then we're just going to return and not play anything below it. But if that's not the case, then we're going to go ahead. We're going to do a couple ifs. Say if our laser type equals 1, which is our first laser that we have, we're going to simply set our set velocity equal to capital V vector 2, parentheses set x direction, comma, y direction, and then we're going to times that whole thing by our set speed. We're also going to go ahead and initiate that by using the pre-built move and slide function in Godot. Now what that's going to do is actually add that velocity to our current movement. All right, let's do the other ones for the next types. So let's go ahead, do an enter there. Let's go ahead, do another if. Let's say if our laser type double equals 2. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, simply set the velocity with the same way we did before. So let's take that same line we have there, copy it, paste it in. Then we're going to go ahead, simply do the move and slide. But we're also going to add one more thing here. And this is because for our laser type 2, we're going to be spawning in 2 extra lasers going in horizontal directions. So let's go ahead and say if shot equals false, because we only want it to happen one time. Then we're going to run a new function that we're going to create next called spawn underscore 2 underscore extra underscore lasers, and just close it with a parenthesis. Now it's going to be an error right now because it does not exist, but we'll add that in just a bit. Let's go ahead, backspace a bit. Now let's do the next type. So if laser type double equals 3. So this is for our final laser type, and this one's going to be pretty similar to the other one, but this time, because we want this type of laser to follow with the player, we're not actually going to add any velocity. So all we're going to do is simply do a pass, which is going to skip the actual initiation. Let's go ahead now and create this spawn 2 extra laser though. So let's copy that same name there. Let's do an enter, backspace double. Let's do a function, paste the name, give it a colon, and let's add what we need in here. Now there's going to be a couple of different things we're going to have to set to spawn those 2 extra lasers that are going to shoot off kind of next to each other going in a horizontal direction from the original. First thing we need to do is create those new lasers in the world, and we can do that simply by creating a new variable for it. So let's go ahead, let's do variable, and we're going to go ahead, call this new underscore laser, and we're going to do underscore r for the right side one, and we're going to equal that to our current laser dot instantiate. Now we need to do this one for also the left side as well, so let's copy the whole thing and just simply paste it below. And instead of new laser R, we're going to do new laser L for the left one. Now we're actually going to need one more laser specifically for the center one. Now I know we're already going to have this one for it, but if we add them inside of this laser, and if we ever hit something with that middle laser, it'll take away those 2 left and right ones as well. So we need to create another one again for the middle one. So let's just take that whole thing, copy it, paste it in, and let's simply go ahead and just do new laser M for the middle one. Perfect. All right, now we need to add where we want these new lasers to be. And I think the best way we could do this is simply just do an add child for each of them, which will add them specifically inside the current spot that the script is, which is going to be this node here. So we're just going to be adding 2 or 3 new nodes inside of the current new laser we have. So let's go ahead, inside of here, let's paste what we need, new laser R, and then we're just going to copy this, paste it twice below for each other one. Now we're going to need new laser L, and then new laser M. Next up, we need to go ahead and make the original one invisible and not active, and we can simply do that by grabbing the sprite 2D that we have, drag and drop it in, do a dot visible, and simply set that now to false. Now we also are still going to have our area 2D here, so we need to deactivate its set collision shape. So we can go ahead, just drag and drop that collision shape 2D, and then we can do a dot disabled and simply equal that to true. And what that's going to do is pretty much just turn off that collision shape. You can see that value in it if you select it and go to the inspector. It's right here. By default, it's not going to be on, but because we want it to not be active, we're going to make that equal to true, turning it into this. Let's make sure we have it off though. Now we're also going to need to set some things for the direction of the new lasers. Now we know the middle one is just going to go upward, but the right and left one are going to kind of move a little bit more to the left and right. Now to do that, what we could do is set the new speed for each one and of course the new direction. Let's start with the R one first. So let's go ahead, new laser R. Let's go ahead, do a dot speed. And we're simply going to equal that to 600.0. We're also going to go ahead, we're going to do new laser L, or new laser R dot, and we're going to do X direction. Now it's not popping up because it doesn't exactly know that the new laser R is going to have these variables, but we know because we're adding them in the same one here. So make sure you're spelling everything the same or you're going to get an error. So we're going to set this X underscore direction equal to, and let's simply set it to 1. All right. Now that is just going to make it basically go to the right. If we set it to -1, it'll make it go to the left. And if we set it to 0, it just won't go either side. Let's go ahead though and give it a new Y value. So let's go ahead, new laser R dot Y direction. And then let's go ahead, equal this to 0. Now we don't want it to go, of course, up or down. We kind of just want it to follow the original laser 1. That's why we're giving it a Y direction of 0. All right, next up, we need to give it the global position. So let's go ahead, new laser R dot global underscore position. And we're simply going to set this one equal to our point R that we have. So let's take that, drag and drop it in, do a dot global position, just like that. All right, now we just need the rotation. If you remember, we set these rotations for the R point and L point to be about 30 and -30. Now we need to make sure that these new lasers are matching up with that, so they're kind of tilted to whatever direction we want. So let's go ahead, new laser R dot global underscore rotation, and we're simply going to equal that. Again, drag and drop the R point dot global rotation, and there we go. So now we need to do pretty much the same thing to the L, so we can just copy that whole block of code, paste it right underneath, and then just change the new laser R's all to new laser L. Let's do that real quick. I'm just going to copy it like this and Control V for each one. The only thing we're really going to need to change here is specifically this here, the X direction, because we don't want it to move to the right, we want it to move to the left. We're going to make that a -1. We're also going to have to change the R points to L points. So let's go ahead, just change those simply by changing out the L, the R to an L, just like that. Nice. All right. Next up, we need to do the middle one. Now the middle one is just going to follow the parent node, which already has movement. So we can go ahead and just set it with the new laser M. And what we're going to do, dot speed, we're going to equal that to 0, because again, this is just going to follow the original one, which already has speed. We're also going to go ahead, we're going to set new laser M dot, again, X direction. Make sure to have that underscore. I'm just going to copy it from above. So X direction, we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to make this equal. Let's just equal it specifically to 1. And then again, we're going to go ahead, take that whole line, paste it below. And now for the Y direction, we're going to equal it to 0. And the last thing, of course, is the global position. So let's go ahead, new laser M dot global position. Simply equal that to our current global position, just like that. All right, and we might adjust these values later, but for now, this should be good. Last thing we need to do at the end of this function before we close it out is simply set that shot value and equal it to true now. So it's only going to happen one time. And then, of course, the last function we can add here is simply the cue free once the timer goes up. So let's select our timer node. Let's go to the node and then the signals of timeout. Make sure you're connecting it to the correct script. And then simply do what we've done before, just a cue free to get rid of the current node once the timer's up. But looking good. Let's save what we got. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. Now we just need to set everything for each main node. So you can select the laser one right here. Go to the inspector. Now it's currently going to need that laser, so let's locate that in our components folder. I'm going to use laser 1 for this, so drag and drop it in. Make sure that laser 1 has the type 1. So let's save that. Let's go ahead, select laser 2 now. Now this is laser type 2, so go ahead and make sure you change that on the main node. Drag and drop laser 1 into this here. Don't forget to connect the timer as well, because remember we did it on this one, but that doesn't mean it's going to go ahead and do the same thing here. But all you need to do is select that timer node, go to node, select timeout, and then just connect it. Let's save that. Go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead and do the final one, laser 3. So let's go ahead and make sure this is setting to laser type 3, and then just simply drag and drop that laser 1, and then go ahead, connect the timer, and go back, save what you got, and looking good. Let's close some things up. Let's go ahead, back to the main screen, and there we are. In this section, we're going to create the laser UI. We're going to start off and add a timer and a spawn point node for each ship type. We're then going to create a simple script to showcase the lasers. We're then going to ensure the lasers are spawning correctly and also moving the way we want. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started creating the laser UI. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to be adding this in the choose screen. So let's open up our UI, open up our canvas layer, turn off our start screen, and turn on our choose screen. All right, so we're going to add a couple things in here specifically for each ship. So let's open up the ship's node. Let's select the ship 1, right click, add child node. Let's first start off adding a node 2D. And we're going to call this just point. This is going to be where the laser spawns in. Now let's use the move tool and just simply move it right above, about there. All right, now let's go ahead also, right click, add child node. Let's add a timer. And we're going to go ahead to inspector. We're going to set auto start on just like that. All right, now we're going to go ahead. We can create a simple script for this. Let's select it, add a script on the ship 1. Let's just call this ship UI. Make sure we're saving it in the scripts folder we have. Open, create. All right, now this is going to be a super simple script. All we're going to do is simply have a variable that's going to be an @export, and this is going to be the type of laser we want to use, which is again going to be a packed scene. Then we're going to have one simple function in here. That's going to be from our timer. So let's select the timer. Let's go to node, select timeout. Let's make sure we're connecting it to the ship 1 and hit connect. And all we're going to do in here is simply create a new variable. Call this new underscore laser. Simply equal that to our set laser dot instantiate. Then we need to tell it where we want it. I'm simply going to do an add child, and then of course set the new laser. Then all we got to do is set the position. So again, new laser dot global position, and we're simply going to equal that to our point global position. So take your point, drag and drop it in, do dot, and then global position, and that's it. Perfect. Let's go back to 2D view. Now we just need to add this for each other ship. So I'm going to go ahead, take that, Control D, drag and drop it into ship 2. And then I'm going to go ahead, change the name. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, add a timer. Make sure the auto start is on. Then we're going to go ahead, attach that script. You can locate it in your scripts folder. The ship UI, drag and drop it on. While we're here, we can also drag and drop it onto the ship 3. Then all we're going to need is another point. So I'm going to take that point, Control D, drag and drop it, remove the 2, then add the timer. Go ahead, connect it. Make sure you're connecting it to the correct one. We also have to do that same thing for the ship 2. And then of course, just make sure you have auto start for each one, which we do for that one. And now we do for this one. Let's save that. All right. Now, of course, we just need to drag and drop the correct laser types into each ship. So for ship 1, we need to drag and drop the laser 1. So let's find that in components. Drag and drop that into there. Ship 2, drag and drop laser 2. And then ship 3, drag and drop laser 3. Let's go ahead, save those changes real quick. Let's go ahead now and test this out. So what we can do is we can start from scratch. We can simply go ahead, close up, choose screen, turn that off, turn this one on here. Go ahead, start current scene, let that load. I'm gonna full screen this. So let's go ahead, let's locate the screen, hit play. There's our first laser, I like it. Shooting a little slow, we can adjust that. Let's try the tank. There we go, it's nice shooting those triple out. And then let's see zap. We could, of course, move it a little closer, but I think it looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and close out of there. Let's go back into our choose. Let's change up the timer. So for our ship 1, this one is gonna shoot really fast. So let's go ahead, make this like a 0.6. And then for our ship 2, I'm gonna make this a little longer. So let's go ahead to its timer, change this to a 1.2. And then for this one here, this one's gonna be the longest one. Let's do 1.5. Save that, close that up there. And then we need to readjust this a little bit for the point. So I'm gonna turn this one on here. Make sure we're viewing it from here though. This was for the third one. It was a little bit too close, so I'm gonna go down a bit and maybe to the left a bit. Save that. Let's turn off the ship. Let's turn off the screen. Let's go ahead, start current scene. There we go, looks a little nicer. Nice. And there we go. We could adjust it a little bit more to the right. Also, it looks like the laser's lasting a little too long. We can adjust that as well. Let's go back in there for number 3. Don't forget to turn it on. Move a little bit more to the right. There we go. Save that. Turn it back off. Then as for the actual wait time of the laser, just so it disappears, let's go into laser 3. Let's go ahead, make the wait time for this one. We want it to be less than the spawn time, so let's do something like 0.9. Save that. Let's go ahead. Let's go to main. Save what we got here again. Close out of there. Start current scene. Play. Nice. There we go. And then zap. Perfect. Looks great. Let's close that up. Let's close this up here. Zoom out a bit. Save what we got. And we're looking good. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the player node. We're gonna start off and discuss the plan for the player and then create a new node for them. We're then gonna go ahead and add each sprite needed for the player. We're then gonna ensure they have all the correct collision shapes, timers, animations, and sound effects. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is gonna represent the player visual and their functionality. Starting off here on the left, this is going to represent the movement of the player and also the direction they attack. Now when you hold down the mouse, we're going to have our player move towards that mouse. So whichever direction you are on the screen, the player will soon follow. When we're holding down the mouse as well, the player will be attacking at a forward motion. As for when the player is hit by an enemy, what we're going to do is simply have an animation play that flashes the player's sprite white and red. Now this animation will not play though when we hit an asteroid, which will result in an instant game over. When it's a game over, what we're going to want to do is simply play a simple explosion animation. Now this animation will only last a couple seconds, but once over, it'll go ahead and play the game over screen right in the middle. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating some of the nodes for our player. So what we're going to do here is create a new scene for this. So let's go up to our top left, Scene, New Scene. Let's do an Other node, and we're simply going to use a Character Body 2D. We can rename this as Player. Go ahead, save this now, and we're going to save this in our Components folder. Alright, now we just need to add a couple things, starting off with the actual node itself that's going to be visible, which is going to be our ships. So let's start off with the node 2D, rename this as Ships. Then inside of Ships, we're going to right click, add child node, simply add a sprite 2D. We're going to call this Ship 1. Now for Ship 1, let's go ahead, drag and drop the image we want to use. Let's go ahead, locate the ship in PNG. Now for Ship 1, I'm simply going to use Player Ship 2, drag and drop it. We're also going to change the size of this because as you can see, it's a little big for this screen. So I'm going to select it, go to the transform, and adjust the scale from 1 to 0.9. Now because they're linked, it's going to automatically change the Y value for you. If you ever want to unlink that, you can click there, but I'm going to keep it as is. Now let's go ahead and create the other ones. Let's select this one here, Control D. Let's go ahead, find the one we want to use, which is going to be the Player Ship 1. Let's drag and drop that in. Then let's go ahead, Control D. Make sure you select it. Let's go ahead, select the one we want to use for the Zap ship, which is going to be the Player Ship 3. Looks good. Now for now, I'm going to turn off the Ship 3 and the Ship 2. And what we're going to do is we're going to move on to the next one, which is going to be the Boom script. So let's go ahead, right click, Boom, which is going to be a node 2D. Then we need to give it a sprite. Before then, we could just call this Boom. Right click, Sprite 2D. Now for this, we just want to use the simple explosion image. So if we go ahead and look for the effects, you're going to see some nice little explosions. I'm going to use this one here, the Star 3, drag and drop it in. Then we're going to make it just as big as the ship. So let's go to that transform, increase the scale to, let's see what 3 looks like. You could even do 4 if you want to. I'm also going to go ahead and change the color. So you can go to visibility, select modulate, and we're just going to make this a nice orange. Looks good. Now if you want to make it more clear, you can go ahead, adjust the texture from inherit to nearest. And you can also do that same thing for the ships, but I'm going to keep them as is. All right, for now, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to make the Boom invisible. Or better yet, we can just make the Sprite 2D invisible. All right. Next node, we're going to go ahead. We're going to add our actual collision shape. So this is kind of going to be like the body for our player because we need to give it a body so it can't go through the outer walls of the map. So let's right click, add child node. We're going to search for that collision shape 2D. Let's give it a nice circle. Let's go ahead and just simply use our pointer tool and stretch it out to surround the player. There we go. So this is the actual body of the player. This will be the thing that can't go through those static body 2Ds that we added in the main, as you can see right here. Let's go back to the player. All right, next up, we have our collision shape. Let's add an area 2D. This is going to be kind of like its hitbox. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, area 2D. Then we're going to go ahead again. Let's take our collision shape 2D, Control D, and drag and drop it into area 2D. Now before we adjust this, We have to make sure it's unique because if we change it now, it's going to affect the other one. So let's right click on the shape circle. Make sure to select Make Unique. I also like to make this one a different color, just so we can tell which one is the body and which one is the Area 2D. Now what we want to do is simply just stretch this out a little bit further. Or of course, if you wanted to, you could go ahead and shrink the collision shaped body, but keep this one as is. But make sure it's just poking out just a bit from the body. All right. Next up, we're going to have the actual firing point. That's going to be where the laser is going to spawn in. So let's close that there. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node. And we're simply going to go ahead and add a node 2D. We're going to call this point. And again, this is the laser shooting point. Let's go ahead and just move this where we want that to be. We might adjust it later, but for now I'm just going to put it right in front of the spaceship. Now one more thing we could add that we forgot to do is we need to be able to tell the enemy ships and asteroids what this is. And we can do that very easily by adding a group to that Area 2D hitbox. So make sure you select it, go to Node, Groups, and we're simply just going to add one called Player, all lowercase. And there we go. So now, in other scripts in the future, we can tell what exactly is going to hit them by using this player tag group. All right. It's good there. Now we can go ahead and add a couple timers. Let's right click, add child node. Let's add our first timer. This one's going to be our timer to shoot. So to shoot. And let's double check the settings we need. I'm just going to go ahead, select it, go to Inspector, keep the wait time at 1, but we're going to go ahead and do auto start. All right, we're also going to do one shot. Let's go ahead, save those changes. Let's go ahead and create the next one. Let's right click, add child node, another timer. Now this one's going to be our power-up timer. Because we don't want to have infinite power-ups, we want it to go away after a while. We need to have a countdown timer for that. So let's call this power up. Now this one is not going to be auto start, but we are going to make this a one shot. And for testing purposes, I think I'm going to go ahead and just make this 3 seconds long. Or better yet, let's even do 5 seconds. Eventually we'll attach signals to these, but for now we'll leave it as is. All right, now we just need some animation players. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node. And we're going to go ahead, add our first animation player. Now this one here, this one's going to be our animation player for the boom effect. And we'll add that in just a bit. We're also going to go ahead, create another one. This one's going to be our power-up effect, which we're simply going to go ahead and just make our player flash when powering up. Then we're also going to have one more for the player hurting. So we'll go ahead, call this one animation player hurt. Now there's a reason why we're adding multiple instead of just putting them all in one, and that's because certain things are going to overlap on top of each other. But you'll see that in just a bit. Now last thing we need to add is the sound effects node, so we can go ahead, right click, add child node, look for sound. If we go ahead, we should be able to find that. Might be called noise instead of sound. Let me double check the name. It's going to be called audio. There we go. Audio stream player 2D. And we can go ahead and simply just drag and drop the sounds we want to use. This first one here though is going to be called the audio stream player 2D, and we'll just do this as the laser. So when we shoot a laser, it'll make this sound. Let's go ahead and locate the one we want to use. There's going to be some in the bonus, a couple different sound effects. I'm going to use the sound effect laser 2, so I'm going to drag and drop that right into there. Let's go ahead and create another one. Right click, add child node. Now this one here, this is going to be when the player is hit by something. So we're going to go ahead, just put the word hit at the end. And this one, let's go ahead and just call this one shield down. Drag and drop into there. Looks good. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to have the game over sound now. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node. Change the name to game over. And then we're simply going to go ahead and use the lose sound. Take that, drag and drop it. And there we go. Let's see what we got so far. All right, let's create those animations now. So we're going to start off with the boom animation. To visualize this a little better, let's go ahead and make the ship invisible that we have on. Now for the boom animation, we're going to have two. We're going to start off with the idle one, which is of course not doing the boom. And what we're going to do here is of course give it the name idle, and then we just need to save what we want for that. So specifically what we're going to do is select the sprite 2D, and we're going to go ahead and make sure that the visibility is off. So it's currently already off, but we need to save that value just like that. And that's it. Super easy. But now let's go ahead and make the actual boom animation. Let's call this boom. Now for boom, of course, the first thing we want to do is make this active. So turn that on, make a new key for that, and there we go. Now we're going to go ahead and go to the 0.2 second range. And what we're going to do is simply change this to the other boom animation we want to use. So if we go ahead, go to the effects, scroll down to the stars again, we're going to use this one here, the star 2. Simply go ahead, or even before we do that actually, we need to save the texture. So go back to 0 real quick, save the set texture, this key here, hit create, then go ahead to 2. Now we're going to go ahead, simply drag and drop the star 2 right here, save that key, and then we can end this whole animation on 0.4, just like that. Now at the end of this though, what we want to do of course is turn off the visibility. So let's go ahead, select the sprite 2D, turn off the visibility here, and save that key value. So when this plays, all it's going to do is flash just like that. Now if you want to go ahead though, and make it a little faster, we could do that as well. I know we're at 0.2, but we could go ahead and do 1.5 just to make it a little bit faster. Simply just drag that over on there. There we go. And then we'll go ahead, go to the end point that we want, such as 3. Drag the invisibility, and then go ahead, end the whole thing at 3. And there you go, it'll be a little faster now, which is great. So we back up, hit play, it'll go ahead and show that as the little explosion. Perfect. All right, let's do the next one now. So let's turn this one default set to idle. Let's go ahead, select the animation power up. And as mentioned before, all we're gonna do is kind of have the player flashing, and I think it would be nice to make them flash in like a blue way. So let's create an animation. First one's going to be idle. And what we're going to do here, so they all flash, we're going to select the main ship's node. And we're going to go ahead. What we're going to do is we're going to go to, let's do visibility. For the modulate, we're going to go ahead and just simply save it as it is right there. Hit create. Now we're going to go ahead, do new. And we're simply going to go ahead and call this power. For the power up, we're going to make this flash blue and white. So let's go ahead and make it blue. Let's do a pretty light one. We could even go all the way over. We're going to go ahead, save that. To visualize it a little better, we can turn on one of the ships. But we're going to make this kind of flash. So let's go ahead. Let's set this one to, let's do like 0.2. Make this now back to white. Save that value. Then let's go to 0.4. And we're going to go ahead, change this now back to the blue we had it set. Save that value. Then we just need to end it at 0.4, so make sure to go over here, 0.4. And then we're going to make this loop simply by activating the loop on the right. And there we go. So there's our player. That's going to showcase that they have a power up. Let's go ahead and set the default back to idle. Let's do the final one now. This is going to be the animation player hurt. It's going to be very similar. Let's do animation, new. Let's call this idle. For idle, what we're going to do, select ships, same thing. Keep the set one here. Let's go ahead and create hurting now, or just hurt for short. Now for hurt, what we're going to do is kind of the same thing. We're going to change that modulate color to a red. Save that value. Then we'll do something like 0.2. Change it back to white. Save that value. We'll go to 4. Change it back to red. Save that value. And then go ahead, go to 6. Then change that to white. Now this one's going to be a little longer because it's not going to be looping, but we just wanted to make sure that it flashes. So go ahead, set this to 0.6. Go ahead, hit play, and that's going to happen when we're hit by something. But it looks good overall. I like it. All right, let's go ahead, set this back to idle. We can close out of the animation, zoom out a bit, close everything up, save what you got. Looking good. In this section, we're going to create the player's script. We're going to start off creating a new script for the main player node. We're then going to ensure the player's sprite is set on the game start and also follows the mouse as expected. We're then going to add all the expected functions needed to make the player animate and attack enemies. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started with this script. So we're going to go ahead, select the main node of the player. We are going to add a new script here. We have to make sure we're saving it in the correct location. Let's go ahead, make sure you're in the scripts folder. Open, hit create. All right, so now we're going to start off with a couple different variables. First variable is going to be an @export. This is going to be a variable for speed. And we're going to set the default value to 800.0. Then we're going to create another @export variable. We're going to call this stopping _ distance. Now we need this value because we have to have kind of like a minimum amount of distance in between the player and the mouse, or we're going to get like a glitching motion. All right. We'll set this to 0.0 for now. Then we're going to go ahead, create another @export variable. And this is just simply going to be our health, which I'm going to set the default value to 3. Then we're going to have another variable. This is going to be called destroyed. This is just going to keep track of whether our ship is destroyed or not. On start though, we always want it to equal false. We're also going to have a variable representing each type of laser we can use. So we're going to have a laser _ 1. And we're going to equal this to something called a preload. Now a preload is kind of like a preloaded scene. And we know, of course, we have laser 1, 2, and 3. So then if you type in the name, you should see the laser _ 1. Make sure it has that .tsc in there, just like that. So now we just need one for each. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. I'm going to paste it below. Just like that, 2 more times. Let's do laser 2. Go ahead, change this to laser 2. Get rid of that extra part it added. Let's do laser 3. Go ahead, change it here. Perfect. Let's get rid of that. All right, a couple more variables. We're going to create another variable. We're going to call this can _ shoot, and by start, it's going to equal true. We're also going to have one more variable. We're going to call this power _ up _ boost. And we're going to set the default of this equaling it to 0, because once we run into our power up, we can go ahead and change this number. But on default, we don't want to have power up, so we'll leave it at 0. Save what you got so far. All right, let's continue on to our first function. So the first function we're going to create is going to be our ready function, which we know is everything that's going to happen on start of the game. So what we're going to do function underscore ready. All right, now in here, all we're going to set is two different animations. We need to set one for the boom and also for the power, just forcing the idle animation. So let's take those. Animation boom, do a dot play, and go ahead, play the idle. Same thing for the other one. Let's go ahead. For the power up, drag and drop, dot play, simply play the idle. And honestly, we can do the same thing for the other one, which is the hurt one. It'll automatically not play, but just to be sure, let's do each one. And there we go. Simple, just like that. All right, that's going to be everything for our ready function. Let's move on to the next one. This is going to be our process function, so everything that we want to happen continuously throughout when the game is played. So go ahead, underscore process. Now the first thing we need to do is make sure the game is on, and we also have some health / we're not destroyed. So let's go ahead, say if global dot game on equals true, and global dot, we'll say game over equals false. If both those are the case, then we can go ahead and run a function we're going to create called turn underscore on underscore ship underscore body. Now we need to have a separate function for this because of course we have 3 different ships we can choose from. So we're going to have a specific function that turns each one on depending on which player we picked. So by default, we should have each one of these turned off. Let's go ahead and continue though on this function. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to make our actual player visible. So we'll do visible and then simply equal that to true. Now by default, we shouldn't have this as visible. So you can either turn it off from here, or if you wanted to, you could set this visible to false in the ready. I'm just going to go ahead and make the player false just like this for now instead. All right, now we of course need the actual ability for the player to move around. So let's do that with a simple if. Say if capital I input dot is action pressed. And then we're going to look for specifically the left click. Now, if left click does not exist for you, that means that we never set it in the original settings for inputs. We can simply do that by simply going ahead to project settings. Once project settings opens up, then we can go ahead and go to the input map and create a new input for this. And again, we're going to do left underscore click. Go ahead, hit add. Then you just need to tell it which input initiates that. So we will go ahead, plus, and we will look for the mouse button, left mouse button. Hit OK, and there we are. And again, this is how you could do it for any other key as well. But for this game, all we really need is that left mouse button click. Let's close that there. Let's go ahead, try to find that again. Double quotes, left click, and there we go. All right, so if our left click is hit, that means we want the player to, of course, follow the mouse and start the shooting. So we're going to go ahead and create a new variable in here, call it mouse underscore position, and simply go ahead and just equal that to our get underscore global mouse position. Now that will get the exact X and Y position of the mouse wherever it is on the screen. So once we have that though, then we can go ahead, we'll create another variable and call this distance underscore to underscore mouse. And we're going to go ahead and simply equal that to global position, which is our X and Y position of the player, dot distance to, and then we're going to go ahead and do mouse position. Now, why do we need this? Well, this was specifically for, of course, giving us a little buffer range, because like I said, if we have the player move exactly where the mouse is, it's never going to exactly be there, causing it to flicker. This will solve that problem for us. Let's go ahead though, continue on with this function. We're going to say if, and we're going to say if our distance to mouse is greater than, and we'll say stopping distance. Then we'll go ahead, create a new variable in there, call it direction. Simply equal it to parentheses set mouse position minus global position, and then we'll do a dot normalize. Now dot normalize just helps us kind of like round it up to a number we can actually use. So now that we have our new direction, then we can go ahead and simply set our velocity. Now our velocity will go ahead and equal the direction times delta. Or actually, better yet, we'll just times it by speed. If we wanted to times by delta, that would help it with the frame rate, but for this type of game, we're not really going to need that. So you can keep it just as direction times the speed that we have set. Now let's say though that is not the case. If our distance to mouse is not greater than our stopping distance, then what we want to do is simply set our velocity dot, or not dot, we'll do a velocity equals a vector2 dot 0, meaning if we are too close to the mouse, we don't want the ship to move at all. So we're forcing it to stop with a vector2 of 0. Now beyond this point, we need to initiate the actual movement. Let me add some enters here so we can see it a little better. So right over here on this line, we're going to simply initiate our move and slide, because now that we have our calculated velocity for our character body, we need to initiate that movement onto the game. Now we're also going to add one more thing here. That's going to be the shooting, which we will simply say if can shoot equals true. Then we're going to run a function that we're going to create called shoot underscore laser. All right. Now outside of this is going to be on the same line as our original if statement. We need something for the health, so we're going to say if our health, let's say, is less than or equal to 0, and our destroyed variable equals false, then we're simply going to go ahead. We're going to set our global dot game over equal that to true. We're also going to go ahead, freeze our position by equaling speed to 0. And then we're also going to go ahead, turn off the ship. So take that ship node, or ships node, do a dot visible, and simply equal that to false. And then we're going to go ahead, play the boom animation. So take the boom, drag and drop it, do a dot play, and simply make boom active. All right. Then we're going to go ahead. We need to make the actual next one active, so we're going to have to go ahead. Let's do a destroyed and equal this to true. Now again, this destroyed variable is just because we don't want this to run over and over again. We only want this to run one time. So by having this here, it means it will only go once and not be able to continue. But that's going to be it. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's save this function. All right, let's continue on to our next function. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to create our turn on ship body function. That's the one erroring out right here. So we can take that name. Let's go ahead. Let's get out of this one, go all the way from the beginning. Do a function, paste that name. All right. So in this function, what we want to do is, of course, make whichever ship active based on the one we've selected in the choose section page. So let's go ahead and say if global dot chosen ship double equals 1. Then we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to open up ships, drag and drop ship 1, and do a dot visible and equal that to true. Now we need to do the other ones, so let's go ahead, take that whole statement. I'm going to go ahead, paste this in twice below. Now let's do 2 for this one. And then of course we're just going to make the ship 2 true. Make sure it's 2, and then this one below it, do 3. And then of course the path is also going to be 3. And make sure these paths match up exactly with these ones here, or you're going to have an issue. But that's going to be it for that function. You should no longer have the error, and you should be set there. Let's go ahead and move on. Now we're going to have the actual shoot laser function. So let's go ahead, function, shoot underscore laser, parentheses set, colon. All right, now inside of it, what we have to tell it first is to initiate a new variable called new underscore laser. We also have to specify which laser based on the selected ship. So we're going to go ahead, do the same thing, if global dot chosen ship equals 1. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to set our new laser equal to laser 1 dot instantiate. That'll bring it into the world. Then we need to go ahead and do an add sibling. So we can do add sibling here. The reason we're doing add sibling is because we don't want this specific laser to be attached to the player. We want it to move kind of in its own world. If we did an add child, it would be inside the player and move with the player. But if we do add sibling, it'll be next to the player, which is great because we don't want to control that location. So let's go ahead, add new laser inside of there. Then we need to specify the position. And you know what? We could do that afterwards because they're all going to start in the same position. But what we could do is, of course, start the timer. So let's take that timer to shoot, drag and drop it into there. We're going to do dot wait time. And that wait time is correlating, if you select it, you'll see it, to this here. And for this ship, it's going to shoot a little faster. So we're going to go ahead, give it a default of 0.5. But because we possibly might have our power up, we're going to reduce that by power up boost. So if we have the power up, it'll of course make the bullet fire even faster. All right, let's do the second ship. Let's go ahead, copy this whole thing. Let's go ahead, paste it right below. This will be for the second one. Now this is going to be pretty similar. We are though going to go ahead, change the type of laser. This is laser type 2. Go ahead, add that in there. But we are going to change the default because this one's going to take a little longer. We're going to go ahead and make this 0.8, but everything else can stay the same. Because again, this is still going to be an add sibling. And of course, we'll minus the power up boost. Let's do the final laser. Let's copy that whole thing. Paste it in. Let's go ahead, make this equal 3. Then of course spawn in the laser type 3. But if you remember, this one is not going to work exactly the same. We want this one to follow with the player. So instead of add sibling, like I said earlier, we're going to do add child this time because we want it to follow the ship. Now this is going to be the longest laser wait time, so we'll do 1.5 for the default. And then of course minus any power up boost we need. All right, now we can go ahead and specify the starting location. So go back a line. We're going to go ahead, do new laser dot global position equals, and now we just need to grab the point, which is the firing point, dot global position. Then we're going to go ahead, set can shoot, and simply equal that to false. We're also going to go ahead, we're going to play the sound it makes when it shoots a laser. So let's locate the sound. This one right here, drag and drop. And then we're going to do a dot play. We're also going to go ahead, we're going to get our timer to shoot and start that as well, because we want to go ahead and time exactly when we can shoot again. Go ahead, do play. Or not play, start for the timer. Play is only for the animations and of course the sounds. And that reminds me, we forgot to add one more sound in. Back in the process function for the game over, we never added the game over sound. So go ahead, right above the boom, take that game over, drag and drop it in. simply do the dot play just like we did with the laser. Perfect. Scroll back down, save what you got, and we're looking good there. Let's wrap this script up with a couple more functions. We're going to go ahead now and we're going to create our area entered function. This is when we actually get hit by something. So let's go ahead and remove these extra spaces here. We can connect the Area 2D signal. So go ahead, select Area 2D, go to Node, go to Signals, and then simply select the area entered. Make sure it's connecting to the script. And here we go. So this function specifically is going to be for when another Area 2D enters this Area 2D. So of course, we need to find out which one it is, which we can simply do with an if. And we're going to say area dot is underscore in underscore group. Now we're looking for a specific group name tag called enemy. This is what we're going to attach to each enemy type ship. Now when this happens though, we're going to go ahead. First thing we're going to do is play the hurt animation. So let's go ahead, drag and drop that in. Do a dot play, hurt. We're then going to, of course, minus some health. So take our health, do a minus equals 1. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to say if our health, and we're going to say is greater than or equal to 1. If that's the case, we're going to go ahead, play our specific sound for getting hit. Now the reason we're doing this is so they don't overlap with the game over sound. This is just a nice little safety net. Then, last thing we're going to do in this if statement, we're going to go ahead and start our power up timer, okay? So we're going to go ahead, we're going to find the power up timer, which we don't have yet connected. If you want to connect it, you can, just simply select it, go to timeout, connect it to the script, and then we're simply going to just run this. Reason being is we don't want to have our power up active. If we get hit, it's going to cancel it out. So go ahead, add that there. Perfect. Now we can do the actual power up. So I'm going to take, again, our if statement for is in group. I'm going to go ahead, paste it on the same line as the original one. And we're going to look for specifically lowercase power, capital U up. Now if we run into that power up, then we're going to go ahead. We're going to remove the power up from the world by doing an area dot get underscore parent. And the reason we're doing a get parent is because the area 2D we're hitting is a child of the main node. So sort of like how this is, and there's the main node. If we want to get rid of everything in the main node, we have to get rid of the actual parent node. So we're going to go ahead, do get parent. We're going to do a dot q underscore free parentheses. That will go ahead and remove the power up so we can only collect it one time. We're then going to go ahead and set our power up boost, simply just something small like 0.4. We're also going to go ahead, play our power up animation. So we're going to go ahead, take our power up, drag and drop it, do a dot play, and do the power. We're also going to go ahead, start the power up timer. So take power up timer, drag and drop it, and do a dot start. Now this power up timer, we're going to go ahead and we're going to set it. Let's specifically set it to something like, I think 5 seconds. If we already didn't do it, which we already did, that's fine. If you want to adjust that, you can, but 5 seconds should be good. Make sure it has that one shot on as well. All right, and that's going to be our area 2D. Now, specifically for this timeout, what we're going to do here is just turn off the power up. To do that, we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to do power up. And we'll do power up boost, equaling it to 0, which we'll go ahead and turn it off. We're also going to go ahead though and play the power up idle animation. So take the power up, drag and drop it, do a dot play, and then do the idle. Now we just need our last function, which is our timer shoot. Select it, node, timeout, connect it, And all we're going to do in here is simply set that can shoot, equaling it to true. And there we go. We should be all set. Let's save everything we got here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. All right, let's go ahead and test some things out. Let's go ahead, select our main scene. Let's drag and drop our new player. So scrolling down to your yellow folder for components, locate the player.tscn, drag and drop it onto main. Go ahead and make it visible for a second. We just want to move this right on over here underneath the play button. I'm going to make it invisible again. Let's save what we got. Let's go ahead, start current scene, let that load. All right, hit play. Select which ship you want to use. I'm going to use the tank. Hit choose. Let's make sure the player can follow the mouse. Perfect. Now if you want to adjust the distance, you can. Let's mute this for a second. But it looks like everything's working pretty well. Let's make sure we can't go across the borders, which we can't. Nice. All right, let's close out of there. Let's adjust that distance so we get less glitchiness. Select the player here. I set my stopping distance to 10. We might need to increase that to something like 15. Let's save what we got again. Let's go back to main. Let's go ahead, start current scene. Let that load, hit play. Go to ace this time. And there we go. Looks like it's not as glitchy, which I like it. Overall, looks really well. Let's close out of there. Close up the output. Close up our folders. Let's save what we got. And we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the enemy node. We're going to start off and discuss the enemy types. Then, we're going to create a new node for the basic enemy ship. We're then going to ensure the enemy node has a sprite and a collision shape for the hitbox. We're also going to add two animations, one for getting hurt and the other for the boom effect. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to represent each enemy node we're going to create. Starting off here on the left, this is going to represent our basic enemy node. Now the basic enemy node is going to be the fastest node. It's going to move at a downward motion towards the player. It's also going to be able to only be hit by one laser before destroying itself. Now the middle one is going to be representing our strong enemy ship. Now this enemy is going to move in the same direction, but slower than the basic type. It's also, though, going to be able to be hit by 3 lasers before destroying itself. The last enemy node we're going to create is going to be the asteroid node. Now this node is going to move slow also, but unlike the other 2 ships, it won't be able to be destroyed by any amount of laser attacks. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with our first enemy. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to make a new scene for this. Let's go to Scene, New Scene, Other Node, and then just like we did with the player, we're going to use a character body 2D. Let's rename this. I'm going to call this enemy underscore 1, which is going to be our basic ship. Let's save that real quick. Let's put this inside our components folder. And there we go. All right, let's give it a sprite. Right click, add child node, sprite 2D. Then we can choose the sprite we want to use. We just got to make sure we match it to the same one as the player, which if you remember the sizing of it, we did change our X and Y to 0.9. Make sure it's set for both. Then we can go ahead in our art, can you space shooter, locate the sprite you want to use. I'm simply going to use the one in PNG. I'm going to use just one of the basic player ships. I'm going to take that, drag and drop the red one in. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to rotate this towards down because that's the direction it's going to eventually move. So I'm going to go ahead, take the rotation and do 180. Nice. All right, now we need to go ahead and we need to give it the boom node. Let's right click, add child node. We're going to simply go ahead, add a node 2D for this. Let's go ahead, let's call this boom. Then for boom, we're going to go ahead, same thing, add a sprite 2D in there. We're going to give it the starting sprite 2D. If you remember, we're using the stars, just like we did for the player. Let's go ahead and just use star 3, drag and drop that in. Then we can match that up with the same size and color. So we can go ahead, select the player. Let's locate the boom. The size was 4. And then for the color and modulate, we can select it and just save that hex value. So let's go ahead, copy that, go back to enemy 1. Let's go ahead, change the scale to 4 for each. And then go ahead to visibility, change the modulate to match up with the value we just copied. There's that nice orange. Let's for now make this invisible. We don't want to see that. All right, now we just need to add our area 2D. Let's right click, add child node, area 2D. We also have to give this a group tag because this is going to be the thing that goes into the player. And if you remember what we did in the script, we said we're looking for that enemy tag. So we're selecting it, go to node, groups, add a new one, and all lowercase, enemy. Then we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node, collision shape, inspector, and then go ahead, just give it a nice circle, kind of just wrapping around it. Now we're not going to give this one a collision shape. That's why we're getting this little warning here. It's looking for that. And this is because we want this enemy to basically go through those static bodies we have in main. All right. The only thing we really care about is if it runs into the player. Now when we go, of course, we're going to spawn it above here and then, of course, delete it somewhere below if it doesn't get defeated by the player. But we don't need a collision shape to do that. We just need an area 2D. So now that we have that there, we can go ahead and add the 2 animations. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, animation player. We're going to call this one just boom, just like we did with the player one. We can add it here. It's real simple. Just use animation, new, and the first one will be called idle. And for idle, all we're going to do is just make our sprite 2D invisible like it is currently. So go ahead, save that as off, just like that. Let's do the hurt now, or hurting. Either one's fine. Let's go ahead now and make this active. So I'm going to go ahead, turn this on, save that value. Let's do like 0.2. And I'm going to go ahead, change the texture. But remember, once we change it though, we have to save that as well. Currently, we only have the visibility saved. So let's save the set texture. Go back to 0.2. Change the texture. Save that as well. And then once we get to 4, we'll go ahead and we're simply going to just make it invisible again, just like that. And then we're going to end the whole thing at 0.4. Now, if you want to make this faster, you totally can, but I'm just going to keep it nice and simple like that for now. Perfect. All right, let's do the next one. Right click, add child node, animation player. This is going to be the hurting one, and we're going to do it just like we did with the player. That's just going to flash the ship red. So what we're going to do, animation, new, we'll do idle. Now for idle, we're not going to change anything. We're simply going to select our sprite 2D, and we're going to go ahead, and we're going to just save the modulate color as is. Then we're going to create the hurting one. So hurting. For hurting, just like we did with the player, we're going to flash it red. So let's go ahead, change the modulate for our sprite 2D. Just move that on over to red. Then go to 0.2. Let's change that back to white. Save that value. Then move it on over to 4. Let's go back to red like we were at. And then let's go ahead to 0.6 and go back to what it was right here. Save that value and then end the whole thing at 0.6. and we should be set. Looks good. All right, last thing we need to add is going to be the sound it makes when it gets destroyed. Now that's up to you which one you want to use. I'm going to add the node for it though first, which is going to be the audio stream player 2D. Now we just need to drag and drop the sound. Let's go ahead, locate one of the sounds. I found the best one that works really well is just the laser 1 sound, because we're currently using the laser 2 for the shooting, but this will be better, I think, just because it has a little spark sound, which I like. And there we go. All right, let's save what we got, close everything out, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the enemy script. We're going to start off and create a new script for the enemy node. We're then going to give the enemy a downward motion towards the player. We're also going to ensure the enemy can be destroyed when hit by a laser. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started creating the enemy script. Now this script we're going to reuse for each type of enemy node. So let's go ahead and select our main node for the enemy, add the script. Let's remove that last part, _1, because we're going to reuse this. I'm going to go ahead now, save this in the correct location. We're going to save this in our scripts folder. Open, create. All right, we're going to add some variables here starting off. We're going to do an @export. We're going to call this variable health. And we're going to set the default health to 1. We're also going to create another @export right below it. We're going to call this speed. And we're going to set the default value simply to 100.0. We're then going to go ahead, create another @export variable. This is going to be called type, and this will be used to help determine which enemy this is. And we're just going to simply equal this to double quotes, ship. Now we're also going to create one more variable. We're going to call this destroyed. And we're going to simply always equal this to false starting off. Now one function we can create real quick is going to be our function _ready. And all we're going to have in here is setting the default animations, which we can go ahead, drag and drop each one, and do a .play, and set idle. Let's do it for the other one also. Take it, drag and drop, .play, idle. Go ahead, save what you got. All right, let's continue on. Next function we're going to create, this is going to be our process function, so a function that continuously updates throughout the game running. Let's go ahead, do function _process. And then we're going to go ahead, first thing we're going to do is a simple if global dot game on, and we want to make sure that that is on, and we're going to go ahead, do another global dot, and we'll do game over if that equals false. Then inside of there, we're going to go ahead, we're simply going to set our velocity equal to vector2. Within vector2, we're going to pass in the variables such as 0, 1, which is going to give it that motion downward on the screen. Now we also need to times that by our set speed, just like that. Next up, we're going to go ahead and initiate our move and slide to give it the velocity movement. Outside of that if statement, we're going to do another one. This time we're going to say health is less than or equal to 0, and destroyed double equals false. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead. We're simply going to set destroyed now equal to true, so this only runs one time. We're also going to go ahead, set our global dot score plus equals 1, and then we're going to run a function that we're going to create called destroy. All right, let's go ahead and create that destroy function real quick. I'm going to copy the name, leave the process function, do a function destroy, Now in this function, what we want to do is of course freeze the position, so equals speed to 0 now. We're also going to go ahead, say if our type equals ship. Then we're going to go ahead. We're simply going to turn off our main sprite image, do a dot visible, and simply equal that now to false. Next up, we're going to go ahead, play the animation. So drag and drop that boom animation, do a dot play, and set hurting. Then we're going to go ahead, make sure that is correct. I think we might have named it the opposite. Hurting though, yep, that's fine. And that one's hurting also, but no worries, we'll keep it as is. So we have our animation playing. Then we're going to go ahead. We're simply going to go ahead and make the sound. So drag and drop the audio player, do a dot play. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to do an await. And we're going to wait for the animation to finish, which we can do that simply by dragging and dropping that in there. Do a dot finished, animation finished. All right, just like that. Then once the animation's over, we're simply going to go ahead and just cue free the entire node just like that. Looks great. Now we can go ahead and we're going to go ahead and do our area entered now. So select our area 2D, go to the node of that, go to signals and select area entered, connect it to the enemy 1. In here we're going to add a couple things. Let me add some enters to make some space. All right, so first thing we're going to check is see if we are running into the player. So we're going to say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. If that's the case, we're looking for player. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to minus our health. Or you know what, better yet, if we run into the player, what we want to do is just instantly destroy the ship. So we can do that simply by minusing health. Minus equals 3. And we're doing 3 because the max amount of health a ship has is always going to be 3. And even if we're in the negatives, it's still going to go ahead and destroy the ship. But if you remember, we don't want to destroy anything if it's not the actual one, meaning we don't want to, of course, destroy it if it's a meteor. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to say if type, we're going to say equals, double quotes, meteor. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to do our area dot, we're going to do get parent, which is going to be the main node of the player. And then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to do a dot minus health. And let's just do a huge number because we want to instantly crash the ship. So we'll do like 100. Then we're going to go ahead and we can do the actual laser now. So let's do simply over here. Let's go ahead and do an if. We're going to say if, and we'll do area dot is underscore in underscore group. And this time we're looking for that laser. So if the laser hits us, we're simply going to go ahead. Now we can do something like health minus equals 1. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to say if our type equals, and let's just say ship. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead. Actually, on top of that, we're also going to go ahead and say and our health is greater than equal. We'll say, yeah, greater than, or we'll just say greater than 0. We're going to go ahead and we're going to run our hurt animation. So let's go ahead and let's drag and drop the hurting dot play, set hurting. Then we're going to go ahead, do another if inside of here and say if our area And we're going to do dot get underscore parent, parentheses set, dot laser. And we're going to say underscore type. If that does not equal type 3, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our area dot get underscore parent. And then we're going to go ahead, simply do again our Q free. And we'll go Q underscore free, parentheses set. Awesome. All right, looks good there. Now the reason we're doing this is because of course we want to get rid of those lasers if they hit something, which we need to do for the laser 3 because it's shooting out multiple ones, and even if one of them gets hit, such as the center one, we don't want them both to disappear, so we need to individually do that with this code here. Overall though, that looks good. Let's go ahead and get rid of these spaces. Let's do one more simple function, and we're going to need a new node for this. This is kind of going to be like the timeout for the actual node. So let's go ahead, add child node. Let's do a timer, and this is going to be the life timer. Let's go ahead, select timeout, connect it to the enemy 1. Before we do that, we can go to the inspector. Let's change the wait time to 5 seconds. And I'm going to go ahead, make this one shot, auto start. And all we're going to do here is we're simply going to go ahead and we're just going to queue free the current node. Now this will help overall prevent lagging, because if we have too many ships and asteroids in the game, it might lag the game overall. So it's good to have a little timer to get rid of them so they don't build up. Let's save what we got here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead though and set each animation to the beginning one. Let's set the Muth to idle. And we're looking good. Let's close everything out, save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're going to create all the other enemies. We're going to start off creating a new node for the other ship, the power-up, and the meteor. We're then going to ensure to set each export variable correctly. Then we're going to test each enemy type. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and create every other type of enemy. So we currently have the enemy 1 here, which we can leave perfectly fine. Let's go ahead into our components folder, find that enemy1.tscn. Go ahead, right click it, duplicate. Then we can call this enemy 2. This will be for our stronger ship. So let's do enemy 2 right there. Let's open that up. Let's go ahead, change the main node so we can make it look different than the original one. Let's locate another red ship. I'm going to do this one here, player ship 1. Let's drag and drop that onto the sprite 2D. Oops, make sure you're adding on the correct sprite 2D. That's going to be this one here. Drag and drop it. Nice. All right. And you can double check the animations still work by selecting. Make sure we have it set. Should flash it red. Looks good there. Let's test the other one. And looks good there. Nice. Let's set everything back to idle. All right, let's go ahead, select the main node here. Now for this ship, we need to adjust it. This one's going to be a little slower than the other one. So I'm going to go ahead, let's make this one 70. We might adjust this later. And let's make the health for this one set to 3. Now this is also a type ship, so we can leave that the same. Let's go ahead now, save that real quick. Let's scroll back down to our components folder. Go ahead, select the enemy 1 again, right click, duplicate it. Let's go ahead, change the name. I'm going to do meteor. Let's go ahead, open up the meteor. Let's go ahead now and change the main sprite 2D to the meteor sprite. We should have some in here, the meteors. I'm just going to use the first one right here. Drag and drop it on the sprite 2D. All right. I'm also going to go ahead, select the enemy name right here, change that though. We want to call this Meteor. Now for the health for the Meteor, we need to put it at something that it won't ever be defeated, like 100. So let's set it to 100 there. And this will also match the speed of enemy 2. So let's change that to 80. Let's go ahead, save those changes. Don't forget we also need to change the type to Meteor as well, because the script is going to prevent the hurting animation if we do this. Make sure it's spelled correctly from the script. Let's save that change. Now one thing I think we forgot to do is we never changed the main node name for enemy 2. Let's go ahead and do that real quick so we don't forget. Save that. All right, now we just need one more, which is going to be the power-up. Now I know it's necessarily not an enemy, but it's going to have the same functionality and the same script attached. So let's go ahead, locate our enemy 1 again in our components folder. Right-click, duplicate it. Just call this power-up. Go ahead, open up the power-up. Change the main node name to power-up. Let's change the sprite 2D. We can locate the power-ups. Might be in, yep, power-ups right here. I'm going to use the yellow lightning bolt, drag and drop it in. I'm also going to rotate this back just because I think it looks a little funny like this. Let's transform, send that to 0. And then we also have to increase the size of this one. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's make this something like 2. That might be a little too big. Let's do 1.5. That looks good to me. If you want to make it a little bit more clear, you can go ahead to texture and set the filter to nearest. Now, for this one, we want this one to be very fast. So let's go ahead and change the speed to 150. Now, because this is necessarily not an enemy, we want to go ahead and we need to change this to match up with what we want. Now, if you remember, if we go back to our player, go into the player's script, go ahead, locate it. This is the actual group for the power-up. So we need to make sure we name it exactly the same as this. So let's copy that name. Let's go back to our power-up. Now on its area 2D, it currently has the enemy set. If you go to groups, we need to change that so we can turn that one off, add a new one, paste in that name we have from our player's script, and hit OK. All right, let's save that real quick. Close this up here. Now we might adjust the speeds for some things, but let's go ahead and set up everything for testing in the main script. All right, let's test them out now. So to test them out, we'll simply just drag and drop each one into here and just have them as a default enemy. Before we do that though, if we don't change one thing, they are going to disappear halfway down the screen. We're going to have to go to the actual script for the enemies, and that simply is going to be our cue-free timer. Now, they're set to timeout after 5 seconds, which is fine when we create the actual game, with of course spawning them, but for testing, that's not going to be enough time. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and just comment out my cue-free here, and then put a pass. We'll make sure to change this back when we're done testing, but this will keep them alive as long as we want. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's go to main. Let's drag and drop each one in here. So scroll on down to your components folder. Let's put each one into our main scene. So I'm going to take enemy 1. I'm going to put it on main, move it over somewhere like right here. Let's do our enemy 2, drag and drop it over here. Again, we'll move it into a position like right here. Let's go ahead, let's do the meteor, drag and drop it. Move it somewhere like right about here. We'll also go ahead and do a power up as well. Drag and drop it onto main. And simply just move it over. Let's save those changes real quick. Start current scene. Go ahead, hit play, choose a character. And they should slowly be coming down. Now I think they're going a little slow. And let's make sure that the power up works. Looks like it does. Can we attack the ships? Yes, we can. And it sets us game over when we hit the asteroid. But like I said, they're moving a little slow. So let's adjust those. Let's go ahead into enemy 1, go to the main node. Let's simply adjust the speed to something a lot higher, like 300. Save that change. Enemy 2, let's do something a lot higher, like let's do 240. Save that. Let's make the meteor the same speed as the slower ship, so 240. Save that, and then for power up, select the main node. Let's change this one to something higher. Let's do like 400. And looks like we also never changed the type. Because this is not a ship or a meteor, let's go ahead and just simply change this to an empty value. Let's save these changes. Let's go back to main. Let's go ahead, hit play. Let that load. Hit play here. Choose one of the ships, and there we go. I like the speed a lot better. Again, if you want to customize that to make them go faster, you totally can. That's completely up to you. Let's close out of there. Let's remove what we have in here. Again, we don't need these because we're going to spawn these in with a specific node for that. So let's go ahead, select them all, delete each one, save what you got here. Don't forget though, we need to change back our script, specifically in the enemy down here. We need to uncomment that and then get rid of the pass. Again, save what you got, back to 2D view, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the spawner. We're going to start off and create a new node for the spawner. We're then going to ensure that the spawner can create each type of enemy and the power up. We're also going to add the ability for the difficulty to increase over time. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with the spawner. So what we're going to do here is create a new node for it in our main scene. Let's right click, add child node, select the node 2D, and we're going to go ahead and rename this as spawner. Alright, now before we get to the script of the spawner, we're going to have to give it some positions to where we want it to actually spawn in all the different enemies, meteors, and power-ups. So let's right click on spawner. Let's go ahead, do a node 2D, and we're going to call this L point. This is going to be the left point. So let's go ahead and put that somewhere where we think the left point is good, like right about here. Then let's go ahead and take that, Control D to duplicate it, simply call it R point. Then all we're going to do is simply go ahead and move it towards the right side, somewhere about here. And we might push in this one over here just a little bit because we want everything to fit entirely in the screen. That should be good. So with the script, what we're going to do is be spawning in anything in between these 2 points. Now for the spawner, we're also going to need a timer. Let's right click, add child node, select timer. And this timer, we're going to go ahead, we're going to set it to auto start. And we're going to go ahead and set this at a base level of 0.7. Looks good. Let's save what we got so far. Let's go ahead, select the spawner node, add a script. Make sure we're saving this in the correct location in the scripts folder. Hit open. Go ahead, hit create, and there we go. Let's get started with a couple variables. So we're going to go ahead. Let's create some add-on readies. Now add-on readies are different than the add-on exports. Add-on readies are going to be already loaded in objects. So we're going to go ahead, call this one variable, and it's going to be called the enemy _1. And we're simply going to go ahead and equal this to a preload. And we're going to equal this to our enemy1 preload. Now make sure you go ahead, type in the correct name, and make sure you have that .tscn at the end. So now we just need to do this for each one. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to go ahead, simply paste it below 3 more times. Let's do the enemy2 now. So go ahead, change that to 2, and then simply change the preload to our enemy2. Make sure it has that .tscn and nothing else after the quotes. Let's do the next one. This can be the meteor. So let's go ahead, call this meteor. And we're going to go ahead, locate the meteor one. Go ahead, remove that .tscn over there. Now the last one is the power up. Let's go ahead. Let's do the power up. So power up. And I'm simply going to change the preload to the power up one. Looks good there. All right, next variable. We're going to go ahead, do some more add-on readies. So add-on ready, var. We're going to call this start POS. And we're simply going to equal this to our start point, all right? Which can be either one, so we'll do left point there. And then we're going to go ahead, do another add-on ready, variable, endpoint, or end position POS. Simply go ahead, drag and drop the R point right there. All right, now we just need the timer. Let's do an add-on ready, var. We're going to call this spawner underscore timer. And we're simply just going to equal this to our set timer right over here. Now we just need two more variables. Let's go ahead, create a variable here. We're going to call this spawn underscore interval. And we're simply going to go ahead, do an underscore as well, and do our, let's do rate. And then we're going to equal it to a, let's simply do 0.01. And this is what's going to decrease over time, making the game harder, spawning everything faster. Next up, we're also going to need a variable to limit it. So we're going to do min underscore spawn underscore time. And we'll simply set that to something like 0.5. Save that real quick. Let's go ahead and start off with our first function. This is going to be our process function. So everything that updates over time. So let's go ahead, do function underscore process. Now inside of it, we're going to do a couple things. First thing though we need to check is our global dot game on. We want to make sure that that goes ahead and equals true. And that our global dot will do game over equals false. And then within there, we're simply going to go ahead, say if our spawner timer dot wait time is greater than our min spawn time. Then we're going to go ahead, right below it inside of the if statement, we're going to do our spawn timer dot, we'll do wait time minus equals spawn interval rate times delta. Now we're timesing it by delta just to help with the frame rate, just so it evens it out throughout all different processing speeds. Now we're going to go ahead and do the next function. This function is going to be the signal from the timer itself to actually spawn one of our things in. So let's select the timer, go to the node, make sure you're selecting it. You might have to select out and in again. Select timeout and connect it simply to that script, the spawner. You're going to see this new function appear. And now this, of course, is going to initiate when the timer goes off. Now one thing to make sure is that in our inspector for the timer, it's not a one shot. It should always be going over and over again by having these settings here. Now let's go ahead and get started in here. First thing we're going to do is say if global dot game on equals true and global dot game over equals false. Then within there we can start the process. We're going to go ahead and create a new variable, call this random underscore node underscore scene. That's going to be one of the things we can spawn. And we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this power underscore up underscore chance. And we're going to set that simply to something like a 0.05, which is a 5% chance. Now the reason we're doing this is because we don't want to spawn the power-ups too many times. We want there to be a very low chance of the power-up spawning. So we're going to create a different calculation for the power up. Let's continue on. I'm going to make some enters here so we can see it a little better. This is a pretty big function. So next thing we're going to do, we're going to say if. We'll do rand I, which gets a random integer range. Give it a set of parentheses. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if it's less than our power up chance, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set random node scene equal to our set power up. If that is not the case, we'll do an else, and we'll create a new variable, call this node underscore to underscore spawn, and we'll simply equal that to an array, which will be our enemy 1. We're also going to have our enemy 2 in here, and then of course the meteor in here as well. Now this makes things a little simpler if we have it in array, because then we can just choose one of those out of there instead of calculating each one like we did with the power up. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to do random node scene equals, and we're going to do nodes to spawn, and we're going to get one of them now by doing a random I, so random integer, and then we'll use the percentage symbol, which will help us grab one, such as nodes to spawn dot size. So that simple calculation, like I said, is going to pick a random integer, which is going to be either 0, 1, or 2, and then set it to our set random node scene. Now, since we have both random node scene, either one of these here or the power up, we can go ahead and start the process of creating it into the game, which we're going to do by variable new underscore node equal that to random node scene dot instantiate. Make sure you spell that. It won't auto do it because it doesn't know it is a node. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead underneath there, create another variable. We need to calculate the random position in between the 2 points. So we're going to do random underscore x equals random. We'll do float range. Now this gets a random float, meaning it's going to either be a 1.0 or of course a 1.2 or whatever. We have these set, which you can see here. If we go here into the transform, you're going to see the position is set to x of 69.0 and the other one is going to be 635.0. So we're going to get a random float in between each of these. Let's continue on here. So we're going to go ahead inside of here with the pass where those 2 points are, which we can easily do, which is going to be our start position dot global position for our starting x. And make sure though you go ahead and do dot x to get that, comma, because we only want the x, we don't really care about the y. Then we're going to get the end position dot global position dot x value. So there we go. Now we're going to get that random point in between the two we have here. Now once we have that, we can go ahead. We're going to set our new node dot global position equals a vector 2, because we're going to set the x and y. For the x, we're going to set it to that random x we just calculated. And then the y can simply just be one of the points, so end position. Let's just do dot global position dot x value. And there we go. Or make sure that's y value, because by default, these are both going to be the same y's. But of course, we're having that random x at the beginning there. Then we're going to continue on. We're going to have to add it as a child. So add child, new node. And there we go. We should be set with that. Again, you can always check out the source code. Let's go ahead and remove these extra spaces here. Save what we got. Go back to 2D view. Close some things up. And we're looking good so far. Let's go ahead now and test it out. So let's go ahead. What we're going to do is start current scene. Let that load. Hit play play as one of the characters, and we should start to see now the enemies floating in. Looks good there. The points are increasing also. Let's make sure we can game over. Looks good. Can we go back to main menu? There we go. Now one thing I did notice is it looks like when we get to game over, it was deleting the objects in the game. So we can go ahead and change that so it doesn't do that. What we could do is simply go into one of our scripts for the enemies, power-ups or meteor, go all the way down here to that timer out. And all we're going to do is say if global dot game over, let's say equals, or let's say, yeah, we'll do if it equals false, then we'll go ahead and we'll do a pass. But if it equals true, which is going to be our else, then we're going to go ahead and queue free. So let's save that change. Let's go back to 2D view in the main, close everything up, start the game again. Go ahead now, play until you get a game over. And now the different enemies, asteroids, and of course the power-ups shouldn't delete. If they are still deleting, we might have reversed it. Let's go back in there. Oops, yep, looks like we did. Let's go ahead, take that, paste it there, and then change that to pass. And now we should be good. Let's save that again. Go back to main, 2D view. Go ahead, hit play. Now everything should freeze and not disappear. The lasers though will, and that's okay. I think it looks better without them. If you wanted to do that with the lasers, you could as well. All you would need to do is add that same if statement for when the lasers time out. Let's go ahead though, close what we got here. We can do that change as well. Let's go ahead back into one of our scripts. Let's just copy that same line there. Go ahead, locate one of the laser scripts. Let's find where it times out right here. And then we're just going to paste that exact piece of code with the if global.gameover equals false, queue free, else do not. Let's go ahead, save that. Back to 2D view in the main, don't worry about this. Go ahead, hit play. 3 times the charm, we should be looking good after this. Let's go ahead. Yep, looks like things aren't disappearing, that's great. Let's go back to main menu, close what we got, close out here, save what you got, and there we go. Alright, in this section, we're going to do some bug fixes. We're going to start off and test the complete game. We're then going to locate any bugs or issues with the game. From there, we're going to make sure to fix all the located bugs. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, when testing the game, I found 2 bugs. Let's go ahead and locate the first bug by starting the game. Let that load. Hit play. Let's start the game. I'm also going to mute it. So one thing I noticed is that when we're in the game, it's not spawning any of the power-ups. As you can see, we continue to play and no power-ups are spawning. There should at least be a couple by now. Let's close out of this. Now, when there's a spawning issue, there most likely is an issue inside the spawning script. So let's go ahead and jump in the spawning script. And let's scroll on down to where we're dealing with the power-up. That's going to be in the on timer timeout. Now, first thing to note is that we have this power-up chance, and that is set to a 0.05. Now do note that that is a float value. So if we go to line 25 where we have this little if statement, we are looking for whether or not it's an integer with that range I. Now that's not going to work with the float value, so we need to change this to a random f. So it will go ahead and calculate it with a random float value. Let's save that change real quick and see if it solves our problem. Back to 2D view, start current scene. Go ahead, hit play, choose your character. I'm going to mute the game. Now we should see some power-ups spawning into the game. Let's go ahead, keep playing until 1 or 2 spawn in. There is a low chance of them spawning, so they're probably not going to spawn too much. Oh, there's one. And there we go. One issue though, as you can see, didn't know if you caught it there, but it looks like we're able to shoot the power-up and make it disappear. Now we don't want that. We want our lasers to fly through the power-up. So what we want to do is be able to basically shoot at it and make it not disappear so we can get it even if we're in front of it. So let's fix that issue. And we're going to fix that issue in a very easy way, similar to how we deal with the meteors. Now if we go to power up and go ahead, select its main node, you're going to notice that we set the health to 1. That means if one laser hits it, it's going to disappear. Now a simple fix would simply be just change this to a very high value, such as 100. Now there's no way we're going to get 100 hits in it during the time it's alive, so that works out great. Let's keep that just like that. Back to main menu, start current game. Let's go ahead, hit play, mute the game. Now if we shoot out the power-up, our bullets will just disappear on it. Now if you want the bullets to go through the power-up, we can change that also. That's a pretty easy fix. We just go ahead into the script for the power-up. And what we're going to do here is we're going to go to the laser right here. And what we're going to do, instead of if laser hits it, we remove it right here. What we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to say if, and we're going to say if type does not equal power up, then we can go ahead and remove it. So we're going to go ahead, give that a tab, save that. Then all you got to do is just change the type to power up. Make sure to have that there. Save that. Back to main. Back to 2D view. Start current scene. And now our bullet should pass through the power up. Let's go ahead, mute the game. Let that load until we get a power up. Keep playing until one shows up. Might take a while. Now let's try shooting it. And as you can see, the bullets now go through the power-up, which is great. Looks good. Let's close out of there. Close everything up. Save what you got. And we're looking good. Congratulations on completing the project. Let's review what we learned and made. We learned a lot in this project. We created a fully functional space shooter game with multiple UI pages, character movement, and score tracking after defeating an enemy. Some things you could add to this game are more difficult enemy types and maybe even a secondary attack for each ship. Congrats again, and see you in the next section. Congratulations again on completing the project. Before we continue on to the next section, I'd like to take a minute to go over with you about the next level course. The next level course is the intermediate level. In the intermediate level course, we start building games past the traditional arcade style. We start adding in new things such as saving capabilities, upgrading character stats, and overall creating a more dynamic world for the player to interact with. Now, I highly recommend you take this course. You can locate it at the official website, redfoolstudio.com, or if you're watching this on YouTube, simply select the link in the description below. Again, thank you for being a participant, and I can't wait to see you in the next section. In this project, we will be creating a classic platformer style game. We will learn how to create platform style character movement, power-up collection, multiple enemy types, and level design. On top of all that, we will also create a boss battle as a final level for our game. If you would like to play the example of this game for free, you can navigate to the link below. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we are going to set up everything we need for our platformer game. We're going to start off downloading the asset packs we're going to be using at these links here. We're then going to go ahead and create all the new folders, the game's art, and components. We're then going to add a main node that will be the starting scene. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the first asset pack we're going to be using. It's going to be called New Platformer Pack. It's going to have everything we need to create our platformer game. You can locate it at kenny.nl/assets/new-platformer-pack. Once you're on this page, simply scroll all the way down and select the download button. Once the download is complete, simply right-click and select Extract All. The other asset pack we're going to be using is going to be the UI pack. If you already have this UI pack, great. If not, you can locate it at kenny.nl/assets/UI-pack. And we're going to do the same thing. Simply scroll on down, locate the download button and select. Once your download is complete, simply right-click and extract all. Alright, once you've downloaded and extracted all the asset packs, go ahead and create a new Godot project. I renamed this one Platformer Game. You can name it whatever you'd like, but once it opens up, let's go ahead, select the 2D view. Now this game is going to be about the same size as this screen. If you want to adjust the screen, you can, but I'm going to leave everything the same for now. What we can do though is go ahead and create some new folders. So let's right click on our rest folder, create new folder. Let's call this one Art. Let's change the color. I'm going to make this one red. Let's create another one. Right click, create new folder. Let's go ahead. Let's create another one called Components. Let's change the Components folder to yellow. Right click, set color, yellow. Let's create another one now. Create new folder. Let's call this Scenes. Let's change this one simply to purple. Then let's do the final one. Let's right click, create new, folder, scripts. And I'm simply going to make this one green. There we go. So we should have an art folder, components folder, scenes folder, and also a scripts folder. Now those downloaded asset packs, you can go ahead and simply drag and drop them into our art folder. Let's save this real quick, Control S. Let's also create our main scene. We can simply do that by selecting the 2D scene right here. Let's rename this all lowercase main. Hit enter. Control S to save. And we want to save this inside of our scenes folder. Click into there, save that, and we should be set. Let's save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the scrolling background. We're going to start off and discuss the scrolling background being created. We're then going to create a new node for the scrolling background. We're then going to design the scrolling background to best fit the game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to represent the scrolling background we're going to create. We're going to start off with a base image of a skyline background. We're going to create this image by using multiple layers stacked on top of each other. Then we're going to go ahead and give it a nice visual effect by giving each layer its own scrolling speed. Alright, let's get started. So we're going to create a new node for this, and once we have the node created in the current main scene, then we're going to turn it into its own component. But for now, let's create it in the main scene. So let's right click on the main node, add child node. We're going to use a node 2D for the base node. Then we're going to go ahead, change the name of that to scrolling background. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to add another node in here. we're going to use something called a parallax 2D. It's going to look just like this. This is going to help give us that nice layering of the sprites, and then also have it cycle through going side to side. Now, we need to go ahead and give it an image first, which we can use a sprite 2D for that. So let's right click, add child node, simply go ahead, add a sprite 2D inside of it, just like that. Then we need to give that sprite 2D the image. So I'm going to go ahead, open up our art folder, open up the new platformers folder. This is what you should have dragged and dropped in. Then we're going to go ahead, open up the sprites and select backgrounds, default, and then there you go. There's all your sprites. Now we're going to use a couple different ones to make a nice cloud background. Let's start off with the first one here, background underscore cloud.png. Let's drag and drop it onto our sprite 2D. Then we can adjust the positioning. So I'm going to go ahead, take the main node of it, the parallax 2D, simply drag it down a bit. Let's put it somewhere like right about here. We can always adjust this later. Then we need to do some settings for it. So we're going to go ahead, select it here. We're going to go to repeat. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and increase the repeat times. Now, we also have to adjust the actual setting of the size, but first we'll do repeat times. I'm going to do something very large because this is the number of times it repeats in the entire motion. I'm going to do something like 60, which should cover every game we're going to create, every level of the game. Now we need to adjust the positioning. And as you can see, if we increase this X value, you're going to see it start to stretch out. Now what we want to do is we want to make it something specific so it looks a little bit more natural. So I'm going to go ahead and do something like, let's do 255, which should make it look just like this. Then we're also going to have an auto scroll, which is the actual ability of scrolling it. And we can tell it how fast we want to do it by changing these X and Y values here. Let's change the X value because we want it to kind of scroll backward a bit. I found a good speed is -30. Now we just need to do the other ones. So we need to do the part above and then also below. So what we're going to do is simply go ahead, select the parallax 2D we currently have. We're going to Control D. And then this one, we're just going to change out the sprite. Let's go ahead all the way to the bottom. We should have a nice blue background, which should blend in towards the top. I'm going to add that there. If you want to change the names of the nodes, you can as well. I'm going to go ahead and just put this one as sky. And we can also change this one to clouds. I'm going to move sky though right above the clouds, so it's no longer covering it. There we go. Now we can do some mountain backgrounds. Let's go ahead, take sky, Control D to duplicate it. You can also right click and go down to duplicate as well. Let's change this. Instead of mountains, let's just do hills because it will look like some hills in the background. Let's go ahead and select the hills one we want to use. I'm going to find the one without trees. Some of them do have trees. If you want the trees, you can keep them. That's up to you. But I'm going to go ahead and select this one here. This is the background underscore fade underscore hills.png. Drag and drop it in. Then, just like we did before, we're going to position it correctly. So I'm going to lower it down just so it's kind of blending in with the clouds, just like that. Now we just need some more sky for the lower part here. So I'm going to go ahead, close that up there, take our sky again, Control D. I'm going to go ahead, rename this sky below. And I'm simply going to go ahead, take this, and drag it below. Nice. All right. Now, one other thing you could do, just to make sure that this is always covering it, is we could go ahead, simply take the sprite 2Ds of the sky ones and just kind of stretch them out so that it will always be as long as the map. So I'm going to do that for there, and I'm also going to go ahead and do the same one for the original sky here, which we can go ahead, change the name to sky above. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, close that there. Let's go ahead and save what we got real quick. Zoom in just a bit. And what we could do is go ahead, start current scene up here, and just view what we got, make sure it works correctly. You're going to see it moves a little bit like this. Now, one cool thing we could do also is we could make the hills move a little slower and the clouds move faster, or you could do it the other way around. To do that, simply go ahead, select one of them you want to do. I'm going to keep the cloud speed the same, but I'm going to select hills. I'm going to go ahead to repeat, and the auto scroll, I'm going to make it a little slower by doing 15. All right, negative 15. Go ahead, start current scene, let that load, and there we go. I think that looks a little better. You can always adjust this however you want, but overall, I like it. Let's close that there. Close out the output. I'm going to close up the background. Let's go ahead and make this its own component now, which we can do by converting it into its own scene. So I'm going to take that scrolling background, right click, scroll on down to Save Branch as Scene. Let's make sure we're saving that in the components. We will have other scenes that we'll save. They're all considered scenes, but because this is something we're going to reuse that isn't an entire level, I'm going to be saving it in the components one. So let's save that there. As you can see now, it'll have this little open editor. If we select that, we'll have this here. So if we ever want to change something, we can just change it in here, and everywhere else, it will affect the change in the main screen. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to create a global script for our game. We're going to start off creating a new global script. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the variables for the global tracking. Then we're going to ensure there is a function to reset those global variables on game over or restart. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the global script. So as we've done before, let's go ahead, go up to our project settings, then go to globals. Let's go ahead, give it a new name. We're simply going to call this global. Go ahead, select the add button. Make sure we're saving this in our scripts folder. Then hit create. To open it up, just select the little folder button right here. Then we can begin. So the first variable we're going to have in here is simply going to be our game over variable. We're always going to want to equal that to false on start. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to have our game win variable. And again, this is also going to be set to false. Next up, we're going to create another variable. This is going to be called active underscore power underscore up. And this also is going to be set to false on game start. Now this variable is going to be used, of course, to track whether or not our current player has a power up, because we want certain things to happen when we do have a power up. We're then going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this health, and we're going to set the default value to 3. We're also going to go ahead, create another variable below. This one's going to be called coins, and we're going to set that always equal to 0 on start. Next up, create another variable. This is going to be called is underscore in underscore boss underscore battle. And again, this is always going to be set to false on start. One more variable. This one's going to be called defeated underscore boss. And again, equal that to false. Now you'll see all these variables used in action once we get started creating the components that correlate with each one, but it's very nice to have them all set up before we get started. Now we just need one simple function in here, and that's to simply reset all these variables. Because if you remember, if we do a current scene restart, it won't reset any variables inside of our global script. So we got to make sure we have a function to handle that action. So let's go ahead and do function. And we're going to go ahead, call this reset underscore values. And then we're going to go ahead, simply take all of our variables. I'm just simply going to go ahead and paste them all in, backspace once. Then all we got to do is remove the var at the beginning and just equal them just like this. So make sure you do that. Don't forget to add your tab for each one. That will remove all the errors. And then we will be set. There is also one more thing I'm going to do, and that's going to go ahead and reset the mute, because once we get started with the UI, we're going to have, of course, the ability to mute the sound in the game. So I'm going to put this right on the top. We've done this before in the last project. We're simply going to use audio server dot set underscore bus underscore mute, and then within parentheses again audio server dot, and we'll do get bus index, and within there we're going to set it to master. That's going to go ahead and reset it, and don't forget your comma false to actually make that active. Perfect. Go ahead and save what you got there. Back to 2D view, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to start creating our game's UI. We're going to start off and discuss what types of UI are needed for the game. We're then going to create a new main node for the UI. After that, we're going to add our first UI page for the starting menu. We will ensure to have a button for each level. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to represent all the UI pages we're going to create. Starting off with the top left, this is going to represent the main menu. This is going to be the first page that you view when starting the game. The yellow box here is going to represent the title of the game. Below it, we're going to have a button for each level. Level 1, Level 2, and then Level 3. We're also going to add a little button in the top left corner representing the mute button. That will go ahead and mute all sound in the game. The next page we're going to create is going to be the in-game screen. Now this screen is only going to be active when we're actually playing a level. There's only going to be two things in here. A couple images on the top left representing the current hearts of the player. We're also going to have a little button on the top right to exit the current game. The other two screens are going to be the game over screen and then the game win screen. They're pretty much going to be the exact same. The only difference, of course, is going to be the actual text visible for each state. The one thing we are going to make sure to do, though, is going to be able to lower the restart button just so we can continue to visualize the player in the real game. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to start off creating a main node for all the UI. Let's right click on main, add child node, and we're simply going to add a node 2D. We're going to rename this as just UI. Then in here we're going to add a couple other canvas layers to represent each type of UI page. So let's right click on UI, add child node. Let's again do canvas layer. We're going to rename these as each page. So the first one is going to be the menu. We're going to control D. The next one, let's go ahead, let's call this one in game. Let's go ahead, control D. We'll call this one, we'll say game over. And then the last one, which is game win. So let's go ahead, make another one, call it game win. All right, next up, we're going to start customizing the main menu one. Now for the main menu, we are going to want to have the scrolling background in this one specifically. We're going to have different scrolling backgrounds for different scenes. So we just want this one to stay the same like we will right here. So what happens is if we turn off the main menu with the visibility, we'll no longer see that background and we can use another one. Let's turn this back on for now. All right, so we need a couple things in here, such as the title, the mute button, and also each level button. On top of that, we're going to create a simple floor on the bottom here to just make the game look a little more alive. Now let's start off with the floor. So let's right click on the main menu, add child node, and I'm going to create a node 2D for this to hold it. Let's just call this ground. Then let's go ahead, we'll add a tile map layer for this. All right, now the tile map layer is just going to help us kind of organize all the tiles. It'll be a little easier to paint the bottom floor to match the ground that we want. So make sure you're selecting the tile map layer. Go ahead to the tile set. It's currently set to empty. We're going to create a new tile set. Go ahead, click on it again. Then we're going to go ahead, go to the tile set right here. We need to drag and drop in the tile set we want to use. So let's open up the art folder, go to the new platformer folder. Let's go ahead, let's locate these sprite sheets, and let's see if we can find the floor one. If we scroll on down, we should see the tiles. Now make sure it's not the double one, make sure it is the default size one, which I think is this one. Let's go ahead, let's take this, drag and drop it in. Now we don't want this to basically auto slice, we want to do that individually, just because it's a little unnecessary to have everything sliced since we're not going to use everything. So let's say no. Then we need to go ahead and readjust the size because as you can tell, it's a little too small. So we're going to scroll on down on the setup like we are. And I think it's going to be 64 or 68. So let's go ahead. Let's try 68 first. Let's do 68 here as well. Looks like that's not exactly centered perfectly. Let's do 64. And then 64. And this is the texture region area. And there we go. See how they're perfectly sliced now? There's one more thing we need to do though. We need to also set the sizing in the actual node itself. So over here where we selected the tile set, we had a drop down. You can see tile size. We just need to make sure that this X and Y matches that texture region we just set. So currently it's 16, we need to set that to 64. Let's do 64 for X, 64 for Y. Then let's go ahead and give it a nice little ground. So I'm going to go ahead, we're still in the setup, still in the tile set. Let's go ahead and look for the one we want. I think it's going to be this one here. It has the little outline on top and then that there as well. So if I zoom out, you can see where that is. It's towards the bottom. So make sure you have that selected. We're also going to use a ground as well. Make sure it doesn't have a little black mark here. I'm going to go ahead and try to locate that. I think it might be towards the top. It's just right here. So again, I'll zoom out. It's right on the top, right there. So make sure both of those are highlighted. Then we can go to tile map and we can start creating the actual art. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use this rectangle tool, select the grass one here, and simply go ahead, select and drag and drop it just like that. Then what we'll do also is create the lower part. So now select this one and just simply drag it over. And that looks pretty good. I like it. If you wanted to adjust this some more, you totally can. What I might do is I might actually just select the tile map layer itself, take the move tool, and just move it down just a bit, just so we can see a little bit more of the outline right there. I like it. Again, you can customize this however you want, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, next thing we're going to do is create the title and then some buttons. So let's go ahead, we'll close that out of that, go to the pointer tool. I'm going to close the tile map by selecting here, recenter a bit. Let's go ahead now and right click on menu, add child node. We're going to add a label now for the title. And I'm simply going to go ahead, drag this out here to kind of center it up. And I'm going to go ahead and just do platformer game. Let's center it up. You can also make the text a little bigger and give it an outline by going to new label settings, selecting it, font. Let's change the font to something big. Let's see what 75 looks like. Maybe a little bigger. Let's go ahead and do 90. Let's also give it that nice outline. Go to outline, change the color of the outline to black, and then also go ahead and make the thickness. Let's do something like 40 and see how that looks. I think that's a little too big. Let's dumb it down more. Let's go to 30. Nice. And again, you can customize this however you want. I just think this looks good. All right, next up, we just need the buttons now. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, and we're going to create a new node for each button. So I'm going to go ahead and just call this, let's do the mute button first. So mute button. Inside the mute button, we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node, and we're going to use a 9 pack direct, which works really well with our UI. This just helps scale them a little better. Then we need to give it the texture we want to use, which we know is going to be inside our other assets pack. So I'm going to close the current one we have here. Open up the Kenny UI pack. Let's go ahead, find the PNG. I'm going to use the green ones for this game. Let's use default. Let's go ahead and locate the one I want to use. I'm going to use one of these here, the rectangle one. Let's go ahead and drag and drop it into here. Now if we zoom in a bit, you can tell it's a little scrunched. I don't really like that, so let's readjust it. Let's open up the patch margins, and let's go ahead and do 5 for each one. Just like that, and like that. One more. And this just helps it kind of like fix it out a little bit, as you can tell. Now it's not perfect, but if we zoom out a bit, let me Control Z, it'll look good from that distance. Again, if you want to go ahead and adjust it more, you can, but I think that'll be okay for now. Let's also give it some text. Let's go ahead, let's right click, add child node, give it a label. I'm going to go ahead, lower the label down here. I'm just going to use the letter M for mute. Let's center it up. Let's also go ahead, increase the size, new label setting, font. Let's make this something like 25. And also I'm going to go ahead, change the color to black, just so we can see it a little better. If you want to adjust the positioning, you totally can. You can just take the margins and move it around. I'm going to do it like that there, just so we can center out the M. And then the last thing we need, of course, is the actual button node itself, so we can select a signal to it, to the script we're going to create. So let's right click, add child node, button. Then we're going to go ahead, stretch it out to the size of the button itself. Don't forget to give it a unique name, so button mute. We're also going to go ahead, change its theme, type variation. We're going to change that to flat button. And now currently, if you remember in the last project, there's a way we can change the actual visual of it, because if we start the current scene and we go ahead and we select it, there's going to be a little white box around it, and I don't really like that. I like to make that go away, and we can easily do that simply by selecting the node, going down to theme overrides, going to styles, and then for the focus, if you want to make that white box go away, go ahead, do new style box, and we're going to go ahead, whoops, might not be this one, might be, let's see, style box flat, yep. Change that background color and just lower the A value all the way down so that white highlight will go away. Let's go ahead and do the other ones now. So we can go ahead, I'm going to take that same button, Control D. Let's just call this level 1. Let's go ahead and move level 1 down a bit. Can readjust it in a second. Let's take the 9 patch rect. Let's stretch this to the same size that we want the actual button to be. I don't want it to be too big, but I want it to be big enough where the player can read the text. So let's do something like this. I think that looks good. Let's also go ahead, readjust the label. Let's go ahead, change the text to level 1. If you want to make the text a little bigger, you can totally do that. You just have to go to the label settings, right click on it, make unique, because if you didn't, it would change both of them. We want this one to be different than that one. Select it now because you made it unique. Go to font and just increase the size. Let's do 35. That might be a little too big. I'm going to decrease it just a bit to 30. I like that. All right, then we have to go, of course, readjust the button size. So see how it's here? That's the original one. Let's stretch it out to the entire size of the button. Let's also change the unique name to button. And we can do level 1. I like it. Let's go ahead. We're going to select that level 1. Control D. Let's go ahead and change the name of this one here to level 2. Let's go ahead, change the text. Let's do level 2. Then let's go ahead, select the main node here, change the name, level 2. Let's go ahead, move this over, a bit over there. We can always adjust this later, but that should be good with that one. Let's do the final one now. Select this one. Let's go ahead, change this here to level 3. Let's go ahead, enter there, select the button node now, change this name as well to button 3. Alright, and then don't forget the label text as well, just like we did before. 3. Then go ahead, take that, and just simply move it over here. Alright, looks good. I like it. Let's go ahead though, close that up. Let's zoom out a bit just so we can make sure things are lined up. Again, if you want to organize this a little better, you can go ahead into the individual sizing of the transform, locate the positioning, and just make sure everything is equally separated. I think overall though, this looks pretty good, so I'm not going to change too much. I might move this back just a bit to kind of center it up there, but overall I really like it. Alright, let's close that. Let's save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create all the other UI pages. We're going to start off and create the in-game UI page with hearts, coin counter, and an exit button. We're then going to create the game over UI page with a main menu button. Last page will be our game win page. This page will be very similar to the game over page, but we're going to have a current coin count text. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and create the other pages. Starting off with the in-game UI page, let's go ahead and begin. Let's select it. But before we start adding things to it, let's make the menu page invisible so we can focus entirely on the new page. Alright, so as mentioned, we're going to have a couple things in here for the in-game page, such as the hearts, coin text, and then also an exit button. Let's begin with the hearts. Add child node. We're going to go ahead, add a node 2D. Let's call these hearts. And there's actually going to be two kinds of hearts. We're going to have our regular ones, but we're also going to have our power-up hearts. Once we get our power-up, the power-up hearts will be visible and the regular ones will not be. Let's go ahead and create another node inside the hearts, another node 2D. Let's call this normal hearts. Then let's go ahead, simply go ahead, duplicate this, Control D, and call this power hearts. Let's start off with the normal hearts. Let's right click on there, add child node. We're going to simply use a sprite 2D to represent each heart. And I'm just going to go ahead, call this H1 for heart 1. Let's locate the sprite we want to use for this. Open up our art folder, new platformer. We're going to go to sprites this time. Then we're going to go ahead, and I think it should be in tiles. If not, it might be in characters. Let's look in tiles first, see if we can locate the heart. There's coins and heart. Here we go. It's going to be the heart.png. Let's go ahead, drag and drop that on H1. Let's go ahead, and we're going to move this. Let's move it down a bit here, and to the right a bit. And it's up to you how you want to place these. I'm just going to place them in the top left corner, just about there. If you want to make them a little bigger, you can. You just go to the transform, and then go ahead and increase the size. I might increase these to let's see what 2 looks like. That might be too big. So instead of 2, I'm going to do 1.5 for the X and Y, just like that. Let's go ahead though and reposition this. Let's see how that looks. I like it. Let's go ahead and we're going to take that H1, Control D. We're going to move that over a bit. Let's zoom in a bit. I'm holding down the Control key. Control D again for H3. Hold down the Control key. Just kind of match it up. If you want it to be perfectly spaced between, then you can simply go ahead into each one, just transform, locate the position, and just make sure each one is separated by the same amount. But overall, I think this looks pretty good, so I'm going to leave it as is. Alright, so that's going to be for the normal hearts. Now for the powered up parts, I think an easy way to do this is just go ahead, hold down the shift key while selecting the top one, and then select the bottom one. Do a Control D, And then just simply drag and drop that into the power up hearts. And again, we'll go ahead and do the same thing. Change this to H1. Change this to H2. And then change the other one to H3. Then we'll simply go ahead, change out the sprites. I think it will look really cool if we make the hearts turn into this little gold diamond, the gem underscore in yellow, because the power up for the player will make them the yellow player who moves a lot faster than the original one. So let's go ahead and take these and just drag and drop each one of these into each heart we have for the power hearts. And there we go. Let's close up each one. On start though, we don't want the power up hearts to be active, so I'm going to go ahead and make those ones invisible for now, but leave the normal hearts visible. Let's go ahead now and create the text counter. So I'm going to go ahead, right click on hearts, or actually better yet, we won't do this in hearts, we'll just do it in the main in-game. Right click on in-game UI. Let's go ahead, do another node 2D. Let's call this text counter. For text counter, we're going to right click, add child node. We're going to add a sprite 2D. And then for that sprite 2D, we're going to locate the coin symbol. It should be this one, coin underscore gold.png. Drag and drop it on. Let's match it up to the same size as the hearts. So go to transform. We made the hearts 1.5, so let's make this 1.5. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move this to the right. We need to make room still for the exit button. I'm going to go somewhere about here. Just make sure it's kind of matched up with these. That seems okay. If you want to go up a little higher, you can. I'm going to go ahead, drag this over here. Again, still making room for that exit button. I'm going to go like right there. Let's right click now. We also need the text for it, so we'll use a label for that. And then I'm simply just going to use the label here. Just kind of match it up with what we got over here, making sure it's about the same distance. Let's see how that looks. We can always adjust it later. Let's take this side, move that over there. And let's go ahead, just give it a 0 for now as a placeholder. Let's go ahead, instead of the horizontal line, we're going to do right, then vertical alignment, center, and then we can readjust. Let's increase the size before we do that though. Let's give it a new label setting. Let's make the font a lot bigger. Let's see what 30 looks like. That might be too big or too small. Let's keep going until we like the size. Let's double that, 60. That might be okay. All right, then we're going to go ahead, give it a nice little outline, change it to black, give it some more thickness. Let's do 25 for thickness. Might be too much. Let's do 22. There we go. Let's go ahead and readjust this. It's currently not centered, so I'm going to go ahead and just take this here. And let's center up just a bit, like right there. And I'm going to move it to the left a bit. And let's put it like right there and move that over a bit as well. I like it. Again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think that looks pretty good. If you want it to be closer, you can as well. That's up to you. But I do like it. So this increases to something like, let's say it goes to like 25, then it's going to look like that. All right. I think that's a little too big though, to be honest. So I might decrease the size just a bit. Let's do 50. That's a lot better. And then decrease the size of the background. There we go, to 20. And there we go. I like that. All right. Again, we can always customize this later, but for now, I think it works. Let's change this back to 0 as a placeholder. Now we just need the exit button. Real simple. Let's go ahead, right click. Actually, you know what? Better yet, we could make it the same size as the mute button because it's already kind of like a square. So instead of remaking the whole thing, let's just go ahead into our menu, select the mute button, Control D, drag and drop that new mute button inside of our in-game. There we go. Then we can go ahead, change the name. We'll just say quit button. And then we're going to go ahead, give it a name here. Because this will send us back to the menu, I'm actually just going to call this menu there. All right, because we'll reuse the same signal for all the other quit buttons and then return to menu buttons. So let's go ahead, take the quit button, I'm simply going to move it over to the right. And then I'm going to move it about here and over there. Again, you can always customize the look of this, but I think overall that looks pretty good. I like it. Let's save what we got there. Let's do the next one. This is going to be the hardest one out of the three. The other two are going to be pretty simple. So let's go ahead, close that up, close this up here as well. I'm going to go ahead, turn off the in-game one. Let's do the game over. Now this one's just going to have simple text saying game over, and then the menu button here at the bottom. Let's go ahead, right click on it, add child node, give it a label. I'm going to go ahead, move this over here. Let's go ahead, give it the text, game over. Let's go ahead, center it up. Let's increase the size with a new label setting. Let's do something pretty big. Let's do like 55. Maybe a little bigger. Let's do 75. I like it. And I might go up just a bit there because we still want to see the player in the center of the screen, so I'm going to make sure we can still see the player. So right about there should be good. Let's also give it a nice little outline. Let's do like 20. Change the color to black. Maybe a little more thicker of an outline. Let's do 40. If that's too much, no worries. We can always decrease it. But I think pretty much it looks good. All right, we have our game over text. Now we just need, of course, the menu button. So let's go ahead and instead of creating a whole new button, I think an easy way to do it would just be to grab one of our buttons in the menu, like the level 1. So let's take that, Control D. Let's take level 1, drag and drop it into the game over. You'll see it visible now. I'm going to go ahead, rename it. We'll just call this menu button. Then don't forget, we need to make this button the same name as the quit button, which was just button menu. You can also change the text to menu. And then let's go ahead, reposition this somewhere strictly in the middle. And then also I'm going to lower it because again, we want to see where the player ended up getting the game over. So we want to make sure this is quite low so the player will still be visible in the middle of the screen. Overall though, I like this so far. Let's go ahead now and create the game win screen. It's going to be pretty similar. So what we could do is simply go ahead, select the menu button, Control D, drag and drop it into the game win. Just go ahead, take away that 2 once you dragged it in there. Everything else can stay the same. Also go ahead, take the label we have here, Control D, drag and drop it into game win. And then I'm going to go ahead, get rid of that there. Let's go ahead and make the game over one invisible, but make this one visible, which it already is. Great. We just need to change the text, of course, to you win. Maybe give it an exclamation point if you want to. That's up to you. I like it though. Now we need one more label as well. That's going to be for showing you how many coins you have. That'll be pretty easy though. We're just going to duplicate the label we have here. Change the name from label to label coins. Then I'm going to go ahead, lower it down. We also could go ahead and make this color a little different and shrink it. Before you do that though, always make sure you make it unique or it's going to change both of them. So let's right click, make unique. Then we can go in here, change the color to like a yellow to represent the coins. We'll also decrease the size to about half. So we could do like 40. Then we're going to go ahead, also decrease the outline size. Let's do 20. And go ahead, we'll say capital C coins, colon, and then space 0 for a placeholder. I'm also going to increase the size or increase the position just a bit about here. Same thing for the label, just up a little bit more, just so we can ensure that we're going to see the player in the middle. So let's go ahead, raise that up just a bit more. Overall though, I think that looks great. Again, you can always customize this however you want, but I think it's looking good. Let's go ahead though and double check everything real quick. So we have our menu button, label coins. Looks good for the game win. Let's double check the game over. Looks good there. If you wanted to change the text color to something a little more negative, like red, you could do that as well. I might do that while we're here. Just select the label, make sure you make this unique. Go to the font color, and again, I'm just going to make that red. I'm going to go ahead, double check the in-game one, so let's close that one. One thing we could change here, just to kind of signify this button here isn't another mute button, we could maybe change the letter in our exit one. So let's go ahead, and I'm simply going to do a little X there. So let's go to the label, change this to an X, just like that. So it kind of looks more like I want to quit the game button, but I do like it. Let's select out of there. Let's go ahead, close up that there, open the UI for the menu, and I think we're looking good. Let's save what we got, and there we go. In this section, we are going to create the UI script. We're going to start off in creating a new script and attaching it to the main UI node. We're then going to make sure we add all the variables needed for the script. We're then going to ensure there is a function for each button and updating all the specific UI states/images. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started with this UI script. So let's go ahead, we're going to select the main UI node real quick. We're going to add a script to it. Let's go ahead and make sure we're creating this script in the scripts folder. Open that up. We can leave the name as ui.gd, hit create, and there we go. All right, so a couple things we're going to add in here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to add the variables we need, and we're really only going to have 3 variables representing each level we want to basically start up. We're going to be using an @onReady for each of these, which means, of course, it's going to automatically be there. We don't have to drag and drop anything in there. So we'll do variable, and we're going to call this level_1. And we're going to equal these to a simple preload, which again is just going to preload it anyway. So we won't need to drag and drop anything in. Now we don't currently have these levels created yet. So what we can use as an example for now is the current scene we have, which is the main scene. So I'm going to take that, drag and drop it into there. Eventually we'll switch these out for the appropriate level scenes we're going to create. So we can leave a note here, just say, remember to put correct level scenes. All right, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead, create the other ones real quick, which we can do easily by copying the first one, pasting below twice, and just simply changing the name of each one for level 2, and then level 3. And that's going to be all the variables we need for this script. Let's save what we got so far. All right, let's go ahead and create our first function. So we're going to start off with our ready function, which we know is going to go ahead and run on the start of the game. So let's do function_ready. Now inside of here, the only thing we really want to do is make sure that our menu screen is turned on. So let's go ahead and take that menu, drag and drop it into here, do a simple .visible, and make sure that equals true. Now necessarily, we don't need to make all the others equal false if we leave them off here, but it's best practice to make sure we do that. So let's go ahead, let's drag and drop one here. We could drag and drop each one there, just like this. And then simply go ahead, take our .visible equals true, paste it on the first one right below, and equal that to false. Then all we got to do, copy the whole thing again, and then just paste it for each one right below. Just like that. Looks great. All right. So then we can go ahead and do our next function. That's going to be our process function. As we know, the process function is going to run continuously throughout the game. So not only will it start on start, but it's also going to update throughout the game's frames. So let's go ahead and do _process. Then inside of it, the first thing we're going to do is make sure we have the correct screens on, which we can do by doing an if G global dot, and we're going to say game win. If that is true, then if you guessed it, we're going to go ahead and make the game win screen true. So let's take that game win, drag and drop it right there. We're going to do a dot visible, and then simply equal that to true. We're also going to make the other screens false. So we can go ahead, take each one of the other ones, and honestly, to make this a little easier to read, I'm just going to copy the ones we have right above in the ready function, and then just paste them over here. And then make sure we tab for each one. Simply equal them all to false, but change the one we want to true, such as the game win. Just like that. Now we also have another one as well, which is, of course, the game over. These values are coming from our global script that we created earlier. So let's do one now for the other. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take this whole thing, paste it in right below. Simply change the dot global to, let's do global dot game over. If game over is true this time, then we're going to go ahead, make everything false except for the game over screen, which will make true. Just like that. Next up, we can go ahead and update any text we want throughout the game, which we know, of course, is going to be inside of the in-game for the text counter, and then also, of course, the game win screen for the text count. So let's go ahead and do those real quick. Super easy. Make sure they're outside of the if statement. Let's go ahead. Let's do the in-game one first. Find the text for it, which is the label underneath text counter. So let's take that. Let's go ahead, do a dot text. Simply equal this to a str to stringify our global variable for our dot coins. All right, awesome. Then let's go ahead, do the other one, which is, of course, inside the game win screen. Let's locate that one. Label coins. Make sure we have a spot for it below. Drag and drop it over, just like we did before. Do a dot text. And then we're going to equal. Now this one, though, is a little different because if you select it, go to the inspector of it, you're going to notice that we have coins, colon, 0. So we really only want to update the number value, not the text in front of it. To do that, we can go ahead, do a double quotes, capital C coins, colon, space, make sure you have the space, do an addition symbol, and then go ahead, same thing we do above, str, global, dot coins. And there we go. That's how we'll update the current coin counter for the in-game and also the win screen. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and update the hearts. Now we're actually going to create a new function for this just to keep this process function a little less cluttered. So we're going to create the function name real quick. That's going to be called, let's do update underscore current underscore hearts. Give it a parenthesis. Then we have to actually create the function itself. I'm going to add a couple enters here so we can have a little more room to view. Backspace on a new line. Simply paste that name we created. Just like that. Give it a colon and enter. All right. Now what we're going to do, of course, is we're going to update the visualization of the hearts. Because if we go back to 2D view and take a look at the screen, I'm going to go ahead, close the main menu one, open up the in-game. We have these 3 hearts here. And what represents this is going to be that global variable for our health. And each time the health goes down, we're going to want to go ahead to go in here and then make one of these hearts invisible. Just like that. We're also going to want to update whether or not we have the power-up hearts to overlap it. So let's go ahead, let me close these. Go to scripts. First thing we're going to do, of course, is we're going to say if our global dot health, and we're going to say if it's greater than or equal to 3, which is the max amount of health we have, we're going to force it to always be 3 in case we continually collect new hearts. We don't want to have more than 3 ever, so we're going to go ahead, do global dot health equals 3, and then we're going to go ahead now, and we're going to make each visual of the heart visible. So we'll go in here, simply drag and drop each one, or better yet, you can just go ahead and do this here, do a dot visible, equal it to true, and then simply copy the whole line and just paste it 2 more times below and switch out that H1 to H2 and H3. Let's do the next value, Instead of an if, we'll go ahead and do an elif. And again, global.health. This time we'll say if it equals 2. And then what we're going to do, if you guessed it, simply go ahead, copy each one we have here, paste it in, and just make the H3 false this time. Let's do the next one. I'm going to copy this whole line all the way to the elif, do an enter, make sure it's on the line there. This time we'll go ahead and say if it equals 1, then we'll go ahead and make the H2 false as well. Then for the last one, which is 0 or less, let's copy the whole thing, paste this below, and simply go ahead and do 0 here. But just in case our health even gets lower, go ahead and do a less than or equal to 0 and make them all false. And that'll go ahead and update all of our current hearts we have. Now again, we also have another thing, which is of course the power hearts. So we only want the power hearts to be active if we have that global variable set for the active power up. So let's go back in here. We're going to make a new if statement. We're going to say if global dot active power up equals true. If that's the case, then all we're going to do is simply take our main node for the power hearts, go ahead, do a dot visible, and simply equal that to true. We'll go ahead, also do it else, which is of course going to equal false. Then we're going to also make these invisible, equaling them to false, just like that. And there we go. This whole thing is going to go ahead now and continuously run and update our current hearts we have. Now the reason we're not going to make individual power-up hearts not active like we did up here is because when we get the power-up in the game, we're simply going to max out our health. Let's go ahead though, remove these extra spaces. Make sure the error is gone here. Make sure it matches with that, which it does. There we go. Let's save what we got so far, and we can continue on. So next up, we can start adding some functions for each button we have in the UI. Let's start off with the main menu buttons. First button, of course, is going to be that mute button. So let's go ahead, select the mute button, open it up, select the button mute. Let's go to the node, select pressed, and simply connect that to the UI script. All right, now what we're going to do in here is simply mute all sound, which we already really have a code line for this. If we go to our global script, we're going to be using the audio server.setBus mute, but this time instead of setting it to false, we're going to set it to true, which will make all sound muted. All right, so let's go ahead, take this back to UI, and just simply paste this in. Don't forget to change this false now to a true, which again will mute all sound in the current game. Let's go ahead, save that there. Let's go ahead and do the next buttons, which are going to be the actual level buttons. Let's go ahead, select level 1, select the button level 1. Let's connect it. Make sure you're selecting the same one. You can inspect it in the inspector. Button level 1, go to node, and select pressed. Now we just got to connect it to the script. Then we're going to go ahead and create the new level, which we can do because again, if you scroll up to the top, we have all the levels saved here as preloads. So we really just need to spawn them in and set them where we want. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. It's going to be pretty easy. First thing we're going to do, of course, is set the scene. So we need to go ahead and turn off the main menu screen. So we're going to take that main menu, drag and drop it there, do a dot visible, and now equal that to false. We do, though, want to go ahead and make the in-game UI now active. So let's take that, drag and drop it, do a dot visible, and now simply set that to true. Last thing we need to do is actually create the new scene. So we're going to create a new variable for that. We're going to go ahead and call this new underscore level, equal that to our level 1 dot instantiate. So that will go ahead, bring the new node into the game. Now we need to tell it where we want it, which I think a really easy way to do this would just be to do an add sibling and then pass in the new level. Now what this is going to do is going to make it a sibling of the current UI node, which is right here. So it'll be right below it, which is great. Let's go ahead now and do the other ones. This is everything we need for the level 1. So let's go ahead, close that level 1 node, open up level 2, select the button level 2, select pressed, make sure you're connecting it to the script. Should see a new function below. All we're going to do is simply copy everything here. Make sure you highlight the whole thing. Control C, and then Control V to paste it. Then we just have to switch out, of course, which level. Currently it's level 1. Let's change that to level 2. And there we go. Now let's go ahead and do the level 3. Close up level 2, open up level 3, select the button node, select pressed, make sure it's connecting to the script. Let's go ahead, copy everything we have here, paste it in right below, change out which level, change level 2 now to level 3. And there we go. Looks good. Let's go ahead and continue on. We got everything done in the main menu. Now we can do the in-game. So let's go ahead. We're going to use the quit button here. Now the quit button is going to be the button menu. We are going to reuse this for each one. So it's important you have button menu for all the other ones, especially in game over and game win. Let's select button menu, go to pressed, select it. Now for this one here, we need to make sure to do one thing on top of reloading the scene, which is of course resetting all the global variables. Luckily, we have a function for that inside of our global script right here. So we just need to call this function to reset everything. So let's go ahead. Let's do our capital G global dot reset values. Then we can go ahead, do our get underscore tree dot reload current scene to restart the game. All right, that's going to be everything for the in-game UI. Close that up there. Close this up here. Let's do the rest for the game over. Let's go ahead, select the menu button. Now again, this is going to use that same function we just created. So make sure it's named the same so it connects. Button menu, select pressed, connect it, and it should automatically connect to the same one here because it has that same name. Now, if it doesn't, you'll notice a new function being created below it. Let's go ahead, do the next one. Game win, button menu, make sure it has the same name, go to pressed, simply connect it to our UI script, and just make sure it doesn't create a new function and is connected to this one, which it is. All right, let's close that there, close this up here. We're looking pretty good on the entire script. I like it. Remember, if you need to check the source code, you totally can. Let's go back to 2D view though. Let's go ahead, turn off the in-game UI and turn on the menu. Close things up. Save what we got. And there we go. In this section, we're going to create the level map. We're going to start off and discuss each design for all the levels. We're then going to go ahead and create a new scene for our level 1. Then, we're going to ensure to add in the map all the borders, platform collisions, spike areas, and win area. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is an example of each level we're going to create. Starting off with the middle one right here, this is going to represent our level 1. Level 1 is going to be very basic. We're simply going to have a couple hills the player can jump on top of and collect coins. We're also going to have a couple of little enemies walking around that the player must avoid. Once the player gets to the other side, then we're going to go ahead and set the game to win. The second level is going to be a little more complex. As seen, the player will have to jump on each individual platform to get to the other side. If the player falls down, he will land on a row of spikes and a game over will happen. To help the player in this mission, we'll also add one power-up that can help them jump higher and move faster. The final level we're going to create is going to be a mini boss battle. The player will simply spawn in on the left and make their way into the area. Once they're in this little area, the doors will close and stay closed until the player can defeat the boss. Alright, let's go ahead and get started now. So we're going to begin creating the first level. So we're going to go ahead and I'm simply going to minimize this here. Let's just make it invisible for now. We also need to make, of course, the actual canvas layer invisible as well. Then we're going to go ahead. We're simply going to create a new node on main, add child node. We're going to go ahead, use a node 2D. Let's change this name to level 1. Let's go ahead, and before we create this as its own scene, I also want to add the scrolling background. So let's go to our components real quick, drag and drop our scrolling background right in there. Perfect. All right. So next up, we can go ahead and make this its own scene now. So we can simply select the main node of level 1, right click, save branch as scene, and we're going to save this in the scenes folder. Let's go up a path, select scenes, and save. Now if we want to open this up, all we got to do is select it right here, and there we go. Now it is best practice to go back into main and remove the current one, because if you remember, when we actually start these different levels, it's going to create that new node in here. So there should be no default. So what we can do then is simply go back and turn everything back on, just like that. Save what you got again. Let's go back to the new level 1 scene we have over here. Then we can start adding what we need. So let's go ahead and start off with that main node for the map. Let's right click on level 1, add child node. Let's go ahead, use a node 2D. And I'm actually going to drag and drop the scrolling background into this node. So let's do that real quick. You'll see why in just a bit. We're also going to go ahead, rename this as map. Save that change. We can continue. So how we're going to make the map, we're going to use some tile map layers. So let's right click, add child node. And before we make those, let's give it a holder. Let's just call this tiles. And then in tiles, we'll right click, add child node, and add a tile map layer. Now we're going to have a different layer for each one, such as ground, such as spikes, and then any other hills or platforms we want. So let's go ahead and call this first one ground. Just like that, tile map ground. All right, now we just need to make a new tile map. So let's go ahead, go to inspector. Currently it's set at empty. Let's do new tile set. Select it again. Let's go ahead into tile set. Then we're simply going to go ahead and drag and drop in the tile set we want to use. We need to locate that now, which is in our art folder. Can a new platformer pack, spreadsheets or sprite sheets. Scroll on down and locate the default size of them, which should be over here. Sprite sheet -tiles -default.png. Drag and drop it right into here. Now again, we don't want to slice everything. We only want to use the ones we want. So go ahead and select no here. Then just like we did before, we need to change the texture region to the correct size. So let's go ahead, make the X 64 and also the Y 64. Then you should see each one is perfectly cut. We also need to change the tile set over here as well to the same thing. So go ahead, set that to 64 and then 64 as well. All right, so now we go in and select the tiles we want to use. Let's go ahead. I'm going to select the different ground ones. We're going to have this one here, and we're also going to use the purple ones and then the black ones. So let's go ahead. We have this here. Great. We need the purple one as well. Let's locate that. Should be somewhere about, I think here. Yep, it's that one. So we have that one there. We have this one here, and then we just need the black one over here, which I think is right here. Make sure it doesn't have the little black line, which I think this one does. Looks like it is going to be this one right here. So make sure you add that. Nice. All right. Then we need, of course, the top layer. So let's go ahead and locate that as well. I think for the brown color, it's going to be this one right here. So let's go ahead, select it. Let's do the same thing for the purple one. Go ahead and locate the same type of block. Might be a little up. I think it is this one here. Yes, it is. Then we need the same thing for the black one. Let's go ahead, locate that. Should be, I think, this one here, 3 above the one there. Yep, perfect. All right, so far we have all these. I like it. We also can add some curves as well. Those are pretty easy to find. They're just like the curvature ones like this. So we have that one on that side and this one on this side. And I think we should be good with the brown ones. We can always come back in here and select some more if we need to. But for the purple ones, we're going to need the same thing. So let's locate those. I think the purple one for the left and right should be around the one we have here. So this one and this one. Now for the purple one, if you remember, we're going to have specific platforms. So I'm just going to use a simple platform like this one here. So we need that one. We need the middle one of that. Let's locate the middle one. Should be towards the bottom, which is right here. And then the other side, which is right there. Okay. Let's do the last ones now for the third level. The black ones. Let's go ahead, find the curves right above this one. So here and here. And then we're also going to go ahead and we're going to do, again, let's see if we need any platform ones. I don't think we do. We can always come back and select them though if we do. But I think everything here should be good for what we're dealing with. Now, one thing to note is when we are going to be creating some of the static bodies and different ground layers, we can actually do that in here for specific ones. So we won't need to add multiple collision shapes and just drag and drop them on each individual tile. We can actually go over here to physics layers, add a new element, and then once you're here, we simply go to the select tool, and then all we have to do is just select the ones we want to add the box on. And we can go ahead, we can do paint, open this up, locate the physics layer, and then just select each one if you want to give them a physics layer. Now we really only want to give the ground types this. We're not going to want to give those purple platformer ones, and you'll see why in just a bit. But let's go ahead and add a nice little collision box on all the ones we know that are going to be the ground, such as this one here, 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 this one over here, the purple 3 right here, the middle one, and then all the current black ones we have. Don't highlight these little platform ones because those ones are going to have their own because we need to make it a little different than the other ones. But so far I think this looks good. We might add one more, which is going to be the spike. This is just going to help make things a little faster. So I'm going to go back to setup and just select the spike here. And again, we don't need to add any physics layers to this one. Just keep it as is for now. But if I zoom back out, you can see all the ones that are selected and make sure you have them selected as well. Again, adding the physics layers to each one. Just go to that paint, locate physics layer, and then select all of them. You'll see that little highlight of blue around each one you added it to, just like that. Okay. But overall, I think it looks good. All right, now that we have our tiles set up, now we can start actually putting them out on the game. So let's go ahead and we're going to go to tile map now. And we're going to use the rectangle tool. And then go ahead and we're going to select the regular block, this one here. And we're just going to start making some of the ground for the game. I'm simply going to go across. And it's really up to you how big you want this level to be. I'm just going to make it, let's say, about this big. We do want it to extend farther than the screen can tell. So even if we end the game somewhere like right here, we still want to extend this farther on so it doesn't look like we just didn't add it. We want this to look like it's always the ground. Same thing for below. It's nice to add a little extra on the bottom, just like that. Then, of course, we can go ahead and give it that nice green layer top. So let's go ahead, select that, which should be the bottom one right here. If you remember, this one also has that physics layer on it. And we can go ahead and just add that on the top one, just like this. And just extend it all the way across. Looks good. Then we can go ahead and we can add a couple little spots. One thing I might do is add a little dent here and here just to put some spikes in. That's up to you if you want to do it. I think it adds a little bit more difficulty to the game, so I like it. So I'm going to go ahead and just do something like, let's say, 2 down right there. And then I'm going to go over and just do one more. Let's put it like right here. And then we can go ahead, adjust the tiles. We'll use the curve ones. Make sure you don't have the eraser on. There we go. Let's do the other one. And then go ahead, do the curves over here and over here. Now, if you wanted to add that tile specifically for going all the way down, you can. If you remember how to do that, go back into tile set, zoom in a bit, and just locate the left and right one, which should be right here. Make sure you're on setup. Add those in. Don't forget to add the collision shape. And then we can do that for the same ones as well on the other side. So we can go ahead and find each one. Let's locate the purple sides. Should be right below over here. Let's go ahead, select both. Simply add the physics layer, collision shape, perfect. Same thing with the one over here. Let's go ahead, setup, select both, and then simply add the paint for each. Let's go back to tile map. Make sure you're selecting now the ones we need. It's going to be the two below. Let's go ahead, make sure you have the tool selected. Just add them in, just like that. Same thing for the ones over here. Let's go ahead, add those in. And that looks nice. Now we also can go ahead and add some spikes right here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go locate those spikes and just simply add a couple right there. All right, overall, I like how that looks. Now though, we are going to create a couple little areas the player can jump on. But if you remember, we don't necessarily want the player to not be able to go through them like we have with these physics layers. So the best thing to do is actually go ahead and create a new tile map layer. So we're going to select that, Control D, and we're going to go ahead. We're going to change the name here to just Hills. Then for Hills, because we don't want it to be the same as the other one, we want to make it unique. So we can go ahead, go to Tile Set, right click, Make Unique. Then now if we change things in here, it won't affect the other one. And if you remember, we want to take away some physics layers because we want the player to be able to walk through certain different tiles. So we're going to go back to Tile Set. We're going to go on Paint here. Let's go ahead and use the Remove tool. And now if we go ahead, we want to remove basically all of them. We don't want anything to be non-pass-throughable. So we go ahead, we can minus each here, and then go ahead and just select, and it will take away each collision shape, which is great. So go ahead, take away them all on this one, because we want the player to be able to walk through them and of course jump on top of them. So we don't want any borders on the Hills one. Make sure you take away all the collision physics layers. Looks good. Now we can go ahead back to tile map and start adding some hills. So let's go ahead. I'm going to do one hill real quick. Let's go one above. So I'm going to locate the box. Here we go. And I'm just going to add a little area like this. And then we can simply go ahead and make it look a little better by giving it some rounded corners, just like that. Go across on the top. And then of course add the sides. So now if the player walks through this, there is no collision shape, so they can walk through it. You'll see how we add a nice little platform for above though. But for now, let's go ahead and wrap up the hills. I'm going to put another one over here. Let's go ahead and create one. I'm going to locate the one we need, which is this one. I'm going to make these ones a little taller. Let's go ahead and add one like this. And then let's add another one. Let's just add like one big one right here. Let's go like that. I like it. And then let's go ahead. Let's make it look a little better. Let's give it some corners. Just like that. Give it a nice top there. And then the down corners over here. And then another over here. Again, if you want to customize this more, you totally can. That's completely up to you, but I think it looks pretty nice. All right. Now, of course, we need some borders. So let's go ahead. I'm going to deselect this here. This is where our player is kind of going to start. You'll see that when we actually create the player node, but we don't want our player to be able to walk off the edge of the world. So we're going to need some things to stop the player from moving all the way across. All right. So to do that, inside the map, we're going to create a new node for that. We're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and do a static body. Or better yet, even before we do that, let's create a whole node to house all these borders. And we're just going to call these collisions. And then we're going to go ahead, again, right click, static body 2D. This is what the thing is going to prevent the player from going through. Let's give it a collision shape. And we're going to have multiple collision shapes in here. Let's go ahead, zoom in to where that collision shape is going to be right here. Let's give it a new shape of something like a rectangle. And I'm simply just going to stretch this out a bit. It doesn't really matter how thick it is, but I do want it to be long enough where the player can't jump over it. And I'm going to go about here. Okay, so our player won't be able to walk past this area. You can always adjust this, but I think this will be okay. Now we also need one on the other side. So let's go ahead. I'm simply going to take this and just Control D to duplicate it and simply move it over all the way to the right. This is necessarily where the enemy or where the player is going to end the game over here. We'll put some flags to signify that. But for now, we'll keep this like this because we still want to be able to see this over here. We can always extend it later if they can still see it, but due to the camera size, I think they won't be able to. Now we're also going to need some other collisions, such as the ones we can pass through, which are right here for the hills, and then also one for when our player falls down, basically through these spots here. We don't want them necessarily to just fall through the spikes. We want them to be able to hit the spikes and stay above them. So I'm actually going to create one more collision shape. Right click, add child node, collision shape. Oops, make sure you don't add it inside of it like that. Make sure you add it somewhere on the same row. There we go. Let's give it a new shape. Let's locate what that is. It might be over here. Then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to make this kind of like the ground level. Now I know we currently already have collision shapes on these, but we don't have any on the spikes. So what we want to do is lower this just a bit below the spikes to where the player looks like they're on top of them somewhat. So like right about here. And we'll simply go ahead and just make this go all the way across. Just like that. So if you had more spikes and more areas to fall down into, this would help prevent them to going straight on top of the tile here. We want them to kind of rest on top of the spikes. Now to actually initiate getting hurt by the spikes though, we're going to need something else, such as an area 2D. So let's go ahead. On this collision, let's right click. Let's go ahead and add an area 2D. Then we're going to do the same thing. And because we don't need to recreate a new collision shape, we can just use this one and just move it up a bit. I'm going to go ahead and take that collision shape we just made, this one right here. Make sure it's highlighting it. Control D. And just simply drag and drop that into the area 2D. Now again, like I said, we need this to go above a little bit. So let's go ahead, take the move tool and just go a little bit above, just about there. Now one thing to do also that's very important is we need to give this area 2D a group because we need to signify what exactly this area is. To do that, we can go ahead, select the main node of the area 2D, go to the node, groups, and just add one right here, and we're going to call this spikes. Now the spikes is going to instantly start the game over in the player script, which is exactly what we want. So if you had other things like lava or water you don't want the player to go into and have an instant game over, you would do something very similar to this, give it its own tag, and then do the same thing in the code that we do for the spikes. Now we will get to that in a bit, but for now this looks great. Now for the last collisions, we need ones for the hills. Now these hills are a little special because our player still wants to be able to walk through them, but when he jumps above them, he lands on top of them and can continue on. Same thing for the one over here. So we're going to need a specific shape for that. So we're going to right click on collisions, add child node, and we're going to go ahead. We're going to add another static body 2D. We're going to select it, go to inspector, go to collision, and we should, might not be in this one here. We might have to add it in the collision shape. Let's add a collision shape first. Collision shape. Now in this one here, you'll see this one-way collision. Okay, this is what we want to enable to allow our character to basically jump through it on the bottom and land on top of it. So we're going to go ahead and select that. We're then going to go ahead, give this a new shape, and we're just going to match it up with the top of the hill that we have over here. So something like this, and then this here. And then, of course, shrink it up a bit and just match it just like that. All right. I'm going to go up a little higher there. just to make sure that our player will be able to fit below it, which I think they will. Now we need one also for over there. Let's go ahead, Control D, move this on over. Now because we need to make this a little less the size, we need to go ahead and make this unique. So go ahead, right click on shape, make unique. Go ahead, switch your pointer tool, there we go, and just shrink it a bit here, just like that. We can also rename this so we don't get confused. We can call this one the one-way static body, just like that. You could also add the 2D if you want to, that's up to you. So now you know that we'll go ahead and add any one-way static body inside this one here. Overall though, this looks pretty good. Let's go ahead. I'm going to close this here, close the map up. Now one more thing we could add though before ending this is going to be the win area. So just like what we did with the spikes area, we need to have an area for when the player gets to the end of the map and wins the game. Now we could create a new node for that, but I think it would be best just to put it in the collisions one. So let's go ahead, reopen up map in our collisions. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, area 2D. And because we already have two area 2Ds, let's go ahead and rename these. I'm going to call this area 2D spikes. And then let's go ahead and call this one area 2D win. Then all we got to do is add that collision shape. Let's right click, add child node, collision shape, give it a new shape, and go ahead, simply stretch this out. We want to make it pretty tall because we don't want the player to go over it. I'm going to keep it that size and just simply move it on over to where the win area will be, which will be like right over here. Again, we can always adjust it later, but I think that'll look pretty good. Don't forget though, we also need to give this a group tag just like we did with the spikes. So select the main node of the area 2D win, go ahead to node, add a new one, and let's just call this win. All right, that looks great. Let's zoom out a bit. Let's go back to the pointer tool, close things up, and save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the level 2 map. We're going to start off and create a new node for the level 2. We're then going to add all the map tiles for the map's design. We'll then make sure to ensure to add all the borders, platform collisions, spike areas, and win area. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating our level 2. So for level 2, it's going to be pretty similar to our level 1. So an easy way we can go about doing this is just simply selecting our level 1 in scenes, right click on it, duplicate, and just simply change the name to level 2. Go ahead now, double click to open it up, and we can begin changing what we need. So what we're going to do here is we're going to adjust a couple things. We're first going to close everything out, and we're going to go ahead and redesign the map first. To visualize things a little better, I'm going to make all the collisions invisible, and then we're going to go ahead and go into tiles. We're going to go ahead into tile map layer hills, and I'm going to erase everything here just so we can start from scratch. So use the eraser tool, highlight over the whole map, and I'm going to do that there. Next thing we're going to do is I'm going to replace this ground here with our purple ground. So let's go ahead, locate it. Should be this one here. I'm going to go ahead, unselect the eraser tool, and then simply just highlight over it, replacing that there. We're also going to go ahead, replace the bottom one as well. Should be this one here. And I'm going to lower this a little bit more because in this specific map, we're going to have kind of like a divot going here all the way to here to where you win the game. So let's go ahead and I'm going to use the eraser tool to begin creating that divot. I'm going to go from like right here, make it pretty deep, and let's go about here. We can always make it bigger later if we need to. Let's give it some nice corners though. Let's use our corner tool, turn off the eraser. Make sure you're selecting the right one. Let's give it a nice side going all the way down. Same thing over here. Let's do the other side. And then this one here, going all the way down. Next thing we can do, of course, is add the spikes on the bottom. I'm going to do that, going across. Let's double check the positioning. Go ahead, turn the collisions back on. I really just want to make sure the win area is still active here, which it looks like it is. We might need to extend it a little bit more over here. So I'm going to turn this off again. Simply go ahead, extend it just a little bit more. So let's select the correct one. Go across a bit, and then go ahead, re-add that one going down, just so we know that it won't look like the world cuts off. But I think that looks nice. All right. Now we can go ahead, close up the tiles. And what we could do is also add some tiles to jump on top of. That'll add a little bit more fun to the game, I think. So we could go ahead and reopen up tiles, select the tile map layer hills, change this name. Instead of hills, we can call it platforms. Then what we're going to do is we're going to select it. If you remember, this one doesn't have any collision shapes, which is great. We can go ahead and start building some of those platforms. So I'm going to go ahead, select this one here, and just start making a couple of these. I'm going to put one pretty close. Let's do one there. We can do another one over here. Maybe one a little higher up, a little below, and just kind of keep going like this until we get a pretty decent amount to make the game kind of fun. That one might be a little close. I'm going to go up a little bit more, a little bit lower, maybe over there, and then one more that we have to jump on to get to the end. We need to go ahead now, add the rest of these. Let's use the middle pieces now, just like that. Remember, you can always customize this however you like. I think this looks pretty good though. Oops, make sure you add the right one. There we go. Oops. Keep adding them. Don't leave any out. And there we go. Now we just need to add the correct collision shapes to each one. So I'm going to do that first, just so we don't forget. So go ahead, close up the tiles, open up collisions. If you remember, since these ones are going to be pass-throughable, but we can still land on top, we're going to go ahead and make them all one-way static body. Now let's make this whole thing visible so we can see. I'm going to make everything else invisible though, so we can see things a little better. And let's go ahead into here. I'm going to select this one, go to inspector, let's make it unique. And I'm going to readjust it to about the same size as one of our platforms. So let's do like that. Bring it in a bit. And over here. And I'm going to remove the other one because all the other ones are the same. And then all we have to do, use the move tool. Let's use Control D and just line them up on each. Might not be perfect, but I think that's okay. As long as it's relatively on top of it, it will work good. Let's make sure to add each one. Just like that. Another over here. Two more left. And the last one. Nice. Let's close that up there. We can go ahead now and go to the actual regular static body. This is for the actual ground layer, I think. Or no, this is for the borders, which honestly, they look pretty good. I might just keep those. The one thing that doesn't look good though, of course, is the spikes. We need to lower that down. So let's start off in here. Take the spike one first, which is this one. Simply lower it down to, let's do about there. Then all we gotta do is take the spikes area 2D. This is what's actually giving it the effect of the game over. Let's take that, bring it down a little bit above, right about there. You can always lower it more if you want, but I think that'll be okay. Next thing we gotta do is the win area, make sure it's lined up, which it looks pretty good there. I think we'll be okay with that. Overall though, everything looks very nice. Now again, if you eventually experience issues with the actual collision of the tiles, remember we did that in the tiles one on the ground. If you go to tile set, you'll see all those collisions. So each one should already have a collision on them, except for, of course, the floating tiles, which are also not going to be active in this one as well. Let's close out of there, select out. We can close everything up. Go ahead, save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the level 3 map. We're going to start off creating a new node for the level 3. We're then going to add all the map tiles for the map's design. Next, we're going to ensure to add all the borders, platform collisions, spike areas, and win area. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating our level 3. Now level 3 is going to be pretty similar to both of them. We're just going to be adding a few things different inside of it. So let's go ahead, open up our scenes. Let's select one like level 1, right click, duplicate it, and let's go ahead. We're going to change this name to level_3. Go ahead, double click to open it up. Let's zoom out a bit and let's close everything up real quick. Now one thing to note is when you do duplicate it, it's going to duplicate everything inside of it. It's not going to rename the main node as level 3, so make sure to do that. Change that just so things aren't too confusing. So we'll do level 3 there. And I think we didn't do that in the last one either, so make sure go back into level 2 and just make sure to change that to level 2. Control S to save. Back to level 3 though. Let's go ahead. I'm going to open up everything. Let's also go ahead and open up collisions. I'm going to go ahead and disable all the collisions so we can see things a little better. I'm going to go ahead, open up our tiles, just like we did before, go to our ground. Let's change out the basic ground, and I'm going to start off with erasing everything in hills. Let's use the eraser tool. Just erase the hills, and then back in ground, let's go ahead, select the one we want to use for level 3, which is this one. Let's make the base ground the same tile. There we go. Make sure it's also over there. If it isn't, that's because it has the other one on there. So make sure to erase that. There we go. Let's also go ahead, erase this one over here as well. Perfect. And I'll just double erase just to make sure everything's gone. All right, now we can continue. I'm going to go ahead and make the base one as well. Let's do that. Turn off the eraser tool. Let's grab the base one, which I think is this one here. Let's take that and just go all the way across. All right. Now this level is going to be a little smaller than the two others because it's mainly a boss battle. So let's turn on the collisions for just a second. We can go ahead though and close these out. We're not actually going to have any of these platformers in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just remove that. So I'm going to take it and control or just delete key. That'll disappear those. Perfect. I'm also going to make this a little smaller. Let's go ahead and just move in each border. So let's take our borders right here. Well, this one can stay the same, but this one will tuck in a little bit. Let's go ahead, take that, and I'm going to move it in just a bit to about there. Same thing for the win area. Let's take that win area, move the move tool, and you can either move the collision or the main node. That's up to you. I'm going to move the collision. Just move it in just about there. Nice. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, start designing what we need. I'm going to close that there. I'm also going to go ahead back to tiles. So I'm going to make some areas for spikes first, like right over here. Right in the middle, let's use the ground tool for that. I'm going to erase the spots where the spikes are going to be. And we can make it about the same depth as it currently is here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to take away 2 here, just like that. I'm going to leave, let's say, 2 there, but I'll take away 3 in the middle. So 1, 2, 3, down another one. And let's go ahead, do another one over there. If you're still getting issues with that, make sure you do it as well here. Thought we already took those away, but no worries. We might be overlapping it. So that's going to be our spike area. Let's add the spikes. Let's go ahead, select spikes. Make sure eraser tool is off. Add the little spikes there. I like it. Now for the tile map layer hills, this will actually be something we can use. I'm going to make this kind of like the background wall of once we're in the little building that we fight the boss. Now, I think a good idea for this would be to change the name. Let's call this tile map player walls. And we're going to give it a little bit of background wall. I'm going to be using, let's just use the one here. Make sure you're selecting it though. And I'm going to go ahead and just add that. I'm going to go about here all the way across. Let's see, that's 3 over there. Make sure it's covering it completely, like right about there. I think that should be a good size. Now, the reason why it's in front of it is because, of course, the ordering. So what I'm going to do is just move the node right above it, right there. Oops, looks like we had some overlapping ones. We can go ahead and erase those real quick. We don't need those. So I'm going to take all that and go like that. Looks like we never actually added it correctly. Let's do that real quick. And I'm going to go ahead, replace what we need. Whoops, make sure you don't have eraser tool on. There we go. I knew there was something funny going on. Let's go ahead and add that all there. And then there as well. All right, so here we're back to where we were. I like it. Now this still kind of matches this and I don't really like that. So what I'm gonna do, at least for the background, don't forget to fill these spots, is I'm gonna darken this one out just a bit. So we're gonna go ahead, select it. We're gonna go to visibility and see the modulate. We're simply just gonna select it and decrease it down just a bit so it kind of looks like it's the back wall. Again, it's up to you how you want to do that. I think that looks pretty good though. Let's go ahead and finish up what we need to kind of cover this around. We know the ground layer actually has the borders, so we want this. Let's go ahead and I'm going to again grab the wall one we have. Make sure eraser tool is off. I'm going to go ahead now and add some walls here so our player can go underneath there. I'm going to do, let's do 2 there, let's do 3. So we'll go 3 up and we'll go all the way up like that. Again, same thing here. It's going to have 1 spot, 2 spot there, so make sure you have 2 spots. So that's too close. We'll do 1 more over and just make sure it's on the same. I like it. And then we'll go ahead, go on up, match it. And then what I'm going to do is go across and simply give it a little bit of length right there. Then we just need to go ahead, give it some rounded corners for everything. We can go ahead and do that. Make sure you're on the ground one. I'm going to give it some rounded corners for each one. Just like that. Give it some here too. And the other ones. And then of course the lines going down. Let's do the other side now. And then of course we need these here, and then here, and then the going across on the top. All right, eventually we'll create some doors that'll of course shut when the player walks through, but for now we'll keep it as is, okay? All right, so now let's go ahead and let's back up a bit. Let's check it out. Looks pretty good. Our player will spawn somewhat over here. They'll be able to walk in, fight the boss, the doors reopen, and then they can exit outside of here. Now there is one thing I think we should add, which will make the game be a little bit more alive, I think, just to differentiate between the levels. I think we could darken or maybe even change the background color of this cloud background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and select our scrolling background for each one. And I'm actually going to go into the visibility, modulate, and just simply change the color. Now this one I think would look pretty cool if it was like red, because it's the boss battle, maybe not so bright. We'll go a little darker red, something like that. Signifies this is a very dangerous area. I'm also going to go ahead and bring it up a bit. Or better yet, we could just move everything down a little bit. I just think I want to see those hills, because if you remember, we have all these hills here. So what I'm going to do is take our scrolling background and let's just move it up a bit. So we have the, let's see where the transform is. Should be somewhere around here. There's transform. I'm going to move that Y position up a bit. So we'll go ahead, or down in Godot. We'll move it down to negative. Let's do like negative 40. Maybe a little bit more. We'll do negative 80. Just enough to see the little hills. I'll just do negative 100. We have to make sure to do this though in each area or it's not going to look right. So we have the nice red background here. I like this a lot. Let's save it. Let's go to level 2 real quick. Now this one again is the same color as the first one, which I don't want that. Let's change it to match the floor, which is a little purple. Let's open that up. First thing we got to do, of course, go to transform, switch the positioning to match, which will be negative 100. And then of course, change the color, go to visibility, modulate. Let's make it like a purple, maybe not too bright, something like that. I like it a lot. Save that change. Go back to level 1. Now this one I like keeping it the same, but I am going to go ahead and move that up a bit to match the other ones. Go to transform, take the Y value, negative 100, just so we can see those hills. I like it. And then of course, don't forget this is also inside of our main. So if you want it to match up, go ahead, open that up, locate the scrolling background, change it to negative 100. Nice. All right, let's go ahead. Let's save what we got in each one. Close out of everything here. Make sure we close out of everything here as well in map. Same thing in level 2, close the map. Same thing in level 3, close the map. All right, I'm gonna save. I'm also gonna close out of each thing here, just so we can keep things nice and clean. Close here, and close up here. Looking good so far. In this section, we're going to start creating the player node. We're going to start off and discuss all the functions for the player. We're then going to create a new node for the player. Then, we're going to make sure to add each necessary node for the player's functions. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to represent each node we're going to add to the player. Starting off with the player's body, we're going to create it from adding a bunch of different animated sprite 2Ds. These are going to consist of an animation of the player walking, idle position, jumping, and getting hurt. The next node we're going to add is going to be a camera 2D. We're going to make sure to enable camera 2D smooth movement so that the camera follows around the player. Next up, we're going to add a couple different collision shapes in area 2Ds. The collision shapes will be responsible for giving the player a body, so they'll rest on any static bodies and of course not be able to walk through any. The area 2Ds will give the player a hitbox and also give them the ability to hurt enemies in specific areas. The next node we're going to create is going to be a timer. Now this timer is going to be responsible for the player cooldown when they get hurt. The final node is going to be the node that holds all the different sound effects for the player jumping, powering up, and getting hurt. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the player. So we're going to start off creating the player in our first level scene. We're going to be doing this specifically to scale things correctly. Eventually, we'll turn the player into their own scene, but for now, let's go ahead, open up scenes, click on level 1, zoom in a bit to the starting block, which is going to be right over here. Then we're going to go ahead, create that new node for the player. Let's right click, add child node, and we're simply going to select a character body 2D for the main node of the player. Let's go ahead, we're going to give it a name of lowercase player. We're also going to make sure to add the group tag element as well, so select it, go all the way to the right to node, add a new tag here. Let's just call it simply player, all lowercase, just like the name. And then just make sure it's checked here. You can also double check to make sure it's attached by highlighting over here on the box. Looks good. Let's save that change. Now let's go ahead and start off with the first node inside the player. Let's right click, add child node. It's going to be a simple node 2D. We're going to call this effects. Now this effect is going to be basically darkening the background screen of the player completely black, just showcasing the player in the center. This is going to make it look really nice when we get a game over. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. We're going to use a color rect for the background. This is just an easy node to use to go ahead and darken out the background just like that. You can make this extend a little bit farther than the background if you want to. It's not going to be visible to the player, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm just going to keep that just like this. Then we're going to set the default color of this simply to a invisible all the way with an A value of 0. So it'll look just like this. Now, of course, we need the ability to change this into a darkened color and make it visible. And we can simply do that by right-clicking on effects. We can go ahead and we're going to add an animation player. We're going to create a new animation. And we're going to go ahead and just call this end. All right. Now for end, we're going to go ahead. We're going to save the color, making it darken out. So let's select it. Let's go ahead. First off, key down the value here at the beginning. Click create. Then we want to slowly make it visible after 1 second. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move this up here. I'm going to go ahead, select it. And I'm going to go ahead, darken it out just like that. Now one thing to make sure is that we are not repeating this. We just want it to go instantly, just like that. Make sure this is not selected or it'll go ahead and loop. Now to make sure though the original default is set, you can go ahead, select reset, and go ahead, hit play. Just make sure it doesn't visible, which it isn't, which is great. Looks good there. Let's go ahead now, create another node. Now we can start creating the body of the player. Let's right click on the player node. Let's go ahead, add another node 2D. Let's change this simply to body. And as mentioned earlier, to actually show the body, we're going to use some animated sprite 2Ds. So let's right click, add child node. We'll add the first one here first, so animated sprite 2D. Or it's sprite animated. There we go. Yep, animated sprite 2D. Add that in there. Let's go ahead now. Make sure you're selecting it. It's going to be looking for a specific texture and of course the sprite frames. Let's here go to sprite frames. Currently it's set to empty. Go ahead, make it select a new one, just like that. All right. So our default, that's going to be like our idle position. Let's go ahead and rename that idle. Then we can simply go ahead, select this grid here. Let's go into our art. Let's go into the Kenny new platform pack. Let's select sprites. Let's go to characters, default. And here we can either select them individually here. Now this way might take longer. So what I would do instead is simply go all the way back to the sprite sheets and then go ahead and select the default character sheet. So we have default enemies and default characters. Here we go. Now what we can do is slice this correctly. Let's go ahead and do 64. We might need to go smaller. Let's do 64. If it's still too small, let's go ahead and do 128. And then 128 here as well for size. Now we can go ahead and select the ones we want. I want the idle position to simply be this little green one here. Go ahead, add frames. Then there you go. You can see our idle position is just like that. Let's go ahead and take the actual player itself though, and I'm going to move it right over here so it's like it's standing on the ground. All right. So currently we have idle. We're going to need some other ones. Let's go ahead and create another one. Let's call this one walking. This one's going to be active when they're actually moving throughout the game. So let's go ahead, open up the grid again, select the default character sheet. It should stay the same with the 28 and 28. Now for the walking, let's go ahead and select the ones we want to use. I'm going to go ahead and do this one here, and then this one. Let's add those. Make sure you don't have the original selected. You should only have 1 and 0. Let's see what this looks like. If you want to see it in action, just simply hit the play button, and there you go. Now if you want to make it go faster or slower, you can simply adjust the FPS. I'm going to leave it the same for now though. We can always adjust it later. But so far, I like that for the walking. All right, let's do the next one. So we have idle, we have walking. Now we need to do the jumping when they're jumping up and then when they're falling down. So we can go ahead. I'm going to go back to idle. Let's add a new one. Let's call this jump up. Or better yet, instead of jump up, we could call it in air up. Then let's go ahead, add the same sprite sheet. Let's go ahead, use the one we want to use. I think this one looks the best for it. Let's go ahead, use that one there. Then when they're jumping up in the air, it'll look like this. Then we need another one for when they go down. So let's go ahead, add another one. Let's rename it in air down. Let's go ahead, add a new grid, select it. Then let's go ahead and use the one we want to use for going down. And I think it would look pretty good if we do this one. Again, you can use whichever one you want, but that one looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to keep it. Add frames. So there we go. We have jumping up, and then we have in air down, walking, idle. Now we could also go ahead and do one for actually getting a game over. So let's do that. Let's add one more. Let's call this game over. Let's go ahead, add the sprite sheet. And then the game over one, I'm going to use this one here because it has a sad face and looks like it got knocked back. So let's go ahead, keep that there, add that, and there we go. Looks good, I like it. All right, so now we just need these same animations, but for the power up one, okay? So we have animated sprite 2D. Now let's go ahead and just Control D and do animated sprite 2D, power up. For the power up one, we need to make this unique so we don't change the other one. Let's go to the animation, right click, make unique. Then we can go ahead and switch these out. Let's start with the idle one. So go ahead, go to grid, sprite sheets, turn off this one here, but go ahead and select the other idle. I'm going to use this one as the idle, which I think is this one for the standing and idle. Go ahead and remove the current one, so select it and hit delete. Then you want to go ahead and do the other ones. In air down, let's go ahead, switch that out with the correct one. So in air down is going to be this one. Make sure you only have that one selected. Go ahead, select this one, remove it. In air up, let's change this one out. Deselect the current one if it's there. If it's not, that's okay. Use the up one. Get rid of the current one. Now for the walking, let's go ahead, add the correct ones we need. Let's use this one and then this one. Remove the current ones. Test it out. Looks nice, I like it. Double check we got them all. We also need to add the game over one. And I think it's this one. Make sure to remove the original. Remove that one. Double check them again. Overall, I think I like it. Go ahead now and currently disable the power up one because again, this one will only turn on when we're powered up. To make sure it's setting at the default though, go ahead, select Animated Sprite 2D, and just select Idle. Now we do need one more thing we're going to add in the body, and that's going to be the player flashing when they get hit. Now there's a very simple way we can do that. All we got to do is we got to go ahead, right click on Animated Sprite 2D, add child node, add a color rect, and we're just going to go ahead and spread this across the current player sprite. Then we're going to select the main node, Animated Sprite 2D. We're going to go to Visibility, and Clip Children, we're going to say Clip and Draw. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add an Animated Sprite 2D in the body, or Animated Player. Then we're going to go ahead and rename this as Animation Player Hurt, or Hurting, even better. For hurting, we're going to have two different animations. We're going to have the idle one, and then we're also going to have the hurting one. For the idle one, I'm simply going to go ahead and select our color rect we have, and I'm simply going to make it invisible. Then what we're going to do is, of course, make the hurting one. So let's go ahead, animation, call it hurting. Then we're going to simply go ahead, change this to white, and make it visible. So let's go ahead, save that value. We're also going to go ahead to 0.2. I'm going to go ahead, make it like a red, make it a little less, like that. About halfway. I'll save that number, 135. Check mark it there. Then we're going to go to 0.4. Back to white. Let's go ahead. Back to white. Save that value. And then we're going to go back to red. Or better yet, you could just keep it here. And instead of that, we'll just go ahead and repeat it. So in the code, we'll actually go ahead in there and limit this. But for now, I think we'll keep it like this. Just make sure you cut it off, though, at that 0.4. So currently change that 1.0 to a 0.4. And again, we'll code it so it goes a little bit longer than this. But overall, I do like it like that. If you want to make it faster, you totally can. But I think this looks pretty good. Let's go ahead, pause that. Let's close that there, save what you got so far. Now that we got the base of the player complete, we can go ahead and create the player as their own scene. So let's go ahead. Before we do that though, we'll make sure that we set the default here to reset. There we go. Let's select the player. Let's right click. Let's go ahead, save branch as scene. Make sure we save this in the components. Save that. Nice. Save it again. And just so we don't forget down the road, let's go ahead and drag and drop in the player component into each level. So let's go into level 2. Locate the spot we want to drop the player right over here. Go to components and simply drag and drop the player.tcsn right into the level 2. And then just adjust where they're standing, like right about here. Save that change, close up the map. Let's go into level 3 now. Again, zoom in where you want to drop the player. I'm going to go ahead, drag and drop them onto level 3 node. Simply move them right about here. Save that change. Now we can go ahead and open up the player scene itself. I'm going to close out the levels real quick. Select into the player scene. Close up the animation. All right. Let's close up the things we don't need so far. Now the next node we're going to create is going to house all the different area 2Ds. So let's go ahead and right click, add child node, and we're going to call this areas, but we'll use a node 2D for this. All right, for areas, we're going to add a bunch of area 2Ds in there. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, area 2D. First one will be the actual body of the player, so basically like their hitbox. So we go ahead, area 2D, and we can just call this something simple like hitbox. Let's give it a collision shape. Right click, add child node, collision shape. Give it a new shape of, let's do a capsule, and just stretch it out about where you want the hitbox for the player to be. You can always adjust it down the road, but I think this will look pretty good. Let's move it about here. It's a little big, I think. Let's go ahead, shrink it a bit. Overall though, not bad, maybe a little bigger. There we go. All right, so that's gonna be the hitbox of the player. So anything that bumps into it that's an enemy, this area will hurt it, okay? Now, one thing I like to do with the hitbox is change it into a different color compared to the other one so we can see it a little better. I'm just gonna make the debug color to something like a red. All right, let's go ahead. Next up, let's right click, add child node, another area 2D. And let's go ahead and we're gonna call this feet. So area 2D feet. This will be our feet area where we can go ahead and jump on enemies. Let's add another area or collision shape. Let's go ahead, give it a nice box rectangle shape. I'm gonna move this about here and then here. I'm not gonna make it too thin, but just enough to actually be the length of the legs, so maybe about there. And then about there. Looks pretty good to me. I like it. We also need to go ahead and give this a tag, so I'm going to go ahead, go to Node, Groups, add a new group tag, and I'm simply going to call it just feet, all lowercase. There we go. So if any area of an enemy gets hit by this, it should hurt them, okay? And we'll add that logic in the code. Let's do the next one. That's going to be for the actual head, so we can break things when we jump into them. Let's go ahead, add another area 2D. Area 2D, head. That'll be the name. Then if you want to go ahead, we could simply just duplicate the current collision we have down here and drag and drop it into the feet or the head one. I'm just going to move it up a bit. I'm not going to change it, but I'm going to put it right about there. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give this one a new group tag. Let's call this just head. Looks good. All right, those are going to be all the areas. Now we still need an actual body for the player. That's easy enough though. I'm just going to add that in real quick. Right click on player, add collision, shape 2D. Then same thing, we could add a simple capsule shape, and honestly, instead of creating a new one, I'm just going to copy this one and then shrink it a bit. So let's go into the hitbox, duplicate the current one we have, drag and drop it onto the collision shape. And you know what, instead of that, let's just move it above, delete the one we have there, get rid of the 2 at the end, and leave as is. Now, of course, we could change the color just so we can see things a little better. I'm going to go into Inspector, change this to like a blue, or better yet, even a green. But we do have to shrink it, if you remember. So let's go ahead, use the pointer tool, and just simply shrink it a little bit less. Now, if it is moving with the other one, as you can see, that's because we never made it unique. So Control Z until you go back. Go ahead, right click on the shape and make unique, or of course it's going to change both and we won't be able to tell the difference. I'm also going to go ahead and make this one green. And then let's simply shrink it a bit, about there, and a little bit on the bottom there. Again, we can always adjust this if we want to, but I think it'll look pretty good just like this. All right, let's continue on. Next thing we can add is going to be the actual camera. So the reason we're going to add the camera into the player is because there's a really cool built-in feature that will smoothly follow the player as they move along in the world. Let's right click on player, add child node. Let's add a camera 2D. If you zoom out, you'll see the box of the camera 2D. Now in these types of games, it's really important to place this correctly. A lot of times it's more visually appealing if you go ahead and move it up just a bit above the player. Again, if you don't like this style, you don't have to do it, but I think it looks pretty cool with the kinds of games we make. Let's go ahead, do that there. Now we need to add the actual following ability, which is called position smoothing. Position smoothing will go ahead and make the camera slowly follow the player. If you want to increase the speed, you can do right here with this. Currently it's set to 5.0, which I'm going to keep that. But if you want to make it go faster or slower, you just have to adjust that there. But with that, it'll look really cool once we get the player moving around, which will go, of course, and position smooth the camera following the actual player. Now, next up, we're going to go ahead. We're going to add something called a Raycast 2D. Now, the Raycast 2D is needed to help us make sure when we can actually move around and when we can jump and play certain animations. Now, normally you don't need this, but I found it better to use a Raycast to tell whether or not we're on the ground. We will still use the built-in way to do it with Godot, but overall the Raycast just kind of helps it determine exactly where we are. So let's go ahead and right-click, add child node. We're going to add the Raycast 2D. Then we're going to simply go ahead and adjust where this is. I'm going to put this kind of where the actual feet of our player is. I found it best to just move it down just a bit to about here, okay? Now again, you'll see this in action once we get the script down. This is truly just going to help us out with determining whether or not the ground is below us, all right? But all you got to do is just simply move it down just a bit. We can keep everything else the same. Just make sure it looks like mine here. All right, almost done. Now we just need to go ahead and create a timer. This is going to be the timer that goes off once our player is hit by an enemy. Let's right click, add child node, go ahead, timer. And I'm going to give it a name, timer, capital H, hurting. And then for this timer, eventually we'll attach a signal, but we're going to go ahead, select it. We're going to make it a one shot and set it to 1.5. Now we just need one more node, which is going to be the sound effects node for the player. The sound effects for specifically when the player jumps, collects things, and of course gets a game over. So let's right click on the player node, add another node 2D to hold all the sounds. We're just going to go ahead, call this sounds. Then we just need to drag and drop in each sound effect we want to use. And we're going to specifically use an audio stream player. So let's right click, add child node, audio, stream player 2D. Then we just need to drag and drop in each sound. And we're going to have one for the coin collecting, the gem collecting, which is basically going to be the power up, the hurting, the jump, and whether or not we bump into an enemy. So let's go ahead, change the name of this one first. Let's call this coin. Or if better yet, I would just do something like SFX and then capital C coin. Then we can go ahead, locate the coin sound effect we want to use, which will actually be inside of our art assets. Can use platformer pack, locate sounds, and then just go ahead, drag and drop in the coin onto there. You should see it there just like that. Let's go ahead, duplicate this, Control D. Next one, this is going to be the gem sound. Let's go ahead, do capital G gem. Let me double check the sound I used for this one. I think I used, let's see, the gem one. If we have a gem one, yes we do, perfect. Let's drag and drop that in. Let's go ahead, Control D. Next up, this is going to be our hurting sound. Let's go ahead, capital H, hurt. Now for the hurting sound, let me double check the one I used. Looks like I used the hurt OG, which is this one. Drag and drop. Go ahead, Control D. Next up, we're going to do the jump. I'm guessing we just used the jump one, so let's just use that one. Locate jump, which is the regular one right here. Drag and drop it onto the jump. Then we just need the last one, which is going to be the bump. Let's go ahead, Control D, change this to capital B bump. Let me double check what I used for bump. For bump, looks like I used, where is it? Hurt. Should be the game over sound, if there's there. Nope, gem, soin, disappear. We'll just use disappear. We can always go ahead and change it, but for now I think that'll be okay. But so far we have every single node we're going to need for our player. In the next section, we'll go ahead and start creating the script so we can actually make the player move around, initiate the sounds, and everything else we want the player to do. Let's save what we got so far. Alright, in this section, we're going to create the player script. We're going to start off and create a new script for the main player node. We're then going to add all the starting variables for the script. After that, we're going to create some functions for the player movement, animations, power-ups, and area interactions. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with the player script. So let's go ahead, select the main node of the player. Let's add a new script. Make sure we're saving the script in the correct location. It's going to be the scripts folder. Open, hit create. Alright, so we're going to start off with a couple different variables here. We're going to start off with an @export variable, speed. This will be the speed of the player. And we're going to set that to a default value of a float equal to 300.0. Next up, we're going to create another @export. This will be a variable. And we're going to call this jump underscore velocity. And this will be kind of like the power of the jump. This is also going to be a type float. And we're simply going to equal that to negative 700.0. Next up, we're going to have another @export variable. And this is going to represent our gravity. This is also going to be a type float. And we're simply going to equal it to a 1400. Again, we can always change these later, but these values work for me pretty well. All right, next up, we're going to have a couple @onReadies. The first one is going to be a variable representing the player underscore sprite. And this is going to be a type of animated sprite 2D. Make sure you're selecting animated sprite 2D. Then we're simply going to equal this to our current animated sprite 2D, which if you remember is right inside of body, and this one right here. So simply drag and drop it on just like that. Next up, we're going to have another @onReady. This is going to be for the power up. So we're going to do player underscore sprite underscore power, or we could even do powered underscore up to be more specific. Then again, this is another animated sprite 2D. Make sure you select that. And simply equal it to our powered up one, which is right next to it. Drag and drop it over. All right, next up, we're going to have our raycast. So let's go ahead, @onReady variable. We're going to do ray underscore cast underscore 2D. Type raycast 2D. Make sure you're selecting the right one. And then just like we did above it, equal it to our current raycast 2D. Drag and drop. All right, next up, we're going to do another @onReady variable. And we're going to go ahead. This time we're going to do it for the camera 2D. So let's do camera. And we'll do type camera 2D equals our current camera 2D node. Simply drag and drop it on. All right, last one here, another @onReady variable. And we're going to call this the hurting anim for animation. And we're going to go ahead. This is going to be a type of animated player. Make sure you have the correct node there. Animated player. Or no, animation player. There it is. And then we're going to equal that to our current animation player for the hurting, which if you remember, that's inside of our animated sprite 2D. Or it should be, below it right there. The actual color that changes them is inside of it. But the animation player is going to be right over here. Let's take that, drag and drop it right over here. Then we're going to finish up with a couple more variables. We're going to have a variable for hurting, which we always want to set to false at the beginning of the game. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to say in enemy here, because we only want to be hurting when we're inside of an enemy. On start though, this will equal false. Next up, we're going to go ahead. We're going to call this game_ended. And the reason why we need this value is because when the game ends, we want to freeze the player's position. But on start, we always equal that to false. Now our last variable will be the powered up. And again, we're always going to set this equal to false on start of the game. Those are going to be all of our starting variables. Save what you got so far. All right, let's continue on. Let's get started with our first couple functions. So we're going to start this off with a real simple one. This is simply going to be our ready function, which we know initiates on start of the game. So let's go ahead, do an underscore ready. Now inside of it, the only thing we're going to do is simply grab our player sprite, and we're going to do a dot play, and we're going to make sure to play the idle one. All right, that's just going to ensure that our starting animation is correct. Now for our next function, we're going to move on to our physics process function. Now this function is going to be for most of the movement for our player. Now we normally want to use a physics process function instead of a process function because the physics one is going to help us calculate the movement a little better. So let's start this off with a simple if. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if our global dot, and we're going to say game over does not equal true. And that's because we only want the player to move around and change animations when, of course, it does not equal true. All right. Then we're also going to go ahead and give some gravity to our player, which we can simply do by doing if not is underscore on underscore floor. And this is a pre-built function within Godot where we can go ahead and tell whether or not our player is currently sitting on another static body or a tile map layer with static bodies on it, just like we have in our current game. So if that's the case, then inside of there, what we're going to do is give the player some gravity. And we can simply do that by using the pre-built value of velocity.y, which we know is the up and down of the player. And all we're going to do is we're going to times equal that to our set gravity that we have times delta. And timesing it by delta is just going to ensure that it's going to move on the frame rate of our current device. All right, because different devices are going to have different frame rates, but we want to make sure that it calculates it equally no matter what the rate is. All right, and there's some more complexity with the delta value, but for now, all you really need to know is that it helps us calculate things with frame rate. Now, next thing we're going to do outside of the if statement is we need to initiate that movement. And we can do that again with another pre-built function, which is going to be the move and slide. Now, move and slide is basically going to add whatever velocity we currently have for not only .y, but also .x to our current player. So without this function here, the player will not move. Now, the reason we're putting it inside, of course, this if statement is because we only want the player to move if the game is not over. Let's continue on to our next if statement. We're going to say if global dot game win, and we're going to say if game win equals true. Then in here, what we're going to do is set our player sprite dot play to the idle position. And we're going to have to do that same thing to our power up sprite as well. So our player sprite underscore powered up dot play set to idle. And the reason we're doing this, of course, is because our player can be powered up by the end of the game, where, of course, once we get to that game win area, we want to set it to idle. We're not doing it for the other way around because, of course, when we get hit, we will no longer have our power up. Let's continue on, though. After this happens, though, we really don't want anything else to initiate. So what we're going to do is do a return. Now, when this return is hit, basically what's going to happen is it's going to stop the code right here and keep replaying it from up here. So we won't let it go anywhere farther once it hits that return. But if that's not the case, and we have not won the game yet, or the game is not over yet, then we're going to continue on. Let me add some spaces here so we can see it a little better. So on the same line, we're going to go ahead and say if capital I input dot is action just pressed, and we're going to be looking for the UI accept. Now UI accept is simply just the space bar. All right, so if that space bar is hit and is on floor, oops, make sure you add that there, is on floor equals true. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and make our player jump. Now, we're going to create a function for actually jumping. For now, we're just going to calling it player underscore jump. And the reason we're doing this is because other things are going to make the player jump, such as jumping on an enemy. All right, we want to be able to call that even outside of the physics process. So we're going to create a function for that in just a bit. Let's wrap up the current one we're on though. Now we're also going to have some input, of course, for making the player go left and right. So to do that though, we need to calculate which direction we want them to move, which we can do that by doing variable var direction. And we're simply going to make this a type of float. Set it equal to capital I input, just like we did with the jump, but this time do a dot. We'll do get axis, which is a little different. Basically, this is used for getting either one or the other. Now we're going to be calculating, of course, the left and the right. And how we're going to do that is simply using the UI. Make sure it's in double quotes though. UI underscore left for the first one. And then comma. You guessed it, UI underscore right. Now what is UI left and UI right? That's simply going to be the arrow keys on your keyboard. Now if you're like me and you like to also use the A and D key, we can actually change that. So how do we change that? We go up to project settings, simply go to the input map. Then we need to see the built-in actions, so turn this over, and then you're going to see the UI left and the UI right. Now how do we add that A and D key? Well, for the UI left, that's going to be the A key. We can add a new action to it, or event. Then just simply type in the A key. It's going to highlight it and hit OK. Now that will be considered a UI left. Now we just need to do the D key for UI right. Let's go ahead, add a new event, select the D key, and hit OK. And there we go. Now we'll also go ahead and have the UI left be A key and the UI right be D key. Go ahead and hit close there. All right, so now we know which way we are clicking. So now we need to add the actual movement. So what we're going to do, right after that var direction, we're going to go ahead and say if direction equals, and you know what, instead of equals, we'll just go ahead and leave it as is with colon, which will be true. Anytime you don't equal it, you can just keep it as true like that. Then we're going to go ahead and set the velocity dot x equal to direction, and we'll simply times that by speed. All right, then we need to do the other direction. So we're simply going to do an else for the opposite, which is false. And we're going to go ahead, set our velocity dot x equal to, and we'll go ahead and do move underscore toward, and inside of our parentheses, we're simply going to go ahead and do again our velocity dot x, comma, and we're going to go ahead 0, comma, speed. And this will simply go ahead and freeze our player. All right. So again, this is going to help actually give the movement, and this is going to go ahead and just freeze their position when we're not using any direction. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do our final function, and this is going to be another one we're going to build later, which is going to update the current animation we have, because when we're jumping or we're moving, we're going to have different animations. We're also going to have an animation for when we're hurting, and of course when it's a game over. So instead of putting that all inside the physics process function, we're going to create a whole new function for it down the road. But we're going to simply call this update underscore animations. Give it a set of empty parentheses, and there you go. That's going to be everything we need for our physics process function. And these are going to stay red, of course, until we create those. Let's save what we got so far. All right, let's continue on to the next couple functions. So we can get rid of these errors. Let's go ahead and create the player jump and also the update animations. Starting with the player jump, let's go ahead. Let's do a function on a new line. We'll do player underscore jump, empty set of parentheses, and give it a colon. All right, for player jump, it's going to be pretty easy. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to say if, and we're going to grab our sound for jumping because we don't want to jump and play the sound, of course, unless it's done. Let's take that jump, drag and drop it in. Then we're going to go ahead, do a dot finished. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, take that jump sound again, drag and drop in the if statement, and we're going to simply do a dot play. All right, next up, outside of the if statement, we can actually give some velocity to make the player jump. We're going to do velocity dot y this time, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to equal that to our current set jump velocity. All right, make sure it looks like that, and that's going to be everything for our jump function. Let's save that change. Now let's move on down to the next one, the update animations one. I'm going to copy the name. Let's go ahead, give it a new line. I'm going to backspace function, paste that name, update underscore animations, empty set of parentheses. Now inside of here, we're going to do a couple things. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get the landing animation, and we can do that simply by the var, our landing value. So we'll do landing underscore soon. We're going to give it a colon, bool, and we're going to equal that simply to our raycast2d dot is colliding and our velocity dot y is less than 0. Now, why are we doing this? Well, this is specifically for, of course, the raycasting, making sure that we are actually below the ground and that our current player's velocity is above dot y. And we need that because we still want to be able to play our running animation when we land on the ground. And I noticed that if we don't have this, then things are a little bit delayed. So this is kind of just a reassurance to make sure we are close to the ground to start playing the running animation. All right, then we're going to add a couple if statements in here. I'm going to give this some room so we can see things a little better. So right over here, still inside the function update animations, we're going to do an if, and we're going to say if landing soon equals true, which we can just leave as is like that, or is on floor, so is underscore on underscore floor. And then within there, we'll simply say if the velocity dot x does not equal 0, then we're going to go ahead, take our player sprite, and do a dot play double quotes walking. Now, normally you would think we would actually play both for the updated one, or not the updated, the powered up one. But what we're going to do is once we get into actually doing this with connecting it to the walking, and of course powering up, we are going to reset this, equaling it to the power up one. So that's why we only need to call this one as walking instead of both. This just keeps things a little simpler. And because this is a beginner level course, I'm going to do this as easy as possible. Next up, we'll do our else. If that's not the case, our velocity.x does not equal 0, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our player sprite dot play, and we're going to equal that simply to our idle position. And again, we only need to equal the player sprite one and not the power up one, because we're going to change which one this actually is as we get into the powering up. All right, next up, back on the original line of the if, we're going to do an elif. And then we're going to go ahead, set the velocity dot y less than 0, colon. Within it, we're going to go ahead, get the player sprite, dot, and we're going to go ahead, do our dot play, and this time we're going to set the in air one, okay? So in air up. All right, next up, we'll do an elif. This is for when the player is falling down. So we'll do elif, and we're going to say velocity dot y. This time, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to say greater than 0. If that's the case, then you guessed it, we're going to do player sprite dot play, and this time we're going to do in air down. And then the last one, of course, we're going to go ahead and do another if statement outside of the original. We'll say if, and we're going to do our velocity dot x, and we're going to say if that is greater than 0, then we're simply going to set our player sprite dot flip h. So that's going to basically flip the player to the other side, equaling that to false. We're also going to go ahead, do the same thing for our player sprite power up. We also need to go ahead, do a dot flip h, simply equal that to false, okay? Now, of course, when they're going the other direction, we're going to have to reverse this. So what we can do is simply take this whole thing here, paste it right below it, and instead of an if, we'll do elif. And then, of course, velocity dot x is less than 0. Then what we're going to do is we're going to flip it back to true for each value, just like that. And with that, we'll now be able to update our animations for the player. Let's go ahead and save what we got. All right, let's continue on to our next couple functions. So our next function is going to be our process function. So I know we already have our physics process function, but the process function is going to handle more of the game state. All right, so let's get started with that. Let's go ahead, backspace a new line. Let's do function underscore process. And from what you remember, the process function is going to be updating throughout the game continuously on the frame. So let's go ahead and start off with something simple, such as an if global, and we're going to do our global.health. All right, and what we're going to say is if it's less than or equal to 0, then what we're going to want to do is simply end the game. And we are going to create a function for this called end game. Give it a set of parentheses just like that. Inside the process function, we're also going to have another if statement. This one here is going to be the if in enemy, if that equals true, and if our hurting equals false, then we're going to go ahead and start the player hit function. And again, this is another function we're going to create just like that. All right, make sure you got that in there. These are going to stay red, of course, until we have them. But let's go ahead and wrap up everything else we need in the process function, okay? Now, the one other if statement we're going to have in here is specifically going to be for if the player is powered up. Now, if you remember, we're going to do a couple things if the player has power up. So we're going to want to go ahead, do power up if that equals true. If that's the case, then we're simply going to set our global variable of dot active power up equals true. We're also going to go ahead, we're going to set our player sprite equal to our player sprite power up. All right. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to increase our player's speed. We're going to equal that to something like 400.0. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to make the animated sprite that we currently have invisible. So we're going to find that on the left. Animated sprite 2D, drag and drop it in there, do a dot visible, and go ahead and equal that to false. Okay. That reason we're doing this is, of course, because we want to make only the animated sprite 2D power up visible. Okay. And what we can do for that, because we already made the player sprite equal to it, what we can do is simply set the player sprite dot visible and then equal that one to true, because that one is now equal to the animated sprite 2D power up. Now, if this is not the case and the power up equals false, then we're going to want to do some things. So we'll simply do an else. And what we're going to do in here, of course, is set the global variable for active power up, this time to false. We're also going to go ahead and reset the player sprite back to what originally it was, which, if you remember, it was originally the animated sprite 2D. So let's take that, drag and drop it right there. Then we're also going to reset the speed to the original one, which, if I remember, is simply just 300.0. And then, of course, we're also going to go ahead, take our player sprite, and we're going to do dot visible, and this time equal it to true. We're also going to go ahead and get our player sprite power up dot visible and simply equal it to false. Now, this is a very robust way to handle this, but because this is a beginner level course, this is kind of how your beginner level stuff will look, okay? You're simply going to be switching things on and off depending on, of course, if you have certain power-ups. Let's continue on now, though. We're going to create some other functions for the ones we currently are missing right above. Let's go ahead, and we're actually going to start with the player hit one, okay? So let's go ahead, let's do function, and then you can either type it out or copy the name. I'm just going to paste it in, give it a colon. All right, for the player hit, we want to do a couple things. First thing, of course, is activate the hit sound that we have. So let's go ahead and locate that sound in the player node, which is going to be the bump. So let's take that, drag and drop it there, and then we're going to do a dot play. All right, that'll go ahead and play that sound. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to turn off the power up, because if we get hit when we have the power up, we always want to make sure we turn that off. Okay, so we'll set that to false. We're also going to go ahead, we're going to set our hurting variable now equal to true. We're also going to go ahead, play the hurting animation, so hurting anim, and we're going to go ahead, dot play, and then hurting. Next up, inside the player hit function, we're going to continue on. We're also going to go ahead and initiate a function that we're going to create later on for the camera. It's basically going to just shake the camera. We don't have that created yet, but we will. So we're just going to do a dot shake. Give it a set of parentheses just like that. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to start our timer. So we're going to take our hurting timer, drag and drop it in there. And we're simply going to do a dot start to start that timer. All right. Then the last thing we got to do is simply get our global variable dot health and then do a minus equals 1 to minus the health by 1. And that's going to be everything for our player hit function. Let's do our next one, which is going to be the end game function. Let's take that. Let's go ahead, create a new function for that. Paste the name and give it a colon. All right. So we want a couple things to happen, of course, when the game ends. First thing we're going to do is get our global dot game over and equal that now to true. We're also going to go ahead, turn off the current power up. So get our power up and equal false. We also want to go ahead and reset the player sprite. So we're going to get the player sprite. And we're simply going to equal that back to the original one. So let's take that, animated sprite 2D. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to play our hurting anim. And we want to make sure that it turns it off. So we'll do a dot play and simply set it to the idle one, okay? That'll go ahead and stop any flashing effect when it's the game over. We're also going to continue and get our player sprite, dot play, and we're going to play the game over animation we have. Now, if of course the game is ended, we don't want to keep resetting things. We only want to make certain things happen one time. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to go ahead and say if game ended equals false. Okay, if that's true, then we're going to go ahead. We're going to play the game over sound, which we can do as hurt. Let's take hurt. Do a dot play. We're also going to go ahead one time once the game's over. We're going to want to use something called call deferred. And we need to do this specifically because of the setup we have. You don't normally need to do this, but we're just going to do this to call a function to turn off our collision shape. Now, if we leave our collision shape on for the player and we're in that game over state, we might still get that hurting effect, and we don't want that. We only want this to happen one time. So that's why we're using a call deferred to do this, underscore, and we're just going to call this, let's just call it something like underscore disabled underscore collisions. All right. And again, we have to do this because we're only going to want our collisions to be active one time in game over. We don't want it to continuously be active and continuously be affected by enemies running into us when we're in the game over state. Okay. Now, so we don't have to worry about this later, let's take that name we have in between those quotes, underneath do a function, paste that in, give it a set of parentheses, colon, and then all we're going to do is just disable our collision shape we have for the player, which if you remember, scroll on over here, you're going to see it right there, collision shape. Make sure it's the one on the first child layer. Take that, drag and drop it in there. Then we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to do a dot disabled. And honestly, one more thing we could do in here is turn off the actual hitbox collision as well. So in areas, we'll go ahead, locate your area 2D hitbox, take that collision shape 2D, and go ahead, do a dot disabled. And just make sure each one of these is equal to true, okay? So go ahead, equals true for both. All right, continuing on in the if statement in the in-game mode, let's keep going. So after call deferred, where we initiate disabling the collisions, we continue on. And now we need to, of course, start the game over fade. So what we're gonna do, we might have to create a function for that down the road. So I'm gonna close these up real quick. If we don't have the path for that yet, which should be in the animations and effects, I think we already have that, so let's take that there. Yep, effects, animation player. And we're going to go ahead, do dot play, and then just the end, which should play that game over. Because if we go back to 2D view, we select the animation we have, and we go ahead and play the end. It should darken the screen out just like that, which this will be centered. It looks like this just because we're in the inspector here. We're not actually in the main world. It'll darken out the back of the screen. And we can always adjust this later if that's not correct. Let's go back into the script, close up the animation player. So we have the play end animation. Now we're going to need to go ahead and just simply set the game ended back to true. Okay. And then last thing we want to do after this whole thing at the end here, make sure it's on the same line, is do return. Now, again, the reason why we have this little if statement here is because we only want these things inside of it to happen one time. We don't want to keep playing the game over sound effect. We just want that to happen once. We only want to disable the collisions once. And then, of course, play that animation once. So because we have game ended equaling true here, it'll only play this one time. Looks good though. Let's go ahead, save what we got. Let's continue on. Only a couple functions left. Let's go ahead and start on some of these signal functions. That's going to be some of the signals connected to the nodes we have under our player. So let's go ahead and start with our area entered. And we're going to go ahead and let's go ahead and do our area for the hitbox, okay? So let's go ahead, select the Area 2D hitbox node. Let's go ahead, go to node, go to signals, and then go ahead and select the area entered. Make sure you're connecting to the player script. And then we can go ahead, remove this stuff here. All right, so inside of here, we're gonna add a couple things. All right, And you know what? Instead of using the area one, I want to use the body one, okay? Because this will make things a little easier. I know we just said we're going to do the area entered, but we're going to do the body one instead, okay? So go ahead, disconnect that, and then double click the body entered, okay? And select player. All right. So this is going to make it a little easier because then we won't need to add basically a bunch of areas on every enemy. We can just use the actual body of the enemy instead. It'll save us one node, okay? But in here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if body dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to look for specifically the group of enemy, okay? If it is that enemy, then what we're going to do inside of our if, we're going to go ahead and we're going to say in enemy equals true. All right, then we're also going to go ahead and say if hurting double equals false and game ended equals false, because we don't want to start the hurting effect unless, of course, the game is still playing and we're not already in the enemy. We want to go ahead and run that player hit, okay? Nice. Then next up, back of the line, we'll do another if, and we're going to say if body dot is underscore in underscore group. And this time what we're going to do is we're going to look for the power up. So go ahead, power up. We haven't created a node with the power up group yet, but we will. If that happens, then what we're going to do is play the gem sound. So go inside our sounds, locate the gem, drag and drop it, do a dot play. We're also going to go ahead, queue free that item we run into, so we can go ahead, type in body, and then we'll do a dot queue free. You have to type it out because it doesn't know it's a node. Queue free. Give it an empty set, parentheses. All right. We're also going to go ahead and max out our health. Global dot health. Simply do a plus equals 3. And then we're going to go ahead and set our power up variable equal to true. Okay? Nice. And that's going to be everything inside of our Area 2D hitbox. Body entered. Then we're going to go ahead. We're going to continue on. The next function we can do is going to be for the timer hurting. So select it. Go to the signals of it. Make sure you're selecting the correct node. Go ahead for the timeout. And just simply connect it again to the same script. Now this is going to be pretty easy. We're only going to have two simple things in here. First thing, of course, is resetting our hurting. So let's set hurting back to false. And then, of course, we're going to set our hurting animation dot play. Make sure it's play. Back to idle. Okay? Because once the timer goes off, or once it finishes, then it will reset everything. Okay? Then we can get hurt again, basically. You'll see that in action once we start creating some of the enemies. Now let's go ahead. Let's do our next one. This one is going to be the body exited. So we have body entered here, but now we need body exited. Okay? So let's go ahead, locate again that same Area 2D. This time, double click exited. Select the player. And what we're going to do is super simple. We're just going to have an if body dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're going to look for that specific enemy tag. And then all we're going to do is simply set our in enemy back to false. Now, why do we need this? Now, this is specifically used because if we just stand inside of an enemy's hitbox, we want to continuously get hurt. But if we go ahead, walk into an enemy, and then walk out of the enemy, we want to get unhurt. So that's why we're keeping track of if we're inside the enemy, equaling it true here, and then false here. All right? So far, that looks great. All right, let's wrap up with our final function. Let's go ahead, and this is going to be our area entered, okay? So I know we have body entered, and we have body exited, but we don't have area entered, okay? So let's go ahead, select that same hitbox, area entered, just like we did before, connect it. Now there's going to be quite a bit of things going on in here, just a bunch of different interactions, okay? So let's go ahead, give it some space. start off in the first line, if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're going to look specifically for the group of win, which we know, of course, ends the game, and we get that win. All right, so we're going to go ahead, use global dot game win. Make sure it's not game over, game win, and just simply equal that to true, because we know there's some things that are going to happen, of course, when we set the game to win. Let's go ahead and copy that same if statement, paste it, same line. Now what we're going to do is one for the coin. So if we enter the coin area, then we're going to go ahead, play the coin collecting sound, drag and drop it in, dot play. We're also going to go ahead and queue free that area. Now because this is an area, it will be a child of the main node, so we have to navigate to the main node to remove it. So we're going to do get underscore parent. And we are then going to go ahead, give it an empty set of parentheses, and then we can queue free it. Just so we can't continuously collect the same coin. We're also then going to go ahead and get our global dot coins and plus equal 1. So we add a coin. Looks great. Let's go ahead, copy that same if statement we have, paste it below. Let's do another area. This one will be for the heart. Similar to the coin, we want to go ahead, play a sound effect. I'm just simply going to play again the same sound effect that we have for the coin, or the gem actually, because it's technically like an item. Dot play. If you wanted to add your own sound for the heart, you can. That's up to you. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to queue free it just like we did with the one up here, the area dot get parent dot queue free. So I'm going to take that, simply paste it in. We're also going to go ahead, get our global value dot health, and simply plus equals 1. And that's going to be everything for the heart. Now we're going to need something for the out of bounds area, such as the spikes. Let's go ahead, copy that if statement. And if you need to double check it, you can go into one of the levels, such as level 1. I'm going to open it up, locate the map, and then simply locate where we have the areas. And you just want to double check the group name, which is spikes, okay? So that's going to be this one right here, spikes. Let's go back to the player though. I'm going to close that up there. So if we go into these spikes, which is basically the game over area, then all we're going to do is simply go ahead and run our end game function, because it's an instant game over if we hit the spikes. Let's go ahead. I'm going to copy that same if statement, paste it below for another area interaction. This time I'm going to use another one called boss fight, and we have not created this yet, but we will create it once we get to that section. When that happens though, all we're going to do is simply go ahead, do a global dot is in boss battle and set that to true. And then we're also going to go ahead and just queue free the area. All right, so we'll do area dot queue free. Just like that. All right, one more to go. We're going to go ahead, copy that if statement, paste it in here. This time we're going to do leave fight, okay, which will end the boss fight, which will of course appear once we defeat the boss. And we're going to go ahead, same thing we did before, area dot queue underscore free, parentheses, just like that. And with that, that'll end our script. Let's go ahead, clean it up just a bit. Remember, you can always check the source code. We will make sure to test some things out to make sure it's working. Let's go back into the 2D view here. Let's go ahead, open up one of the levels. We should see our player there. I'm also going to close some things up in the player as well, just to clean up a bit. Looks good. Save what you got real quick. All right, let's go ahead and test some things out. So now that we have our player here and we're in level 1, let's go ahead, start current scene. Make sure there's no errors or any bugs. Cloud's moving good. Our player can move side to side, but is having some difficulty jumping. Let's make sure the gravity is set up. Doesn't look like the gravity is set up because the player should fall down. Let's go ahead and close this out and double check a few things. Let's go ahead back into the player, open up the script. All right, so looks like the gravity was having some issues. So let's take a look at that line inside the physics process function right over here. Now let's see what it's doing. It's saying if not is on floor. So basically if we're not on the floor, we want to get some gravity. Now we have our velocity.y, but it looks like we have a times equal gravity times delta. Now that's not the correct way to do it. We want to basically add that gravity. We don't want to times the gravity, we want to add it. So make sure you have a plus there equals gravity times delta, okay? Let's save that real quick. Jump back to 2D view, back to level 1, start current scene. All right, looks like our player is playing the correct animations. Let's make sure they can jump. Looks like they can. Looks like there's also a sound effect. Let's make sure they can fall down and hit the spikes. Looks like they do fall down and hit the spikes, but looks like the fadeaway isn't in the correct position. Let's adjust that real quick. Back to the player. Yep, looks like our fadeaway is not in the correct position. So let's go ahead. I'm going to use the move tool and just center it up just a bit. About there, doesn't need to be perfect. Let's save that change, close things up. Back to level 1. Start current scene. Let's go ahead, make sure we can have the correct fade. There we go. Looks a lot nicer. Another thing we could also do while we're here is we could go ahead and add everything in the main scene so we can start the current level, which we can do inside the UI script. If you remember, we need to add those level scenes here, which we did already create. So I'm going to get rid of that comment there. And then all we have to do is remove each current one we have here and then drag and drop in the correct levels. So for level 1, I'm going to take our level 1 scene, drag and drop it into there, drag and drop our level 2, and then also our level 3. Go ahead, save those changes, back to 2D view, and now we can test it out from here. Let's start the current scene. Go ahead, hit level 1, and we should see our player. Now we have the little hearts, we have the little coin value and the exit button, and the game looks like it's working pretty well. Now if we find some bugs down the road, we'll make sure to fix them, but so far, things are looking nice. Let's go ahead, close some things out. Let's go ahead, back to our level 1, close out the map, close out the scenes, save what you got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the collectibles. We're going to start off and discuss each new collectible item, the coins, hearts, and power-ups. We're then going to ensure each collectible has a sprite and a collision shape. We're then going to give each collectible the correct group tag. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents each collectible we're going to create. Starting off on the left side, this is going to represent the heart. As seen in the image, it's going to be floating in a specific spot until the player runs into it. Once the player runs into the heart, they will collect 1 health, and then the heart will disappear. This same type of functionality will be similar to how the coin will work. Once the player runs into a coin, it will then disappear the coin and add 1 to the player. The last collectible we're going to create is going to be the gem collectible. The gem collectible, unlike the heart and the coin, will have gravity enabled, meaning once we have it spawned in, it'll then go down to the floor. Once collected though, it'll go ahead and power up our current player. Let's go ahead and get started creating some of the collectibles. First thing we're going to do is we're going to start creating the collectibles in the level 1 scene. Make sure you have the level 1 scene open up. We're going to be doing this in here just to make sure the scaling is all correct. Let's go ahead and start off with the heart. So let's right click on level 1, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and create just a regular node 2D. Let's rename this node heart. Now for heart, we're going to go ahead and add a sprite. Let's right click on it, add child node, and we're going to be adding a sprite 2D. Let's pick out the heart sprite, open up the art folder, Kenny new platformer, sprites, tiles, default size, and then scroll on down until you find the heart. Heart.png. Take that and drag and drop it onto the sprite 2D. Then let's go ahead and move the heart next to the player. Make sure it's the correct size that we want. Now I think that's a little small, so what I might do is select the sprite 2D, go to transform, and just increase it simply to 1.5 for both the X and Y value. Again, it's up to you how big you want this to be, but I think this looks a little better. So now the next thing we need is simply an area 2D. Let's right click on the heart, add child node, create an area 2D. We need to remember to give it the correct group tag. So let's select that area 2D, go to the node, groups, and then simply add a heart tag. There we go. Select the correct group tag. Make sure it's, there we go. Then we're going to go ahead, back to inspector, right click on area 2D, add child node, and then I'm going to add a simple collision shape 2D. Then let's give that a simple shape, like a new circle, and just go ahead and stretch that to the size of the heart. There we go, we have our first heart. Let's go ahead and duplicate this real quick. Control D, change the name. I'm going to simply call it coin. And then if you guessed it, we're just going to go ahead, locate the coin sprite, drag and drop it on the sprite 2D. And then I'm going to move it to the right a little bit, just so we can see both of them. I like the size, I'm going to keep it as is, but I am going to go ahead into our area 2D and change the group tag. Currently it's set to heart. We don't want that. We want to set it simply to coin, okay? Just like that. Looks good there. So now we have our heart and our coin. Now we simply need our power-up. Now our power-up is going to be a little different. It's going to be a different node, but we can keep the scaling all the same. So I'm going to take the coin, Control D to duplicate it. Let's change the name. I'm going to call it Power Up, capital U. Now, a big difference in here for the power up is simply going to be changing, of course, the sprite and then also the main node. And we don't really need the area 2D in here anymore. So delete that current area 2D in the power up, but select that power up node, which is a node 2D, right click, change type, and we're going to make this a rigid body 2D. Now the reason we're doing this is because we want to give the power up gravity, because how we're going to get the power up naturally in the game is hit it out of a box. Once it's out of the box, it'll fall to the ground. Let's go ahead though, select the sprite 2D though, change it to the gem we want to use. I'm going to use the nice gold gem. You can use whichever image you want, but I think this matches the game pretty well. Then all we got to do is just give it a collision shape. Right click on the main node to power up, and then simply add that collision shape. Let's go ahead, give it a new shape in the inspector. I'm going to do just a simple circle, and then go ahead and just match it up to the size of the gem. Looks good there. And then the last thing we need to do is give it that group tag, but we're not going to add it to anything except the main node of power up. Let's go into node, and then go ahead, give it a power up one, so power, and I'm going to do just all lowercase power up. To make sure these are matching with the actual effects on the player, you can go into the player script, scroll on down until you find, of course, all the in groups. Just make sure they're matching up. Looks like we did a capital U here, and I did a lower U here. I'm going to change that real quick to match it up. If you wanted to switch it the other way around, you could. Just simply go ahead, remove that, and change it, but I'm going to keep it like this. And then, of course, we have the coin here. And looks like I never put the R for heart. So that's heart, so I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead, do heart. Make sure that's correct. Now again, if these groups are not correct, it's not going to work. So make sure they match up with the current ones we have here. Okay? Save those changes. Go back to 2D view. Now what we can do is simply make these all their own scene, and then we'll drag and drop them into the components. So I'm going to close up the art real quick. I'm going to go ahead, select Power Up, right click, save branch as scene, and I'm going to make sure to save it in the components folder. Save that. Same thing for the coin, right click, save branch as scene, components, and then for the heart, right click, save branch as scene, components. All right, save what you got so far. Let's go ahead now and test everything out. So we currently have the heart, the coin, and the gem. Let's go ahead, back to main, start current scene, let that load, select level 1, and there we go. Looks like the gem has gravity. Let's run into the heart. Awesome. Looks like we got a coin, and looks like the character powered up and is working correctly. As you can see also, the current powered up character moves a little bit faster and jumps a little higher. I like it. Let's close out of there. Let's go ahead, close out of there as well. Back to level 1. Now what I'm going to do currently though is I'm going to remove these here because we already saved them in the components. Once we get into the section where we design the level, we'll go ahead and put these all in the correct positions. But I'm going to go ahead, select each of these, and just delete them. Save what I got, and keep everything as is. In this section, we are going to create the blocks. We're going to start off and discuss each new block the player can interact with. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node for each block. Then, we'll ensure each block has its own sprite and collision shapes. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents each type of block we're going to create. Starting off with the first block on the left, this is going to represent the basic block. The basic block, once destroyed, will not be giving the player any reward. Instead, this type of block is a platform/obstacle the player can get around. The other type of block will go ahead and reward the player once destroyed, giving them the power up. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the blocks. So we're going to go ahead and create our blocks inside our level 1 scene. Let's right click on level 1, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and use a character body 2D as the main node for the blocks. Let's go ahead and rename this basic block. Let's go ahead, move basic block somewhere in front of the player, like right here. All right, basic block is going to have a sprite 2D, so let's add that, right click, add child node, sprite 2D. Then we can go ahead and find the shape we want to use for the sprite 2D inside art, Kenny new platformer pack, locate it in sprites, tiles, default, and then go ahead and search whichever block you want to use. I'm going to use the plain block right here, blockyellow.png, as the basic block. Let's drag and drop that in. Now I do like the size, so I'm not going to change anything there, but we do need to add some more things to it, such as a collision shape. So let's go ahead, right click on basic block, add child node, add a collision shape. Let's go ahead, give that a new shape in the inspector, change the shape to a new rectangle shape 2D. Simply zoom in using your pointer tool and then go ahead and surround the edges. Looks good. Now we're also going to need an area 2D for the actual hit spot, which we know is going to be towards the bottom when the player hits it with their head. So let's go ahead, right click on basic block, add child node, add an area 2D, and then we're going to go ahead, add another collision shape on there, give it a new shape. Let's simply use a new rectangle shape 2D, and I'm going to make sure to add this on the bottom part right about here, okay? Now we can always adjust this later, but this should be okay for now. And I'm simply going to make it a little smaller than the corners. Looks good. All right, let's save that real quick, Control S. Let's also go ahead and create the power block. Let's go ahead, duplicate this current one, change the name. I'm going to call this power block. Then all we're going to do for power block is, of course, change the actual sprite 2D. Locate the sprite 2D you want to use. I'm going to use this one with an exclamation point. Drag and drop it on the sprite 2D. And then let's simply move it next to it so we can view them both. And there we go. Looks good. All right, close these up here. In the next section, we'll go ahead and give it an actual script. Before we close out though, let's go ahead and make these each their own components. Select basic block, and we're going to go ahead, right click, save branch as scene, save it in the components, and then do the same thing for the power block. Right click, save branch as scene, go to components, save. And then you can open up each one simply by clicking their button. I'm going to save everything though, jump into the basic block, center it up, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the block script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attaching it to each block node. We're then going to ensure the block can be destroyed by the player's head. Then, if the block is a power-up block, then we're going to have the ability for a power-up to spawn in below the block once destroyed. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the block script. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, select one of our blocks, like the basic block, add a script, get rid of the basic underscore so we can just have it as block.gd. This is just so we're only going to use one script for both blocks. Make sure we're saving this in the scripts folder. Hit create, save that change. Then what you want to do is make sure that we add that script to the other block as well. So go into your scripts folder, locate the block.gd and drag and drop it on top of the block power-up. There we go. Save that change as well. And we're looking good. So now what we're going to do is start creating a couple variables. Let's go ahead at the top of the script, create one variable, which is going to be called is_destroyed. Now the reason we need this variable is because we are going to have a little animation play. Once it's destroyed, we only want it to play once, so we're going to need this to be a bool. We're also going to do an @export. This is going to be called is_power_block, and this is simply just going to help us differentiate between whether or not this is a power-up block. Then of course we also need an @onReady variable, which is the actual power-up that spawns in if it's the power-up block, which we'll just call power_node. And we're simply going to equal that to a preload and then simply set the power-up here. Okay, and you can go ahead, locate it under components. It's going to be the power_block, or not power block, it should be the power up. There we go. Power_up.tscn. And it should be in the components. And there we go. Go ahead, save that change real quick. Let's get started with the first couple functions. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create our first function, which is actually going to be our area entered, which we know we need to connect the signal for each area 2D. So let's select the area 2D in the power block. Let's go to node, signals, locate the area entered. Select that, connect it. Then we want to do the same thing to the other block. So go ahead to basic block, select that area 2D, select the area entered, and make sure we're connecting it to the same script. Perfect. All right, now in this function, we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to say if area dot is_in_group, and we're specifically looking for the group of head, which we know we gave to our player. Then, if that's the case, we're going to go ahead, we're going to say if is power block equals true, because we know we need to create a new power up if it is a power block. Then we're going to go ahead, call_deferred. This is just going to call a function we're going to create in a bid that actually spawns in that power up, which I'm going to call it _spawn_power underscore up. Then under this, outside of the if statement, we're going to go ahead and just create a function called destroy. Give it a set parentheses, and we'll create that in just a bit. Let's go ahead and create the spawn power up script real quick. We're going to do function. Then we're going to go ahead, grab that same name, spawn power up, paste it in there. Give it a set of parentheses, colon. All right, now we just need to spawn in that new power up. And how we're going to do that is create a new variable, call it new underscore power, simply equal that to our power node dot instantiate, because again, we're creating it into the world. Then of course we need to tell it where, and I'm going to go ahead and simply do a get underscore parent. Reason we're doing this is because if we spawn it in as a child of our current node, once we destroy this block, it's also going to destroy the power up. So we need to go ahead up one directory so we don't accidentally destroy the power up on spawn. And then we'll do an add child, and then we're going to go ahead and set it to the new power. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set the position. So new power dot global underscore position equals our current global position. Nice. Save what you got so far. Let's continue on to the final functions. So now, of course, we just need the destroy function and then another one to turn off the collision shape so our player can pass through. So what we're going to do first is create the destroy function first. So let's do function. Simply copy the destroy, paste that in, give it a colon, and we can begin. So the first thing we're going to do is we need to make sure it's not already destroyed. So we're going to say if is destroyed equals true. If that's the case, then we'll simply do a return, all right? Because we only want it to destroy one time. Then we're going to go ahead. If it isn't, then we'll set it to is destroyed, and we'll go ahead and now equal that to true. So again, it will only run one time. Then within it, we're going to call the function to basically disable the collision shape. So we'll do another call deferred, and we'll go ahead and we're going to call this underscore disabled underscore collisions. And I'm going to go ahead, wrap it with some quotes. And just so this error goes away, because it doesn't exist, of course, I'm going to go ahead and create the function real quick right below it. It's going to be a super easy function. Basically, it's just going to loop through our node and turn off any collisions it sees. This will ensure that our player can pass through it. So let's go ahead, add that there, and what we're going to do is a simple for, we'll call it child, and we'll do in, and we'll do get underscore children, which is going to be every node inside of this current node. So we're basically going to loop through the whole thing, and what we're going to do is we're going to say if child is a collision shape, make sure you spell it correctly, collision shape 2D, then all it's going to do is simply set the child dot disabled equal to true. Now, there's probably other easier ways to do this. I just wanted to show you how to do it in case you ever create a block with multiple collision shapes, all right? Because when we want to be able to pass through something, we need to turn off all of its collision shapes, okay? All right, let's continue on inside the destroy function. Now, what we also want to do is we want to go ahead and give it a little bit of an animation. I kind of want it to increase its size and then shrink until it disappears, okay? Now we can do that by using a tween, all right? Which is great for creating simple animations. But before we do, we're going to go ahead, set our current velocity equal to vector 2 dot capital 0, basically freezing its position. I don't want it to move at all. I also want to go ahead and set underscore our physics process to false. This is just going to help it keep still. And then, of course, we're also going to set process to false. Basically not updating anything inside of it. I just want it to animate and disappear, okay? That's why we're adding all these processes to false, okay? All right, now we can go ahead and get started creating the tween animation. It's pretty simple. We'll go ahead, create a new variable for it, call it variable we'll call it explode. And we're going to go ahead, tween. Simply go ahead, equal that to a create tween, which will create that new one. Then underneath, we'll go ahead, explode tween, dot, and we'll do a tween property within it. And we're going to set some values, such as self, because this is itself. We're also going to go ahead and change the scale. That's going to increase the size. And then we need to tell it what values of the scale, which of course, if we know, is a vector 2. And first we're going to decrease it, or no, we'll increase it first and then we'll decrease it. So to increase it, I'm going to set it to something like 1.5 for the x, and then another 1.5 for the y. All right. Now we also need to go ahead and move it, meaning we're going to increase it slowly, which we can set the speed of it simply by doing a comma. And then we're going to go ahead and do a 0.1. If you're getting an error like me, that is probably due to the fact that we never gave it a closing. So make sure, oh no, we did. We gave it a closing parenthesis. Make sure you wrap it correctly. Then we're going to go ahead and do a set underscore ease. And then we'll simply do a tween ease out. There we go. All right, so that's going to handle basically growing it slowly. Then we want to do one for shrinking it, okay? So we're going to go ahead, take that same thing. I'm going to paste it right below. Everything's going to stay the same, except of course we're going to shrink it to nothing. So we'll change the x to 0 and the y to 0 as well. And then I want it to shrink a little faster than increasing it. So I'm going to change this to a 0.2. Then we're going to go ahead and change the ease a little bit. We have tweeze ease out. We're going to do ease in this time. And then we're also going to do a dot set delay of 0.1. That's just going to help it delay it a little bit longer, which I think looks a lot nicer. All right. Then the last thing we're going to do once this is all over, we need to queue free it because we need to fully destroy it and get rid of it. So after this whole line here, we're going to go ahead and what we're going to do is get our tween again. So explode tween dot tween call back. Within it, we'll simply do a queue free. All right. Nice. Make sure you get rid of the parentheses though, and just have one closing there. Overall looks great. Remember, you can always check the source code, but let's save what we got here. Save the same thing in the power block. Back to 2D view in our level 1 scene. All right, let's go ahead and test them out. First thing though, let's do is raise them up just a bit. They're kind of already at the head level. So let's select each block, use the move tool, and just go ahead and raise them up. Now, one thing we do need to do though is select our power-up block, go into the scene, and we need to make sure we enabled that it is a power-up block. So go ahead, make sure that's on, save that change, back to level 1, save, and let's go ahead and start current scene. Let's go ahead and make sure we can hop on top of them. Looks like we can. Can we destroy them? And also this one. Looks like this one is spawning 2 power-ups though, which is not correct. We only want it to spawn 1. So let's go ahead, jump back into the power-up, go to the script, and I think an easy fix we can do here is simply make this false once it spawns a power-up. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that value is power-up block. At the end of our spawn power-up, I'm simply going to go ahead, just equal this now to false. Save that change. Let's go back to 2D view in level 1. Start current scene. Let's make sure it only spawns 1 power-up, which it does. Nice. I like it. All right, let's go ahead, close out of there. I'm also going to close out of this here. I'm also going to remove these 2 we have because, again, we already have them in our components folder. We can create more later when we design the level. So let's go ahead, delete these 2. Close out of each one over here and save what we got. In this section, we're going to create the camera script. we're going to start off creating a new script and attaching it to the player's camera. We're then going to add a shake function to the script for when the player is hit by an enemy. We're also going to create a function to reset the camera's position when in a boss battle. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Let's go ahead and get started creating the script. So let's go ahead and jump into the player node. Then we're going to select the camera 2D. We're going to add a script to the camera 2D node. Then we're going to make sure we're saving it in the scripts folder. Let's create that now. All right, let's start off with a couple variables. The first one is going to be an export. We're going to call this variable shake underscore, and let's do amplitude. We're going to make this a type float and simply equal the default value to 10.0. We're also going to create another add export variable, and we're going to call this shake underscore duration. We're also going to give this a type of float and equal it to 0.2. Then we're going to create one more variable. This is going to be for the tween. This is basically going to give it that little animation to shake or change whatever we want to. Give it a type tween. All right, let's start off with the first function, and that's going to be our shake function. So all lowercase, shake, empty set of parentheses, and simply do an arrow to void. All right, now inside of this, we're going to do a couple things. First thing we're going to do is we're going to say if, and we're going to do if our tween equals true, which we leave blank, and our tween dot is running. So we don't want this to run, of course, multiple times. We only want it to run one time at a time. All right, then inside of it, we'll simply do a tween underscore, or better yet, dot kill, which will end the tween immediately. So basically, if we are running a tween and we try to run another one at that same time, it'll go ahead and immediately stop it. That's a little safety net. But if not, we'll go ahead. We're going to do tween equals create tween, because we're creating a new one. We're also then going to go ahead with that tween, do a dot, and we're going to set a transition. So set underscore trans, parenthesis symbol, capital tween, and we're going to go ahead, do dot, all caps, transition sign. There we go, make sure it's spelled correctly. Then do a dot set ease. Within there, tween, dot capital ease out. All right, and that's going to go ahead and start our little animation to move it outward. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this start underscore offset. And we're going to go ahead, give it a type of vector2 equals vector2 dot capital 0. Then below that, another one. We're going to go ahead, do end underscore offset. Simply go ahead, type vector2. This time, though, we're going to equal it to a vector2, but give it a set of parentheses, open them up. Inside of it, we're going to give it some random values, which we're going to use random f range for random float range, and then we're going to set it to a negative shake amplitude, comma, all the way up to just the regular shake amplitude. Now we need to give it two values because it's a vector2 for the x and y. So then for the next one, make sure you have a comma after it. We're going to do the same thing. Rand f range, within the parentheses, negative shake amplitude, comma, shake amplitude. Nice. All right. Now we just need to actually initiate it, which we can do simply by doing tween dot tween property. Within there, we'll go ahead, set it to self, comma, and then double quotes, offset, comma, end offset, Make sure you're still inside the parentheses though. End offset, comma, shake duration now, which is the length of how long we want it, and then just simply divide that by 2. Okay, nice. And we're going to go ahead, copy that same thing, paste it right below. This time we're going to go ahead and set the start offset, shake duration divided by 2. Perfect, and that'll go ahead and initiate the shake. And if you remember, inside the player script, we initiate that shake once we get hit by an enemy, which should be somewhere towards down here once we get into the getting hurt one. So look for enemy, boss fight, enemy, here we go. Player hit, once the player's hit, then it will go ahead and initiate that shake function. Let's go back to our camera, see what we got so far. Let's wrap this script up with one more function. This is the function that's going to update its position if we're in a boss battle. So let's go ahead and we're going to use one of our pre-built functions, our process function. So go ahead, add the process function there. Then inside of it, we're going to check a couple things. We have some global variables for whether or not we're inside a boss battle. So we're going to say if global dot is in boss battle. If that equals true, then what we're going to do is we're simply going to create variable boss underscore view, and then we need to get that view, which we can easily do by doing a get underscore tree, which is every node in the current game, and then we're going to do a dot get first node in group. So what this is going to do is basically go to our entire tree, which is over here, search through it, and get the first node with a specific group name, and I'm going to go ahead and look for the boss view. Now we don't have this created yet, but this is how we're going to get it once we do create it. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set position smoothed enabled equal false, because again, if you remember, this current setting on our camera is making it follow the player. But when we're in a boss battle, we don't want that. We want it to basically stay in place. So we're setting it to false here. Then we're going to go ahead and set our global position of the camera equal to our boss view dot global position. Just like that. Nice. Now, of course, when it's over, we don't want this all to happen, so we also need to do it if global dot defeated boss equals true. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead inside of it, set our global dot is in boss battle back to false, so the code above will not go into effect. Then we're going to go ahead, set the position, which is our current camera position, equal to back to where it is, which is a vector 2. And if yours is different than mine, then you can simply go ahead into the camera 2 inspector, locate its current set position, which for me is x value of -1, comma, and then a -99 for the y. Okay, if yours is different, then just match it up just like that. Once we have this though, we also want to go ahead, set our global dot is in boss battle, or we already did that. Oops, we need to do boss defeated, because we're going to use that value later, boss defeated, and we're setting that to true. All right, oops, make sure it's set to true. And then we're also going to go ahead, we are going to set our position smoothing enabled back to true, which will of course make the camera re-follow the player. Make sure you have your colon there. Clean everything up here. And once we create one of our first enemies, we can test this out to make sure it's working. Let's save what we got so far though. Back to 2D view and back to level 1. Save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the spike enemy. We're going to start off and discuss the spike enemy being created. We're then going to create the spike enemy with a sprite and a collision shape. After that, we're going to create a simple script for the spike enemy to move back and forth. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to resemble the spike enemy. Unlike the other enemies, the spike enemy is not going to be able to be defeated by the player. The spike enemy instead will be an obstacle the player must avoid. The one thing we will add to the spike enemy is its movement to move towards the endpoint that we set. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the spike enemy. So let's go ahead and start off adding a new node in our level 1, right click, add child node, and we're going to add simply a character body 2D. We're going to rename it, and we're going to rename it as spike enemy. We're then going to go ahead, select it. We're going to add a new enemy tag to it. If you don't already have the enemy one, simply go ahead, type it out, and hit create. I already have one, so I'm going to go ahead and just select the enemy, all lowercase. Now we're also going to go ahead and make sure we have the correct collision layering, because currently, if you open up collision, you're going to see it has layer 1 and layer 1 mask. And that's fine if you want the player not to be able to walk through the enemies, but I think it'll look a lot better if we can go ahead and have the player still get affected by the enemy, but be able to walk through them. So what I'm going to do is simply turn off 1 for each and set it for 2. Now one thing to remember though, if we want the enemies to still walk on the ground, we need to make sure that the ground has both 1 and 2 selected. So let's go ahead. We're going to go into the map, into tiles, select the ground one, go into the tile set, and then physics layers, make sure you have that, and go ahead and enable it both for 1 and 2 for each. And we need to do that for everything that the player might be in contact with, and of course the enemy. So we have it for the ground, but don't forget we also have these platforms here. So what we can do is go into the collisions, locate the two-way collisions, which should be, one-way static bodies. Just select it, go into the collisions, and simply enable it 2 for each as well. We got to do this for each level, so let's go ahead and do it real quick before we forget. Open up scenes, simply select level 2. Do the same thing here. Go ahead, navigate to map, open up tiles, select the ground one, and we're going to go ahead and enable it for 1 and 2. Don't forget you have to select it here. Make sure you have that there. Now let's go ahead for the platforms. We have a specific one as well, which is going to be the one-way static body. Go ahead, select that. Collisions, enable it for 1 and 2. All right. Let's go ahead, save that change. Let's do the final one for level 3. Open up the map, open up tiles, simply select the ground one, and go ahead, select the tile set, and enable it for 1 and 2 for each. All right. Save those changes. Again, we could have done this later, but doing it now just so we don't forget down the road. Let's close out each one. All right. Now let's continue on with the spike enemy. Go ahead, select the spike enemy, right click, add child node. Let's add a animated sprite 2D. Let's go ahead, give it a new animation. Now, because this enemy is only going to have one type of animation, I'm simply going to keep it as default, but enable the on ready play, okay? So when we turn on the game and this enemy's here, it'll always play this animation on start. Let's go ahead and give it now the animation sprites. I'm going to select the sprite sheet enemy's default size. Make sure it's sliced correctly. You can see it on the size over here. Just make sure it's 64 by 64. Then select the enemy sprites you want to use. Add the frames. Hit play to make sure it looks good. I like it. Let's increase the size a little bit though. So I'm going to select the animated sprite 2D. I'm going to go to transform. Simply increase the scale to 1.5 for both X and Y. I'm also just going to move it over a bit just for testing purposes right over here. All right. Now we can go ahead and give it its actual collision shape. So let's right click on spike enemy, add child node, select a collision shape. Let's give it a new shape, circle, and just make sure it is surrounding the enemy. Nice. All right. Now, of course, we just need one more node, which is the endpoint node. So we know it's going to start on the starting position, but we also want to give it an endpoint area. So let's right click on the spike enemy, use a simple node 2D, And we're going to rename this as end point, capital P. And all I'm going to do is move that endpoint down a bit, right below it, about here. Let's save what we got so far. Let's go ahead now and get started on the script. So let's go ahead and we're going to select the main node, spike enemy. Let's add a script. And we're going to keep the name as spike_enemy.gd. Make sure we're saving that in the correct location. Scripts folder, open, create. All right, so this is going to be a pretty simple script. All we want to do is just make the enemy go up and down, heading towards, of course, the endpoint. So let's go ahead, create an @export variable, call it start_position, and simply go ahead, equal that to a type of vector2. We're then going to go ahead, create another @export variable, end_position. Go ahead, make that a type vector2. Another @export variable, speed, and then go ahead, make it a float, and simply set the default value to something like 100.0. Create another variable, and we're going to simply call this direction. And we're going to equal that to a int, a value of 1. And there we go. Those are our variables. Let's move on to our first function, which is simply going to be our ready function. So everything happening on start. First thing we're going to do is get that starting position. So do start position equal self dot global position. And you don't necessarily need the self. This just makes it easier to read. Next up, create our end position, equal it to our current endpoint. So take that endpoint node, drag and drop it in, do a dot global position. Next up, we're going to go ahead, drag and drop the animated sprite 2D, do a dot play, and simply play the default. Now, we know we already did this in the original here where we had that default, but this is just a reassurance. All right, now we just need the actual movement, which we're going to do in our physics process function, which we know is the best for moving actual nodes. So let's go ahead, underscore, physics process. Then we're going to go ahead, create a new variable, call it target underscore position, equal it simply to our end position, if direction equals value of 1, else start position. Now this is just a simple way to do a simple if-else statement. You don't necessarily have to have it as multiple lines, and because this is such a simple one, I'm going to keep it as one, just like that. We're also going to go ahead and create another variable. We're going to call this movement underscore vector. We're going to simply equal that to a parentheses set of our target position minus global position. Outside of the parentheses, simply do a dot normalized, and dot normalized is simply going to help it become a whole number. We're going to times that whole thing by the speed. Okay. Then all we got to do is get the velocity. So do velocity equals our movement vector. All right, then as you remember, we just have to do that move and slide to actually give it the ability to move. Then the last thing we're going to do also is simply do an if statement for our global position dot distance 2, make sure it's distance 2, and then we're going to say our target position, if that is less than 5, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to change our direction. So direction times equals -1, which will simply flip it. Okay, perfect. Let's save that change. Let's go ahead, back to 2D. Then we can go ahead and test it out. Start current scene, let that load, and we should now see our enemy moving. Okay, nice. And if we run into it, we should also get hurt by it. If we don't, that's okay. We'll fix that in just a second. To fix that issue, what we gotta do is simply go into the player node and then go into the areas of the player, select the hitbox, and as you can see in the collisions, we do not have that layer 2 and mask 2 selected. So make sure you have that selected though so we can get affected by things in those layers and masks. So let's save that change. Let's go back to level 1, start current scene. Let's go ahead, and now looks like we get hit by the enemy. Let's make sure that everything looks good once it's game over. Now one thing, as you can tell, we are still seeing the enemies, which is not good. We want to be able to not see the enemies. So what we can do to fix that also is back in the player, simply just select the main player node, and we're just going to increase the Z value, all right? Which basically will put it in front of other things. So let's go to the visibility on the main player node, then ordering, and then as you can see, Z index is set to 0. Let's just increase that to something a little higher, like 5. Save that change, close things up, go back to level 1, start current scene again, go all the way until you get a game over, and we should see the screen and the player are now in front of everything. Perfect. Let's close that out. Let's go ahead, select our spike enemy, make this its own scene, say branch as scene, and I'm going to put this in the components folder. Save that there. Let's go ahead, save the change, remove the enemy now in here. We'll put the enemies in once we go ahead and design the level. Let's close out here, save what you got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the slime enemy. We're going to start off and discuss the slime enemy being created. We're then going to go ahead and create the slime enemy with a sprite and a collision shape. We're also then going to create a simple script for the slime enemy to move back and forth. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents each slime enemy we're going to create. Starting off with the left-hand side, this will be our basic slime enemy. The basic slime enemy will only have 1 health, so once the player steps on them, they will then be defeated. The second type of slime enemy will be our stronger slime enemy type. This slime enemy will have 2 health points, meaning the player will have to step on them twice to defeat them. Now, when either enemy is defeated, we will then play a simple animation. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the slime. So we're going to create our slime in our level 1 scene, just so we can scale things correctly. Let's go ahead, right-click on level 1, add child node, and create a simple character body 2D. Let's go ahead and just call this basic slime. From there, we're going to go ahead, right-click, add child node, give it an animated sprite 2D. Then we'll go ahead, give it the correct sprite we want to use in our art, new platform. Scroll on down to sprite sheets. Go ahead, make sure we have the enemies one ready. Open up animation, empty, new sprite. Then we're going to go ahead and we can set this one as default, which is right here, autoplay on load. Go into this here, add frames, and then simply select that same sprite pack, enemy default size. Then select the sprite you want to use. I'm going to use the simple purple one here. And I'm going to go ahead and just use these 2. Add frames. And hit play, make sure it looks good. I like it. I'm also going to increase the size a bit. I'm going to select Animate Sprite 2D, Transform, and just increase it by 1.5, which I think will be a good size overall. Nice. All right, now we just need to give it a collision shape. So let's go ahead, right-click, add child node, collision shape. Simply give it a new rectangle shape. Zoom in a bit and just go ahead and surround the slime. Now we want this to be a little lower because we need the basically hitbox of where the player can hurt it. So just move it down just a bit and then go ahead towards the bottom about there. Again, we can always adjust this later, but for now I think this will be okay. Let's also move the entire slime next to the player, just so we can make sure the scaling is okay. And I'm going to put them right about here. All right. Then one more thing we need to do, of course, is we need to select the basic slime. We need to go ahead and add the enemy tag to that. There we go. Make sure the group's selected. We're also going to go ahead and make sure we set the collisions. So we go back to Inspector, Collisions, and make sure we have 2 selected instead of 1, because once we get hurt by the enemy, we don't want to be able to be stopped. We want to be able to just walk through them even if we get hurt, okay? Nice. All right. Now we also need the hit area. So let's right click, add child node, simply add an area 2D. And we're going to go ahead and right click, add child node, and we're simply going to give it a collision shape. Give it a new shape, rectangle. And then we're just going to put this somewhat towards the top of it, like right about here and here. I'm going to go down just a bit. And with that, we should be okay. All right. Eventually, we'll attach a signal. But so far, I think it looks good. All right. So that's going to be our basic slime. Okay. Now, we will create a script for it in just a second. For now, though, we're going to also create the other slime. And then we'll just add the script to both of them. So go ahead, select the basic slime, Control D, change the name. Let's call this Strong Slime. Now for the Strong Slime, I'm going to move it over to the left. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to make the animated sprite 2D unique because we're going to change it. So go ahead in here, right click, make unique. And then go ahead and just delete each of these. Go ahead, select the new ones we want to use, make sure it's the default size, and then go ahead and select the other slime. I'm going to use this one here. Add frames, hit play, and see how that looks. Looks good. All right. Now, one extra thing we're going to add onto the strong slime is going to be a hurting animation, because, of course, we're going to have more health for this slime. So let's right-click on Animated Sprite 2D, add child node, and we're going to simply add a color rect. And we're going to go ahead, surround the whole thing. Then select the Animated Sprite 2D, go to Visibility, and change the Clip Children from Disabled to Clip and Draw. And the default color for this should be completely invisible. Then we're also going to go ahead on the Animated Sprite 2D, right-click, add child node, and add an animation player. Then we'll go ahead, we'll create the idle animation. The idle one will simply be this one, but keeping it invisible, so we're going to select it, save the value of A all the way down like it is, keep it on looping, and then we'll go ahead, create the hurting animation. So new, hurting. And go ahead, what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to just make it a value all the way up. Save that. Then I'm going to do, let's do 0.2. I'm going to make it red, but a little invisible, like that. Save the value. And then we'll go ahead, send it back to white on 0.4. Like that, and save that. All right, and I'm going to go ahead, limit this all the way to 0.4, and we're not going to make this looping, okay? But for now, that's going to be the hurting animation. Just going to make it kind of flash. We'll keep it at idle for now, though. Save that real quick. And so far, the nodes are looking good. Let's close them up real quick. Close up the art pack. Save what you got. All right, let's get started creating the script for the slimes. So let's go ahead, close out of the animation. We're going to go ahead and we're going to select the basic slime first, add a script, remove the basic and the underscore so we just have slime.gd because we're going to use this for both. Make sure we're saving this in the correct location, which is the scripts folder. Open that up and hit create. All right, So we're going to add a couple things in here. First thing we're going to add is a couple variables. So let's go ahead and create a variable that's going to be the end underscore point. We're also going to need a variable as well for the start point. I'm going to leave them blank for now. Eventually they'll become a vector too. Next up, we're going to go ahead and create a variable for the current underscore target, which is going to switch in between the endpoint and the start point, which will go ahead and be a capital V vector 2. Next up, let's go ahead, create another variable, call it speed. This is going to be equal to 100.0. Then we're going to go ahead and create another variable, call it gravity, equal it to 900.0. Next up, we'll create another variable. This one's going to be called is underscore dead, and we'll equal that to false starting off. We'll also create one more variable, which is going to be an @export, and we'll call this slime underscore health, which by default will always equal 1. We will make sure to change that in the strong slime. Let's go ahead and start off with our first function though. This will be our ready function, which we know is everything that starts at the beginning of the game, which we want to do a couple things. First thing, of course, is make sure that animation is playing. So go inside animation, simply drag and drop it in there, and just go ahead, do a .play, and then set it to the default one we have, which we know is the same for both slime types. Then we're also going to go ahead, and make the end underscore point. We're going to simply equal this to something that doesn't necessarily exist yet, all right? And that is because we want to make this different for each slime. If we put an endpoint in one of these slimes right now, and then equal it to that endpoint, then what's going to happen is it's going to be the same. But we want to basically expect there to always be an endpoint in each slime. So if we go back to the 2D view, and we go ahead, right click, add a simple node 2D to our basic slime, and just call this end point. Maybe capital P, yeah, capital P point. And then we just go ahead and put it somewhere like right here. What's going to happen is if I make this its own scene and then copy it all over the map, it's always going to be right here. So we don't necessarily want to have our endpoint by default in the scene. We want to be able to add that in whenever we add a slime into our world. So let's go back to the script. We do want to keep it always the same name. So take the endpoint, drag and drop it there, but then make sure to delete it though, okay? Because we'll add that back in once we make it its own scene, all right? We'll go ahead, keep it at endpoint like that. Make sure you removed it from the actual slime node. Then we're going to do a .global position. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to set the start point, which we know is just going to be our default starting point, which we can go ahead and just do a self.global position. We don't necessarily need self, but it's just easier to read with that. Then the last thing we're going to do is create our current target, which we know at the beginning is always going to be our endpoint. And that's going to be everything for our ready function. Save what you got so far. Next function, we're going to go ahead and create our physics process function. That's going to give the movement to the slime. So let's go ahead, create that right below our ready function. Do a function underscore physics process. All right, so first thing we're going to do is set our velocity dot y, and we're going to go ahead and plus equal that simply to gravity times delta, okay? That's just going to give our slime some gravity. Then we're also going to go ahead, we're going to say if global position dot distance 2, and inside of there, current target is less than 5, okay? If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and say if current target double equals endpoint. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead, set our current target equal to start point, okay? Then of course, if that is not the case, with an else, we'll simply set our current target back to the endpoint, all right? So that's going to give us our looping effect to where we basically are going to go back and forth depending on how close we are to the target. Now we need to give the actual movement though. So on down, we're going to go ahead, create a variable, call it direction. And we're going to equal this simply to a set of parentheses. Inside those parentheses, we're going to set the current target minus the global position. Then we'll do a dot normalize to help its calculation. Next up, we'll go ahead and add that to the velocity. So we'll do velocity.x equals direction.x because we want it to move side to side times the speed. Nice. All right, then of course we need to flip the sprite to make sure it's facing the correct direction. So inside we'll go ahead and say if direction dot x is greater than 0, then we'll go ahead and we're going to take our animated sprite 2D. We're going to do a dot flip h for horizontal equals true. All right. Then if it's going the other direction, which is going to be an else, and we'll go ahead, take this, paste this below, and equal it to false. Now, if you want to be more specific, which we might do, what I'm going to do is do an elif instead, and simply set our direction.x if it's now less than 0. Because if we don't do this and it equals just 0, it might also continue that. So make sure you add that there. Last thing we need to do is actually initiate it. Initiate the velocity movement, which we know is just the move and slide function. All right, and that's going to be everything we need in the physics process. Now let's move on down. We have one more process function to do, which is our just regular process function. And we just want to do a simple update there, which I've noticed helps it make it look a little more clean when we play the game. And all we're going to do is we're going to say if our global variable of .gameWin equals true, make sure to double equal it, then all we're going to do is initiate the function of die, which we're going to create. Go ahead, give it a set of parentheses. It's going to stay arrowed for now. Next up, let's go ahead and create our area entered, and then we'll create the die function. There's some more things we're going to add in there. It's going to be a little bigger. So let me make some space here. And let's save those changes. We might need to get rid of those because the area entered is going to connect to here. So select the area 2D, go into node, and we're going to go ahead, locate signals, area entered, and simply go to source and just connect it to the basic slime. And go ahead. Now in here, what we're going to do, super simple. All we're going to do is we're going to say if our area dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to look for the specific group of feet, which we know is what the thing that hurts the enemy. So if that happens, then we're going to go ahead, get the area dot get parent, which we know is the main node with the script. So do get parent, and I think it's actually inside of another node if I remember, so we're going to have to do 2 dot get parents because we have the areas nodes. Oops. Continue on. Then we're going to initiate the dot player jump. Okay, so make sure you add that in there, give it a set parentheses. That's going to make the player jump up once landing on the enemy. And again, we can check this out in the player script and the node. You can see the area is in here, so we got to go up one parent and then up another parent to get to where the script is, and that's where the actual script is to make the player jump. Just make sure it's the same name. Let's locate where player jump is. Here it is. Just make sure that matches up with what we have in the script for the slime, which is going to be right here. Nice. Now we're also in here though, going to minus the health and initiating it to die if it has not any health left. So we'll say if slime health is less than or equal to 1. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead and initiate the same function, die, that we're going to create in just a minute. And then if that's not the case, we're going to else it. And we're going to simply go ahead and set our slime health minus equals 1. And then also go ahead and play the hurting animation. So we're going to go ahead go into the slime, which is back over here. Take the hurting animation, which we know is going to be in here. So we're going to go to animation player, drag and drop it in. If it gives you this funky thing, what we can do is simply just take away everything from the quotes to there, and it will still be able to find it just like that. Then go ahead, dot play. Give it a set parentheses, double quotes, and just make sure it matches up with the name we have in there, which we know is, let's see, should be hurting, all lowercase, okay? So let's go ahead, put all lowercase hurting in here. Nice. All right, looks good there. Let's save that change real quick, and then we'll move on to the die function. All right, let's wrap up the functions. So let's go ahead and create that die function now. This one's gonna have a little bit of an animation in it. So let's go ahead and add some space for this. All right, so let's go ahead, do function, die, and then we're gonna go ahead and get started. So first thing we're gonna do is just simply say if is dead equals true. We only want this to happen one time, so we need to make sure we only do it once with a simple return. Don't forget, after that though, we have to go ahead and set is dead to true, just like that. All right, then we're also gonna do a call deferred like we've done before. This is just gonna go ahead and disable all the different collision shapes in the enemy. So let's go ahead. We'll just call this disabled underscore collisions. Nice. And then we can go ahead and make this real quick like we've done in the past. Let's go ahead, just underneath it, function, paste the name, give it a set of parentheses, colon. Then we'll do that simple little loop. That's going to go ahead and just disable any collisions we have inside the slime, which we're going to do by doing for child in get underscore children. So anything inside of the slime, we'll go ahead and just say if child is capital collision shape, make sure it's collision shape 2D. Then what we're going to do is simply set that child dot disabled and equal to true. All right, so simple loop that goes ahead and just disables all the collisions inside the node, which is what we want because we don't want this to be interactable at all once we defeat it. So now let's go ahead. Next up, inside the die function, we'll set our velocity equal to vector2 dot 0. So it freezes the position, all caps. Then we're going to go ahead, turn off all the physics. So set underscore physics process, set that to false. Do the same thing for the original physics. So set underscore process, false. Then we can go ahead and get started creating the tween. We're going to create a new tween, call it death underscore tween, equal it to a new create tween, parentheses. Then we'll continue on. We're going to go ahead, use death tween dot tween property. Within there, set it to self, comma, double quotes, global position, comma, global position, plus vector2, and within that vector2, we'll simply set 0 for x, and then -40, and then we'll go ahead. What we're going to do is come outside of that, still inside the tween property, set the speed 0.1, and then go ahead the whole thing dot set ease, and we'll simply set the ease to capital T tween out. All right, and this whole animation simply is going to make the enemy rotate and then fall to the floor. All right, there's still some more we need to do it though. Make sure you got that there. Now next up, we're going to go ahead, again, death tween, and we're going to do dot again, tween property, Again, set self, comma, again, global position, comma, global position plus vector 2, for that vector 2, 0, and then we'll do comma 1000 just so it kind of like flies off the screen. Then we'll do a comma, and then again 1.0. Then we'll go ahead, dot set ease. In set ease, simply set between. This time we'll go ahead and do an ease out, or actually, you know what, ease in instead. And then again, we're going to add a little bit of a delay. So we'll do set delay. We move it over so we can see it, if it lets us. Don't forget the dot. Set, let's see, underscore delay. Not sure why it's not showing us it. Set delay. And we're going to go ahead and do a 0.1. Okay, nice. All right, make sure you got that in there. Looks good. Then we're going to go ahead. We're going to do another one below. All right, next up, this one is going to be again, depth between, dot. This time we'll do parallel. And again, dot, tween property. Within it, again, self, dot, or not dot, comma. This will set the rotation, comma, deg to rad. We'll set what we want for the rotation. I want it to spin completely around, so we'll do 360 times 1. Then we'll do a comma, a 1.2. That worked pretty well for me. We'll also do a dot set ease as well. Within the set ease, this time we'll go ahead and set capital tween dot ease out in. All right, nice. And this will give it a nice little animation for the spinning. And then last thing we need to do, of course, is remove it. So depth tween dot tween callback, and then simply cue free. All right, no parentheses needed. Set for the closing. Nice. And that should be everything we need for our slime enemy. Again, if you get confused, no worries. Check out the source code and just copy it in. But overall, everything looks great. Let's save what we got here. Control S, back to 2D view. Now we just need to, of course, drag and drop that same script onto the strong slime enemy. And then, of course, add the endpoint for each. So let's go ahead, take the script we have for slime, drag and drop it on the strong slime. Then, as mentioned, we still need to have the endpoint for each. So I'm going to go ahead and right-click on Basic Slime, Add Child Node, add a simple node 2D. I'm going to call it end, capital P point. Make sure that matches up with the script. And I'm going to move it just pretty close, right about, let's go like here. I'll move the player and then copy this, drag and drop it into strong slime. Make sure you get rid of the 2 though, or it's not going to work. It has to be the same name. And I'm going to take that and just move it like over here. Nice. And then I'm going to take our player, just move them out of the way for now, like right over here. And again, if you want to adjust things, you can, but let's save what we got so far and close some things up. Let's go ahead now and test some things out. So let's go ahead, start current scene. As you can see, the slimes are moving correctly. They're going back and forth and playing the correct animation. Let's make sure we can jump on them and hurt them, which looks like we can there. Let's see about this one over here. Looks like we're getting hurt a bit, and that's not good. I think I know the issue though. If we go into the strong slime, as you can see, there is no signal attached to the area 2D. So make sure we select that. We go to node and select area entered and simply connect it to its main node, which should automatically go to the current one we have. Back to 2D view. And there was one other thing I noticed is there was a little bit of a box around these. If you want to fix that, you can simply go to Animated Sprite 2D, Inspector, and just go ahead into their texture and change the filter from inherit to nearest for both, and that should go away in gameplay. I'm going to do the same thing for the basic slime. Select the sprite, go to texture, and just simply set that filter to nearest. That just kind of helps the pixelated form be a little better. Let's save those changes, start it up again. Go ahead, make sure we can jump on them. Yep, let's do this one as well. And looks like it works. Awesome. Let's close out, close some things up. Let's save these both as a scene. Select the basic slime. Don't forget though, we don't want to save it as a scene with that endpoint. We always want to add in an endpoint anytime we create it as a scene so we can make it wherever we want it. So they're not all the same. So go ahead, delete the endpoint. Remember, we have to add it back in though if we want to use the slime correctly. Same thing here, remove that. Then save those changes and simply make them both their own scene. So right click, make save as branch scene, save it in the components. Same thing for the strong slime, right click, save branch as scene in the components folder and save. Then go ahead, remove each here. We'll put some out in the map once we get to designing the level. But so far, things are looking good. I'm gonna put the character back where they were, like right over here. I like it. Let's save what we got, and there we go. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the bee enemy. We're going to start off and discuss the bee enemy being created. We're then going to go ahead and create the bee enemy with a sprite and some collision shapes. After that, we're going to create a simple script for the bee enemy to follow the player. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to represent our bee enemy. Unlike the slime enemies, the bee enemy is going to be able to fly around and follow the player. Now it won't start following the player until it gets into its radius area that we set for the bee. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the bee enemy. So we're going to create it in the level 1 scene just for scaling purposes. Let's go ahead, right click on level 1, add a new node, character body 2D. And what we're going to do is just change this to bee enemy. Now the bee enemy is going to be pretty similar to how we did the slime enemy with just a few changes. First thing we'll do, of course, is select it. We're going to go to node and make sure we add the appropriate group on there, such as enemy. We're also going to go to the inspector and go to collisions and make sure we have layer 2 enabled and not 1, and mask 2 and not 1. Okay, make sure you have that set. Then we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node, add an animated sprite 2D. We're going to go ahead and of course add the animation for that. So select it, animation, new sprite frames, select that again, and we'll just have one animation as default. Let's go ahead and add that animation. Make sure you're selecting the sprite sheet enemies default size. And then go ahead and just simply select the bee animations you want to use. I'm going to use this one here, and then this one here. Go ahead, add frames, and just simply see how it looks. In case there's some pixel issues, again, you can always go to the texture and change the filter from inherit to nearest. Nice. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to give it a collision shape. Let's right click, add child node, collision shape. This is going to be like the body for the bee. Let's simply just surround the body. And I'm just going to stretch it out about this far and then match it up. Lower it down a bit to about there, maybe a little lower up here because we're going to give it, of course, the weak spot area. Let's go ahead now and give it the area 2D though for the weak spot. Add child node, area 2D, right click, collision shape 2D, just like we've done with the slime. Give it a new rectangle shape, and simply just put it somewhere above, like over here, where the player can land on it. It's up to you how big you want to make it. I'm just going to go about, let's go a little bigger, about that size. Nice. All right. And eventually we'll attach the signal to the bee enemy script. Now we are going to need one more area, and this is because the bee enemy is going to have a radius for when they see the player and start following them. So what I'm going to do is go ahead, right click, add another area 2D, and let's change the name to area 2D detection. There we go. And of course, we're going to give it a new collision shape 2D. This time we'll use a circle. So go ahead, new circle, and I'm going to make this basically as big as I want it to see when things get close to it, and I'm going to do something like that, okay? You can always adjust this to whatever you want, but basically what's going to happen is if the player ends up anywhere inside this circle, then the bee will follow the player and attack them. But so far, that should be everything we need for the nodes for now. Let's go ahead, save that. Let's select the main node though, add a script. Make sure we're saving it in the correct location, scripts folder, open it up, and hit create. Save what you got so far. All right, let's get started with this script. So we're going to start off adding a couple variables at the top. Let's go ahead and do an @export, and we're going to do variable speed. All right, we're going to give a default speed of a float value equal to about 150.0. We can always change it later. We're also going to do another @export variable, call it health, and I'm going to simply give it a default value equal to just 1. We're also going to create another @export variable, gravity, and by default we'll just give it float, and then we'll also just do, let's just do like 1800. All right, now we might not need to give it gravity because we currently have it just floating, but I just like to have it just in case we need it. All right, nice. Let's keep going though. Let's go ahead. Next up, we're going to create an @onReady. This is going to be the variable for the sprite, and we're going to give this a type animated sprite 2D. And we're simply just going to equal this to our current animated sprite 2D. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to do another @onReady. And this is going to be for our detection area. All right. So we'll do detection underscore area. Make this a type area 2D and simply set it equal to our current area 2D for a detection area. Nice. We're also going to go ahead, create a variable. Call this is underscore dead, and this is going to be a bool equaling it to simply type false. There we go. Another variable. This time we're going to have one called player underscore in underscore range, and if you guessed it, this is going to be used basically when the player enters the range. Okay. On start, it's always going to equal simply false. We're also going to create another variable. This is going to be the player. This is going to be used for tracking the player. So do player, make it a type of a character body 2D. Nice. All right, those are going to be all of our starting variables. Make sure you got those in there. Then next up, let's start with a couple functions. The first one is simply going to be our underscore ready function. Okay, and the only thing we're going to do in here is just make sure our animation is playing. So I'm going to take our animated sprite 2D, do a .play. Simply make sure the default is playing. Okay, nice. Then we'll do a simple physics process. Let's go ahead and do function underscore physics process. We know this is for the movement. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if not underscore is dead. Make sure it's the correct one. Sometimes it does that. Not sure why it always gives me that, but there we go. Is dead. If is dead equals true, is not dead equals true, then we're going to do one called handle underscore movement, which is going to be a separate function we're going to create to handle all the movement for the bee. Okay. Now, if that's not the case, then we're going to go ahead, do an else, and simply say our velocity dot y plus equals our gravity, and we'll just times that simply by delta. So basically when we defeat the bee, it's going to start to kind of fall out of the screen, okay? Then we're also going to initiate the move and slide. Nice. All right. And we can go ahead and create another simple function real quick. This one is going to be our function for our process. And we've done this before. What this simply is going to do is, of course, initiate die if the game is won. So we'll do if global dot is, or game1, I think is what it's called. Yep, game1. If that equals true, then we're going to go ahead and simply initiate the die function, just like we did with the slime. But looks good. Save what you got so far. All right, let's continue on. Next functions we're going to create are going to be a couple of the area entered functions. So let's do those real quick. They're pretty easy. First one we'll do is the basic area 2D. Just like we did with the slime, let's select it. Let's go ahead, select the signals, area entered, and just connect it simply to the B enemy. All right, now what we're going to do here is we're simply going to go ahead, say if area dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're looking for specifically the feet group, just like we did with the slime. Then we'll go ahead inside of there. What we're going to do is we're actually going to run another function to handle the damage. This just makes things a little easier for this type of enemy. We're going to do area here inside those parentheses. We're passing in a value into the function we're going to create using a get underscore parent, just like we did before. Another dot get parent. Give it a parentheses, and then we can go ahead and do that there. Now that we have that, we need to actually initiate the jump of the player. So we'll do area dot get parent. There we go. Parentheses, and then dot again dot get parent. Oops, there we go. Get parent. Wish it would auto give it to us, but it doesn't know that it has that. Then we'll go ahead and do a dot player underscore jump. Now make sure you spell everything correctly or you're gonna have some issues. But with that, we should be okay with this here. All right. Now let's go ahead and do another one. This is gonna be for the detection area. Now, because the player has a body for their collision, we're not gonna do just a regular area entered. We're gonna do that body entered. Okay, so make sure you select body entered. Make sure you select the B enemy. Then, similar to what we just did above, we're going to go ahead. This time we'll go ahead and we're going to say if area, or actually nope, because this is the body, we're going to say if body dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to look for that player tag. And this time we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to set our player in range, equal that to true, and then below that we'll set the player, sure it's just player, equal to the current body node we have, just like that. Nice. So that'll initiate the tracking. Okay, looks good there. Now we have to do the exited one. This will go ahead and say we're out of range. Pretty easy. Go ahead and select body exited. Go ahead, select the B. Now this isn't really necessary if you don't want it, but I think it makes the game work a little better. We're going to go ahead, copy that same thing we have in the one above, paste it in. But this time, instead, we're going to go ahead, turn player in range from true to false, and then simply change the player equals now null, okay? Because it no longer exists. Nice. All right. And while we're here, let's also go ahead and just do the handle movement function. All right. Let's go ahead and do that down here. I'm going to make some space. All right. So handle movement, it's one of the current ones erroring out, as you can see. Let's go ahead, do function underscore, or I think we didn't do an underscore. Let's make sure. Yep, handle movement. I'm going to copy that so we don't make a mistake. Paste it in. Parentheses set. Colon. All right. So what we're going to do here to handle the movement, we're going to say if player in range equals true, and we're going to say player has something, which you can easily do by just closing it out like that. So it has something other than null. That's what that means. Then we're going to go ahead and create a new variable. We're going to call this target underscore position. Simply go ahead and make this a type of vector2. And we're going to simply equal that vector2 to our player dot global position. Okay, nice. Next up, we'll go ahead, create a direction now because we need to know what direction to send our B. That's also going to be a type of vector2. Then we're going to equal that simply to a parenthesis set of our target position minus global position. And then we'll do a dot normalize to help get that value. Okay, nice. Looks good there. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, right after that, we're going to set our new velocity equal to our direction times the current speed we have. We're also going to go ahead and set our sprite dot flip h equal to velocity dot x if it's greater than 0. All right, and that's what it's going to do, is just flip it to the correct position based on the velocity we're going to. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to go ahead and finish this up with a simple else statement, because if it's not the case, then we're going to go ahead and set velocity equal to vector2 dot 0 to freeze the position of the B. Nice. All right, save what you got so far. All right, let's wrap this up with our last couple functions. So let's go ahead and next create our handle damage function. And I think we forgot to add underscore damage over here, which we did. So make sure to do underscore damage. Then we'll go ahead, take that name, handle damage, go on down here. We're going to do function, paste handle damage, and we're going to pass some things into it. So inside the parentheses for handle damage, we're going to call damage, and then we're going to give it a type of a character body 2D, okay? And then we'll just simply do an arrow to void, all right? This just helps us kind of get something passed into our function. All right, so as I added a couple spaces, let's go ahead now and say if is dead. If that's true, then we'll simply do a return. If that's not true, then we'll continue on and do our damage. And we'll go ahead and do a dot velocity dot y equals damage dot, and we'll do jump underscore velocity. Okay, nice. Then we'll go ahead, set our health minus equals 1. And we're also going to go ahead and just say if our health is less than or equal to 0, then we're simply going to go ahead and just initiate the die function. Okay, let's go ahead and create that die function real quick. Let me copy the name. Let's go ahead, do function, paste the name. All right, then what we're going to do here is simply say if is dead. Same thing we've done before, return, because we only want this to happen one time. We're then going to set is dead equal to true if it does happen. Nice. Then we'll go ahead, do what we've always done, do another call deferred, because we want to turn off all the collision shapes. So we'll do underscore disabled underscore collisions. Make sure you add double quotes around this. And then we'll create that real quick. Super easy loop. We've done this before. Function, paste the name, parentheses set, colon. Now, same thing we'll do, what we've done before, for child in get children. Then we're going to say if child is collision shape 2D. Make sure you have the right one selected. If that's true, then we're going to go ahead, set the child dot disabled equal to true. Okay, perfect. Nice. Then we'll go back and continue on the die function. We're going to go ahead. We're going to do a variable. We're going to do def tween equals create new tween. And because our current enemy is going to have gravity initiated when it dies, we don't need to have a tween for giving it that gravity. Instead, we're just going to go ahead and give it a nice rotation, okay? So we're going to go ahead, use def tween, dot tween property, just like we've done in the past. Set it to self, comma, this time just rotation, comma, deg to rad, within there, same thing we've done before, 360 times, and this time we'll speed it up a bit. I'm going to do 10, comma, and I'm also going to do a 3.0 here just to make things look a little better. Also do a set ease, and we'll give it a little bit of an ease of about, let's do a tween of ease out. Nice. All right, one more to go. We're going to go ahead now and simply set def tween dot tween callback, and we'll do a callback of queue_free. No parentheses needed, just the closing one. And then go ahead and do a dot set delay, just to make it delay a bit, of 2.0 seconds. All right, and there's always a bunch of different ways we can do this. I just think this way works the best. All right, let's go ahead, get rid of that there. Save what you got. Remember, you can always check out the source code if you get confused, no worries. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead and save what we got real quick. Let's go ahead now and test this out. So let's go ahead, start current scene. On start, it should not be following us, but it is animating. But what happens when we go inside its area? Looks like it starts following, and when we exit, it stops. Let's make sure we can hit the enemy, which we can, nice. I might make the bee move a little faster. I don't like the speed of it, so I'm gonna select the main node of it, bee enemy, and just increase the speed. Let's do 250. And again, you can always adjust this if you want, but I think it will be pretty good with this. Let's double check it. And yep, looks like it speeds up. I like it. And we can defeat it. Perfect. All right, let's close out of here. Close this up here. Let's go ahead, save it as its own scene. Right click on it. Save branch as scene. Save in the components. Then we're going to go ahead, just remove it here because we can add it later once we start designing the level. So far, things are looking good. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to do the level design. We're going to start to create each level of the game. We're going to make sure to add in some items and blocks for the player to interact with. We're also going to go ahead and add some enemies to give a challenge to the player as they make their way to the winning area. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating each level design. So before we start adding some things into our levels, I think we should add one specific thing at the end of our level to really tell the player we got to the end of the level. So what I'm going to do is create a little flag animation. So let's do that real quick. Right click on level 1, add child node, and let's simply use just a node 2D for the base of it. Let's just call it flag. And then let's go ahead, right click on it, add child node, and we're going to add a simple animated sprite 2D, and we're just going to give this a nice little flag animation. So let's select it. Let's go ahead, animation, new sprite frames, and then we're going to give it a default, and then make sure you have the autoplay on load selected. Go ahead into here, and the flag should be in the sprite tiles. So go ahead, select that real quick, open that. Make sure it's sliced correctly, and I think it's going to be 64 by 64. If not, it might be 16 by 16. Let's try 64 first. That looks correct to me. Then you can go ahead and choose your flag. I'm going to use just a little red flag, and I'm going to select both of these here. Add frames. Then there's our little flag. I'm going to go ahead, take the entire node, bring it on over, and I want to make these a little taller. I want to give it a little base, and we can easily do that by right-clicking on Animated Sprite 2D, add child node, and let's go ahead and just give it a Sprite 2D. Then we'll go ahead, drag and drop in the base of the flag, which is in our art, get a new platformer pack, sprites, and then tiles, and then locate it in default. Should be towards the bottom somewhere. There we go, flag off. Take that, drag and drop it. And then we'll just move this down just a bit so it's sticking up a little bit. And I also want to go ahead and make sure this is behind that one, so it looks like it's just extending it, which we can easily do by selecting that, going to, I think, visibility, show behind parent, make sure that's checked, and there you go. All right, nice. Make sure you have it correctly positioned. And again, if there's these little marks here and you want that to be a little more pixel perfect, you can go ahead into the texture of each one and set both to nearest. So we'll do that one nearest, and we'll also set this one, same thing, filter nearest. There we go. And that gets rid of the little lines around it. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another one also. So I'm gonna have one, let's put it a little bit more to the left, because I want two of them basically, and the player will go in the middle. So we'll put one like right here, Control D, and then we'll also put another one over here. And we'll adjust it once we get it created fully, and then we can test it out. So I'm gonna move that down just a bit to right about, yep, let's do like, so it's resting on it right there. Nice. All right, and we'll save that, Control S. Make sure though this is above the player, so it's behind him. There we go. Save that real quick. Let's start the current game. And we're gonna go all the way to the end and just make sure the positioning is correct. So let's take our player, go to the end of the game where the win area is. Just make our way there. One more of these. And let's see. I like it. The positioning's great. Again, you can always adjust this if you want, but this will help signify that the player got to the end of the level. All right, I might move it a little bit more to the right just to be a little bit more centered. Again, it's up to you if you want to do it more or less. So far, I think that'll be okay. Let's also make this its own scene though, so we can drag and drop it into the other levels. So I'm going to go ahead, right click, save branch as scene, and then put it in the components folder. Make sure you're in there, save that. Then we can close all this up here. We don't need the art folder open right now. All right, so we have the flags here in level 1. Let's also put those flags inside each other level. So we'll save level 1. Let's open up the other levels, level 2. Zoom out a bit, close these up here. Let's take our flag again in the components, drag and drop it into level 2, just make sure it's above the player node, and go ahead, position it correctly like we did with the other one. We can test it out as well. So I'm going to position it like there, maybe up a little bit more, and then over to the right. And I think that should be okay. Save that there. Let's test this out. Make sure the positioning is correct. Also, just make sure we can get all the way over there. Whoops. Try it again. I think this is the level we're going to have that little power up though, so we can get around these things easier. Let's keep going until we get to the end of the level. Just make sure that flag positioning is correct. All right, I might move it a little bit more to the left. Let's go ahead a little bit more to the left. That should be okay. Then we need the last one for level 3. Let's go ahead, open up level 3. And then towards the end over here, we're going to put the flag. So let's go ahead, locate the flag in components, drag and drop it into level 3. We can close the map. Go ahead, make sure it is positioned correctly. I'm going to move it down a bit and then up a bit so it's resting perfectly. And let's see how that looks. Save that. Let's go ahead, make sure it's above the player. Save again. Let's start it. Make sure our player can get all the way across. There we go. Yep, we'll move it a little bit more to the left so it's centered a little better. Just a little bit. Nice. And again, you can always adjust this later if you want to, but I think these look pretty good for helping showcase where the end of the level is. All right, let's close these out. Save what we got and go back to the level 1 for now. All right, now let's go ahead and get started adding some things into each level. So we have all the components for every single item we want in here. I'm going to use the pointer tool for a second. Zoom in a bit. let's go ahead and add all the coins first. So what we're going to do is create a node to hold all the coins, just to help keep things more organized. So we'll right click, add child node. We're going to create a node 2D. Simply call this coins. All right, then let's go ahead, locate the components, locate the coins.tscn, drag and drop it into the coins node. And again, we want to make sure everything is above the player. So I'm going to take the player, put it down there, just to make sure they are in front of it. All right, so for the coins, we have our first coin right here. I'm going to go ahead and just line this up. And remember, you can always add however many you want and customize the map in whichever way you want to. I'm just going to add some things to give it a little bit more life. So let's add like 4 coins up here and relatively enough to keep it centered. So I'm going to go ahead and just move each about there. Perfect. Let's add some more up here as well. I'm going to take our 4th coin. Let's put it like relatively the same height. Let's go ahead, add one like here, here, and then one more. We'll add like 3 coins up here. And then, of course, center it up a bit. Make sure it matches the height we have. I think this is a little tall. Overall, though, I like that. Maybe a little less. Nice. All right, and then we can add like 2 more, 3 more over there. I'm just going to Control D, actually, and just add a couple more like right over here. And again, I'm going to make sure we're adding it in the correct height. Right about there. Awesome. So those are going to be our coins. Again, you can always add as many as you want. I just want something simple for now. So now let's go ahead and add the blocks. So I'm going to right click, add child node, node 2D, name this blocks. Let's go ahead, move this on up. Let's go ahead and add some blocks in here. For level 1, I'm not going to have the power up block. I'm just going to have the basic blocks. So let's go ahead and locate the block. Should be in here somewhere, basic block. Drag and drop it in. And then let's go ahead and add all the blocks. I want to make it about this high. Make sure it's not going to block the player. I want to make it just high enough so the player can go underneath it. Let's do one like right there. Control D. Move one over about the same distance. Let's do another one like right there. Nice. Again, we can always customize this more later. I'm going to select both of these, Control D, and just move the same thing over here. About the same distance as the other one. I might remove that other coin just so it doesn't look like that. Let's select that coin. Delete it. Nice. All right. Now we can add some enemies. Let's go ahead. Let's right click, level 1, node 2D. Change this to enemies, or just enemy. We'll do enemies. And then go ahead, put it above the player. There we go. Let's add some enemies in here. I'm going to do the starting enemies, which is just going to be the ones that go up and down. Let's locate the spike one. There we go, spike enemy. Let's take our spike enemy and let's put it like right here. And what we want to do is double check we have that endpoint. Let's see if we added that, because if we did, we do not want it, because we want to be able to put it basically wherever we want. So remember, it's lowercase end and then capital P point. So I'm actually going to remove that right there, because what we're going to do is add it in, just like how we're going to do it with the slimes. Go back to level 1. Then we're going to right click on here, add child node, add a node 2D. Simply call it that same name, end point, capital P. And then all we're going to do is just move it down right about here. Nice. And then I'm going to take that same spike enemy, Control D, and just move another one like over here. Nice. All right, looks good there. I like those. Now let's add some slime enemies. So let's go ahead, right click, or actually better yet, we'll drag and drop. Let's locate the basic slimes first. So let's locate basic slime, drag and drop onto enemies. Take a basic slime, and let's put one like right here. And what I'm gonna do is go ahead, add child node, node 2D, end lowercase, capital P point. And what we're going to do is just go ahead and I'm going to put like, let's go like right here. I'm also going to move down a bit. Let's go ahead, take the basic slime, Control D. I'm going to put another one over here. Let's go like right there. And let's see, we could put some stronger slimes over here. Let's do that. Let's locate strong slime, drag and drop in enemies. Take that strong slime. I'm going to put one like right here. And then of course we need the endpoint. Add child node, node 2D, lowercase end, capital P point. Then let's go ahead, move this on over. Let's put it like right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually take the same thing, Control D. I'm going to move another one like right here. Nice and close to it. Perfect. All right, awesome. Again, you can always add more in here if you want to, but I think this will be okay. I might move this purple slime just a little bit more over here, just so we can jump on it. So let's take that basic slime 2 or 1. I'm just going to move it like right here. Nice. But with that, we should be set. Let's go ahead, zoom out a bit, go to pointer tool, close things up, save what we got. All right, let's test things out. So let's go ahead, start current scene. Let's make sure everything's working correctly. So let's go ahead. Looks like our purple slimes are getting stuck. We can fix that in just a bit. Let's see, the spike enemy has a little bit of a pixel error. We know how to fix that though. Let's make sure we can attack these guys. Oops, looks like they're also having an issue with the animation and the pixel. No worries, we can fix that. Let's make sure we can get to the end of the level though and at least win the game, which we can. Nice. All right, let's fix those little bugs. Starting off with the purple slimes. So I think the issue here is because we did not set the endpoint correctly on the same Y. So what's happening is the slime is getting all the way to it, but it's not actually running into it. So we need to go into each of those, basic slime. Select each endpoint and make sure we set the position of the Y to 0 for each. Another thing to make sure, I don't think we're going to have a problem with it, is make sure your slimes are on the ground completely, okay? You might have to play around with that, but what we don't want to happen is have our slime up high, which our endpoint will be here, and of course our slime has gravity, so it can't get to that spot. You want to make sure the slime is placed perfectly on the ground, similar to how I did it here, a little bit on the black, just like that, okay? With that, it should fix the issue. Now, as for the pixel issue with our spike, go ahead, select the spike enemy, select the animated sprite 2D, go to the texture and set that filter from inherit to nearest, and that should fix that issue. All right. Then of course we need to go into our red slimes and fix the little animation error. Super easy. Go ahead, open up one of the red slimes animation. Should be over here inside of its animated sprite 2D. Go ahead onto its animation player. Select the hurting animation and you'll see what's happening here. Because this is not looping, it's just going to go ahead and play and stop like that. But we necessarily don't want it to stop like that. We want it to go back to its normal color. So an easy way we can do that is go ahead, extend the current animation from 0.4 to 0.6. Change where we currently are to 0.6. And then as it gets to 0.6, we'll fade out the hurting animation. So go ahead, select the color rect, select the color, simply decrease the A value all the way, and then go ahead and save that there. So then if you play the animation, what will happen is it'll flash and then go back to normal every time it's hit. Let's go ahead and save what we got there. Back to level 1. Let's test things out again. I'm going to close up there. Go ahead, hit play. All right, purple slime's moving correctly. Nice. Let's make sure we can hurt them as well. We want to make sure the animation and our player jumps, which we do. Awesome. Looks like the pixel is fixed for the spike. Let's make sure the animation is fixed for the strong slimes, which it looks like it is. Nice. Make sure we can hurt them. Yep. And then, of course, get to the end of the game. Just like that. Perfect. close out there. Let's go ahead, close out here. Let's close the spike and also the strong slime. Select into our next level, which is going to be level 2. Let's back out here for a second. Save what we got for now. All right, let's get started designing the level 2. So let's go ahead and add a couple things in here. I'm going to start off adding some coins. So right click on level 2. Let's create a main node to hold all the coins. I'm going to go ahead, call this coins. Go ahead, locate the coins component. Drag and drop it into coins. And then we'll go ahead and set the coins where we want them. I'm going to put one like right there. Let's do just a couple more around. Yeah, we'll do one there. And then like one more over here, okay? Again, you can always customize this however you want, but I'm going to keep it like this for now. So we have our coins. I'm also going to go ahead, add child node. Let's do another one for blocks. Let's go ahead, blocks. And I'm really only going to add one block in here, which is going to be our power-up block. Let's go ahead and locate our power block, drag and drop it into here. Let's go ahead and I'm going to put it kind of right here. This is going to be the power-up, of course, that makes our player jump higher and farther and overall speed increase. This will kind of help them in this kind of level because it's a little more difficult. You have to navigate jumping around. So I'm going to have one block here. Maybe I'll also add actually one more block to help the player get to the other side because that's a pretty big jump. Let's go ahead, add a basic block. And then I'm going to put it right over here just so the player can get a little boost. I'm going to actually add 2 just to help them out. Okay, just like that. Nice. Again, you can always put more. I'm going to leave as is though. Let's go ahead now add some enemies, and I think it'll be really cool to add the bee enemies in these area. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, add a node 2D. Let's go ahead, do enemies here. Locate the bee enemy, drag and drop, and let's add those enemies. I'm going to put one like right here, and let's add another like over here, and then maybe one more on another platform like right there as well. Okay, nice. And if you wanted to add some slimes in here, you could. That's up to you. I might add at least one slime here and maybe another one over here. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to use the basic slime for this. So drag and drop basic slime. Let's put them like right here. Make sure we're putting it on the correct location. And yep, I'm going to go like right there. And then of course we need the endpoint. So right click on them, add child node, node 2D, endpoint. Make sure the Y value though is the same so we don't have that same issue like before. So just move it just like that. Okay. Nice. And I think I'm going to keep it. All right. Let's go ahead and save what we got here. Let's jump in, make sure it's working. So our player's here. You can collect that. Looks like our slime is not here though. We'll have to figure out where it went. But let's see if the bee enemies follow us. Yes, they do. We can also defeat them. Nice. Let's make sure we can get to the end of the level. Hopefully we can make it. We have a lot of enemies here, which we can. Nice. Let's get to the end. Make sure we can walk on the blocks, which we can. Nice. And there we go. Looks great. All right. Let's close out of there. Let's see what's going on with our slime though. So our slime is here. I think I know the issue actually. It's because the slime is only going to be for the layer 2 and the layer 2 mask. Okay, so what we need to do is go inside of our map, locate the collisions. Let's see, the one-way static body. Go ahead and make sure we have both those selected there, which we do. Nice. I want to actually make sure our slime is on top of it though, which they are not. So I think what's happening is they're just falling through because they're already inside of it. So what we got to do is go ahead, select our slime, and just move it up a bit. Just make sure it's resting on top. Save that change. Go ahead, play. Let's make sure we see everything correctly. There's our slime now. Awesome. And then let's just make sure we can attack it, which we can. And there we go. All right, looking great. Let's close out of there. Close up here. And zoom out a bit. Let's close up here. Save what we got. All right. And then the last thing, of course, is design the level 3. Now we're not going to add too much in here because, of course, we're going to have our mini boss battle here. And we're also going to add some doors and then, of course, the boss itself. But we could add some coins at the end just to reward the player. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, right click, add child node, node 2D, change this to coins. And we're going to go ahead, select components, coins, drag and drop the first one. And just go ahead, leave some out here as a reward for the player. I'm going to just add a couple. Let's add like 4 coins. Nice. All right. We also could maybe give our player a little power up to help them in the boss battle. So I'm actually going to do that. Let's right click, add child node, node 2D. We know it's a block, so I'm going to go ahead, blocks, and then go ahead, locate the power up block, which should be power block. Drag and drop it into here. And then I'm simply going to just put it like right here so the player can collect it. Let's go ahead, save what we got here. Let's go ahead, make sure the player is above everything. Save that. I'm not sure if we did that also for level 2. Make sure we did that. Just move the player above. There we go. Save those changes. All right, let's test out level 3. Just make sure we can collect the power up and then of course collect the coins. So we got our power up here. We'll eventually fight the boss battle in here. And then of course we collect some coins and win the game. Nice. Let's close out there. Close up here. Let's go ahead, close that there. Save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the boss area. We're going to start off and discuss the boss battle area. We're then going to go ahead and create the areas that will start the boss battle once the player enters them. Then, we're going to go ahead and ensure to add a wall that blocks the player until the battle ends. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the boss battle area. Starting off, the player will spawn in on the left-hand side. They'll then make their way into the boss battle area. Once they enter the boss battle area, the doors will close on the entry point and the exit point. The main camera will also position itself around the boss battle area. Once the battle is won, the camera will reset to the main player, and then you can make your way out the door to the win area. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the boss battle area. So we're going to make a couple things to trigger the boss battle to start, and of course close and open the doors. So let's go ahead and create a new node for this in our level 3. Right click, add child node, node 2D. Let's just call this boss area, or areas, all right? And what we're going to do in here is we are actually going to create another tile map layer. So we're going to go inside our map. We're going to select our ground, duplicate that, Control D, take that ground we duplicated, drag and drop it into our boss areas, and I'm going to rename this as tile map layer walls. Okay. Then we need to make sure we get rid of all the default walls. So on the tile map, use the rectangle tool, use the eraser, and just simply select everything, just to make sure we're starting from scratch here. All right, nice. Then we're going to go ahead, and we're actually going to add some new walls here. So go to tile set, and we're going to use this red block here to kind of be the wall that closes. All right, so select it. We also need to add a physics layer to it. So go ahead, use the selector tool, select it, go to paint, and then just make sure we have a physics layer around it, just like that, all right? Just like we've done in the past. All right, then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and go to the tile map, and then just outline where we want the walls. So I'm going to select it, make sure you don't have the eraser tool on, and just go ahead and add those walls, just like that, okay? Nice. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, zoom out a bit. this is going to be basically the walls that shut and open. So what we need to do is now add a couple things, such as the areas that initiate this, okay? And what I'm going to do is right click on boss areas, add child node, and we're going to create an area 2D. And let's just call this area 2D start. Okay, this is going to start the boss battle. And then we're going to add a collision shape to it. Let's go ahead, add that collision shape. Let's create a new rectangle and make sure it's pretty big. We don't want to be able to jump over it. And we're going to position it right here, okay? Because once the player lands on this little area, it'll start the boss battle. Let's go ahead and make that a little smaller. There we go. All right, so that's going to be the area it starts, okay? Now by default though, these walls are not going to be active, so make sure to make them invisible. And then of course, go into it and select, I think it's the collision shape, should be physics. Yep, so collision is enabled. So even though we can't see it, we're still not going to be able to walk through it. So for now, make sure that is not enabled, okay? We only want that enabled when they enter this spot. All right, so we have our start area, but now we need our end area, okay? So let's go ahead, select the start area, Control D, change the name. We're gonna call this end, okay? And the end, we just wanna move it on over to the right. We wanna make sure though that it is far enough in to where a player can't be right next to it here, and then it ends it, we wanna make sure they have to defeat the boss and be able to get through, okay? So I'm just gonna add it right there. Nice. All right. Then what we gotta do is of course add the select groups to it, which we know if we go to our player, open up the player script, scroll on down all the way to our area enters, boss fight. Okay, so make sure we have boss fight attached to the start one and boss or leave fight attached to the end. So go ahead, area 2D, make sure it's spelled the exact same. Let's go ahead, leave, or this one is the start one. So we'll do, yep, lowercase boss fight, capital F. And then this one here, go ahead, leave fight. Go ahead, select leave fight, create a new one, capital F, leave fight. Awesome. All right, so now when we go in here, it'll start that up there, and then this here. Now what we can do is actually just use this global variable and tell whether or not it equals true. If it does, then we'll go ahead and make these walls active, and of course vice versa if not. So let's go ahead into 2D. Let's go ahead and create a simple script for the boss areas. Right click, add child node. Oops. Well, you don't need to add child node, just add script. And go ahead and add it into the scripts folder. Make sure you got that there. And like I just said, let's go ahead and just do a simple check. We'll do this in our process function. It's probably the easiest way to do it. And we're just going to say if global dot, and we'll say in boss battle. If that equals true, then what we're going to want to do is simply make, of course, the tile map layers visible. So go ahead, dot visible. And we're also going to go ahead and make the collisions true. So let's go ahead and select it. Make sure we know where it is though. Yep, should be collisions enabled. So let's go ahead, dot collisions enabled equal true. And then of course we need the else if that is not the case, where we make each of those false. So let's take that, paste it in below, and just equal each to false now, just like that. Nice. There's one more thing we need to add here though, before we're complete with this. We also need to add the area or the node where that main camera is going to be positioned, okay? So if you remember, if we go back to our player and into our camera script in the camera, you're going to see it has that setting to basically set this. Now we're looking for specifically a node with boss view. So we need to make sure to add that. So let's copy that name real quick. Let's go back into 2D. Make sure we're selecting level 3. And then in our boss areas, we're going to right click, add child node, add a simple node 2D. And we're going to go ahead and put this where we want it. I'm going to put it like right here. We can always adjust it later. I think this will be okay though. And then go ahead, let's just put this as cam point. And then of course we need to go ahead, go to node, create a new tag for it, paste that same tag we got from the camera script, boss view, hit OK. All right, nice. Then we'll save that and we can test this out real quick. Let's go ahead, I'm gonna close this. Make sure this is all though in front of the player. So right over there, nice. Close these out here. Save again, start current scene. Let's continue on. All right, let's go into our boss battle. Once we go here, the camera should reset and the door is closed. Make sure you can't get in, which we can. And also make sure we can go all the way across and can't exit. Now we will make the exit happen, of course, once we defeat the boss. But overall, things are looking good. Let's close out of that. Close this here. Let's go ahead, save what we got, and there we go. In this section, we're going to start creating the boss battle. We're going to discuss the boss battle enemy being created. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node to hold all the boss components. After that, we're going to add all the nodes for the boss, and then some spots for the boss to jump onto. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the boss battle we're going to create. Starting off in the game, the player will make their way to this podium here. Once the player makes it to the podium, the boss battle will begin. The enemy boss will then be choosing a random podium to jump on every couple seconds. The goal of the player, of course, is to hit the enemy on the head 3 times. Once they're hit 3 times, then a simple animation will play and the doors will open and allow the player to continue to the win area. Let's go ahead and get started creating the boss battle. So let's go ahead and we're going to create a new node for this. Let's right click on the level 3, add child node, and we're simply going to add a node 2D to hold everything. And we're going to call this boss components. All right, for boss components, we're going to be adding a couple things in there. Starting off, of course, with the boss itself. The boss itself is going to be a character body 2D. Let's go ahead, add a character body 2D, and just rename it as boss. We're also going to make sure to give the boss the correct group tag, so go ahead, select it. Let's go to the groups, select enemy, wherever that is. If it's not there, that's okay, we can just add it in. If it's not there yet, we'll just add it, so go ahead, do enemy. Make sure that's selected, and make sure you see the box there as well. Then from there, we're going to go ahead and give it its sprite. But even before we do that though, we could also go into the inspector and just make sure the layering is selected correctly in the collision, such as layer 2, and then also mask 2 as well, just so we can walk through the enemy as well. Now let's go ahead and add the sprite, add child node, animated sprite 2D, and then let's put the boss into the correct position, which is going to be about here. Make sure though we are moving the entire node, not just that one, so take the boss itself like that and just move it over here. And we'll adjust it as we get the sprite in there. Let's go ahead and give it a new animation. Animation, go ahead, add it there. Let's go ahead and have our default one, or better yet, we could rename it as idle just to be a little better with our wording. And we're also going to set it to the default with this button here. Let's add in the new sprite. It's going to be in the default one here. And I'm going to use this little slime guy. Just make sure the scaling's correct. So it's 64 and 64. All right, and for the idle, I'm just going to make it kind of bob up and down. So let's do these two. And you can hit play to see it. I'm also going to make this a little bigger because it's the boss. So I'm going to select it. I'm going to go to transform. And let's just increase the size to, let's see what 3 looks like. It might be way too big if it's 3. Yeah, let's try 2. 2's okay. All right, so that'll be 2. Then we're also going to go ahead and give it another animation for when it's in the air. So let's add one more animation. And the in-air one is just going to be this one where it's kind of stretched out. I'm going to add that there. Oops, not the fish one. Get rid of that. But there we go. So that'll be the animation when it's in the air. All right. Let's go back to idle though for now. Now we also need to add all its collision shapes. So let's go ahead, right click on boss, add child node, add its first collision shape, give it a new rectangle shape, and simply add it just like we have done with all the other enemy types. I'm going to add it like that. Just make sure it's centered pretty well. Perfect. All right. Now, of course, we're going to add the area 2D for the hitbox. Go ahead, area 2D. And let's go ahead, add another collision shape in here. Let's go ahead, give it a new shape. And I'm going to go ahead and just move this above, because we know if we hit it on the head, it'll go ahead and remove some damage. So let's do that there, remove some health. Just make sure it's centered. There we go. All right, looks good there. You can always adjust it later. All right, now we also need to add the hurt animation, and we're going to do that just like we've done with the slime. So on the animated sprite 2D, right click, add child node, add a color rect, and just go ahead and cover the whole thing. Doesn't need to be perfect because we can go into the animated sprite 2D, go to visibility, and simply set the clip children to clip and draw. Nice. We're also going to go ahead though and set the default color of it to a value of 0. All right. Then of course we need the animation player to manage that. So let's right click on animated sprite 2D, add the animation player, and we're going to go ahead, create new, call this one idle, which is when it's not hurt. And we're just simply going to save that A value of the current color of that. And then we'll go ahead, create another one, call it hurting. And then just like we've done before, let's go ahead, let's make it flash like a red. Also make sure it's visible again. Or better yet, we'll do white then red. So we'll do white, and then we'll do 0.2. We'll go ahead, make it the red, and we'll make it a little less visible. And then we'll go to 0.4, back to white, all the way up. And then 0.6, we'll bring it back to what it was. Make sure the A value is down all the way and save it as is. And then go ahead, limit the entire animation to that 0.6. Nice. And there we go. So when the hurting effect is active, it'll look like that. Looks good. All right. I'm going to bring it back to the idle though. Perfect. All right. So we have our animated sprite 2D. We got the hurting animation. We got the collision shape, the area 2D for the hitbox. We also need to add a timer for basically when it will jump. So let's go ahead. We're going to right click on boss, add a timer. And let me see what I set for mine. We can always change it later. We're just going to leave it as is. Wait time 1, one shot undone, and all the others undone. All right, nice. All right, now we just need the spots to where it's going to jump. So this is not going to be in the boss node, but it is going to be in the boss components. Let's right click, add child node, add a node 2D. Let's just go ahead and we're going to call this spots. And then let's just duplicate spots, drag and drop it into spots. And then we'll just call this spot 1. Now spot 1 will be the one we want to start with. So let's move that node over here and just make sure it's on the same one. There we go. You can always adjust it later. So we got spot 1. Let's go ahead. Let me double check where I put spot 1. I think I actually put spot 1 on the left, which just makes the ordering a little easier. So yeah, let's put spot 1 over here. Yeah, like right there. Let's do spot 2 next to it. Spot 2. And then spot 3 will be the default one. So spot 3. And then we'll go ahead and do spot 4 on the right. Just make sure the Y value is the same. Right about there. Nice, and we can always adjust those later. But I think everything there should be set, all right? In the next section, we'll go ahead and create the script. Before we do that though, let's go ahead and make this its own scene. Let's right click, save branch as scene, save it in the components, And then you can just open that up, save over here, back in there. Looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the boss script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main boss node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables for the boss script. After that, we're going to create some functions to allow the boss to move to spots, get hurt, and also end the boss fight when defeated. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the script. So let's go ahead, select the main node of the boss, add a new script, make sure we're saving it in the scripts folder, hit create. All right, let's start off with a couple variables here. Let me close this animation player. All right, let's go ahead, start off with an add export. This is going to be the variable representing the health. And I'm going to set the default value to int of 3. We're also going to create a couple add-on readies. The first one is going to be spot_1, which we know is going to equal to our spot1, which is right over here. Just drag and drop it in. Now we need one for each, so we're going to have this. I'm going to paste it 3 times below it. Simply change the name of each one. So spot2, spot3, and then spot4. Don't forget though to change the path. They all should just be like this though. Spot2, spot3, and then spot4. Just like that. Nice. Let's also go ahead, create another add-on ready. This is going to be for the timer. We'll call this jump_timer. And it's going to be a type of timer, equaling it to the current timer we have. There we go. All right, one more add-on ready. Variable. This is going to be our animated sprite. So animated_sprite. And this is, of course, animated sprite 2D. Make sure you have the correct one selected. And just simply equal it to our current one we have right over here. Nice. All right, couple more variables below. This one is going to be called is_dead. And it's going to be a bool equaling it to a default value of false at the beginning of the game. We're also going to go ahead underneath that. We're going to have jump_tween. This is going to be how we're going to give it that little jumping animation. This will make it look kind of nice. We're also going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this spots. And the reason we're doing spots is because we're going to put it into an array to help it kind of calculate a random one out of it. You'll see that once we get into the function. We're also going to create another variable. We're going to call this current_spot_index. This will just keep track of the current spot we're at. It's going to be a type int. And we're going to equal it to starting off at 0. We're also going to go ahead and create another variable. Call this jump_height. Make sure you spell that right. There we go. Height. And this will be a type float. And we're simply going to equal that to, let's do 100.0. All right, last one. We're going to create a variable. This is going to be called started_fight. This will kind of just keep track if the fight has started or not, which we know at the beginning of the game, it is going to equal false because we need to initiate that once the player gets close. But that should be all of our default variables. Save what you got so far. All right, let's continue on to some functions now. Let's go ahead and start off with our basic function. That's going to be our ready function. All right, let's do function_ready. And as we know, this is going to be everything on start in the game. So we're going to do a couple things here. First thing we're going to do is fill in our spots array that we have. We're going to equal that to an array of each spot. So we'll have spot1. Make sure to add that, comma, spot2, comma, spot3, and then last, spot4. Nice. All right. Then we're going to go ahead also. We're going to set our jump timer dot wait time. And I'm going to set that to a default value of 2.0. Then we're also going to go ahead, set our animated sprite dot play, and we're going to play simply that idle. Okay, nice. Looks good there. I like it. Next up, we're going to go ahead, move on to our next function. Let's go ahead, do function, and let's do our process function here. So everything that occurs continuously in the game. And we're just going to do a simple global if global dot is in boss battle, if that's the case, and started fight equals false. Then we can go ahead and we're going to start fight equals true. We're also going to go ahead and we are going to, let's do jump timer, start the timer. So go ahead, jump timer dot start. Nice. All right, continue on. Let's go ahead and let's do our area entered. That's what hurts the actual boss. So go ahead, select our area 2D. Go ahead to node, signals, and again, we're going to do, area entered. Select the boss. It'll pop up right there. And all we're going to do is simply if area dot is underscore in underscore group parentheses set double quotes feet colon, and we're going to go ahead to our area dot get underscore parent parentheses dot get parent. Same thing we've done with the other ones, and then dot player jump. Nice. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, do our handle underscore damage, parentheses set, pass in that area, dot get parent, and instead of typing it out, I'm going to copy what we have above and just simply paste it there, just like that, okay? We don't have this created yet, but we can go ahead and create that real quick. Let's go ahead, give it some spaces here, backspace function, and then just paste in the name for handle damage, parentheses, and we're going to go ahead, do damage, and we'll give this a type of, let's do area 2D. Nice. Looks good there. Then we're going to continue on. So in here, what we're going to do, we're simply going to say if is dead, if that equals true. Then we'll do a simple return because we only want this to happen one time. We're also going to go ahead. Oh, reason why we're getting this error here though is because we never voided this. So do an arrow to void. So on that issue anymore, and that should go away. Looks like we are still have an issue. Let's see, area, oops, you know what? I think that's why, because it's not an area 2D, it's a character body 2D. There we go, okay. Make sure you got that there. And let's see what else. It's saying standalone, that is not, oh, whoopsie. It's because we never did that as well. There we go, okay. And just make sure this is formatted correctly, just like that. All right, but continuing on, next up, we're all gonna go ahead, get our damage, and we're gonna do a dot, let's do velocity dot y, and we'll just equal that to our current damage we have, dot jump velocity. I'll make the player jump. Nice, all right, looks good there. We'll also go ahead, we're gonna do our health, minus equals 1. And then we're also gonna play the hurting animation. So let's go ahead, get our animated sprite, or actually, you know what? We're gonna get the, animation player, because that's the one that holds the hurting. So play, and then start playing hurting. Nice. All right. Then we just need a simple if else in case it has no health left. So we'll do if health is greater than 0, then we're simply going to go ahead and just set our jump timer dot start and then also go ahead and run our function called jump that we're going to create in a second. Jump. If that's not the case, and we don't have that health, then we're going to do, of course, our die function that plays the animation and, of course, makes us win the boss battle. Nice. All right, looks good there. Let's go ahead. Let's clean it up a bit. I'm going to go ahead and remove some spaces here. Let's save what we got so far. Let's continue on and create the jump function now. So the jump function, of course, is going to make the boss jump from one of the random directions next to him, either on the left or the right side. So let's go ahead and create that. It's just lowercase jump. So let's go ahead. Let's do function, lowercase jump. Give it a set of parentheses. All right, and let's make some room here. This is a pretty big function. So first thing we'll do is make sure that it's not dead. So we'll say if is dead. If that equals true, then we'll go ahead and simply do a return because we don't want it to jump anymore once it dies. We also want to go ahead and say if our jump tween, and we'll do, jump tween running. So is underscore running because we don't want to play this again if it's already doing it. All right. So if that's the case, then we'll do, of course, our jump tween. And we'll simply do .kill to just end it, all right, and restart a new one. This will make it look a little better. So let's continue on. We're going to go ahead, start off with a variable. We're going to call this next underscore spot underscore instance. This is going to help it decide which one we want to go to. So we'll do an equal sign and then an empty set of brackets. We're then going to go ahead and say if current spot index equals 0. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to say next spot instance equals brackets 1, which will be the first, or actually the second value in there. Then we're going to go ahead, do an elif, and we're going to say current spot index, if that equals spots dot size, and we're going to go ahead and just -1. That's the case, then we're going to go ahead, set next spot instance equals brackets spots dot size, not set, size, whole thing -1, just like that. Okay, nice. Then last thing, we'll do an else if neither one is the case, and this is simply going to go ahead and set our next spot instance equal to bracket set current spot instance or index -1, comma current spot index +1. Okay, nice. There we go. All right, so there we go. That's going to organize our array for us, and then we can go ahead now and select a random value in it, which we'll do by creating a new variable, calling it var random underscore index. And how we're going to get that is simply equal it to our next spot instance, bracket set, rand I, because there's no floats in here, so we can use an integer. And then we're going to percentage symbol next spot instance dot size. So this is how we can get a random value from that array. All right, nice. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a couple more variables. Variable, we'll call this target underscore spot, and we'll simply equal that to our spots with our random index. Okay, we're also going to go ahead, create our start POS for position, equal it to our current set global position. Then underneath that, we're going to go ahead, create our end underscore position. That's where we're going to go, and simply equal that to our target spot dot global position. Make sure you spell it correctly. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and get started creating the new tween. That's going to give it a little cool animation. So we'll do jump tween equals create tween parentheses. Then we'll create another variable. We'll call it peak underscore POS position. Simply equal that to a parentheses set of our start position plus our end position. And then just go ahead and divide that whole thing by 2. Nice. Then we'll go ahead, set our peak position, dot y minus equals our jump height. Okay, this will just help it make it look a little bit more natural when it jumps across, because sometimes it'll jump across in a different way. So we're also going to go ahead, set our jump tween, dot tween property. This will help enable the actual animation for it. And we're going to do self, because we are the boss. And we're going to go ahead, double quotes, global position, comma, peak position, comma, and we'll do something like 0.025, okay? Well, no, just 25. We don't need the 0 before it. We can always change that later if we don't want it, that's okay. But then we're also going to set an ease. And we'll set the ease to capital T tween dot ease out. Nice. All right, last one. Again, jump tween dot tween property self, comma, global position, comma, end position, comma, again 0.25. Then we set the ease. Within the ease, we'll do a tween dot ease in this time, okay? Because again, we're leaving out of our first position, and then we're easing in to our landing position. Then after that, all we got to do is simply set our current spot index, equaling that to our random index. Nice. And there we go. Super easy. And we can also go ahead and initiate this all to happen too when the timer goes off. So I'm going to get rid of that there. Oops. And then go ahead, select the timer, go to the signals of the timer, select timeout, and just connect it. And then all you got to do is just set jump right here. Nice. Let's save what we got so far. All right, let's wrap up this script. Let's go ahead and finish up with the final 2 functions. We're going to create the die function. So let's go ahead, let's do function die, parentheses, colon, and just open it up quite a bit. This is going to be similar to how we created some other die functions for the enemies, blocks, and just other things like that. Let's go ahead and first do what we always do, say if is dead. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and simply do a return. Next up, we're going to force the idle animation to start. So let's go ahead, take the animation player, go ahead, dot play, and just play the idle one so it stops hurting if it's attacked. Then we're going to go ahead, set is dead equal to true. We're also going to go ahead and stop our jump timer because we don't want that to play anymore. So jump timer dot stop. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to say if, let's do jump timer, or better yet, you know what? Let's do jump tween, and jump tween is running. So jump tween dot is running. If that's the case, then simply go ahead, turn off the current tween. So jump tween dot kill. Nice. All right, continue on. We're going to go ahead and do a call deferred to simply turn off all the different collisions like we've done before. So call deferred. Go ahead, create a new function for this, double quotes, underscore, disabled, underscore collisions. Nice. And then we'll go ahead, create this real quick so we don't forget. Function, disabled collisions, parentheses, same thing we've always done. Do a little loop for this. Let's go ahead, say if child in get children. If that's the case, go ahead, say if child, if child is collision shape 2D. If that's the case, then we're simply going to go ahead and get the child, which would give me child. There we go. Child dot disabled equals true. Turn off all collisions for it. Okay, nice. Now looks like we're still getting error here. Child. Oh, for child. Whoopsie. Do for child here. There we go. That'll fix those issues. Let's get rid of these extra spaces here. Make sure you have that function in there. Then we can continue on for this one here. We're then going to go ahead and start creating the new tween. So var def tween. Go ahead, equal that to create tween. Then we'll get started with it. We're simply going to go ahead. Let me add some spaces here so we can see it a little better. Let's go ahead, do def tween dot tween property. Within its parentheses, do self, comma, rotation. And with this, we're just going to make it kind of spin out, just like we've done with the blocks. Deg to rad. Within there, go ahead, set 360 so it spins all around. And just times that whole thing by 2. That'll give it a nice spin. Then we're going to go ahead, do a comma, 1.0, set ease. And then we're going to go ahead, do a tween dot ease out. All caps. Nice. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, get our def tween again. Dot tween callback. Within the callback parentheses, Q free it. Nice. Then outside of there, below it, we're going to go ahead and do our global dot is in boss battle. Go ahead, equal that to false now. And then also go ahead and set our global dot defeated boss. Equal it to true. Nice. Because if you remember, that will go ahead and reset the camera. All right, let's clean this up. Again, you can always check the source code. No worries there. Save what you got. Let's go back to 2D view. The boss is over here. Honestly, if you wanted to center this out, you can, and then just have to recenter it in the level 3. That's fine. I'm going to keep it like this, though. I think it's fine. Go back here. Let's go ahead, save what we got for now. Let's go ahead now and test it out. So let's go ahead, start current scene. Let that load. Then let's go ahead, collect the power up. Looks like things are set up nice. Let's make sure we can attack the boss, which we can. But looks like we're still able to bounce on top of their head after we defeat them. I don't really like that, but I think there's a simple way we can fix that. There's also some pixels visible too on the boss that we don't want. So let's go back to the boss components. Fix the pixels first. So go ahead, select the animated sprite 2D. Go to the inspector, texture, change filter, inherit to nearest. Then we're also going to go ahead into the script, scroll on down all the way to our disabled collisions, and then after the while loop, let's just force it to disable the area 2D. This is a longer animation, so even though the player jumps on them and goes up, they still have time to bounce on them again. I don't really like that, so let's take the collision shape inside the area 2D, do a dot disabled, simply go ahead and equal that to true. Because of course the while loop up here is only disabling the one inside of the boss main. So it's not going into each node, it's just going on the one here basically. Okay, let's save what we got. Let's go back to level 3, 2D view. Let's go ahead, start current game. Collect the power up. Just make sure now things look a little better. Defeat the boss. Oops, there we go. And looks like we don't bounce again. Awesome. All right, things are looking good. Let's close out here. We can close up the boss components. Let's go ahead, back to main menu. Zoom out a bit. Close up here. and save what we got so far. Alright, in this section, we're going to do some bug fixes. We're going to start off and locate any current bugs. Then, if found, we're going to fix those bugs. After that, we're simply going to add some preferences to make the game look and work better. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Let's go ahead and do some bug fixes. So starting off, I haven't found any bugs. Please let me know if you find any, but there are some preferences I would suggest. First thing in the main menu screen is this mute button. I don't like how it's right up against the screen. So this is just up to you if you want to do it, but I think it looks a lot nicer if we give it a little bit of room. So what I'm going to do is just move it over a bit, just a bit over here. Let's go ahead and just move it just a little bit. It'll probably look a lot nicer if we have it like that. So let's save that there. Let's go ahead and see how that looks on game start. That looks really well. Another thing, this is just another preference, is I don't really like how high up the camera is, especially when you get a game over, as seen in 1 second. The character kind of is really close to that main menu button. So what I think we should do is lower the screen just a little bit to kind of center things up, okay? And we can do that simply by going into the player and then going to the screen for the camera and just move it down just a little bit to something about like, let's go like right there. Now, one thing to note though is we are resetting the camera position in the camera script after the boss battle. So we need to go ahead and change that Y value to whatever we have here, which is -45. So go ahead into the camera script, scroll on down, and you're going to see it was currently at -99. Just change that to -45 or whichever one you had it at, okay? Save that change. Let's go ahead and see how that looks. Back to main menu, start current game, hit level 1. That's a lot better, more centered. Let's see what happens when we get to game over. Make sure that it is a little better looking, nice. There is an issue here though. As you can see, we didn't move the panel though. Thus, that's why we're getting that little issue there. So what we can do is go to the player, simply go ahead, select the panel, and just stretch that out right below. Okay, save that change. Now there is one other thing that you should note that you might be having an issue with if you didn't set things up correctly, and that is the slimes. So if you remember the slimes, we are resetting the position when they get to a specific spot. We do have a little bit of wiggle room there. I think we had it set to 5, but if you're having issues where it's basically not resetting it correctly, then what I would do is simply go into your slime. So open it up, go to the basic slime, go to its spot here, and then you can increase this 5 to something like 10 or 15, whatever you need to basically get more close to it. Because what's happening is if it doesn't reach that point or below that point, basically it's not going to reset the position. So make sure you do that if you need to. All right, but overall, I think the game works pretty well. There's only really one more thing I would change, and that's just to add a little sound effect once you get to the end of the level. You can do that simply by going into the player, going into sounds, just simply add a new sound. I'm going to take one of the current ones, and we'll just go ahead, call it SFX, and we'll call it win. And then I'm going to use the sound for, I think it's magic. Let's see, yep, magic, drag and drop it on there. Go into our player script, scroll on down to where the win area is, right over here. Underneath where we set the global variable to true, go ahead and just drag and drop the win sound. Do a dot play. And just like that, we'll have a sound effect for when we win a game. So let's go ahead, back to 2D view, back to main. Close things up. Start current scene. Let's go ahead and just win a little level. And just make sure that that sound plays, which will help notify that you actually win the game. There we go. Nice. And again, you can use whatever sound, but I think that works pretty well. Overall though, everything looks great. Congratulations on completing the project. Let's review what we learned and made. We learned many things in this project. we created a classic style platformer game where your player can move around the level, avoiding and attacking enemies. We also added multiple levels, power-ups, and a boss battle. Some things you could add to this game are possibly a rideable pet, or maybe even more power-up types. Again, congrats, and see you in the next section. Congratulations again on completing the project. Before we continue on to the next section, I'd like to discuss with you a little bit about one of our higher level courses, our Advanced Godot Game Development course. Now in this course, you start creating more complex style games. We're going to be adding multiple mechanics in them, specifically for real-time strategy games, inventory management, and open world generation. Now, I highly recommend you take this course. You can find it on the official website, redfoolstudio.com, or if you're watching this video on YouTube, simply just select the link in the description below. Again, thank you for being a participant in this course, and I can't wait to see you in the next section. In this project, we will be creating a classic platformer style game. We will learn how to create platform style character movement, power-up collection, multiple enemy types, and level design. On top of all that, we will also create a boss battle as a final level for our game. If you would like to play the example of this game for free, you can navigate to the link below. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we're going to set up everything we need for our zombie shooter game. We're going to start off and download all the asset packs we're going to be using at these links here. We're then going to go ahead and create all the new folders for the game's art and components. After that, we're going to add a main node that will be the starting scene for our game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is the first asset pack we're going to use for our game. It's called Top Down Shooter. You can locate it at kenny.nl/assets/top-down-shooter. Once here, simply scroll on down and select the download button. Once downloaded, open it up in File Explorer, right click and select Extract All. For our second asset pack, if you don't already have it, it's called UI Pack. You can find it at kenny.nl/assets/UI-pack. Again, once here, simply scroll on down, select the download button. Don't forget to open it up in File Explorer, right click, and select Extract All. Once you've downloaded all your asset packs, let's go ahead and create a new project. I called mine Zombie Shooter Game. Once your project's loaded up, go ahead, select the 2D view. Once you're in the 2D view, let's create a couple folders. Let's go ahead, right click, create new folder. We're going to call this first one Art, and this is where we're going to drag and drop in all those asset packs. I'm also going to change the color of this one to color of red. Let's also go ahead, right click, create new folder. Let's call this one Components. I'm going to make this one yellow, right click. Let's also go ahead, create one for our scripts. Let's right click, create new folder, call this one Scripts. And I'm going to go ahead and make this one the color of green, right click, green. Now we just need one more for the scenes, so let's go ahead, right click, create new folder, Scenes. And I'm going to change the color of scenes simply to purple. Nice. All right. Next up, we just need to create our simple main scene node, which we can do right on the left here. Select that 2D scene, rename it as main. Go ahead, save that. It's going to ask you where you want to save it. Simply save it in the scenes folder we just created. Go ahead, save what you got. And we're looking good so far. this section, we're going to go ahead and get started creating our UI. We're going to start off and discuss all the UI needed for the game. We're then going to go ahead and create the main node for the UI. After that, we're going to add our first UI page for the Start Screen menu. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents all the different UI screens we're going to create. Starting off on the top left, this is going to represent our main menu. When the player first starts the game, this screen will be visible. It's going to consist of a simple game title and then also a play game button. We're also going to add a nice little animation in the background of zombies running across the screen. Once we hit play, we're going to be sent to the second screen, which is the in-game screen. This screen is going to consist of a couple different things. On the top left, this is going to represent our current health. We're also below it going to have some text representing how much ammo we have and what type of gun we're using. On the top right of it, we're going to have our quit game button. On the bottom right, we're going to have the current wave we're at. The third screen is going to be our store screen. Once the player walks into an area where it's going to have the store activated, we're going to have a couple different options. First thing, of course, it's going to tell us which gun we can buy. And then we're, of course, going to have the option to buy the new gun, or instead just buy more ammo for that gun if we currently already have it. The final UI screen we're going to create is going to be our Game Over screen. Once the player is in the Game Over state, a little animation is going to darken out the screen. We're then simply going to have our Game Over text, and then a button that sends us back to the main menu. Alright, let's get started creating our first UI. This is going to be our starting menu. Before we start that though, let's go ahead and create a new node to house all the UIs we're going to create. So let's go ahead, right click on our main, add child node, start it off with a simple node 2D, change the name of the node 2D, simply call it UI capitals. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead and right click, add child node, and we're going to use a canvas layer. Now the reason we're using that canvas layer is because we want things to scale correctly. Alright, so let's create that. Now we can rename this as menu. And we're going to do the same thing for each other UI screen. So for our menu though, we need to add a couple things, starting off with a nice little background. And I found the best way to do this is simply use a tile map layer. So let's go ahead and select menu, right click, add child node, search for the tile map layer, make sure you're selecting that one, hit create. Now we can go ahead and adjust things. First thing you need to do is set the tile set from empty to new tile set. Select it again. Alright, now what we got to do is go ahead and open up your art, open up top-down shooter, locate the tile sheet, and we're going to be using this one here, which I think is going to be a 64 by 64. So before we drag and drop it in, let's change that tile size from 16 to 64 to 64. Then go ahead, select tile set, simply drag and drop the tilesheet underscore complete.png right here. Go ahead and select no for this because we're going to slice it ourselves. And again, because this is 64 by 64, make sure that texture region also says X64 and Y64. Now we're going to reuse this one a lot, but for this one, we simply just want a nice little green background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the top left one right here, and then I'm going to go to tile map, select it, use the rectangle tool, and simply just outline the background of the screen, just like that. Nice. And again, you can use whatever tile you want. This is simply going to be the background of our main menu. Now, next thing we can do is let's go ahead and give it a nice label and a button. So let's right click on menu, add child node. Let's go ahead and for the title, we'll just do a simple label. Go ahead, give it the correct text. I'm going to call it capital Z, Zombie Shooter Game. I'm going to go ahead, stretch this out a bit here, make it match up. Then we can go ahead, center everything up, select it, new label settings, go to the font, and just simply increase it to something you want. I'm going to do, let's see how 90 looks. That might be a little too big. I do kind of like it though. I'm also going to go ahead and do an enter after the game to have it look like this. I might also lower it just a bit. Looks good. I'm also going to change the color. I'm going to change this to a red. Kind of fits the theme of the zombie game. I'm also going to give it a nice outline. Make sure to set the size to something pretty high. Let's do 35. And change that color to black. And there we go. That's going to be our title. And if you want to, you can go ahead, give it a name. So label title. Then, of course, we need the play button. Let's go ahead, right click on menu, add child node, another node 2D for this. Go ahead, rename this as button, capital P play. Now we just need to add the components for it. So let's right click, add child node. We're going to use a 9 patch rect because we know this helps the scaling of different buttons. So we're going to have this in there. Then we just need the simple sprite we need, which we know is going to be inside of our Kenny_UI-pack. Go ahead, open that up, go to PNG, and I'm going to use the red buttons. Again, you can always use whatever color you want, but I'm going to use the red one, default size, and I'm going to scroll on down to this one here, the button rectangle depth border.png. I'm going to take that, drag and drop it in, and then simply just scale it out to the size I want. Something like that should be good. If you want to zoom in a bit, you can also adjust it. If you go to the patch margins, you can set this to whatever you want. Usually the best one to do is 5 all the way around. So I'm going to set that just to make it look nice and pixel perfect. There we go. Looks good. All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the button play. Make sure you're moving it by the main node of it. And I'm going to put it like right underneath our game. Nice, that looks pretty good. I'm also going to give the button play another label. Capital P play. Stretch it to cover it. Center it up. We might move it up just a little bit, just so it's a little more centered. And then go ahead, give it a new setting. Change the font to something a little bigger. I'm going to do 25. Maybe a little bigger than that. Let's do 30. It's up to you what you want to do there. And then go ahead and change the color to black. And with that, I think it looks pretty good. I might increase it just a little bit more, just to like 35. And there we go. Nice. All right. Now we just need the actual button component. So on button play, right click, add child node, look for that button node. Make sure to label it correctly. So button play is what we'll call it here as well. Go ahead, stretch it around the entire button. Go ahead now, we need to adjust this because I don't want to grayed out. To change that, we can go ahead, look for the theme, change type variation from nothing to a flat button. Now, if we don't change this other setting though, it's going to have a nice little white rim and I don't really like that. So what I like to do is go into theme overrides, go to styles, and then see where it says focus, select that empty. Go to new style box flat, select it again, and simply make the BG color completely invisible by lowering the A value all the way. And you'll no longer see that button. Nice. Or the button rim. You'll see the button, but you won't see the rim of it. I can show you it by saving real quick, starting current scene, let that load. And if I hit it, you'll see there's no white rim around it, versus if we didn't change that, there would be. Now we just need a nice little background, and I think it would look really cool if we have a little zombies coming down, and we can do that pretty easily. Let's go ahead, close these up here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, close the button. We're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to use a CPU particles 2D. All right, let's go ahead and add that in. This just helps us make little particle effects, but to make the particle effects work with the zombies, we can do that as well. If you move it though, you're going to see it's already working. It's just shooting down little white particles. but we don't necessarily want that. We want to change that a bit. So what I'm going to do is set the settings to what we need. So let's go ahead and first change the texture. Currently it's not set to anything. We can go ahead back into our art folder, top-down shooter, and simply look for the PNG and scroll on down to Zombie 1. Go ahead and select the zombie you want to use. I'm going to use the hold one because it's sticking out its arms, which I think it looks really cool. Let's take that, put that right there. There we go. Now we just need to adjust this. Let's adjust the amount simply to 9. That'll be a better amount. We're also going to position this right above, right here, and you'll see why. Then we're going to go ahead, adjust some things in time. Current lifetime is set to 1. We need to make that a little longer, clearly, because it's disappearing right here. So I'm going to simply set it to 2. Now you can see it goes correctly all the way down. We're also going to go ahead. Let's adjust the pre-process. The reason why we need to set the pre-process is because it won't just start from scratch. It'll actually have some before it, which will look a lot better. And I'm going to do that just simply 2 seconds. We're also going to go ahead, speed scale, set to 1. I'm going to change that to 0.5. That's going to look a little more smooth. And then we're also going to go ahead. We're going to do a couple things. We're going to do emissions now because it's just a line here. We kind of want it to like spread out. So we're going to go to emission shape. And we're going to change it from point to rectangle. And then we just need to adjust this from the starting area to the ending area over here, which we can do simply by setting, let's set the Y value to 1, but the X value, we're going to extend that a bit. So we want it to go from all the way here to here. So I'm going to put this one over here and then extend it. Let's do something like 590. I think that should work. All right. Now, the one thing to note when this happens is because it's extending both ways. So how we can fix that is simply just center it up in the middle of the game. And what I want to make sure is there's none going too far or too close to the edges, which I think we should be okay. Looks like there's a little bit to the edge. So instead, I'm going to decrease that. Instead of 590, let's do something like 570. That should be a little better. You might need to play around with this, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, nice. Next up, we're going to go ahead. We're going to change a couple things. Let's scroll down, to gravity. And the gravity is set to 980. If we decrease that, it'll be a little more smooth. Let's do 500. There you go. It's a little slower, as you can see. I like it. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to go to the angle because they're currently not facing the correct direction. Let's go to angle. Angle velocity, or it should just be an angle, which should be around here. There we go, angle. Currently we're set to 0, 0. We're going to set this simply to, let's do -90 and -90 here as well. And that should make them face the correct direction. Nice. And as you can see, that looks good. Now, the other thing we can do as well is adjust the scale. They're a little small, I think, so we can adjust the sizing. Go into scale. Simply set it to 1.5 for each value here. And there you go. And again, if you want to back it up a bit, just so they're not on top of each other, you can. It's kind of up to you. I think this looks pretty good, though. There's a bunch of other settings in here if you want to. There's like randomness you can set, explosiveness, all that different stuff. But so far, I think this looks pretty good. We might adjust it later, but for now, this works great. Now, one thing to note, though, as you can see, they're going on top of the label and the play button. To fix that, easiest way is simply take the CPU Particles 2D and put it right on the top, or better yet, below the tile map layer, but above the title. Right there, and there we go. The scaling and the layering will be correct now. Looks great. Let's go ahead, close up what we got here. Close everything up. Let's close up the menu. Save what you got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the UI for in-game. we're going to start off and create a new node for the in-game UI. We're then going to go ahead and add all the nodes for the health bar and the quit button. After that, we're going to make sure to add the text for the ammo counter, current money, and zombie waves. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started. So before we start, let's go ahead and turn off the menu screen just so we can see things a little better. We're then going to go ahead and create another canvas layer inside of our UI node. So let's go ahead, select our canvas layer. Let's go ahead and simply call it in-game, lowercase in, capital G game. Then we're also going to add another node in here. And the reason we're doing this is because eventually we're going to have a script attached to it. And it's not really best practice to have scripts attached to canvas layers. So let's go ahead and we're just going to call this game screen. And then now we can begin adding everything we need in here. So let's go ahead. First thing we're going to add is our progress bar, which is going to be like our health bar. So let's go ahead, add progress bar. Let's rename that as health bar. And then we'll design this the way we want. I'm simply going to use the pointer tool and drag it over just a bit. I don't want it to be too long, but something like this should be okay. I'm also going to remove the show percentage just so we can make it a little bit thinner. And it's kind of up to you how you want to design this. I'm also going to move it down just a bit and to the right just a bit as well. Just about there, and we can go ahead, zoom in just to make sure it's scaled correctly. We can always move it around later, but I think that should be okay. I like it. I'm also going to go ahead, change the value of it to what we need, and I'm going to set it to a max value of 90, and you'll see why we're doing this once we get into the script. And I'm going to go ahead, let's set it to its max. So we have max value set to 90, min 0, current value set that to 90. And I don't really like the color of it, so let's go ahead. Let's go to theme overrides. Let's go to styles, and you see background set to empty. Let's go to new style box flat. Let's make this just black. So go ahead, lower the color value all the way down. And then for the fill, let's go ahead, same thing, new style box flat, select it, and I'm going to make the health bar red. There we go. Looks a lot better. And you can test it out simply by lowering the current value. You set it to something like 70, you'll see it looks like that. But I'm going to go ahead, keep the default at 90 for now. Now let's go ahead and create our quit button. That's going to be in the top right corner. So let's go ahead, right click on the game screen, another node 2D, and just like we did with the play button, let's go ahead, call this button quit. And we're going to go ahead, right click, add child node. We're going to add another 9 patch rect, just like we did with the play button. Go into your art folder and go ahead, locate the correct UI pack, PNG, and again, red, all the way down to this one here, button rectangle depth border. Just take that, drag and drop it in, and then go ahead, scale the button to your liking. I'm going to make it a little bit shorter than we did the play button. Something like this, maybe a little bit thinner if I can get it. There we go. A little shorter. We're also going to go ahead, put it all the way to the right. I want it to be somewhat matched up with our current bar here. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just so it looks like about that, we should be okay, maybe in a little bit more. There we go. Nice. And then of course we need to give it its text. Let's go ahead, right click. Let's go ahead, label. And I'm going to adjust that just so it will center up. I'm going to go here, there, and if you remember, we went up just a little bit because this one has a little bit lower lip. Let's go ahead, capital Q, quit. Let's center everything up. Looks good there. New label setting. Font, make this simply black. And if you want to increase it a bit, you can. I'll do something like 20 just to see how that looks. Might move it up just a little bit more still, just so it's more centered, but overall I like that. Nice. All right, we're also going to give it its actual button component. So again, right click, add child node, select button, make sure it surrounds the entire node, and down there. And then so it's not grayed out like we've done in the past, simply go ahead to theme, select type variation from nothing to flat button, and then so you don't have the white rim, go ahead, theme overrides, styles, focus, and go ahead, new style box flat, select that, and that BG color, just make sure it's all the way to nothing. And that'll get rid of that white rim. If you like the white rim, you can keep it. I just don't, so that's why I remove it. But there we go, that's our quit button. All right, now we just need a couple different texts. So let's go ahead and start with the ones that are going to be default. Let's go ahead, right click, add child node, label. We'll do the money text first, so label, capital M money. And I'm going to put the money text right below the quit button we just created. So I'm going to go ahead and put it to here. It's really up to you how much you want to make it. I'm going to go down a bit and then up a bit. I am going to match this up with the other text over here though. So make sure it is at least a good size for that. You can test it by using the move tool and just move it over a bit here. It should be okay. I'm going to Control Z though. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a couple zeros in here. I'm going to add 3, or better yet, we'll do 6 zeros. I'm going to center it up, center it here as well. And I think it'll actually look better if we just move it all the way to the right side, which I'm going to do. So instead of center, we'll just go ahead and move it to right. We'll go ahead and increase the size. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Let's do 25. Maybe a little bigger than that. Let's do 30. And I'm going to go ahead and make the color yellow. Eventually that'll be where the money is counted. Let's also go ahead and create a wave counter. So let's take that same label money, Control D, change the name, label waves. Go ahead, take label waves, move it down, make sure you're holding the arrow so it doesn't move the X value. And I'm going to simply put it like right here. Go ahead, change this. I'm just going to put it at a default value of wave 1, capital W. And I'm also going to go ahead and change the color of the text. Now before you do that though, if you do it right now, you're going to see what happens. It's going to change both. That's because we did not make it unique. So let me put it back. Let's right click on it, make unique. So now if we go ahead and change this, it'll only change this one here. But with that, it looks pretty good. All right. Now we just need, of course, the ammo counter and then the current ammo name. Now because those are going to change, we're going to have a specific node for each. Let's right click on game screen, node 2D, and go ahead. I'm going to call this, we'll do ammo text. And for ammo text, we're going to use the same type of text we have for this. So what we can do is just duplicate the money text again, Control D, drag and drop it into ammo text. We're going to rename this though. Let's call this label ammo. And just like we did, we're going to move this all the way to the right. Simply hold that arrow and just move it over. I'm going to match it up kind of with the progress bar. There we go. Go ahead, make this unique as well. Change it from right now to left. And the default of this is going to be actually a 0, 0 / 3 zeros. There we go. I'm also going to make this text white. I think it looks a lot better. So again, make sure you had it as unique, select it, go to font, change the color to white. And with that, I think it looks pretty good. We're also going to have one for reloading. So I'm going to select that label ammo, Control D, change it from label ammo 2 to label reloading. And this will be present once we're actually reloading. Now I'm going to turn label ammo off for now. Select the label reloading and go ahead and just go ahead, type in reloading here. And I'm going to do ... I'm also going to make this one yellow. So let's go ahead and make this unique. Select it, font, and simply change the color to yellow. Now the default one is always going to be label ammo, so go ahead, turn this one off for now, but turn on label ammo. Now of course we need the different names, which we're going to put to the right of it. So I'm going to take the ammo text, make sure you spell that correctly. And then I'm going to go ahead, Control D it, change this one now to, let's say, gun name, capital N. And then for gun name, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have 3 different labels for 3 different guns you can have. First one is going to be the pistol. So let's do pistol. And this one, I'm going to go ahead, just move it over to the right a bit. And let's go ahead and just put it like, yeah, right there. That should be okay. Go ahead, capital P pistol. Make sure though that the reloading though isn't touching it, which I think it is. If it is like that, then simply go ahead, take that pistol one and just move it over a bit. It's really up to you how long you want to make it. I want to make sure though that nothing goes past this, so we might adjust the progress bar. But what I'm going to do is delete that label reloading we have in the gun name. We know pistol is a good size. I might move it just a little bit more so it's not too close. I'm going to go ahead though, select label pistol, Control D. This will be for the silencer gun, so let's go ahead, silencer. And then go ahead, turn off that one there, change this to silencer. And let's go ahead, do the next one, Control D on this one. This will be for the machine gun, so I'm going to go ahead and just say machine. Don't forget to change the text to machine. And now I just want to make sure that the health bar, progress bar is past each one, which I think we need to move it just at least to there. So I'm going to go ahead, select the health bar, use the pointer tool, and just move it over a bit just so it's at least going past it. I just think it makes it look a little better. You can always design this how you want, but I think this looks good. For now though, I'm going to leave it as default with the pistol, and then of course default with the ammo and not the reloading, just like that. Now the last thing to make sure though is make sure you have the button of the quit button as the correct name. We currently left it at button, but that's not going to work because we're going to eventually select this into a script with multiple buttons. So it's best to name this a unique name, which I'm going to use button menu for this one. The reason I'm doing button menu and not button quit is because we're going to have multiple buttons that send us back to the main menu, such as the game over button. So for now, leave it as button menu. Go ahead, close it up. Close everything up here. Close up your art. And with that, let's go ahead, save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the UI for the store. We're going to start off and create a new node for the store's UI. We're then going to go ahead and add all the nodes for the item's name, the gun, and its ammo button. We're then going to go ahead and ensure to have the store items for all 3 different guns. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started creating the store node. So let's go ahead and right click on our main UI node, add child node, and we're going to create a new canvas layer. We're going to go ahead and simply call this store. Now, just like we did with the in-game, we're going to have a base node. The reason we're going to have a base node is because eventually we're going to have a script attached to it. So let's go ahead, right click on store, add child node, add a node 2D. Let's simply call this store components. Now for store components, we're going to have a node for each individual gun we can purchase and their ammo. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, another node 2D, and let's call this pistol store. Now the good thing is most of these are going to be the same, so once we create one, we can simply just duplicate it and change the things as necessary. So let's go ahead for Pistol Store, right click, add child node. We're going to add a label for the title. So let's go ahead. I'm going to put this somewhere like this. Change this to pistol. And then we're also going to go ahead, center it up, give it a new label setting, make this somewhat bigger. Let's do 40, maybe a little bigger than that. Let's do 55. That should be a good size. I do like the positioning, so I'll keep it where it is. We're also going to go ahead now and create 2 buttons, one for buying the gun, and then also one for buying the ammo if we have the gun. So let's go ahead, right click on Pistol Store. Let's go ahead, node 2D. Let's call this buy gun button. And then for this, we're simply going to do what we've always done, right click, add child node, add in a new patch, 9 patch colored rect. And let's go ahead, drag and drop in that same button sprite we're using. So let's locate that in our art, UI pack, PNG, under red, default, and simply scroll on down till you find that one we have, the button rectangle depth border.png. Take that in there, and I'm going to go ahead and stretch this to the size I want. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger than the quit button, so let's do something like this. That looks good. Let's go ahead now, move the button into the correct position. I want one on either side, but not blocking the player once the player shows up. So we're going to go ahead and put it like right about here. I think that should be okay. We're then going to go ahead, give it a nice label, right click, add child node, label. Let's go ahead, move this over here. And this is going to be for the gun. So let's go ahead and just put gun. And then the price, which I'm going to make $1,500. Let's center it up. Let's go ahead, open up label settings, font, increase the size a bit. Let's do 25, maybe a little bit more, 28. And then go ahead, simply change the color to black. And again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think this looks pretty good. I might move it up just a bit because this button is not centered with it. So I'm going to go about there. Then we just need, of course, the button. So let's right click on it, add child node, select the button node we've used. Make sure to give this one a specific name. I'm going to call this button buy gun. For button buy gun, make sure though you go ahead, wrap the button correctly with the node. There we go. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, get rid of the gray, go to theme, type variation, change that to flat, and then of course theme overrides if you want to get rid of the ring. I'm going to get rid of it. Style flat box. Go ahead, change the BG color to completely invisible. There we go. Looks good there. Now we just need the ammo one. So let's go ahead, select the buy button, Control D, change the name of the main node of this. Instead of buy gun, we'll do buy ammo. Get rid of the 2 at the end as well. And then just don't forget also, we got to change the label and then the actual button node as well. So for the label, we'll change this to ammo. And I'm going to make the ammo price a little bit less. Let's just do 1,000. And then also go ahead, change the name of the actual button buy gun to button buy ammo, capital A. Nice. Then all we got to do is just move it over to the right in about similar position. So we'll do about there, okay? And again, you can always adjust this however you like, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, and that's going to be everything here for this. Now, of course, though, we need one for each other gun. We know we have 2 other guns, so what we're going to do is just take that pistol store, Control D. Let's make the current one invisible on the top. Change the name of this one to silencer. And we'll do shop. For silencer shop, don't forget we need to change the label as well. Change that from pistol to silencer. Looks good. Then what we'll do is actually keep everything else the same. you're going to see how we're going to actually allow the functionality and once we get into the script. But for now, I'm going to leave everything the same, such as the gun being 1500 and the ammo as well being 1000. Let's close up everything here. Let's make this one invisible as well. Control D on silencer shop. Or I think we should have called it silencer store, not shop. So I'm going to change that. Now the next one is going to be the machine. Make sure it's lowercase. Machine store as well. Let's make that one visible. And then all we got to do is simply change the label to machine. Nice. All right. Let's close that there, close that there. So this is going to be our store. So once the player is in and they walk on top of any of the locations where they can buy a new gun, then one of these store items will pop up and allow the player to either buy the gun or buy the ammo if they already have the gun. And we'll go ahead and add all that functionality in once we get to the script down the road. But for now, things are looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead, close up the pistol store, leave it as is. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the UI for the game over. We're going to start off and create a new node for the game over UI. We're then going to go ahead and add some nodes for the text and the menu button. After that, we're going to ensure we have a simple animation to play once the player gets a game over. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating our game over UI. So let's go ahead and create a new canvas layer for this. Right click on UI node, add child node, canvas layer node, and create. And we're going to simply just call this game over. As mentioned, we're going to have a couple things in here, but just like we've done before, we also need a parent scene for them. So add child node, create another node 2D, and we're just going to call this game over scene. Inside of the game over scene node, we're going to add a couple things, starting off with a panel. Now we're going to have a panel specifically for blocking out any other functions on the screen, and of course darkening out the screen. So let's right click, add child node, search for that panel node, select it, hit create. What we want to do is we want to make sure it stretches beyond each corner of the screen. The reason why we're doing this is because it's actually curved and has a little curved effect, so I like to just go a little bit beyond. Nice. All right. On start though, we're not going to have this as visible, so what we want to do is select the panel, go to node, go to the inspector, first we'll go to the actual visibility, make that modulate from what it currently is to a value of all the way invisible. Now we also need to make it completely not visible because if we try to select anything behind this, it's not going to let us. So we have to make sure that visible is set to off. All right, nice. Then we're also going to have a text saying game over. So let's right click, add child node, add a label. I'm going to go ahead and just put this somewhere towards the top, like right here. Go ahead, just say game over. Give it a new label setting. Go to that font. Let's make it pretty big, similar to the title screen. So I'm going to do like a 60. Maybe even a little bigger than that. We'll do 80. And I'm going to go ahead, make the color red, just like the title. Make the outline, we'll do black and increase that to something pretty big. Let's do 35. And then we're also going to go ahead, center this guy up. Just like that. Nice. All right. Now, we're also going to make this invisible on start so you can keep it as invisible. We're going to have another button here on the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead, and just so we don't have to recreate an entire new button, I'm going to go into the store and just take one of our buttons we have inside of one of our nodes, like the buy gun button, Control D it, drag and drop it into our game over scene. Okay, let's close that up there. Let's go ahead, change the name. We'll just call this menu button. Now one thing to remember is, of course, we need this to equal the same name we have for our quit button, which if you recall, it's going to be button menu, okay? Go ahead, button menu. If you need to double check, no worries, just simply go into the in-game, look for that button quit, and just make sure it has button menu, and all the caps are the same as well. Now, we also are going to change the label. We'll just change this simply to menu. And then we just want to make sure it's positioned correctly, so I'm going to turn on the label and just go ahead and move that menu button right underneath it, and then just move it down a bit below. I'm going to put it like right there. Looks good. Let's go ahead and now create the animation. So for now, everything should be turned off like this. Now let's add that animation player. So add child node, animation player. And for the animation player, we're going to have two animations. We're going to have our idle one, which is kind of like our starting one. So we'll go animation new, call this one idle. For our idle, all we want to do is keep everything here as it is. So what we'll do is select panel. We're going to save the key of visibility off, so create that. Same thing for label. Go to the visibility, save that. Same thing for the menu button. Go to visibility and save that value as well. Nice. Next up is the actual game over animation. So select animation, new, and we're just going to call this game over. Now for game over, what we want to do is turn on the panel, but we're going to go ahead and save that as on. We're also going to slowly make this visible and make it red. So I'm going to go ahead and save the current modulate we have, which is set a value all the way down. Move that over to 1 and go ahead, select modulate, and we're going to increase this to there. Make sure you have it on though. Oops. Oop, I was doing the wrong one. Yeah, make sure you're selecting panel. Looks like I was doing menu button, no worries. Just remove those and redo it. So like I said before, we want to make sure this is on, so select panel, save the visibility as on. Make sure it's in the right spot though. I'm going to delete it again and do it one more time. Yep, so save it there, key value it on. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, slowly make it red all the way at 1 second. So take modulate, and I'm going to go ahead, increase that there, and then go ahead, make the value red here, and save that. So now if you hit play, it should start it. If it doesn't start it, that means we need to also set the color. So what I'm going to do right over here is go ahead, take modulate, lower that A value down, and simply save that there. And then if we hit play, still didn't save the red, so go ahead, go to 1, go to modulate, and then go ahead, make sure that is set all the way up there. And now if we go ahead, hit play, it'll slowly go red. And once it gets to red all the way, then we want to do is turn on the label and the button. So go ahead, select label, go ahead, turn that on there, save the key value. Same thing for the menu button, turn that on there, and then go ahead, go to the visibility, save the value. Now if you want to be double careful, is go ahead at the beginning of this and make sure these are both off and saved as well. It isn't necessarily necessary because we have the idle one, but it's always nice to have your double checks on. So let's go ahead, put that there. And then same thing for label, back at 0 seconds. Turn off the visibility and save the key value. So now if we start from the beginning, nothing is on. We hit play, slowly darkens red, and then there you go. You got the game over text and also the menu button. Perfect. Double check the idle one as well. Make sure everything's off on play. Looks great. And that's going to be everything for there. So let's go ahead, close out of the animation, zoom out a bit, close up that, close up there, save what you got, and we're looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to create our global script. We're going to start off and create that new global script and open it up. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the needed variables to the script. After that, we're going to create some helper functions to update any values throughout the gameplay. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started creating the global script. So let's go ahead and add that new global script by going up to Project, Project Settings, Globals. Go ahead, type in a name for it. I'm going to call mine Global. Hit the Add button. Make sure you're saving it in the correct folder, which is going to be the scripts folder. You can go up a path here to view them all and then simply select it, Open. Then hit Create. From here, to open up the script, just simply hit this button right here, and there you go. Alright, let's begin with a couple of the variables, starting off with a couple constants. Now, these variables are in our global script specifically because multiple other scripts and other nodes are going to need to access these. So the global is a great spot to put anything like that in here. So let's go ahead and begin. We have a constant. This is going to be called magazine underscore size. And I'm going to default set this to 1. Of course, we'll change that over time, depending on which gun we're holding, but 1 will be our default. We're also going to have one called bullets underscore in underscore clip, and we're also going to give that a default value of, let's do 2. Let's create another constant below. Let's call this ammo underscore reserve, which is going to be our extra ammo we have. And we're going to equal this. Let's simply do it equal to something like 3. All right. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Make sure you spell it correctly. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, underneath that, we're going to create a just regular variable. And we're going to call this shot underscore delay, because each gun is going to have a different shot delay, which I'm going to set the default value to 0.3. Nice. Then we're going to have some game state values. So below, we'll create another var. Call this one game underscore on. And we're always going to default set this to false. For testing, we might set it to true, but for now, we'll leave it at false. Next up, we're going to go ahead, have another one for game underscore over, which by default is always going to always equal false. We're then going to also have a variable for money, which we're going to set to our default value of 500. We might change this later just for testing purposes. Next up, we're going to have another variable. This is going to be called player underscore health. And the reason I'm putting this in global is just because, again, it's a lot easier to find this in the global compared to connecting a bunch of scripts together. It's a lot easier just to point these kind of values directly in the global script. Let's continue on. Next up, we're going to have variable, and we're going to call this store underscore opened. Now this variable is going to change depending on which store we're opening, but by default, we're always going to set it to null whenever we don't have a store opened. Next up, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this reloading, and this is just going to help us get the state of whether or not our player is reloading, because when they are, we don't want to be able to shoot or do any other action. Next up though, we're going to create a short little list for our current items, and the best way to do this is actually just to use an array. So we're going to do variable, call this underscore current underscore items, equal this to regular brackets. Within those regular brackets, we're going to add 2 more brackets, each bracket representing which current slot we're using. In the first one, we're going to go ahead, give our default weapon, the pistol, outside the quotes, comma. We'll also give it a default clip, and we'll do 12, default current clip amount, 12, and we'll do default current ammo, 120, and then also a default max current ammo, which we'll also set at 120, okay? So if you guessed it, these values are going to change depending on which gun we're holding, and of course, depending on how much ammo we have. So let's do the next one. So inside of here, though, because we're not going to have a secondary weapon off the bat, we're going to go ahead and leave it as blank, 2 quotes, comma, 0, comma, 0, comma, 0, and comma 0. Because over time this will change, and of course our starting one would change as well if we want to replace that slot. But for now, this is perfect for our current items array. Let's go ahead and wrap up the variables, only a few left. Next up, create another variable. Call this current underscore slot. This is going to be a type int, and we're going to simply equal this to 0. Now, if it equals 1, then we'll be using the secondary slot. Next up, let's go ahead and create another variable. We're going to call this reload underscore time. And our default one, which is going to be for the pistol, is going to be a float, equaling it to, let's just do 2 seconds, 2.0. Next up, create another variable. We're going to call this bullet underscore speed. This will be our current bullet speed, which honestly I think we're going to leave the same for all the guns. We'll just go ahead and decrease the reload time and of course the amount that can be shot at once. And what we'll do here for this, I'm going to simply set it to a float, equaling it to 1400.0. All right, next up, we'll create another variable. We're going to call this unlocked underscore areas. And this is how we're going to keep track of which areas are currently unlocked in our map. And again, we're going to use an array. We're always going to start with the first one, which I'm going to call the bottom, which is going to be the bottom part of the map. Eventually, we'll add on other things, such as the right and left side and the top side as well, okay? But for now, just keep it just like this. All right, next up, we're going to go ahead, create another variable. This is going to represent which current wave we're on, and we're always going to start on wave 1. We're also going to have the current health we're going to add to the zombies each time the wave goes up. So we'll do variable zom underscore health, and we'll equal that to 0, because on wave 1 we don't add any health. We're also going to go ahead and keep track of how many zombies we have defeated, which I'm going to call dead zoms, just like that. And those are going to be all of our starting variables. Make sure to save that, and looking good. All right, let's continue on. Now we're going to get started with a couple of the functions. Now these functions are going to help out basically updating certain values when needed. The first one we're going to do is going to be our simple process function. So do a function, process. Let me make some room here. And all we're really going to do is just update some values with this, simply by doing a couple if statements. We're going to say if current items, and we're going to look for specifically the current slot selected, so current slot. And then we want the name, which is going to be, of course, 0. So basically, if this current slot is set to 0, we're going to be looking at specifically this name right here. If we change that value to 1, it would go here, 2 here, 3 here, and 4 here. So what we're looking for is if it equals pistol, which we know it currently does. And since it currently does, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our shot delay, equaling it to that 0.3, which is our default value for now. But we're also going to go ahead and set our reloading time equal to 1.0. Now we just need this for each type of gun. We need to do one for the silencer and then also the machine. So let's go ahead, take this whole line here, paste it here, change the if to an elif. Now instead of pistol, we're going to look for specifically the silencer. It's going to be like our second level gun. And for this gun, it's going to have a shorter shot delay. But the reload time will also be a little shorter as well. We'll do 0.5 instead of 1. So we'll go ahead and do that, 0.5. Let's do the last one. That's going to be for the machine gun. Let's take this whole line, paste it below. Now we just need the name, which I'm going to use as machine. And then for this one, we're going to have a shot delay of 0.1 seconds, but this one's going to take a lot longer to reload, which is going to be 2.0. Reason why we're making this longer to reload is because the magazine size is going to be very large compared to the other two. All right, so that's going to be everything for our process function. Now, like we've done in the past, we also need a function to reset all the values when we restart the game. All right, so we're going to go ahead, create a function for that, call it function underscore reset. And actually, we'll just do reset instead of underscore, reset underscore game underscore values. Give it an empty set of parentheses, colon. Now we can go ahead and reset each value. Now, we want to reset pretty much all of our defaults, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and start off with the first one, which is probably the most important, which is going to be our game on. We want to turn that back to false. Same thing with game over. Turn that back to false. Then we're also going to go ahead, set our money back. So we'll set money. We'll go ahead, equal that back to 500, which I think was the default. We're also going to go ahead, get our player health, set it back to default, which was 90.0. And I think we should have set that. Yes, we did. We're going to go ahead for the next one. We're going to do our store opened. If you remember, the default value is null. Next up, current slot. Reset it back to 0. Then we're going to do our reloading. Make sure it's capital. And we're going to equal that simply to false. After that, we're going to go ahead. Unlocked areas, we want to reset that back to what we originally had. You can either type it out or just copy it. I'm going to copy it because it's a little longer. Paste it in. We also need the wave, so let's go ahead. Wave equals 1. Zom health equals 0. We're going to go ahead. Dead zoms equals 0 as well. And then we also need to reset our current items. Now, easy way to do that, scroll on up. Go ahead, just copy this all the way to here, just like I did. Or better yet, actually copy it all the way to the name, just like that. Control C. And then just simply paste it right here. And that should work. And that's going to be everything for our reset game values, okay? So anytime we want to restart the game, we run this function. All right. Now we just need a couple other helper functions for keeping up the state of current things. Let's knock those out real quick. We're going to do a function. We're going to call this get underscore current underscore weapon underscore stats parentheses. And we'll just do arrow to array because it's going to be inside the array where our items are. And what we're going to do is we're simply just going to return our current items, bracket, current slot. So what this is doing is basically whenever this runs, it's going to grab the current items we have, which we know is something like this, and then it's going to return that current item here. Ooh, make sure that's current slot, not current item, current slot, because we know our current slot is either going to be 0 or 1, which is going to be either this one or this one. So when we return it, it's going to simply return this value here if we're on 0. Let's do the next one. Function get underscore current underscore bullets parentheses arrow to int. And we're going to do again, return. This time, current items. And we're going to go ahead, current slot. And we're also going to grab the bullets and clip. So go ahead, bullets and clip. And that'll go ahead and grab our current bullets and clip. Let's do our next one. Function. Call this get underscore max underscore clip underscore size. Parentheses set. Arrow to int colon. Now again, same thing, return current items, current slot. Outside of that, just like we did above, mag size. There we go. Next up, last one, function. Call this get underscore reserve underscore ammo. Parentheses set. And same thing, arrow to void. Close it out. All right, now in here, do a return. And we're going to do current items, current slot. And then same thing we did above, ammo reserve. And there we go. Make sure you got that there. Let's double check some things. Didn't like that for some reason. Oh, we never did int here. That's why. Nice. All right. And that's going to be everything for our global script. Again, this is going to help us basically connect a lot of different values together in a lot simpler way. So make sure you have this here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. Zoom in a bit. Save what you got. And we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and start creating the game's map. We're going to start off and discuss the game's map being created. We're then going to ensure to place 4 rooms for the player to walk into. After that, we're going to add some collisions and navigation blocks onto the place tiles. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the map we're going to create. When you first start the game, the player will be spawned into the bottom room here. They will not be able to leave that room until they can buy the doors on either side. Once the doors are bought, the player and the zombies will be able to move in any other room. To make the game more difficult, we'll add specific spots that the zombies can spawn in from all directions. We're also going to make sure to add specific collisions so that the player and the zombies can't walk through specific walls. We're also going to make sure that we add some navigation layers so that the zombies will be clever enough to locate exactly where the player is. Meaning, if they spawn in somewhere at the top and the right doors are still shut, they'll know exactly that they have to go to the left side to get to the player. Alright, let's get started creating the game's map. So I'm going to create a very basic one like I showed you before. You can always customize this however you'd like. Just make sure you have the correct components of it, meaning the navigation and then the collision so the player can't walk through, and of course the zombies know where to go. So to make this a little easier, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the in-game screen. I'm actually going to turn on the menu. And the reason I'm going to turn on the menu is because we want to make sure that the background kind of matches up. So what I'm going to do is add another node under main, not in the UI. Call it node 2D. I'm going to put it towards the top. We're going to call it BG for background. And then right click, add child node. We're going to add a tile map layer. We need to make sure it matches up, which if I remember, it was 64 by 64. So make sure you're selecting it. Give it a new tile set. Select it again. Set the tile size to 64 by 64. Then we're going to go ahead, go to tile set, locate our tile set in the art folder, Kenny top-down shooter. Under tile sheet, we're going to use the tile sheet _ complete.png, drag and drop. Go ahead, hit no there. Let's go ahead now, and we're going to start off with just the grass. So select the grass one here, go to tile map, and I'm going to use the rectangle tool and just make sure it's the same size, which it is. Perfect. What I'm also going to do is go back and turn off the menu now. Now that we know it's the same size, that's great. Now we're going to go ahead and just make a big square around our screen. Something like that should work. It doesn't need to be perfect because our player is going to be locked in specific areas anyway. I just want to make sure that when the player goes to the left or the right, that they're not going to see this gray. Okay, so maybe a little bigger just in case, like that. All right. So now that we have our background, we need to make another one specific for the map. And we're actually going to put this in another node. So we're going to right click on main, add child node, node 2D, bring this on up. And I'm going to call this, we'll just call this game, okay? Or we could better yet call it game world. So everything in the game world is going to be in here, okay? So in the game world, we're going to go ahead now, and we're actually going to take a copy of that same tile map layer, Control D, drag and drop it in game world, okay? You can remove the 2 in there. Now, one thing you have to remember to do, because it will start messing everything up, make sure on tile set, you right click and make it unique, because if we change anything here, it's also going to change that other one. So make sure you set make unique. Now that we have this here, I'm going to actually remove the current tiles we have. So go ahead and remove that. Perfect. Now we can start creating the world. But before we do that, we actually have to go ahead and select the tiles we want to use. Now again, you can customize this however you want, but again, we want to make sure we have those navigation tiles and the collision tiles. So go to tile set. First we'll add in all the tiles we're going to use. Now I'm going to keep mine real simple. For the ground tiles, I'm only going to use 2. I'm going to use this one here for some stone ground, and then also a wood planks ground, which is this one. Now, like I said before, we need to add some navigation. And we got to do that up on the right here. Make sure you're selecting the same one. Navigation. Or actually, you know what? Select into it and you'll see another navigation tab. All right, navigation layer. Not just navigation, navigation layer. And now all you got to do is select add element. Then we're going to have navigation enabled. Now we just need to add it on the specific tiles, which we can do by going to paint. Opening this up. Scrolling down, you'll see this navigation layer 0, which matches up here. Select that, and just simply select the ones you want to give it to, such as this one here, and this one here. You'll see it kind of like tint the color a little bit, which means it's active on it. Let's go back to select though. Let's add the other tiles we need. So we also need some wall tiles. I'm going to use this orange wall. I think it matches really well with these tiles on the ground. So let's go ahead and select all the ones we're going to use. We're probably going to use quite a bit of these. So make sure we go here. Might need to go to setup actually. Yep, setup, and then go ahead, select. I'm pretty sure it's like this whole row. So go ahead, just select the majority of these ones. I think we're also going to need the corner ones, which are here, here, and here. I think that should be everything though. Yeah, all right. Now we just need to add that collision on here. So similar to what we just did with the navigation, we need to add collision. The collision will make it so the player and the zombies can't walk through these walls. So we need to go ahead to physics layers this time. That's going to add the collision shapes, add element, and just like we did, we're going to go back to the paint tab. Make sure we're on the paint one. We're still on navigation, so let's select it. See that new physics layer 0? Now we just select the ones we want to add it to, such as these ones here. Let's just add it to each one. Just like that. And if you want to adjust the boxes, you can. I'm going to keep it as default. As you can see, it's just surrounding the whole thing, which is perfect. But if you want to adjust it to be more specific to the tile, you can. That's up to you. But I think that looks great. All right, let's go to tile map. Let's go ahead and turn off the eraser. Get ready here, save what we got. Let's start with the first bottom room. All right, so this is the room that the player is going to spawn into. So let's go ahead and start with some floor. I'm going to go ahead and use this floor here. Make sure we're on tile map. Make sure you got rectangle enabled. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just make it about this size here. Again, it's always up to you how you want to do this. I'm going to actually maybe fill out the whole thing. All right, and then I'm going to have like a middle area the player has to avoid. So let's go ahead, add a couple wood blocks here. And then I'm going to make it pathway a bit. Let's say about, yeah, let's do like about there. And then about here, make sure it's about the same. About 3 blocks, yep, 1, 2, that's 4. Is this 4 also? 1, 2, 3, 4, yep, okay, that's fine. All right, so then we're going to go ahead and let's give it some room. Let's do the one that goes across, which should be this one here. Remember, these ones have the actual wall barrier on them. So I'm going to go ahead and just add a couple here and then down here as well. Let's go ahead, do the opposite direction here. And this way as well. And we're also going to have like a middle area, like I said before. So let's do that there. And then over here, go across. We'll add the corner ones in. And if you want to, I might just add a green here just to make it look a little bit more realistic. And now we just need to add the corners, so let's go ahead and add those. I'm going to do one like this. And then here, here, and then here. Nice. All right, and we're also going to give some corners to there, here, here, and then the top one. All right, looks good. Okay. So now we just need to make a little bit of room, though, specifically for where the zombies are going to enter. So what I'm going to do is use the eraser tool, and I'm going to remove a couple different spots. We're going to have an entry point here, here, and let's do some at the top as well. And then same kind of deal right over here. Okay, so eventually we'll make the actual barriers that we can repair, and then, of course, allow zombies to come through once broken. We also, though, need some room, of course, so where the doors are going to be. I'm going to put them in the top corners, so like right here. So let's make sure to erase these spots. And again, we don't want to put any navigation down yet. And that's how we're going to prevent them from getting in when the door is still closed. So we're going to add that in once we unlock the door. And you'll see how we do that once we get into the script of it and, of course, the node itself for the doors, okay? But this is going to be the first room. Our player is going to spawn somewhere about here. But overall, I like the first room. It looks good. Let's move on to the second room. So let's go ahead and just carry on over here. Let's make it just kind of go up and down. So what I'm going to do is go ahead, locate the door. Let's use this one here. Let's go across like 1, 2, 3. Yep, we'll do 3 there. And then same thing up here. Actually, you know what, better yet? We'll just curve it upwards. Maybe we'll go out like 1 more. And we'll curve upwards this way, so we could do this here. And then just change this one out to here. And then, of course, this one here as well. And then we'll continue on. Let's go ahead, curve this one up. Let's move up to here. We'll go a little bit more. We'll go to there. And what I want to do also is kind of make it expand just a bit, just to give the player a little bit more room, and of course an area for them to buy a new gun if they want to. So we'll go ahead, add some room there, and then carry on. We'll move this up a bit. Not too big, because I don't want the whole room to be too big, but overall I think that looks pretty good. If you wanted to expand this a little more, you can. I might just expand it 1 more over. We can use pointer tool here. Just highlight the whole thing and move it over, so I'm going to do that. Just move it over 1, and then just fill out the point right here with the rectangle tool again. And then again, we're going to go over here, close that out there. Make sure to give it the correct curves, like there and there. And then, of course, the actual tile floor, which we're going to use this one for the sides, okay? Just like that. Remember, we need to keep this space empty, though, because, of course, we need to block that out. All right, so don't fill in that spot there. Now we can add some new entry points, just like we did below. I'm just going to add, like, 1 over here. And then let's add 1 over here. And then maybe, like, 1 more right here. Okay, nice. All right. So now we just need to do the same thing on the other side. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and use this one here. Let's paste it in. Make sure we don't have the eraser on. We'll do what it was. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we curve that up. And then what we're going to do is give that one a curve. There we go. We'll keep it moving. We're going to match it up pretty much the same as the other one. I'm just going to make sure it's the same across. There we go. And then we go out 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. Make sure you're using the right one. Set the curves for it. Then again, we'll go up just like we did before. Make sure it is set to the same, which I think it is. Yep. And we'll go ahead. We'll do the other side now. So we go 3 in. So let's do this one here. So let's see, it's 1, 2. So 1, 2. Make sure we curve it up. And then just simply use this one, going all the way, matching the current one. And then we just need to go across. So let's do the curves. And then the curves here as well. And just match it up. Nice. And again, we can fill out the floor. Make sure not to do the spot where the door is going to be. So I'm going to do all of these there. And then we need the entry points. So use the eraser tool. And we're going to do right here. Make sure that's the same. I think it is. Yep. And again, we'll do over here. Make sure it's the same. Nice. And then the last part right below, right here. Nice. Looks good. Now we can do the final area, the top area. We do need some doors going into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to erase these 2 spots here for the new door area. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to just start off with the floor this time just to be a little faster. I'm going to make the floor look like that. Make sure you got your eraser tool off. Let's go up a bit here. We'll go about there. And then I'm also going to expand this below towards the middle a bit. Let's see if that's the middle. Let's go, yeah, a bit downward. And maybe one more. Let's see if that's the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Nice. Now we just need to give it the walls, and I think actually we should give it another middle area just like this. So maybe let's go ahead and let's just put another green in the middle. Just something small. We might raise this up just a bit because I don't like the 2 blocks. So let's go ahead and just get this a little bit more room up there. We can start off with this middle spot, and I'm going to go ahead. Let's do that there. Just add all the corners up. Again, it's always up to you how you want to design this. I think this looks pretty good though. And then across. Nice. And now we just need to do the rest up here, over here, and the down one. Looks good. Nice. Now we just need to add the curves. Let's go ahead. One there. And this one, let's go there. There. Other way around here. Don't forget these sides as well. This will kind of just make it look a lot better. And let's see how that looks. Nice. I like it. All right, now we just need the entry points for the zombies, so similar to what we did. I think a cool way we could do this is add, let's do 2 there, 2 here, and then just 2 at the top somewhere, like right here, and right here. Again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think this looks pretty good. Now, there is one more thing we need to add, and that is specific to basically the tiles of the zombie. So when we spawn a zombie in, let's say we're spawning a zombie right here. If you remember, we only have that navigation tile on these ones and these ones. So if they spawn in here, they're not going to know where to go. So a cool little trick we can do is use the same green tile here, give it some navigation, and put it just right behind. Now we know this is unique compared to the other one, so it's not really going to affect the actual background. So let's go ahead, back to our tile set. Let's go ahead and make sure we're selecting the navigation. Select the grass, back to tile map, and now go ahead and select this here. Now it's going to be hard to see this because it's blending in already. So what I like to do is just select the tile map layer, scroll on down on the right on the inspector, locate the visibility, and just simply change the modulate color for now, just something a little darker so we can see where we're putting these, okay? So we're here. We're going to add a couple going backward where the spawn points are going to be, somewhat a little far. So let's go ahead and add that for each area. Doesn't need to be perfect here because these are not going to be visible. It's just going to help with the navigation of the zombies, okay? So we'll add some there, here, here, here. Oops, make sure we add a good length because they might build up over time. And of course there as well. Here. And then these two at the top. I might not go all the way to the end, just somewhere like there. Let's zoom out and just verify we got all of them. We got the ones here, here, and there. Now, if we go ahead, back to visibility of it, and then change it back to normal, we're no longer going to see those, and it will blend really well within the background. But overall, it looks great. All right, let's close out the tile map here. Let's go ahead and zoom in a bit. Close up everything we got here and here. Let's save what we got. Close out your art folder, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to get started creating the player. We're going to start off and discuss the player and their functions being created. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node scene for the player. After that, we're going to make sure to add all the nodes for the player, including collisions, hitboxes, animations, timers, and everything else. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the majority of the nodes we're going to add to the player. Starting off on the top left, we're going to create a shoot controller. We're going to have a specific script on this node that's going to be responsible for controlling all the shooting functionalities, such as aiming, spawning in new bullets, and of course reloading. The next node we're going to create is the player body. The player body is going to house everything that makes the player visible, such as the animations, specific attacks, and new weapons. We're then going to go ahead and create those animations. We're going to keep it real simple with only a handful, such as an idle animation when the player is not moving, a walking one, an aiming one, and a getting hurt one. Next up, we're going to have to build a specific node for the knife attack. The reason we're doing this is because the current asset pack we have does not have a knife attack, so we're going to create our own. After that, we're going to go ahead and create our hitbox. Our hitbox is responsible for initiating the hurt function when a zombie hits us. After that, we'll go ahead and create a camera 2D on our player. This camera will simply follow around the player. We'll also add a simple script to make a shake effect when hit by a zombie. After that, we're going to go ahead and add some timers. The timers are going to be responsible for a couple things, such as time in between shots, time getting hurt, and time reloading. The last nodes we're going to create are going to be the sound effects. The sound effects will give a little bit more life to our game. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the player. So let's go ahead and create a new scene for the player. On the top left, scene, new scene, other node, and let's use the base node as a character body 2D. Now that it's created, let's rename it as all lowercase player. Let's go ahead and save that real quick. Make sure we're saving it in the components folder. Next up, we'll add our first node. We're going to right click, add child node, and we're going to add just a simple node 2D, and this is going to represent our shoot controller. Now we're not going to have anything in this node yet, because eventually we'll attach a script on it in the next few sections. Let's move on to the next node. We're going to create the player's body. So everything in the player's body is going to represent the visual that you see when you play the game. So let's go ahead, right click on the player node, add child node, add another node 2D. Let's rename this as all lowercase body. Now in body, we're going to add a couple things. I found it easier just to add individual sprite 2Ds instead of creating an entire new animation for it. So let's start it off, right click, add child node, simply add a sprite 2D. This will be our first one, which is going to be our idle position. when the player is not moving. Now all we need is the image for it, so let's go into Art, Kenny _ drop down shooter, PNG, and I'm going to specifically use the Blue Man one. You can use whichever one you want. Just make sure you're using the _ stand. Drag and drop it in, and we're set. Now, I would adjust this just a little bit so it makes it look a little bit better when we put it on the map. So make sure you're selecting it. Let's increase the size just a bit under Transform. Change the scale simply to 1.3 for X and Y. Now, another thing you can also do is go to the texture and change the filter from inherit to nearest to make it a little more clear. Let's go ahead and create our next one now. This one's going to be our attacking sprites. So let's right click on body, add child node, add another node 2D. And let's just change this as attack, capital S sprites. Now in attack sprites, we're just going to add 3 different sprite 2Ds, just like we did with idle. So I'm going to take idle, copy it, and drag and drop it into that new node we just added. Let's go ahead and create the first one, call it pistol. Now for pistol, we're going to go ahead, locate the one where he's holding the pistol. It should be the first one, and just drag and drop it in just like that. Now, what I would do also is just adjust the positioning. As you can see, it backs it out just a little bit, so make sure you just push it in a bit. Doesn't need to be perfect, just similar to it. Let's do the next one. Control D on pistol. This will be for the silencer. Then all you got to do, drag and drop in the silencer. Should be this one here. Simply drag and drop it in, just like that. Again, if you want to adjust, you can. That's up to you. One more now, Control D. This is going to be for the machine gun, so let's type in machine. And then simply drag and drop in the machine sprite. And there we go. Nice. All right, next one is going to be the knife one. So let's go ahead and close up the attack sprites. Right click on body, add child node. And we're going to go ahead, use a sprite 2D as the main node for this. Let's change the name, all lowercase, knife. Now knife, we're going to have to build our own because there is no default image for it. So let's go ahead and choose the man blue _ hold.png, drag and drop it in. Make sure it's the same as the others, so go ahead to transform, 1.2 for X and Y. Don't forget the texture, change it to inherit to nearest. And then go ahead and make sure the positioning is also correct. I'm going to turn off the idle one and also the attack sprite so we can see this a little better. But now we need to add the actual knives. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, add another sprite 2D. This will represent the knife on the top, and then we'll do another on the bottom. Now we just need to locate the knife image. Let's go ahead, open up tiles. And if I remember, it should be around 200. So let's scroll all the way down until we get to around 200. Maybe 240. And there it is. Yep, 241. Let's simply drag and drop it on the sprite 2D. Then we just need to position it correctly. So what we're going to do is we're going to rotate it a bit to about there. Position it on the player's hand. Maybe a little less rotation. Move it on up. Then we can adjust the positioning. Let's select it and go to visibility. And then select show behind parent. So it looks like they're holding their weapon. Looks good. All right, let's do the other one. Control D on that. Let's flip the image, go to offset, and flip H value. Then all we got to do is adjust the positioning to match up. And then adjust it there. And again, you can always customize this how you want, but I think this looks pretty good overall. So I'm going to keep it as is. Let's go ahead, save that real quick. And we can turn off the knife positioning just like that. Close up the body. Next up, let's add a couple of area 2Ds. So these area 2Ds are going to be the reactions. So let's go ahead. Let's add a new one. Right click on player, add child node, add an area 2D. And let's go ahead, right click on area 2D. And we're simply going to add a collision shape. And then eventually we're going to connect a signal to this, but we want to make sure that this is surrounding the player perfectly. So go back into body, turn on idle, and just make sure the shape that we make for this on the right is about similar to the shape of the player. Now we are going to give them an actual body shape so they can't walk through walls, so make this one a little bit bigger than their current box, about this size. Now one more area 2D we could add also is for the knife. We could add a simple area so when the zombie goes into it, the zombie will get hurt. Let's go ahead, turn the knife image back on, right click on knife, add another area 2D, but this one we need to give a specific group tag. So let's go ahead, select the main node, go all the way up to node, and just add a new one. We're just going to call this knife, all lowercase. Then let's give it the shape, right click on it, another collision shape 2D. Let's add another box, and simply just surround the knives at the end of the player. Just like this. Looks good. Let's save those changes, turn off the knife image, and keep idle on just like that. All right, next up, we need the aim area, so that's where the bullet is going to spawn. Let's right click on player. We're just going to use a simple node 2D for this. And so we can make sure that the positioning is correct. Let's go back into body and turn on the attacking sprites. Let's rename the aim as aim. There we go. And let's put it right in front of the player, a little bit towards there so it still looks like we're shooting forward. We can always adjust that later. All right, next up, let's add the camera 2D. Let's right click on player, add child node, add that camera 2D. It'll automatically surround the player. The only thing we need to enable here is simply the position smoothing. So go ahead, open that up, and select on. You can adjust the speed if you want to, but 5 should be good for this type of game. Let's move on to the next couple nodes. These are going to be the timers. So let's right click on player, add child node. Let's add our first timer. Let's go ahead, let's call this timer knife attack, because we're going to have a limited time for that. So knife attack. We'll attach a signal to it later. Let's copy that, create another one. This one here, we'll call it timer reload. That'll be our reload time that it takes. And then one more. This will be the hurting timer. Timer hurting. And again, we'll set the settings later once we get into the signals for them. All right. Now, next thing we can do, we can add the actual body to the player. That's why we're getting this little warning right here. So let's do that real quick. Right click on player, add child node, add a collision shape. Let's create a new box. And we're just going to wrap this inside of the hitbox. Doesn't need to be perfect, but I'm going to make it look just like this. If you want to see it a little better, I recommend changing the debug color to something the opposite of the current color, just like that. Next up, let's go ahead and create the sound effects node. So let's right click on player node. We'll give this a parent node and just call this sounds. And we're not going to have too many sounds in here, just a couple simple ones. We can locate the sounds, so we scroll up. And I don't think there's any in this top-down shooter asset pack, but we do have some in the UI pack, so I'm going to open that up, open up sounds, and then we can simply just drag and drop in a couple sounds, and you can choose the best ones that you want. I'm just going to use the click one on the top for the shooting, so I'm going to go ahead, drag and drop it in, change the name to shoot, and then for switch -B, that's going to be the knife attack, so let's drag and drop that into sound, change the name to knife. And then the last one, the tap B, that one sounds kind of like a game over. So I'm going to go ahead, drag and drop that into sounds. And I'm going to call this one just hurt. All right, final thing we need to do is add the hurting animation. And there's a really simple way we can do this. All we have to do is create a new node on the player node, an animation player 2D. And then we're going to create a new animation. First one we're going to call is simply idle. Now idle is going to be the resetting one. And all we have to do is select the main player node, And we're simply going to go to visibility and keep the modulate color as is, just like this. So we can key value that to save that value, hit create. Then we'll create the actual hurting one. So go ahead, call this one hurting. And then we're just going to give it a nice red flashing effect. So let's go ahead, start it off at red on modulate, which will change all the sprites underneath. So go ahead, just like that. You can save the value if you want. Key that value. Now let's go to 0.2. Change it back to the original. Key that value. Go to 0.4. Change it to the red. Key the value. And then back to the original at 0.6. Sliding it all the way up. Save that value. Then we want to make sure to limit this, so go ahead, make the max to 0.6. Then if you hit play, you'll see the actual hurting effect. Looks great. And with that, I think we're looking good. Let's close out of there. Save what you got. And there we go. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the player's script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main player node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables to the script. After that, we're going to ensure to have all the functions for movement, aiming, player damage, attacking, and reloading. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the player's script. So this is going to be our first script for the player, which is basically going to be our main controller. So let's go ahead, select the player node, add a new script, make sure we're saving it in the correct location, the scripts folder, open, and hit create. Alright, first things we'll do is of course add all of our basic variables. So let's go ahead and start off with an @export. This will be a variable representing our current speed of the player. This will be a type float, and we'll simply equal it to something like 400.0. We can always change it later. Next up, we're going to go ahead and have a representation for each node within the player. So these are going to be a bunch of @onReadies. So we'll have an @onReady. This one will specifically be the idle sprite. And then simply just equal it to the current idle sprite we have under body. Drag and drop it in. Next up, do another @onReady variable. And this will be our attack sprites. Attack_sprites. And then we'll simply equal that to our current attack sprites node. Drag and drop it in. Next up, we'll go ahead, another @onReady var. And this will be our knife sprite. So knife_sprite. Simply equal that to our current knife sprite. After that, we're going to have one for our aim. So let's do an @onReady var. And we'll just call this muzzle for the aim. And simply equal that to our aim node. Drag and drop it in. Next up, we'll have another @onReady. This will be our variable, and this will be our shoot controller that we have below. And we'll simply just equal that to our current shoot controller. Let's keep going. Next up, another @onReady var. And this will go ahead. This will be our reload_timer. And we'll simply equal that to our current reload timer. Drag and drop it in. Next up, another @onReady var. This one here will represent our knife_attack_timer. And we'll simply go ahead, equal that to our knife attack timer. Next up, we'll go ahead, more @onReadies var. This one will represent our current hurting animation, so hurting_anim. And then, if you guessed it, go ahead, equal that to our current animation player, which holds the hurting anim. Nice. Next up, another @onReady var. This next one is going to be, let's see, we have our hurting timer next, so let's do that. Hurting_timer. and simply equal that to our current herding timer. Next up, we'll have our hitbox, so at on ready, var, and we'll just call this hit underscore box underscore area, and go ahead and simply equal that to our current hitbox area, which is right here, the area 2D. Next up, let's go ahead, create one for our camera now. So at on ready, var, we'll just simply call this camera, and we'll do underscore shaker because we're going to add that shaker script. Just helps define it a little better. Let's equal that there. Looks good. Let's continue on. A couple more left. Let's go ahead. Create a constant. We'll call this zombie underscore damage. And we'll set the default value equal to something like 30. And we can always change that down the road, but I think it works pretty well with that. Next up, another constant. We'll go ahead, call this hurt underscore cooldown. This, of course, is going to represent the time in between getting hurt. So we're going to make this a float and go ahead, just equal that to 2.0 for 2 seconds. Next up, create another variable. This is going to be called is underscore vulnerable. I will do invulnerable. And basically this is going to go ahead, and when it is equal to false, that is when we can get hurt again. So we're going to be resetting that, of course, when the hurt cooldown goes out. And those are going to be all of our starting variables. So go ahead and make sure you got all those in. Remember, you can check the source code. Let's go ahead and get started with our first couple functions now. So let's start off with our first function, which is going to be our ready function. So let's go ahead, function underscore ready. So as we know, this is going to be everything that happens on start with the game. And we're just simply going to do a couple things, all right? We're going to go ahead and initiate that we are in the player group. So we can do that by doing add underscore to group and then double quotes, all lowercase player. Next up, we're going to go ahead and set some things for the timers, starting with the reload timer. We'll do a dot wait time. Simply set it to our global dot reload time. All right, reload underscore time. And that's because, of course, we're going to change that reload time depending on which gun we're using. We're also going to go ahead, get our reload timer dot one shot, and simply equal that to true. Below that, we're going to go ahead and get our knife timer now. Let's go ahead, dot one shot as well, and simply equal that to true. Underneath that, we're going to go ahead, get our herding timer now. So herding timer dot wait time. And we're simply going to set this to our hurt cooldown value. Last thing we're going to do in our ready function, we're going to go ahead, again, herding timer dot one shot, and simply equal that also to true. And that's going to be everything we need in our ready function. Now you could do these also inside the functions or the timers themselves, but it's a little better to go ahead and do it inside the script just to make sure we're not forgetting anything. So let's go ahead. Next up, next function. This is going to be our physics process function, which we know is going to initiate any movement or any physics movement we want for the player. So first thing we're going to do though is we want to make sure that the game is on and not over. So how we're going to do that is have a simple if statement. That's going to be our safety check. We're going to say if global dot game over, if game over equals true, or if our global dot game on equals false. If it's either of those cases, then we're going to go ahead and simply do a return. So anything below this will not run. If that's not the case though, then we're going to go ahead and initiate some of those physics processes, such as a function we're going to create called rotate underscore towards underscore mouse. And we're going to create that, not right now, but for now we'll leave it in. We're also going to go ahead and create a new variable. We're going to call this input underscore vector. We're going to equal this to another function that we don't have created yet, which we're going to call get underscore input underscore vector. And all that's going to do is just get whichever direction we're currently going. Because again, we want to be able to go all up, down, left, and right, but we'll get to that in a bit. Next thing, of course, is once we have that input vector, is we'll set the new velocity equal to that input vector times the current speed we have for the player. To actually initiate the velocity, though, we have to use our pre-built function, move and slide. Next up, we'll go ahead and get our shoot controller, and we're going to initiate a process within it. So we're going to do process underscore, and we'll just call it controller. Now again, we don't have this created yet, but we will. Just keep it as this for now. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do another function called handle underscore sprite underscore state. And we're going to create this in just a sec as well. This is going to basically just update which sprite is active, which one, like idle, attack, knife, and any others. Now let's go ahead. Next function though, we'll create that rotate towards mouse one. So we'll do function, and then if you want to, just copy the name, paste it, and then go ahead, do an arrow to void, and then within it, all we're going to do is get our variable for our mouse underscore position, and simply equal that to our get underscore global mouse position. Okay. Once we have that, which is going to be an x and y value, we go ahead and we set look at mouse position. That's a pre-built function that all it does is just rotate it towards whichever value we pass in. So save what you got currently. Let's continue on to our next couple functions. So let's go ahead and do our get input vector one. So I'm going to copy the name there. Let's go ahead, backspace function, paste the name, parentheses, and we're actually going to get an arrow void out of this. So let's go ahead, do arrow to a vector2, because remember we're returning a vector2 value, an x and y, so we can of course move towards that direction. So let's go ahead, close that up, colon. All right, so first thing we need to do is get the direction. So variable, we'll call it direction. And what we're going to do is just simply equal it to a empty vector2 dot capital Z 0. All right, nice. Then we're going to go ahead, make sure though, yep, we got the arrow there. Let me see, make sure that goes away. Function get vector2 arrow vector2. Doesn't seem to like my little function here. Make sure we have it as the same name. Let's see, handle sprite not found. Let's see if we get that out. Just want to make sure that our current one, not node paths, return value. Oh, that's because we do not have the return value. So whenever you have an arrow to vector2, we have to return a specific value back, which we'll get to at the end of this. So let's go ahead and continue on. Let's go ahead, and now we're going to do a couple if statements. We're going to say if input, and we'll do dot is action pressed, and we're looking for the UI write for this one. So go ahead, double quotes, UI write, and then we'll go ahead, colon, and we'll set our direction dot x plus equals 1. Okay, and now we just need to do this for each direction. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste it a couple more times below. So we have our UI right. We also need to do our UI left. So UI left. And then of course, UI down and UI up. So UI underscore down, and then UI up, okay? UI underscore up. Nice. And then for the values, UI right plus equals 1. This one's going to be minus equals 1 for that x. Now for these other ones, we need to do a dot y. So we'll do dot y plus equals 1. And then this one again, dot y minus equals 1. And then since we have a value now, we can return it. So that error will go away. We'll do a return And then we'll do our direction dot normalize to just make it a whole number. Nice. Okay, now one thing to note though is these UI right, UI left, UI down, and UI up are going to use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Now I like to use the AWSD keys, so how can we set those? We can set those in our project settings. Go to project settings, go to input map, and then you're going to see this show built-in actions. Then you can go ahead and see all these other UI left, UI right, and anything you want. So if you want to put in the AWSD keys, you can. So for instance, the UI left would be the D key. So let's go ahead and add a new one here with the plus button, add event. Just select D key. Now you will initiate that with the D key, including the arrow key as well. So then we're going to go ahead, do the other ones. Let's do the right. It's going to be the A key. Or actually, this one's going to be the D key. We need to switch those. So D key for this one. Let's remove the left one and re-add it. That's going to be the A key to go left. And then the up one, that's going to be the W key. So let's go ahead, add a new one in there. W key. Then down is going to be the S key. So now you can go ahead and use AWSD for movement also with the arrows. Let's close that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do our next function. That's going to be the handle sprite state. So let's copy the arrowed one right here. Let's go ahead, backspace function, paste that in. Okay. Now to get started here, we need to do a couple things because we're going to have multiple states, specifically for the knife and the attacking ones, and of course the idle as well. So the first thing we'll do is get a variable. We're going to call this is underscore knife underscore attacking. And we're simply going to equal that to our shoot controller dot is underscore knife underscore attacking. Okay, and we don't have this value in yet because we don't have that script created, but we will in the near future. That's going to get and make sure we have that. Then we're also going to have another variable, which is going to be called is underscore reloading. We're also going to go ahead equal that to not reloading timer dot is stopped, meaning if the reloading timer is active, then we'll go ahead and have that. And if it isn't, then we'll have it equaling false, okay? So basically this is just checking to verify whether or not we are reloading. Next thing we're going to do is also a variable. Call it is underscore shooting, which we're going to get that from our input dot is action pressed. And we're looking for specifically the left click button. And I do not think we have that in there, so we're going to have to add that, which we can do in the same way we just did for the AWS keys of project settings, input map. But because this is one that does not exist, we can go ahead, close the show built-in actions, and create a new one, and just call it left underscore click. Simply add that in, and then choose what we want for it, so mouse buttons, and just look for the left mouse button, and hit OK. Now if we go ahead and look for that, it should pop up. You'll see the left click right there. Perfect. All right. Now we can have the if-else statements. This is going to, of course, make whichever sprites you want active. And the first thing we'll do is say if is knife attacking. And we're going to go ahead, say if that equals true. Then we're going to go ahead inside of it, set our attack sprites dot visible equal false. But we are going to go ahead and set the knife attack sprite dot visible equals true, and also go ahead get the idle sprite dot visible equals false. Okay, and we need to do this one for each kind of state. So after the if, I'm going to do elif, and this time instead I'm going to say is shooting equals true, and we'll say is reloading equals true. Actually, instead of and, we'll do or, because either or should activate that. So or. Then what we're going to do is simply make only the attacking one active. If we had a specific sprite for reloading, we would want this here for the reloading one. But because it's the same, I'm just going to keep it as is. So go ahead, false the knife one, but make the attack one true. Perfect. All right. Then the last one, of course, is going to be our idle position. So we'll go ahead and simply have an else. And then all we're going to do is copy the values above, paste it in below. This time, of course, we're going to set this to true for idle, but false for the other ones. And with that, it looks pretty good. Don't forget to give your colon up here. And there you go, your error should be gone. Let's go ahead now and do a simple function for our reload timer, which we can go ahead and we'll do function, and we'll just call this cancel underscore reload. And then we're going to go ahead, do an arrow to void. And all we're going to do in here is we're simply going to say if not is, where is that, is underscore invulnerable. We'll go ahead and do a return. And then we're also going to go ahead, or better yet, instead of this, actually, because we're just going to cancel the reloading, let's just say if not, there we go, reload timer dot is stopped. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead and simply do our reload timer stop, okay? And all that's going to do is a simple check to force it to stop reloading, because again, once we start switching the weapons or using the knife attack, we don't want this to go on anymore, okay? Nice. Let's continue on though. Next function we can create, let's do the take damage function. So let's go ahead and do function, and we'll do take underscore damage. And we're going to pass in a couple values here. So I'm going to say damage int, and then again, arrow to void. So we're going to pass it out, or passing it in this time actually. All right, then for this one, we're just going to do a couple simple things. First thing we're going to do, of course, is say if is vulnerable equals true. Then we're going to go ahead and do a return, because we don't want to get hit over and over again. We want to make sure the timing goes out. But that will say global dot player health minus equals damage. Then we'll go ahead and set our is vulnerable equals true. Then we'll do a simple hurting animation play. So hurting anim dot play. And the one we're going to play is going to be the hurting one. Then we can initiate the sound for hurting. So in our little sounds area, I'm just going to take the hurt, drag and drop it in there, and just do a simple dot play. Last thing we'll do, of course, is kick off the timer. So we'll go ahead, get our hurting timer, and do a simple dot play. Or actually dot start, because it's a timer, not an animation. Looks great. I know that was a lot. Remember, you can go ahead and look at the source code if you need to. Let's wrap up this script with two more functions. One for the area entered, and then another for, of course, timer out for hurting. Okay, so let's remove the extra spaces we have down here, because we are going to connect a signal. So we are going to do the area entered. So go ahead, select your area 2D. As you remember, this is going to be for our hitbox. So select it, go to node, signals, area entered, and let's go ahead, connect it to the correct script. Should see this new area down here. All right, so we're going to add a couple things in here. Let me make it bigger so we can see it all. So first thing we're going to say is if our area dot is underscore in underscore group, is in group, and we're looking for specifically the group of zombie, okay? So if we interact into a zombie, then we'll say and not is vulnerable, because we want to make sure that is off. So is underscore is invulnerable, and global dot game over equals false, because if the game ends and we're still getting attacked, we don't want to keep getting hurt and shaking the screen or anything like that. We just want it to not affect, okay? But with that, we'll say if, make sure we're on the same line. So if, and we'll say camera shaker equals true. Then we'll go ahead and initiate our camera shaker dot start shake, which again, we don't have this function in there yet. We will create it, but that will initiate the shaking camera. We're also going to pass in some values for the intensity of the shake, and we'll just do something like 8.0, comma, make sure you have 8.0, not this comma, and then comma, 0.2, okay? Again, this function does not exist yet, but we will create that in the next section. But all that's going to do is just initiate the shaking of the camera, okay? So that'll start. We're also going to have another. We're going to say if our global dot, we'll say our player health is less than or equal to 0. If that's the case, then all we're going to do is set our global dot game over equal to true, because we have now lost the game. And because we've lost the game, we don't want anything else to happen, so do a return, okay? Now, if that's not the case, and we can still take damage, then we're going to run our take damage function, and then, of course, pass in the zombie damage value. Nice. And that's going to be everything for our Area 2D, okay? Now, for our final function, we're going to initiate the signal for the hurting timer, okay? So let's go ahead, select our hurting timer, go to timeout, select the player. We'll clean this part up a bit, just so we can see it a little better. All right, let me go ahead, clear the pass, add some enters. Now, the first thing we're going to do when the hurting timer goes out is we're going to have to go ahead and say if our global dot game over, if that equals true. Okay, if it does, then all we're going to do is return, because again, we only want to get hurt once before we die, and then that's it. We don't want any other shaking going on, any other animations playing, nothing. But if that is not the case, then we're going to go ahead and set our is invulnerable back to false. We're also going to go ahead, set our hurting animation dot play back to what it was at idle. And then we're also going to go ahead, create a new variable, and I'm going to call this overlapping areas, okay? And this is just going to kind of help the effect of it. And we're simply going to equal this to our hitbox area. And I'm going to do dot get overlapping areas. And then for that, we're going to do a simple loop. All right, we're going to say for area in overlapping areas. So for each one, we're going to say if that area dot is underscore in underscore group of zombie, which we know is going to be tagged. If that's in the zombie group, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to say if camera shaker equals true, and we're going to say camera shaker dot start shake. Okay, start shake. And again, pass in those same values, 8.0, comma, 0.2. And then pass the if right there, take damage, pass in the damage we have, zombie damage. And then go ahead, do return. Now, why are we doing this specific loop? Okay, this specific loop is because if we are getting attacked by a zombie and we stay in its overlapping area for longer than the hurt timer, then we get hurt again, okay? So this is a nice little effect that if we just like stay inside that enemy, it won't stop hurting. It continues to hurt until, of course, we die if we're standing in the zombie's area. So again, this is like a little safety net just to make the game a little more realistic, okay? Nice. But that's everything though. So make sure you got it all down. Make sure to check the source code if you need to, no worries. Let's save what we got here. Go back to 2D view. Let's close up some things here, make it look nice for now. And again, save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the camera script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the camera node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables to the script. After that, we're going to ensure to create a function to start the shake when the player is hit. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the camera script. So let's go ahead and select the main camera 2D node we have on the player. Let's simply add a new script, make sure we're saving it in the correct scripts folder, hit create. Alright, starting off we'll give it a couple different variables. These variables are going to help give it the shaking effect. So we'll first start off with an @export. We'll call this var, and we'll call this intensity. Intensity underscore multiplier. And this will go ahead and be a type of float. And we'll simply equal this to 1.0. Next couple variables are going to help create that intensity calculation. So we're going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this shake underscore magnitude. And we're going to go ahead, make this also a type float, and simply equal it to 0.0. We're going to go ahead and create another variable under that, call it shake underscore duration. This is also going to be a type of float. And we're simply going to equal it to another 0.0. Next up, another variable. We're going to call this shake underscore current underscore time. And again, this will also be a type float, equaling it to 0.0. Next up, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this original underscore offset. And we're going to go ahead and make this one a vector2 type because we're going to pass in both an x and y value. But the default value will always equal a vector2.0 being 0x and 0y. So those are all of our starting variables. Make sure you have those. Let's continue on now and create the rest of the functions. So we have our variables here. Let's go ahead and start with our first function, which is going to be our start shake function. So let's go ahead, function, start underscore shake. And as you remember, we're already calling this function inside of our player script. So just make sure that it's the same. Control F, paste that there, and there you go. You should see that. So we are going to pass in some values as mentioned here. So let's go ahead and go back to our camera script. Because we're passing in values, we need to give those some names. So we're going to call this magnitude. And it's going to be a type float, comma, duration. And again, type float. Then you got to go ahead, arrow to void. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do a simple if and say if our current or shake current time is less than equal to 0.0 or magnitude is greater than our shake magnitude, then that's either or the case. We're going to set our shake magnitude equal to magnitude times intensity multiplier. After that, we'll go ahead and set the shake duration equal to duration. Then we'll go ahead, shake current time equal to duration again. And lastly, original offset equal to self dot offset. And we don't need to do the self, but it's nice to know just to help read it a little better. So that'll go ahead and start the actual shaking process. But then to actually make it go into effect continuously, we have to go ahead and have a process function. Okay, so now that we have our values set, we have to use them now and initiate that actual shaking. So to do that, pretty simple. We're just simply going to do if shake current time is greater than 0, then we'll do our shake current time minus equals delta. so it goes down by the current time of the frame. Then we're going to go ahead, create some new variables for some random values. So we'll do current magnitude. We'll equal it to our shake magnitude times parentheses set of shake current time divided by shake duration. Then outside of there, we'll go ahead, do another variable. We'll do shake underscore offset equal a new vector2 we're going to create. Within that vector2, let's give it a set parentheses and open it up. Now inside of it, we're going to get that random float we're going to make. So the random float range, this will kind of help it make it look a little different each time we run it. So we'll do current magnitude, make sure it has that negative by the positive current magnitude, just like that. Then don't forget your comma at the end of the first one. Again, randf underscore range. Within it, same thing, negative current magnitude, comma, current magnitude. All right, and that is basically going to get us our random range values for each x and y, giving it a different shaking effect each time. Now, next up, still inside the if statement, we're going to go ahead and do a self.offset, equal that to original offset plus shake offset. Then we're going to go ahead, have another if statement here. Let me make some room. What we're going to do is simply do an if dot offset, or actually, you know what, better yet, we'll just do if shake current time is less than or equal to 0. So basically it runs out. We want it to stop and go back to normal. We'll do our self offset dot offset equals to original offset. And then, of course, we'll set back the shake magnitude back to the original 0.0. And there we go. So, from our player script, we'll initiate this when we run into an enemy. And then, because we changed the values, it'll go ahead in the process function and start the actual shaking, making sure that it's different every time, until, of course, the shake current time is out. So go ahead, save what you got here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. All right, now that we got two of the core scripts created for the player, let's test it out and make sure things are working. So let's go to our main node, and let's go ahead, drag and drop in the player onto our game world node. Let's just reposition them in the starting position, which I'm going to put right here. Then let's go ahead and create a fake little zombie area, just to make sure the hurting effect and the camera shake works. So let's just right click on game world, add child node, create an area 2D. This will represent our little zombie guy. Remember though, for our area 2D, we need to give it a specific zombie group to actually make it affect the player. So go ahead, go to node. Let's go ahead and add zombie. If you don't already have zombie, then go ahead, just add a new one here, all lowercase, and hit OK. I already have mine created from earlier, so I'm going to go ahead, add zombie. You'll see it has this little box now with zombie attached. Let's give it a nice collision shape. Let's go ahead, add a collision shape. Give it a new shape, something simple like a little circle, and increase the size. I'm going to take that entire zombie area 2D right over here. Let's also give it a nice little color rect so we can give it a shape. This is just a little box, and then I'm just going to surround it here, and then maybe change the color to something simple like green. Nice. All right, I'm also going to put it above the player just so the player can walk on top of it. So like right there, make sure it's above it. Now, there is some things we're going to need to change just to make the game playable right now, such as the global script has that is the game on. Now, eventually we'll set that with the main menu, but for now, because we're just testing, I'm going to go into script, into that global.gd, and set that game on from false to true. We normally want it set to false on start, but for now, we'll set it to true just to test things out. Again, there might be some other things in the player we also are going to comment out for now. So let's go ahead and just make sure things turn on, and of course notice any bugs and fix them. So it looks like we are getting an error. That's because we don't have the process controller function created yet on the shoot controller. That is expected, so let's just comment that out for now. Save what we got there. Restart again, make sure there's no others. I think there might be one more. Yep, it's that knife attacking, because again, we're looking for a value within that same shoot controller script that we don't have yet. So go ahead for now, just like we did before, comment it out with the hashtag, and just give it a false for now. So save that there. Again, back to 2D view, start current scene, and we'll just start testing things out. So it looks like the player is looking at the mouse, but the player is currently in the hurting color, which is not good. Can they move around? Yes, they can. Let's see if they can shoot with the left click. Looks like they can, but the images are a little messed up. That's okay. I think that's an easy fix. Let's make sure we can get hurt when going into the zombie area, which we can. I like it. There is a bit of delay, but no worries. Easy fix there. So let's go ahead and start fixing a couple of those things. First thing is the color of the player. I think I know why that's happening. Let's go to player. You can even tell currently it's set to that as well. First thing to do is go to the actual player node and make sure we have the default value of modulate set to invisible. All right. Now there's another area we need to do that same thing at, and that is in the animation player. Because if you remember, we changed the modulate in both the idle and the hurting. The hurting one looks like it should be, but if we go back to that idle one, it's currently still keeping it at that red color. So what we'll do is just remove the self-modulate, because we should normally just use the modulate one. That'll go ahead and change all the colors of everything. So again, we're on idle. We're going to click on the player node, go to the modulate, which is currently red. Let's change it back to white and save the key value. So now if we hit play, the player will be in this color. And if we go back to hurting, we'll have it flash like this, okay? Nice. And one thing to note also, I think what's going to happen is this is only going to play for 0.2 seconds. But if we go to our script, you're going to notice something. If we scroll up, our current hurt cooldown is 2 seconds. So we're going to have a bit of a delay. So what I'll do is actually just turn looping effect on for our hurting one. So even if it is 0.6 seconds, it's still only going to play for that and just loop in for the rest of the time that's left. But then it'll go back to the idle. So make sure you have that looping enabled too, and that should fix the color issue. Let's save that real quick. Back to main. Close out there. Close out here. And it is still going to be red here because the last time we dragged and dropped it in, it was modulated red. So let's go ahead, select the player, just so it looks nice in here for now. Again, turn this back up to white. Save that. Start current scene. And looks like we're still in that red color, and I think I know why. Let's close that here. If we save that change, go back to player, we just want to double check. We're setting idle on as start, which we were not. Remember, we need to set it on start with autoplay on load. Make sure you have that little mark there. Again, back to here, start current game. And now there we go, there's our color. Perfect, and let's see what happens if we hit this. Will remain flashing red for the entirety of the 2 seconds now. So we're in there for 2 seconds. And yep, game over once we get out of health. Eventually we'll have that visual for the health. Well, let's go ahead and fix the positioning of the gun. As you can see, they're all currently on. That's why it looks a little blobbed right there. But we can fix that pretty easily. Go into player, go inside the body node under attack sprites, and as you can see, they're all currently on. But if you remember, we're really only going to want the pistol one on start. Now, we could have this in the script if you want, but since this is such a small game, I'm just going to keep the pistol one visible and the other two invisible. And that should fix the issue for now, which is fine. Back to main, play. And again, let's just double check. Yep, now we're currently only holding the pistol, not all the others. And again, if we go into here, we'll continue to get hurt. But overall, I do like it. I like the little screen shake. Looks pretty good overall. I kind of want it to be a little bit more, though. That's completely up to you. Personally, I like to have the screen shake be a little bit more noticeable. So I'm going to go back to player. I'm going to go into our camera 2D. And let's go ahead and just take a look at it real quick. Now we have the intensity multiplier set to 2.0. We could increase that, or if we really want to, we could go into our player script and scroll on down to where we're connecting with that, because if you remember, we're passing in that intensity, okay? So we have that 8.0 and 0.2. If we want to go ahead, we could just increase these values. So I'm going to do 10, and then we'll do 0.1. If we save that, it'll go ahead now and increase the intensity of the camera shake a bit. So let's go ahead, play there, run into this, and there we go. The screen shakes just a little bit more. If you wanted to do it even more than that, you could, but I think this looks pretty good for now. Let's close out. Let's close the output. Let's go ahead and remove that area 2D we created because we don't currently need that. Let's close up there, and then let's go, of course, and close the current values we have just so we don't forget. So remember, global.gd we set to true. Let's change that back to false. Go back to player. Remember, we hashtag 2 values out. Let's go ahead and unhashtag those. First one's under handle sprite state. Change it back there. And then other one's right over here. Under our physics process, we hashed out shoot controller. But don't worry, we're going to create these in the next section. So let's save what we got there. Let's go back here, back to player node. Close out things up. Close out here. Back up a bit. And there we go. We're looking good so far. In this section, we're going to create the bullet node. We're going to start off and create a new node for the bullet. We're then going to give the bullet a shape and a collision. After that, we're going to add a simple script to ensure the bullet moves and gets destroyed when hitting a wall. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the bullet. So before we create the script for the shoot controller, we have to make sure we create the bullet because of course the shoot controller is going to start spawning in those bullets. So we're going to create a new scene for this. Alright, so let's go ahead, up to scene, new scene. Let's simply go ahead and use other node, and we're going to use, let's use a, double click here. Instead of a character body, we can just go ahead and use a rigid body 2D. Normally we just want to use those character body 2Ds when we're creating some kind of character NPC, but when we would just want to create a object moving around, we'll simply use a rigid body 2D, okay? So let's go ahead and rename this just lowercase bullet. For bullet now, let's save it and make sure we're saving it in the correct components folder where we save the player. All right. Now let's go ahead and just give it a simple little shape. So I'm going to right click on bullet, add child node, give it a color rect, and I'm going to zoom in up here. Make it real small. Again, it doesn't really matter what shape you give it. I just want it to be about small enough that it matches up with the player. So I'm going to scoot back. That still looks a little big to me. So I'm going to go ahead, shrink it just a bit more. We can always adjust it later too. And down a bit. And just so we can visualize it a little better, I'm also going to change the color to a bright yellow. Zoom out here, see how that looks. And yep, I think that'll be a good size, maybe just a little shorter. Again, this is up to you. All right, so now that we have the shape, let's go ahead and also give it an area 2D. That's going to, of course, sense whether or not it hits something. So let's go ahead, add child node, area 2D, and then give it that collision shape. And then all we want to do is just surround it with the collision shape using a little rectangle. And let's go ahead, do it about there. We also want to go ahead and eventually make sure we attach a signal. And for this one, we're not going to be using that area entered, and instead use something called a body entered, okay? Because then we can just use regular collisions. We don't have to be looking for any specific other area 2Ds. Now let's go ahead and create that simple script. This is a very small script. So let's select bullet, add new script, keep it as bullet.gd, but make sure we're saving that in the scripts folder with our other ones. Hit create. All right. Now, like I said, this is a very simple script. we're just going to need one simple starting variable. We're going to call this var. We're going to call this launch underscore vector. And we're going to go ahead, equal this to a vector2, and always start it equal to a vector2.0, because it's always going to depend on where we're shooting it in which direction. We're also going to create a function. We're going to call this initialize underscore launch. We're going to be passing in a value called direction underscore vector. All right. And if you guessed it, this is just going to equal that current one we have. So vector2. And then we're going to go ahead inside of here, simply set our launch vector equal to the passed in direction vector, just like that. Okay. Then now that we have it, we can go ahead and do our next function, which is going to be our ready function, which we know is everything that starts at the beginning of spawn. So we're going to go ahead, set the gravity of this to 0, because this is a top-down game. We don't want it to have any downward gravity. We're also going to apply central impulse, which will help give it that movement of our current launch vector. Then we'll create a couple little variables here. We're going to call this a lifetime underscore timer. And we're going to go ahead, equal this to a new timer. This is another way we can do this. It's going to be in code. I find it a little useful for small things that we don't want to add multiple nodes on top of. Okay. Make sure we have this here, lifetime new, yep. And it's going to look for cannot construct class time because it is not aligned singleton. That's okay. For now, we'll just keep it as is. We'll continue on. We'll get our lifetime timer dot one shot. Oh, make sure it's timer, not time. That's why. There you go. Then we can go ahead, do dot one shot equal to true, because we only want it to go off once. We're also going to set our lifetime timer. We'll do a dot wait time of simply 3 seconds. That's going to basically just be how long we want the bullet alive if it's floating around. Again, lifetime timer dot timeout, and we'll do dot connect, and we'll simply just connect it to queue free, basically meaning once this timer goes up, it'll remove the actual object. When we have a queue free inside of parentheses, we do not need to close it out with parentheses. And then of course, last thing we'll do is we'll add timer into the game by adding it as a child. So inside its parentheses, pass in lifetime timer, and then also go ahead, set lifetime timer dot start to initiate that. Okay, perfect. All right, so that'll verify and ensure that it will disappear after that 3 second mark. Okay, then all we got to do is remove it in case it hits another area body. So we'll go ahead, select area 2D. We will do a body entered connected to that script. And all we're going to do in here is a simple if statement. Now, there is one body, though, we want it to pass through. And this will kind of just make the game look a little better. We want it to pass through the entry points. So if we are attacking a zombie through one of the entry points, we still want to be able to attack them. Now, we don't want to attack them if it goes through a wall, though. Okay, so to do that, we're going to say body dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're going to look for specifically the entry point called entry, all right, which we're going to tag on those entry points. Okay, so if it adds into those, then all we're going to do is pass because we don't want anything to happen. Okay, but if it hits any other type of body, and that could be anything, that could be a zombie, that could be a wall, that could be an object in the game, then we're simply going to do the run queue free just like that. Okay, so again, if we hit an entry, it's just going to pass and ignore it. But if we hit any other body type, then it will queue free and remove the bullet, which will make the game look a little bit more better overall. Okay, awesome. Let's save that change. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's close out here. And let's go ahead, back into player, close some things up, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the shooting controller script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the shoot controller node. we're then going to add all the variables into the script. After that, we're going to create a couple functions for shooting bullets, reloading logic, and knife attacking. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the shoot controller script. So let's go ahead and select our shoot controller node, add a new script. Let's go ahead and make sure we're saving that in the correct scripts folder, and hit open, create. Alright, so we're going to add a couple variables here to help handle the functions we're going to create. Starting off with a couple app exports. The first one is going to be all caps, knife, underscore, attack, underscore, duration. And then we'll go ahead and make this a type float, set it to a default value of 0.2. If we ever want to change that later, we totally can, but I think that'll work pretty good with what we're working with. Now below it, let's create another add export variable. This will be called knife underscore cooldown underscore time, all caps. Again, type float, and same value, 0.2. Now, below that, we're going to create a couple add-on readies for some preset variables. So we're going to go ahead, variable, player. Now we know where our player is and what type it is. It's a character body 2D. And there are a couple different ways we can equal it. We can either drag and drop it, or because we know it's our parent, we can do get underscore parent and just give it a set of parentheses. That's up to you how you want to do it. Other than that, let's go ahead. Next one, add on ready, variable. We'll call this the muzzle, which will be the aim spot, which we know is a node 2D. And just simply equal that to our current aim right here. Next up, another add on ready, variable. This will be our reload underscore timer, which we know is a type of timer, capital T. Just equal that simply to our reload timer. Then we also have a knife attack timer. So again, add on ready, variable. We'll do knife underscore attack underscore timer. Again, type timer, capital T, and simply equal that to our current knife attack timer. Nice. All right, let's continue on. Next up, we're going to need a variable to represent our area 2D on the knives, because of course we're going to make that active on and off depending on when we're using it. So we'll just call it knife underscore area. And we know it is a collision shape, so go ahead, collision shape. It's also a 2D, so make sure it's that collision shape 2D. And then all we have to do is locate it. So let's go ahead and find that. Should be under body, under knife, and there you go, area 2D, and then that collision shape. So what we're going to do with the script, if you guessed it, what we're going to be doing is turning on and off if it's disabled, okay? So let's drag and drop that in right there. Looks good. Let's close up things. All right, let's continue on. Let's create now a preload for our bullet that we created earlier. That'll be a constant because it does not change. Let's just call this bullet underscore scene. And go ahead, equal it to a type of preload. And then we're going to look for the bullet. Now make sure though, it is not the bullet.gd. Make sure it's the scene, which is bullet.tscn under components. Then we're going to go ahead, create another couple variables that are going to help us calculate certain states. So let's do a can underscore fire, which we know at the beginning of the game is going to be a bool equaling false. Then we're going to create another variable, call it shot underscore cooldown. Go ahead, type float, and equal it to a 0.0. Next up, create another variable, is underscore knife underscore attacking, because we only want certain things to happen when that's going on. We don't want to be able to shoot while using our knife attack, which again is going to be a bool equaling false. Okay, make sure you spell things right or you're going to get that error I just got. Perfect. All right, so under knife attacking, we're going to have another one. This is going to be called ignore underscore next underscore shot underscore press. Now, the reason we need this is just to help basically have certain things happen while other things are going on, such as reloading. We don't want to attack while we're reloading, or if we do attack while reloading, then it will cancel it out. So that's where we're having this bool. Okay, you'll see that in action once we get to the function. But on start, it'll equal false, just like the others. Now our last preset variable is going to be called is underscore knife underscore on underscore cooldown. And again, that's a type bool, and we'll simply set that to false on start. Okay, I know that was a lot of variables. Make sure you have all those in though. You can always check the source code. Let's continue on now to a couple functions. So this is going to work similar to how we have our player script, all right? We're going to have a couple pre-built functions that are going to initiate certain things like shooting the bullets, handling the knife attacks, and of course handling the interrupting reloading in case we want to use the knife while reloading, which will reset it, all right? It'll make more sense the longer we go. So let's go ahead and start off with our first function, which is going to be one that we're going to create called process controller, which if you recall, we're actually calling this function in our player.gd. So let's go ahead, process underscore controller. All right. And this one inside of it is going to have a delta. And let's go ahead, do a float value for that. And then outside of it, just do a simple arrow to void. Okay, nice. All right, so inside of it, we're going to start off and say if our shot cooldown is less than 0. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, set our shot cooldown minus equals delta. And then also another if, that's going to be shot cooldown is less than or equal to 0. If that's the case, then we'll simply do a can fire equals to true. All right, awesome. So this is just going to help kind of like update the process of the cooldown because we only want to shoot when the cooldown is below, okay? All right, then we're going to run a couple pre-built functions. Now these functions don't exist yet, but it's very important we have them in the process controller, which is going to be our handle underscore shooting, which is actually going to create the bullet. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to have one called handle underscore knife underscore attack, which again, we don't have created, but we will in a minute. We're also then going to have another one called handle underscore reload underscore interrupt. All right, and that's going to be everything for the process controller, which remember, we're calling this from our player. So if you go ahead, Control F, paste that in, you'll see that we have this right here, and we're passing in that delta value, okay? So back to shoot controller. These are going to stay red, of course, until we create them. So let's go ahead and move on to our next function. I'm going to add some room so we can see it a little better. So our next function is going to be our cancel reload state, all right? So function, we're going to create one called cancel underscore reload underscore. And actually, you know what, we'll do cancel, reload, and state because we're doing multiple things within this, all right? Go ahead, parentheses set, arrow to void. All right, now inside of here, all we really want to do is say if not reload timer dot is stopped. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and set our reload timer dot stop because we're forcing it to stop, okay? And we're calling this anytime we want to attack while reloading or maybe switching guns, all that stuff, okay? Anything that interrupts it. So then we're going to go ahead and set our global dot reloading value equal to false, okay? We're also then going to go ahead and say can fire and set it back to false. Or actually, you know what? We're going to set it to true, okay? Because now we're interrupting it. All right, nice. So leave that as is. Then we can go ahead and do another one. We'll handle the reloading interrupt one now. So I'm going to copy the name of that one. Then we'll do function, paste the name, handle reload interrupt. Oh, looks like I had an I in there. Make sure it's a U. So interrupt. There we go. Give it a set of parentheses. Again, we'll simply do an arrow to void. Then we're going to go ahead and do again another if not reloading or reload timer dot is stopped. So same scenario, but this time we're also going to say and input dot is action just pressed, left click, okay? Because not only do we want to interrupt it, we also want it to continue on reloading while holding down the button, okay? So if we let go of the button, it'll reset it, all right? So we want to hold that down the entire time while we're reloading. So if that happens, then we'll go ahead, set our global dot reloading value equal to false. And then below that, we'll go ahead, reload timer dot stop. Below that, go ahead, set can fire equal to true. Nice. And again, we will no longer have the error there. All right, let's see what we got so far. Let's carry on to some more functions. So now we're going to go ahead to our next one, which is going to be handle shooting. Okay, so let's copy that name. This will handle the actual shooting function of the player. So let's do function, paste the name. Again, arrow to void. Give it a colon. And let's give it some space. This is a pretty big one. All right, so first thing we're going to do is have to do some checks. All right, so we'll do if global dot store opened, because we don't want to be able to shoot if the store is open. And that's simply because we're using that left click to select buttons as well. And it just look kind of bad if we have it like that. So I like to just have this here as a little safety net. So we'll do return, okay? So we can't shoot our gun while the store is open. We're also going to have another if, another safety net, global dot. Actually, you know what? Instead of global, this will just be simply our ignore next shot press and input dot is action pressed. And again, we're looking for that left click, okay? If that's the case, then we'll go ahead. We're going to set ignore next shot press back to false. And then, of course, do a return, okay? Because we don't want it to happen if so. We're going to have another safety net, which is, of course, going to be the knifing. All right, we don't want to shoot bullets while we're knifing, so we'll have is underscore knifing. And if we leave it blank, it just means equal to true. So then I'll go ahead and do our return. Okay, nice. So if any of those cases happen, we don't want to shoot. But if they aren't, then we can go ahead and start. And how we're going to do it is going to be an if, capital I input, dot, is action pressed. Of course, we're looking for that left click again. We're also going to have an and can fire. If we leave it blank, it just means equal to true. And our global dot get current bullets, because we want to make sure we actually have bullets left, which was our helper function in our global script, is greater than 0. Okay, so if all those cases are true, then we can start firing, which we're going to build a function for that called fire shot. Close with parentheses. Again, we don't have that created yet. We will, but that's how we'll initiate it. We're also going to have an elif for input dot is action just pressed for, again, left click, and our global dot get current bullets equals 0, but we'll have another and specifically for if we have more in the clip, okay? Because again, we can still fire if we have in the clip, but we have to reload the clip. So we'll do and global dot get underscore reserve ammo, if the reserve ammo, of course, is greater than 0, and reload timer dot is stopped, okay? Because while we're reloading, we're getting it from that reserve ammo, but we don't want to do it, of course, until we're completely done. All right? So if all that happens, then again, we can go ahead and initiate start underscore reload. Perfect. Again, we don't have that created yet. We will, though. No worries. But for now, that looks pretty good for our handle shooting. Let's go ahead and move on to our next one, which is going to be the handle knife attack one, okay? Should be up here. So let's copy the name. Let's go ahead, new function, paste the name. Again, give it set parentheses, arrow to void. All right, so a couple things are going to go on here. Let's start off with, of course, a new variable. Let's call this is underscore idle underscore state. And we're going to simply equal this to a parentheses set. All right, and the reason we're doing this is because we want to make sure our idle state is happening, okay? We don't want to be able to just switch around too much. We also want to be able to cancel if we're reloading or shooting when we knife attack, okay? So what we're going to say is if not input dot, and we'll do is action pressed. And again, we're looking for that left click. And just so we can fill it in the same line, I'm going to space. So we're doing and our reload timer dot is stopped, okay? Perfect. Then carry on in the same function. We're going to say if input dot is action just pressed. This time we'll do UI accept, which is simply our space bar. That's going to be our knife attack, okay? If the space bar is hit, then we're going to go ahead and say if not reload timer dot is stopped. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, cancel reload state, all right? Because again, if we knife attack while reloading, we want to cancel the reloading, okay? Then if that is not the case, we're going to go ahead, or actually if it is the case, we're going to continue to knife. And to do that, there's a couple things that are going to happen. Let me scroll a bit. We're going to say is underscore idle state equals true, which we can leave as blank, and is not, so is knife attacking, because we just don't want to be able to hold it down. We want to make sure the knife attack ends. So it's not knife attacking, and is not knife cooldown, because we want a little bit of a cooldown, so we can't just hold down the button, okay? So is underscore knife on cooldown, okay? So we only want to be able to knife for the idle state. We're not already knifing, and the cooldown is up. All right, the cooldown is very quick. It's only 0.2 seconds, so shouldn't be an issue unless you're really trying to spam the knifing attack. But now that we can finally knife, what we want to do is set is knife attacking, equal that to true. Then we'll do knife area, because we know we need to activate it to actually be able to hurt the zombies. So we'll set the disabled equals to false. And this is one thing we could do here. We want to make sure this is always set to off when we have it on. So what we'll do, go into body, go into knife, and just remember to go to collision shake 2D and make sure by default to disable it. Now again, we could put that in the script like on ready if you want, but I'm just going to leave it like this because this is a small game, okay? Let me go back there. All right, continuing on. So knife area disabled equals false now, so we are now able to hit zombies. We also want to go ahead and get our knife attack timer dot wait time and simply equal that to our knife attack duration value, okay? Perfect. Then we'll do a knife attack timer again dot start. We're starting at the timer. We can also play the knife sound. This is optional if you want. I'm going to use that right there. Do a dot play. Nice. After that, go ahead, set can fire, equal that to false because we don't want to fire while we're using the knife. And then again, also set the shot cooldown, equal that to 0.0, which will automatically just cancel that. And then of course do ignore next shot press because we don't want to like continue to shoot while we're knifing even if there's some left, okay? So I know that was a lot. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's save what we got so far. Let's continue on. So next function we're going to create is going to be our fire shot function, okay? So let's scroll down a bit. Let me get rid of this here. All right, so this is a new function, so let's create a new line for it. Function. Again, fire underscore shot. Parentheses set. Arrow to void. All right, so for fire shot, what we're going to do, of course, is set can fire back to false because we only want to shoot one time at a time. Then we also can play the sound. So again, for the shoot sound, drag and drop it in. Simply do a dot play. Then we're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and set our shot cooldown now. We're just going to equal that to our global value for it, global dot, and we're going to do shot delay, which we know we set with our array. Then let's go ahead, create a new variable representing the actual bullet we're going to create. I'm going to call that bullet, and just equal it to our current bullet scene. Now remember, to put it in the actual game, we have to do a dot instantiate. All right, that'll bring it into the tree. But with that, we have to, of course, set the location and the position. So we're going to go ahead and do our bullet dot global position equals the muzzle dot global position. We're also going to go ahead, get our bullet dot global rotation, because we're going to rotate with the player where they're aiming. This will make it look a little better. And of course, the player dot rotation. Nice. All right, next up, let's go ahead, create a couple more variables. This one here is going to be called the bullet underscore direction. And we're going to equal that to a simple vector2 dot from angle, and we'll get the angle from the player dot rotation. Perfect. Next up, another variable. We're going to call this launch underscore vector. Equal that to our bullet. Well, actually, you know, we'll do the bullet underscore direction because we calculated that earlier. Times, again, global dot bullet speed. All right, because normally we would have multiple bullet speeds. I know we only have one, but it's best practice to have this just in case eventually we want to add that, okay? So now let's go ahead and do another bullet dot. We'll do initialize launch. We're going to initialize the launch by the launch vector, okay? Then we'll do a player dot, and we'll do get underscore parent. And then again, we'll do dot add child. Now the reason we're doing this is because if we spawned the bullet in the player, it's going to move with the player. We don't want that. We want it to be kind of like its own thing outside the player. So the best thing to do is just get the parent of the player, which is game world, and then add it in. Then we're also going to go ahead, get our global value for dot current items. And of course we need to know which slot, so we'll do again, global in there, dot current slot. And then again, another bracket set, global dot bullet in clip. And then of course, simple minus equals 1. That'll update the amount of bullets correctly. Then after all that, we'll do a simple if statement, and we'll say if our global dot get current bullets, let's say equals 0, and we're out of bullets. Then we're going to go ahead and start the reloading. So start underscore reload, which we're going to create in just a bit. Nice. That's going to be everything for our fire shot. Make sure I have things positioned correctly. That's okay if that doesn't exist now, because we're actually going to create that right now. So let's copy that name for start reload. Outside of the shot, let's go ahead, do function, paste the name. Let's go ahead, do an arrow to void. All right, so what we're going to do now, start this simple if global dot get reserve ammo. Make sure we're selecting the right one. There we go, get reserve ammo. If that's less than 0, then we're going to go ahead and do global dot reloading. Simply set that to true. And then also go ahead, set can fire to false, because we can no longer fire without ammo. And then last thing, go ahead, reload timer. We'll just kick that off as start. Looks good there. Nice. All right, I know that was a lot. Remember, check the source code if you need to. Let's wrap this up with 2 more functions. Now we just need the timer signals. So first one we'll do is going to be the reload timer. So let's go ahead, select the timer reload, go to the node, go to the timeout, and make sure we're connecting it to the correct shoot controller script that we're on. You'll see this new function below. Remove the extra spaces. We'll get started here. Let's create a new variable. First thing we need, of course, is the max_clip, which we know we can get from our helper function, the global.get_max clip size. We need to do the same thing for the ammo, so variable. We'll call this reserve_ammo equals, again, global.getReserveAmmo. Next up, another variable. We'll call this current_clip and simply equal that again to our global.getCurrentBullets helper function. Nice. We're going to create a couple more variables as well. This is going to help for our calculations. We'll go ahead, we'll call this needed_bullets. Go ahead, equal that to max clip minus current clip. Then go ahead, another variable, bullets_to_take. Equal that to min. Within min, what we're going to do is set the needed bullets, comma, reserve ammo. Then we're going to go ahead, start setting everything we need inside our global values, such as global.currentItems, global.currentSlot, and of course we need which one. So again, global in brackets dot bullets and clip, and again plus equals bullets to take. Nice. And we're going to do a pretty similar thing here, so I'm going to copy the whole thing, paste it below. Now all the way the same except for the reserve ammo, so go ahead, capital A, ammo reserve, but this time minus equals bullets to take. Okay, nice. Next up, we'll go ahead, reset can fire to true, and then of course our global dot reloading equals false. Perfect. Nice. One more function to go. This is going to be the knife timeout timer. So go ahead, select the knife attack right here. Let's go ahead, signal that to the shoot controller. And what we're going to do in here, give it some space, start off with an if, say if is knife attacking. If that's the case, then we're going to set is knife attacking back to false. Then we're going to do is knife on cooldown, set that to true. Then we're going to go ahead, turn on our knife area, so knife area dot disabled equals true. And then again, knife attack timer dot wait time equals knife cooldown time that we set. Then kick off the timer, so knife attack timer dot start parentheses. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to say if input dot is action pressed, left click, ignore next shot, equals true, only want a knife. Then outside the if, set can fire to true. Perfect. Last thing, outside of the if is the elif, okay? So elif is knife on cooldown, so we can't attack while that's going on. If that's the case, then go ahead, set is knife on cooldown equals false. Perfect. And there we go. Remember, this is a lot. You can always check the source code. Let's go ahead now and get ready to test things out. let's go back to 2D view. Save what you got, close up things here. Let's test this out now. Before we do though, remember we have to go ahead and manually change the game on in global variables. So let's go to script, global, line 8, game on. Let's change it from false to true so we can force the game on. Back to 2D view. Let's go ahead, start current scene, make sure this works. So the player is looking around, walking around. Let's see if they can use their knife attack with the space bar. Yes, they can. Can they shoot? Yep. Awesome. Let's go ahead though and try it again, starting with the shoot, because I think there might be a bug. Yep, looks like when I hold down the shoot button, it is not firing. And I think I know the reason. Let's close that. Let's go back into the script. And if we go ahead and scroll on the top, I think what we did is, yep, right here, line 14, can fire, bool equals false. On default, we always want to set that to true, okay? So go ahead, set that to true, save that change, back to 2D view. Let's start it again, let that load. Now if we go ahead, we can go ahead and start shooting, and if we use up all our bullets, it'll be in the reloading, and then start shooting again, until of course you run out of bullets. But overall, it looks really good. I like it. Let's close out of there, close out here, save what we got, and there we go. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the attacking sprites script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main node for the attack sprites. We're then going to go ahead and add all the variables to the script. After that, we're going to create a couple functions to ensure the right attacking sprite is visible depending on which weapon we're using. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating this script. So this script is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to simply be updating which attacking sprite is active. So a very easy way we can do that. Let's go into our body node, select the attack sprites node, add a new script on it. Make sure we're saving it at these scripts folders right here. Hit create. All right, let's begin. We're going to start off with our simple process function because of course that's going to run continuously when the game is running. And the easiest way to do this is simply just use our global variables. So we'll say if our global dot current items bracket global dot current slot, and we know that the current slot name is always going to be the bracket 0 because it's the first value, and we'll simply do equals our first one, which we know is going to be pistol. If that's the case, then we want to make only the pistol one visible. So we'll open up the attack sprites, drag and drop each one in here, and if you guessed it, we're just going to do a simple dot visible equals true or false for each. So for the pistol, we'll say true. I'm going to copy this whole thing here, paste it in below, and make the other two false. So let's go ahead and do the other value ones now. So let's copy the whole thing. We'll copy it all from global because we're going to use elifs. So we'll do elif, paste the name. This time we'll do the silencer. So go ahead, silencer. Make sure this is saved the exact same as how we're going to have it in our global variables. Then we're going to go ahead, make the pistol one false, but the silencer true. Let's do the final one for the machine gun. Let's copy everything up to the elif, paste it below. Simply change the value we're looking for, which is going to be machine, which will match the array. And then, of course, make the current one that we need true. Nice. All right. Then we're going to create a simple helper function. Let's put at the end of the process one, which we're going to call update underscore weapon underscore in underscore use. Okay, give it a set parentheses. Let's create that function. Go ahead, new function, paste the name, give it a colon. All right, so in here, all we're really going to do is just be able to switch from our slot 1 and slot 2 here. Let's go ahead and just say if input, and we'll do dot is key press. So is underscore key pressed. And all I'm going to do is have the 1 key for 1 slot and the 2 key for 2 slot. So we're going to have key 1 for this one. So if that's the case, and our global dot current items, and we'll say brackets 0 and brackets 0, which is the name, does not equal something. So we want to make sure that we actually have something in the slot to be able to use it. So if it's empty, we're not going to be able to switch to it. So that's the case. And we're going to go ahead, do global dot current slot equals 0. All right. And if you guessed it, now we just need 1 for the key 2. So eventually, if you ever created multiple slots, like maybe you want to hold 3 guns, you would do that here. So then I'm going to go ahead and have another if. Whoops, make sure you're copying the whole thing though. Paste it in below. This time we're going to use key underscore 2, which is our second slot. So then go ahead here, but make sure to change our current items from 0 to 1. And then again, same thing, make sure it has a name. And then we'll send this simply to the 1 slot. And there you go. Now we can switch in between our 1 slot and 2 slot, and of course have everything visible that we're using. Let's save that real quick. Let's go ahead, back to 2D view. Let's close up some things, and let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to create our zombie. We'll start off discussing the components needed for the zombie node. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node and add all the components. After that, we're going to create a script to control the zombie's movement, health, and pathing. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents all the components we're going to need for our zombie. Starting off on the top left, we're going to need a sprite to represent the image of the zombie. We're then going to give it a body collision shape. After that, we're also going to add a hitbox so that the zombie can take damage. We're then going to add something called a navigation agent. This will give it the ability to navigate on the tiles with navigation set. After that, we're going to create a simple animation player. This will have 2 animations, idle and herding. The last thing we're going to do is create the script to allow all the functionality for the zombie. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the zombie. So let's go ahead and close out of our player and also the bullet. Let's create a new scene for the zombie. Top left, scene, new scene, other node, and the main node here will be a character body 2D, okay? So search for that, select it, and hit create. Alright, for the character body 2D, let's rename it as zombie. For a zombie, we're going to go ahead and add a couple things in it, starting off with, of course, the sprite. So we'll use a sprite 2D, similar to how we did it with the player. Let's go ahead and drag and drop in our sprite for that. It's under art, Kenny top-down shooter, and go under PNG, and look for simply the zombie one. And I'm going to use the one where both the arms are sticking out, and drag and drop it on just like that. Let's save what we got so far. Save it in the components folder that we're currently in. Then we're going to go ahead and adjust the sprite 2D. If you remember, we set the original size of the player to be 1.3, so let's do that same thing for sprite 2D. Go to the inspector for it, transform, and then for the scale, 1.3 for both X and Y. If you want to make it a little more clear, you can also go to texture and change the filter from inherit to nearest. Next thing we're going to do is we can go ahead and give it a collision shape. So let's right click, add child node, collision shape. Let's go ahead, give it a new shape to match up the body. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to adjust it like this because we still need to make room for the area 2D. Then we're going to go ahead, we can make that area 2D now. right click, add child node, area 2D. Let's make sure we give that area 2D the group of zombie because you know we're looking for that in the player script. It's going to help identify what this is. So go to node, groups, add a new one, and just call it zombie all lowercase. Then we can go ahead, add another collision shape. Instead of creating a new one, I'm just going to go ahead and select the current one we have here, Control D, and then just drag and drop it in. But what you want to make sure is that it is at least a little bit bigger than the original one here. I'm also going to go ahead and change the color so we can see it a little better. I'm going to make it like a red. And I'm simply going to go ahead and just stretch the box out a bit. And a little bit on this side as well. Now the reason why it's moving the other one as well is because we never made it unique. So go ahead, right click on rectangle, make unique. Now if we go ahead and readjust it, it won't mess with it. And there we go for that. Nice. All right. Now, next thing we can do is we can go ahead and add an animation player, basically allowing a hurt animation. So let's right click on zombie, add child node, animation player. And we're going to create two animations similar with the player. We're going to go ahead, add a new one in. Let's just call this first one idle. And what we want to do for idle is we want to reset the color to what it currently is. So let's select the sprite, go to the visibility, and then for that modulate, we're just going to key value that current value. Then for the next one, which is going to be hurting, we're just going to have a simple flashing. So let's go ahead, change this color here to red, save the value, and then at 0.2, let's bring it back, save that value, 0.4, let's go ahead, back to red, and then again, 0.6, change that value to white. And I'm going to make this animation just simply 0.6 seconds long, so let's adjust the seconds to 0.6. Nice. And that's going to be our hurting effect, just like that. Let's go ahead back to idle. Now we need one more node, and this is going to help with the actual navigation of the zombie. So what we're going to do is we're simply going to right click on zombie, add child node, and we're going to add a navigation agent 2D. All right. And what this is going to allow us to do is, of course, navigate on our current navigation tiles, which if you remember, if we go back to our main, we set navigation tiles to be the wood planks and also the stone. So whenever those are available, the zombie will be able to track the player down on them. And if we go outside of that somewhere, then the player or the zombie will not be able to track. But luckily, our player will be forced to stay within these boxes anyway. And the zombies will, of course, enter through all these areas here. Back to zombie. Let's go ahead. Let's save what we got here. I'm going to close up the art folder. And let's go ahead, select the main node now. Right click. Create a new script for it. Make sure we're saving that script in our scripts folder. Open and hit create. Save what you got so far. Let's go ahead now and add some variables. So let's go ahead and get started with a couple add-on readies, all right? So start off with add-on ready, var, and we're gonna call this just our navigation underscore agent. And this will simply equal, again, capital N, navigation agent 2D. And then go ahead, equal it to our current navigation agent 2D. And make sure you got the colon here. You're going to get that error I just got. Let's continue on. We got two more add-on readies. Let's do another one. Add-on ready, var. We're going to call this sprite. Simply make it a sprite 2D. And just equal it to our current sprite 2D we have for the zombie. Next up, let's create another add-on ready, var. This is going to be our animation underscore player. Go ahead, call this an animation player. we're going to go ahead, equal that to our current set, animation player. Nice. Oops. Make sure you got equals there. All right, continuing on, we're going to need a couple variables for our calculations now. Starting off with a constant. Call it speed. This will be the speed for our zombie. And I'm going to set the default value to 150.0. If you want it to go faster, you can do that here. Next up, though, let's create another constant. I'm going to call it acceleration. And I'm going to start this off at 0.0. Another constant. Call this movement underscore threshold. And we'll go ahead, equal this simply to 5.0. All right, after that, create another variable. Call this velocity underscore smoothed. And then we'll do a vector2 and start it off as a vector2 dot capital 0. Next up, another variable. We're going to call this player underscore node 2D type. And go ahead, simply equal that to null for now. All right, then we're going to go ahead, create another constant. This is going to be called stop underscore distance. And this basically is just going to be a little buffer so we don't spin out when we're on top of the player. We want to have a little bit of stopping distance. And we'll do that at 30 for now. We can always adjust it later. We're also going to go ahead, create another constant. This is going to be called path underscore update underscore interval. And we'll go ahead, equal that to 0.1. Create another var. Call this path underscore update underscore timer. And we'll just set this to a float of, let's do 0.0. And then we're also going to have a final variable for the health of the zombie, which eventually we're going to update this over time. But for now, we'll just set it to int equals global dot zom health. Nice, because every wave, the zombie health is going to go up over time. So save that so far. Let's continue on with our functions now. Starting off, we're going to go ahead and create a ready function. As we know, this is everything on start of the game. So anytime a zombie's in and the game started, this will go ahead and process one time. First thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to do simply an await. And we're going to do a get underscore tree dot create timer. And we'll do a simple timer of 0.1. And then we'll also do a dot timeout. The reason we have this timer here is because we want a little bit of a delay before we get the player node, just so everything loads in. I found that if you don't do this, it'll not find the player. So make sure you have that there. Then we're going to go ahead, do a variable called player equals, again, get underscore tree dot get nodes in group. Yeah, group, wherever that is. Not the first node in group. We could technically do that one too, but it's best practice to do this nodes in group just in case you eventually have multiple players. But for now, we'll just put player, nodes in group. We're then going to do another if statement. If not players dot is empty. Because if there is not a player, we don't want to go ahead and start the process. But if there is, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our player node equal to our player and give it a set of brackets and 0 because we want the first one. If we wanted other players, we could totally do that as well. We'll make sure you have player there, not players. Then we're going to go ahead, get our navigation agent, and we'll do dot target position. And if you guessed it, we're going to simply just equal that to our player node dot global position. And there you go. That's how it's going to find it and start the process to actually follow it. But now we're going to have to continuously update this path because the player's movement, of course, is going to change. And we're going to do that in the next function here. We're going to do it inside of our process function, which we know is updating over time, changing the physics of the player or zombie. So let's go ahead, do a physics process. I'm going to open this up because it's a pretty big function. So we're going to start off though and say if not is underscore instance. We'll do instance valid. And we're looking for that player node because we only want to do this, of course, if the player node exists. If that's the case, set velocity equal to vector2 dot capital Z 0. Then we're also going to go ahead, run, move, and slide, and then return. Okay, which will continuously move us towards that. But we also have to recalculate it, okay? To do that, we're going to go ahead, do a variable. We're going to call this a distance to underscore player. Simply equal that to, again, global position dot distance to. Make sure it's distance to, not direction to. And then, if you guessed it, we're going to do player node dot global position. Then we're going to go ahead, do an if statement, say if distance to player is less than our stop distance. Then we'll go ahead, create a new variable, call this 0 velocity, and equal that to our vector2 dot 0. Then we're going to go ahead, get our velocity smoothed, and simply equal it to velocity smoothed dot lerp. Give it a new calculation of vector and weight and float of, again, 0 velocity, comma, acceleration. And we'll simply just times that by delta so we can get it by the frame. Nice. Then we'll go ahead, get our velocity, equal that to the new velocity smoothed. And then to initiate velocity, move and slide, and then make sure nothing else happens, simply do a return, okay? Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, move on down. Let's continue. Now we're going to update the path bit. So we're going to do path update timer plus equals delta, which will just continue it over time based on the frame. And then we're going to say if path update timer is greater than our path update interval. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, get our navigation agent dot target position equals player node dot global position. Then path update timer equals 0.0. Then outside of the if statement, we're going to go ahead, create a couple new variables. Call this one next underscore path underscore. Yeah, we'll do next path point. And we're going to go ahead, get the vector2, simply equal it to our navigation agent dot get underscore next path position. Then we'll continue on. Another variable, we need the direction now because we've got to make sure rotate the zombie towards the direction we're going. So direction is going to be a type of vector2. And we're going to equal that simply to our global position dot direction 2. Within direction 2, simply look for that next path point, and then don't forget to dot normalize the whole thing. All right, looks good there. Then we need our final variable here, which we're going to call desired underscore velocity. Okay. Again, type vector2. Equal that to direction times speed. Nice. All right, then we'll go ahead. Velocity smoothed now equals velocity smoothed dot lerp again. Give it a new calculation, which we'll do by desired velocity, comma, by the acceleration times delta. And again, this is all just helping the movement and the positioning and the direction. So now we got that, then we can go ahead, set our new velocity equal to velocity smooth. And then as we know, we need to also initiate the move and slide to actually initiate the velocity. And then we can go ahead, do a little helper if statement down here for if velocity dot length is greater than our movement threshold. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, set our self dot rotation equals velocity dot angle. Nice. And that's going to be everything for our physics process function. I know that was a lot. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's wrap this script up with one more function. This is going to be our area 2D for the hitbox. So let's go ahead, select our area 2D, go to node, signals, and then select the area 2D entered, connect it to the zombie script. Now you might have to get rid of all these extra spaces here. Now for this, we're going to have a couple things in here. First thing we want to do is say if our area dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're going to look for specifically the group of bullet, because we know that affects the zombie, or area dot is underscore in underscore group, and we're looking for the group of knife, all lowercase. If either one of those hits it, then we're going to go ahead. First off is minus the health by 1, so minus equals 1. Then we'll go ahead, add some money, so global dot money plus equals 1. Now, if the bullet hits it though, we want the bullet to kind of disappear after. We don't, of course, want that to happen with the knife, so we'll say if, and then we'll just copy area is in group bullet again. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, get our area dot get parent, because that's going to be the main node of the bullet. So get parent, and then simply do a dot queue free. Oops. Queue free. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead, animation player dot play, and then do hurting. Now we also have to check in case we need to delete the zombie in case it runs out of health. So we'll say if our health is less than or equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead, get our global dot money value plus equals 100, and then again global dot dead zombs plus equals 1. And again, the reason why we have the dead zombs value is just to help calculate when the current wave is over. And then the last thing, of course, is to just queue free the zombie, which will get rid of it as a whole. And that's everything. So go ahead, make sure you got all this down. Remember, you can check the source code. Let's see what we got here and go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead now and test out the zombie. Before we do though, there is one thing I would like to do. This isn't necessary, but it is going to make the game a lot better, I think, is if we go ahead and select the zombie, go to the collisions. Let's change the layers to 2 for both the mask and the layer, because what I want to happen is I want to be able to pass through the zombie but get hurt. If we don't do this, then it's going to be kind of like an object we can't move around. The other thing that you can do, and this is what I did earlier, is it was originally ungrounded. It's actually better to use floating so we don't push the zombie around. It kind of is just an object by itself that we can't push, okay? So make sure you set that as well. So now let's go ahead, save that change, go back to main, and let's go ahead and simply drag and drop our zombie into the game world. So go to components, drag and drop zombie.tscn. Let's bring it on over near the player. And one more really cool thing we can do too, just to help make sure things are working correctly, is in the zombie, if you go to our navigation agent and then you go down to debug, this little debug thing here, if you enable this, you will see the little debug areas where it's going. And this is just really nice for helping ensure that we're having the correct location for the navigation. So let's go ahead, hit play there. And there we go, we have the navigation set, but it does look like we're having an issue with the zombie not moving forward. And let's make sure we can hurt the zombie, which it doesn't look like we can, but I think I know a way we can fix that. We do get hurt by it though, which is great. Let's go ahead and close that there. Let's fix the actual motion first. That's going to be in the zombie. And I'm pretty sure we just messed up one of the variables. So let's go into the script, go up a bit, and let's double check. Speed is set, acceleration, movement. Oh, acceleration should not be 0. I think we want that at 8 or just anything above 0. I thought we were going to originally calculate it higher, but it's best to have a default value of something higher than 0. So let's go ahead, back to main, 2D view, start current scene. And there we go. Now the zombie is following us. It looks like though it will get stuck on the corners, but I can show you a way to fix that. And I don't think the zombie is getting hurt right now. Let's make sure, can we knife attack it? Yes, we can. Let's go ahead and fix the bullet attacking real quick. Let's open up a bullet sprite. And let's go ahead into the script of it. I think the actual functionality is working correctly, but if we go ahead into 2D, we need to add the actual bullet area onto this, because if we remember, go back to the script, scroll to the bottom, we're looking for that bullet group. So we need to make sure that has that. Okay, so let's go ahead to bullet, select area 2D, add a new group, lowercase bullet. Save that change. Let's go ahead, close the bullet real quick. And to make it not go too close to the corners, that's a simple change. In our navigation agent, you can go ahead and go to the, if we go to, I think it should be this here, path. We're going to do, instead of this one here, we're going to do the edge centered. That basically means it's going to be always centered in the middle of the tiles that it's on. Okay, you'll see the difference as we test it out. Let's go ahead, start current scene. Now, as you can see, it's now centered, and when we go around a corner, it will also go ahead around like that. Nice. Let's see if we can shoot the zombie, which we can. Looks good there. Let's make sure the actual hurting effect happens though. We can make sure that does that by going to our script, going to the global script, and scrolling on down to Zom Health. Let's just increase that to something like 3 for now. Let's go ahead, try it out again. And let's see, make sure it has the flashing, which it does. Let's see if our knife attack works, which it does. And overall, I think it looks great. Let's close out of there. Let's reset the Zom Health back to 0. That's going to be our starting value. Back to 2D. Close out this here, close out the zombie. And so far, we are looking good. In this section, we're going to create the barriers. Starting off, we will discuss the components needed for the barriers. After that, we're going to create a new node and add all the components needed. We're then going to go ahead and create a script to give the barrier its functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the barrier that we're going to create. Each barrier on start of the game will be set to a max health. For the health to go down, all it takes is a zombie to be on either side and slowly attack it. For the health to go back up, all you need is a single player to stand on one of the sides until, of course, the health bar reaches maxed out. However, once the health bar goes all the way down below 0 value, then the zombies will be able to pass through. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating some of these barriers. So we're going to go ahead And we're going to create a new scene for this. We're going to need two barriers, one going up and down and another going left and right. So let's go ahead and go to Scene, New Scene. We're going to create the first one, which is going to be a starting node of a just node 2D. Let's go ahead and give it a name, Barrier. And I'm going to call this one Barrier V for vertical, okay? Now, we're going to add a couple things in here. The first thing I want to do is actually predict the exact sizing, and we can easily do that by right-clicking, Add Child Node. Simply go ahead and just add a tile map layer. Then, like we've always done, let's go ahead, New Tile Set. Give it a new value of what we usually have, which is 64 by 64. Then all we got to do, drag and drop in the tile set we got. Let's go ahead, tile set. Locate the one we need, drag and drop it in, select no. We will just use one. I'm just going to use this green one here. Go to tile map, and then let's go ahead and just put one just like this. Now, we're going to eventually get rid of this. I just want to make sure we're putting everything on the correct size and location. So now we can go ahead and create some of the background. So let's right click on here, add child node. We're going to just use a main node as color rect. And honestly, I think what we could do is just give it a plain background. So let's do, let's make this like a dark brown color. Let's see if we can get a good brown color. There we go. And I'm going to put this on the top. So let's go ahead and stretch it to the top. About, let's say that big. And go out there. Make sure we're on the top of it. Then we just need room, of course, for the zombies to go through. About that size should be good. Let's go ahead, Control D for that. Bring the other one all the way to the bottom. Zoom in a bit. Let's make sure it's perfectly set, which it is. Nice. We can create a parent node for all this, though. Let's right click, add child node. Simply add a node 2D. Just call this BG for background. And for BG background, what we can do is just drag and drop each of these in there. If you want to give them a specific name, you can. There's really only going to be one thing we're going to change, though, with that color, and of course turning it on and off is going to be the middle part, okay? Now what I'm going to do for the middle part is simply give it like 2 rows of wood, maybe a little lighter color. So I'm going to go ahead, Control D on another one of these. Let's do the first one. I'm just going to go ahead, put it about, let's say, let's do like towards the end, but in a bit, like about there. Then go ahead, push that all the way up, and maybe we'll just move it in just a bit, kind of like it's a wood barrier. Nice. And then let's go ahead, make it a little lighter. I'm going to put this on the top so it's behind the 2 there. Nice. Then let's go ahead, Control D, and just put another one, same location on the other side. There we go. All right. So this is going to be the actual barrier. So eventually what we'll do is turn these off and on depending on whether or not we have any health left. And to make it easier, I'm going to drop it into there, rename this as wall. Okay, nice. Or even better, we could just call it boards. Nice. All right, so eventually the boards will go on and off just like that. All right. Now that we have that there, we need the actual health bar. So let's go ahead, right click on Barrier V. Let's go ahead, add a progress bar, just like we've done in the past. Let's remove the percentage so we can make it a little thinner. I'm going to go ahead and just go out a bit, and then we're going to go up. Make sure we're still centered. Let's put it somewhat above, like there. And then I'm going to make it down a little bit. You can always customize this however you want. That's completely up to you. I think this will be pretty good for the most part. Then we're also going to go ahead, change its color and the settings for it. I think what we could do is just have the max value set to something small like 10. And then for now, we can also set the current value to 10 as well. And then I'm going to change the colors, give it a black background, but a green, like a light green for the health. So let's go ahead to the theme overrides, colors, and oops, not colors, I think it's going to be under styles. Yep, styles. See that background? Let's change that from a new style box flat. Select it again, and just simply make the BG color black for the background. Then as for the fill color, do the same thing, new style box flat, and give this a bright green color. And I might even go brighter than that, just so it doesn't match up with the grass in the background, which we know is this color. But I think that looks great. All right. Then what we can do is we can actually remove the tile map layer now because we don't want that to be the background. We already have tiles for that. We just wanted to use this as an example to know we're in the right location. Let's go ahead, remove that. There we go. Nice. All right. Now we're going to need a couple things specifically for the area entered, because we want, of course, it to start being destroyed when we have a zombie in the area, or start rebuilding once we have a player in the area. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, give it a simple area 2D. Let's give that a collision shape. Let's give it a nice big square. And I just want it to be a little bit sticking out because we're going to be able to get real close to this. So I'm going to go about, let's say here, and then there we go, about there. Also, we only want it to be in front of the boards, so I'm going to go ahead and put it there and there. All right, and eventually we'll attach a signal so we can start rebuilding it or destroying it depending on what's actually in contact with it. All right, now that we have this though, now we need a couple different collisions. Because of course, we don't want the player to ever go through this, but we do want the zombies to go through it once the health bar is out. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. We'll create a node 2D to house all these. We'll call this collisions. And then in collisions, we're going to add a couple different static bodies. So let's right click, add a static body. All right, so first ones we're going to do is add the corner static bodies. These are going to be this here and then this here. So let's go ahead and give this a name. We'll just call this corners. Now let's go ahead, add a new collision shape in there. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, just surround the corners with a new box. Same one over here. Nice. And then we're going to go ahead, Control D that, and just bring the other one down right on top of the other block we got. Right over here. Nice. All right. So now that we have the corners, now we just need the middle area. And we're actually going to have two. The reason we're going to have two is because we need one specific for the player and then another specific for the zombies. Okay. So let's go ahead, right click, static body. And I'm going to call this one, let's just call this one wall. And this is the one that's going to block the player. Now, we know it's going to block the player because if you go to its collisions under inspector, you're going to see we're setting it to 1 and 1, which is exactly what we want. We want it to block the zombies. Now we also want to change though our static body corners to not only be 1 and 1, but also 2 as well, because the zombies have a 2 layer and 2 mask, unlike the player, they only have a 1 for each. So we got to make sure anything we don't want the zombies to go through or the player to go through, we need to make sure to add both these numbers. But for the wall one, that's okay, we'll keep it as is. Now we just go ahead, add a collision shape, and then simply surround the wood planks with a new rectangle shape. And then over here, and then down here. Nice. And if you want it to stick it out more, you can, that's up to you. But I think that'll be okay. Now one thing to note though, for these walls is we are going to give it a specific group. And the reason we're giving it a specific group is because we want to be able to shoot and attack through it. Which if you remember in our bullet script, we have something looking for entry. Okay, so we need to make sure to add that entry group tag onto the ones we want it to pass through. So we're going to select it, go to node, and go ahead, lowercase entry. Nice. Now we need to do the zombie one, so let's go ahead and just duplicate this. Control D. Change this one. Instead of wall, I'm going to call it door. And for door, if you remember, we got to go ahead and change the collisions for it. Let's go ahead to layer 2 and mask 2 without the 1. Perfect. Nice. All right. So now that we have that there, make sure both of these have the entry group tags, which they do. You can highlight over here. And with that, we just have one more node to add, and that's going to be our timer, which is going to be our fixing timer. Okay? Because for the fixing, unlike the attacking, we're going to slowly give it a little bit of in-between time before fixing. Okay? This will just make it a little bit more realistic and not just be a constant back and forth. It'll delay us a little bit with fixing it. So let's go ahead, close up here, right click, add child node, add a timer, and we can go ahead, call this timer fixing. And eventually we'll get into the settings for it, but for now we can keep as is. Let's save what we got so far. Make sure we save it in the components folder. Then all we got to do is get started with the script. So let's go ahead, add a new script, and get rid of that _v. Nice. And then what we could do also is we could go ahead back to 2D and actually just duplicate this, because if you remember, we need a vertical one and a horizontal one. So let's save that change real quick. Let's go ahead. We're going to select our components, select the barrier _v, right click and duplicate. Simply just change the V to an H, just like that. Open that new one up. And then one thing I always like to do also, it's not necessary, but also change the main node name to what it is for the name so we know where we are and we don't get confused. So barrier _H. Nice. Save that. Or I think we just did, yeah, it automatically does that with Godot. So I'll also do that, just so it is the same. Capital H. Now, for this one, the only two changes we have to do is, of course, just rotating the actual image here, and then, of course, repositioning the barrier. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead. I'm going to rotate the whole thing. So I'm going to select barrier, go to transform. I'm going to go to the rotation and just rotate it a simple 90 degrees. All right, and then center it up. If you want to center it up, you could just highlight everything and move it up a bit. Honestly, I might just keep it where it is. It doesn't really matter. But I will, though, reposition the progress bar. So we have our progress bar here. Make sure we're rotating it in the correct location. So I'm going to use the rotate tool and just make sure we're rotating it because we don't want to flip it over completely. We want it to be about here. And then you can double check the rotation if we go to Layout, Transform. Make sure it's a whole number, which it is, -90. And then go ahead now and just reposition that. And I'm going to put it like right about here. And again, it's up to you how you want to position it. I think this is fine for now. We can always change it later. Let's save that, though. Let's close up our components. And let's jump into the script. Let's get this script started with a couple variables. So let's go ahead. We're going to start off with our most important one, which is the variable for health. We're going to equal that to simply 10.0. We're also going to go ahead. We have to set the max health as well. So max _health. Go ahead, just equal that to same thing, 10.0. We're also going to go ahead, have a bool called fixing. And we're going to equal this to false on start. We're then going to go ahead, have another one. We're going to call this zombie _ in _ area, which is also going to default set to false. Next up, we're going to create a constant. This is going to be called damage _rate, which we'll simply set to 1.5. Apart from that, we'll also create a couple add-on readies. Let's go ahead, add-on ready. First one is going to be called door _block. All right, nice. So for the door block, we're going to go ahead and simply equal that to our collision shape. So inside of collisions, we have, of course, corners, walls, and the door. So the door is, of course, not going to allow the actual zombies to get through. So we're going to mess with that. We're also going to do another at-on ready. We're going to go ahead. This is going to represent our health bar, which will go ahead and simply just equal to our progress bar. Then the final add-on ready variable. This will go ahead and be called the fixing underscore timer, which is simply going to equal to our set timer. Get rid of that there. Nice. And those are going to be all of our starting variables, okay? All right. Our first function we're going to create is going to be our process function, which we know is everything that's going to continuously update throughout the game. The first thing we'll do is going to be if our health, and let's say if it's less than or equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead and set our door block dot disabled equals true. So now the zombies can come through. We're also going to go ahead, turn off the boards. So inside of our BG, drag and drop the boards, do a simple dot visible, and just equal that to false. Now, of course, if that is not the case, so else, then we're going to do the complete opposite of that. I'm going to copy the two values we just made, paste them in below. So door block disabled now equals false. And then the visibility of the boards is also going to set back to true. Nice. We're also going to have, of course, the health slowly going down if a zombie's in here. So we'll say if zombie is in area and the health is less than 0. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, get our current health minus equals by the damage rate we set times delta, so by the frame rate of the game, and then also get health equals max health, or actually, you know what, we will do max parentheses so we can help reset the health. This will basically limit it to health, comma, and then a minimum of 0. Perfect. Okay, nice. Then last thing we can do is go ahead, get our health bar dot value, and just simply make it to our current health that we have. Let's continue on. Next up, we're going to create our function for the timer. So let's go ahead, select our timer fixing, go to node, signals, select timeout, and connect it. All right. So then we're going to go ahead and add some things in here. First thing is say if health. If health is less than max health, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our global dot money. Oops, make sure you got money there. Plus equals, we'll just do 10 for now. So you get a reward for at least fixing things up. We'll also set our health. We'll do times equals, or actually, you know what? No, not times equals, plus equals 3.0. And then we'll also go ahead, do the same thing we did before, set our health equal to the min. We'll do our min value of current health, comma, and we'll do our max health, which we know is 10.0. Nice. All right. And then we can go ahead, we can double check too. I don't think we need to set any settings for the timer. I'm going to go to inspector. Currently it's set to 1 second. I think it might look a little better if we set it to 1.5. Just to make it a little bit slower, but that's up to you. I'm going to go ahead and continue on. So then we're going to go ahead and do our area enters. So let's save what we got here. Let's go ahead, select area 2D. Let's go to node, area entered first, connect it. So in the area entered, all we're going to do is say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. If it's in group and we're looking for player lowercase, if that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, we're set fixing equal to true, and then we're going to go ahead and get our fixing timer dot start to initiate it. Now we're also going to have another if for a zombie, so let's go in here. Let's drop the if in it. This time, lowercase all zombie. So if a zombie enters the area, then all we're going to do is set our zombie in area equal to true. And if you guessed it, the next thing we're going to do is just do the area exited. So let's go ahead, select area exited, connect it, copy everything here. Simply just paste it in. But this time we're going to reverse things. So fixing is now going to equal false. And then we're this time going to stop the timer. And then last thing, of course, is set this to false for a zombie in area. And with that, that should be the entire script. So let's go ahead, save what we got here. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's go back to 2D view. One thing we do got to make sure is that we also connect the signals in the other barrier as well. So let's go ahead, timeout, connect it. Same thing for the area 2D, connect the area entered one, and then also the area exited, just like we did with the horizontal one. But with that, we should save and go back to 2D view. Let's go ahead now and test this out. So let's go ahead and we're going to select into main. In our game world, let's create a new node, just a simple node 2D. Let's just call this barriers. With an S. And then go ahead, drag and drop it above the player. Then we can go ahead and add in some barriers to make sure they're working. So go to components. Let's drag and drop in the horizontal one and the vertical one. Just going to add each. Make sure we're putting them both inside the barriers node just to keep things organized. Let's go ahead and place them in the correct positions. Let's do the vertical one first. I'm just going to put it on the lower left entry point. And then just make sure it's matching up with the wall. That looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead, do the other one. Let's make sure everything's matching up. And then down a bit. Nice. Then we got to go ahead, place the zombies in the correct position. So I'm going to take our current one and just put it behind this one over here. Let's Control D and then drag and drop in another one right above the one over there. With that, let's go ahead, save, start current game. Let's make sure it's working. Looks like they are able to lower the damage. Let's see if it's for both. Yes, it is. Looks like they are getting stuck though. Let's see what happens if we move around. Looks like they're getting stuck on the corners. Let's also make sure we can repair it. Now it does look like there's a bit of an issue with it getting repaired. Let's fix the corners first. I think I know the reason for that. Let's go ahead into the barriers. I think the easiest way to do this would simply be to turn off the area 2 for the corner ones. So let's select the corners. Static body 2D corners. Go ahead, deselect the 2 for each. Save that change. Same thing for barrier. Let's go ahead. Barrier H, turn off the 2. And then I think the issue that is not making it repair, because the code looks correct, I think there's not actually a group node for player on player. So what we could do is go to main and just select scene for the player, which will open it up. And then for that area 2D, which is the hitbox for the player, just make sure on node that we have one called all lowercase player. Because if you remember in this script, we're looking for this to initiate it. So I'm going to save that change. Let's go back to that script we made. Yep, we're looking for that lowercase player. Okay, so it's not going to actually go into effect until we have that. So make sure you added that on the player. I'm going to close the player out. Let's go back to the main scene, 2D view. Let's hit play and just make sure everything is working. So let's see, let's make sure they can defeat the barriers and then come out of there. Wait till they all load. Yep, that looks good to me. I like it. I'm also going to go ahead, see if we can repair it, which it works as well. Nice. Let's make sure we can do the other one too. Looks good there. I think the timing might be different for each. If we want to adjust the timing, remember all you got to go is go to the barrier, timer fixing, and then adjust it. I think we did 1.5 for the horizontal one, which I think looks better for both. So let's do that. Let's save that change. Let's go back to our main though, and let's actually place them all now. Okay, so we will go ahead and do the horizontal ones first. I'm gonna Control D and just go ahead, move that new one over a bit. Just make sure we're lining it up correctly. I'm gonna go ahead, add it there. Go down a bit, nice. We have a couple more on the top and the bottom. Let's position them all up correctly. If you want them to be pixel perfect, you totally can do that as well. That's completely up to you. I'm just gonna make them as best as I can. Let's go ahead, do that one there. And then we have two more on the top for the horizontals. Let's go ahead, add the ones up here. Make sure it is positioned correctly. We don't want them to get stuck. Control D. Same one over here. Let's go ahead. Make sure you're lining it up okay. Nice. So those are all the horizontal ones. Let's do the vertical ones now. So select the original vertical one we have. Control D. I'm going to bring that on over to the other side. Make sure it's matched up. Nice. Let's do the other ones. Control D. I'm going to do this side over here. Let's match it up. And I think it goes in just a little bit. Nice. Two more on this side. Let's do this one as well. Make sure it matches up. And I think I need it to go just a little bit forward. There we go. One more over here. Make sure it matches up. And then we got, of course, the other side. Let's go ahead. Bring it on over. Match it up. Two more left. Let's match this one up as well. That looks good. One more to go. And then we got to do that there. Nice. Looks great. So now we have all of our entry points. All right, let's close up the barriers. Close up game world. We can close out of barrier V and barrier H. Back to main. Save what you got. And we're looking good. In this section, we're going to create the doors. We're going to start off and discuss all the components needed for the doors. We're then going to go ahead and create a new node and add those components to it. After that, we're going to create a script to give the door its functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents the door that we're going to create. It's going to have a very similar design to the barriers we just created. The only difference is that when you go up to the door as the player, a simple UI will appear, showing us how much it will cost to unlock the next area. If we end up buying the next area, the door entry will disappear and the player can now go through the door and navigate the new area. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating some of the doors. So, real simple way to do this is actually just reuse the vertical barrier we have because it's going to be pretty much the same thing. So let's just open up the components, select our vertical barrier, and we're just going to duplicate it. So let's right click, duplicate, and just change the name to door. Then you can close out of the barrier and just simply open up the door. Now, for design, what we're going to do is fill in the in-between spot with one of the wood planks. So let's go ahead and just select one of the boards we have here. And the easiest way to do this, honestly, is to just combine it to the other one, just like that. And if you want to make the door a little darker, I'm going to match it with the corner ones. So let's save the corner color, hex value, and just paste it in for each of the boards. And then same thing. Oh, make sure you save the value though. Same thing for this one. Paste it in. Nice. We don't need a progress bar for the doors, so I'm going to delete the progress bar. I'm also going to disconnect the current script we have. And then as for the area, we are going to have actually two different areas. We're going to need one for the left side and the right side, because of course there's two different areas we could unlock depending on which direction we're facing it. So what I'm going to do is just rename this one as area R for area right. Then I'm going to simply go ahead, take that collision shape, and I'm going to move it in to about there. Then I'm going to go ahead and just simply duplicate that area 2D R, change it to area 2D L for left. And then if you guessed it, all I'm going to do is just take that shape and move it on over to the left side. Let's save that change there. We can also disconnect the current signals because eventually we'll add our own in there. So I'm going to disconnect these. Same thing for that one. And again, same thing for the others. Nice. All right. So now that we have that, we're going to go ahead. Let's close that there. We can leave the collisions because we're going to have the same thing. But what we are going to do though is we're going to go ahead and create a UI now. Now we're just going to have a real basic UI, just saying unlock door question mark and then the buy button. We want that to appear, of course, once we enter the actual areas. We don't need the timer like we did with the last one, so we can delete that. Now we just right click, add child node, add a canvas layer. And we're just going to call this one canvas layer R, the right one. So for canvas layer R, we'll right click, add child node. Let's simply add a label. And all I'm going to do is just, of course, drag it over like this. You can always customize the design later. For now, I'm going to go ahead and just say unlock door question mark, centered up, make it a little bigger. Let's do like 55. And we can keep it like that. Then we need the button. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node, 9 patch rect. Let's go ahead, use the same button that we use, which if you remember is in art. And it's under the Kenny UI pack, PNG, locate the red. And it should be, I think this one here, button underscore rectangle underscore depth underscore border. Let's take that, drag that in. And let's go ahead, make this about similar sizing to the other ones we have. I'm going to do about that size. If you want to customize the margins, we can go ahead and do that by making them all equal 5. And one more. Nice. All right. We can also give that its own label as well. Let's right click, add child node on there, label, and let's just stretch it to the same size. I'm going to go up a bit. Let's just go ahead and put the price. I'm just going to put 1,000. Let's go ahead, center that up, increase it a bit, change the font color. Let's do 25. Change the color to black so it blends in a little better. Maybe a little bigger. Let's do 28. And I'm going to lower it just a bit. About there. Looks good. Again, we can always adjust that later to match up with the others. We also need, of course, though, the actual button. So I'm going to go ahead, add the button. Now, it is important, though, to remember which side this one is. So because we have canvas layer R, I'm going to call this button by right. Or actually, I think this one, we'll actually change this name to, yeah, we'll just change it to button by R for right. And then go ahead, cover the entire button. And I don't want it darkened out like that, so I'm going to go ahead, theme, change that theme to flat button. And then same thing for theme overrides, styles. For that focus, change it from empty to new style box flat. And just gray out this BG color. This will go ahead and get rid of the white rim that surrounds it. It's not necessary, but I think it looks better. Then all we got to do is just position it. So I'm going to go ahead and just put it right below. Let's put it like right about here. Again, we can always customize this later, but I think for now it's okay. All right, so that'll be the canvas layer R. Now we need the L, so go ahead, just duplicate this whole thing. Change the main node's name to canvas layer L. But don't forget, we also got to change that button name. So button by L now. Nice. And again, the reason we're doing this is because we want two different ones, each for whichever area we enter into. Now, there is one more node we're going to create, and this is specific to basically having a navigation area. As you remember, we have navigation areas all around here, but we're missing some right here. And the reason why we don't have them here is because, let's say we unlock all the rooms going this way, but not this door here. If our player is standing here, we want the zombies to go around the whole way because this is still blocked off. So that's why we don't have a navigation area there. So what we're going to do is basically once we unlock the door, we're going to add a new navigation area, which is going to be an entirely different node. A real simple one though. Let me go ahead and turn off the UIs real quick for this. We can close these as well. So let's create that simple node though. It's just going to be its own scene, new scene. Let's go ahead. This will just be a main node of a tile map layer, just like we've done in the past. And we're going to go ahead, simply get tile set, new tile set. And what I'm going to do is go ahead, set it to the correct 64 by 64, because that's what we know matches up. Don't forget, we need to add a navigation layer to this one. So keep that there. And then go ahead, just drag and drop in the current tile set we use for everything else. Go ahead, locate that, tile sheet complete, drag and drop, select no. Now for the tile, I'm just going to use just a real simple gray one, honestly. I think we could use this one here, just a plain block. It's going to be under this, so go ahead and select that. Go ahead though to paint. You also got to go ahead, locate the navigation layer 0 and just select it. Make sure it has that gray around it because that means we have the navigation. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead to tile map. We're going to select it and just paste it down right there. Now I know it's hard to see, but just make sure it's on this side because we want it to match the same positioning as the door, which is going to be here, okay? So basically once we buy the door, this will go away, adding in that new navigation. So for here, what we could do is change the name. I'm just going to call this nav tile. Save that in the component section. And that's all we got to do with this. So I'm going to close that one out. Back to door. Now to make it match up, you could either have a color rect there as well. But what I'm going to do instead is just do exactly what we just did. So again, right click. Actually, you know what? We'll put it in background to keep it organized. We'll go ahead, right click, add child node, another tile map layer. This one does not need the navigation, so go ahead, create that new one. Make sure it's set to the same size, 64 by 64. But if you remember what we need to do, tile set, drag and drop in, select no, and all we're going to do is just make sure we have that same tile, which is right here. Select it. Don't add the navigation because this one does not need the navigation. So go to tile map and then just simply go ahead and paste it here and here. Now make sure though the tile map layer is above everything, or of course it's going to be on top of the current sprites we have. So make sure we got that there. Now this is also just a thing if you want to do it. I'm going to add like a little doorknob on the ends of it. Just a real simple little box for it. So I'm going to go ahead and use one of my current ones here, Control D. I'm going to go ahead, just bring it up. Oops, make sure we go up. Yep, make sure we bring it up to here. And then go ahead, bring it up to here. And let's make sure it's centered. Yep, one more down. And then I'm going to go ahead, just make this a bright yellow. And then go ahead, we're going to put this to the back, but still above the tile map layer, right there. So now it looks like it has a little doorbell. or doorknob. And I'm going to match it in a bit more, just a little smaller. Again, that's up to you. I just think it makes it look a little better. But overall, that's going to be everything we need for all the nodes. So I'm going to close out of the art folder here. Let's save what we got. Let's go ahead now and, well, we can rename it here as well, door. But we're going to add that script. So let's go ahead, close everything up, add the new script, keep it as door, but make sure we're saving it in the correct location under scripts, create. Nice. Let's begin with a couple variables. So let's go ahead, start off with a couple exports. First one is going to be what's on the left of the door. So let's say left underscore of underscore door, which by default will always equal empty string. We also need the same thing for what's right of the door. Let's go ahead, change the name to right of door. Nice. So what we're going to do here is once we place the doors down in the world, then we can customize and verify what exactly room we unlock once we buy this. Okay. Now, next thing we'll do is go ahead and get our preload for that specific navigation spot. So again, at onReady, var, and we'll call this nav underscore spot and simply equal it to a preload for our nav spot. Okay. Make sure you have that nav tile.tscn. Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and connect a couple of the area enters. So we need to do both the area entered and exited for each one. So let's start with the rights. Let's go ahead, select it, 2D, area entered, connect it. And I'm also just going to connect the exited while we're here as well. Same thing, let's just do the other ones in left, area entered, area exited. Now, what we're going to look for specifically on the first area entered right is going to be if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And of course, we're looking for specifically the player. Okay. If area is group player, then we're going to go ahead and simply turn on our canvas right. So drag and drop that in just like that. Dot visible equals true. And if you guessed it, we're just going to do this for each one. So let's copy it. Let's paste it down for each. And then change out what we need to change out. Get rid of this extra space. So for this one, it's going to be now closing it once we exit it. So go ahead, false. This one over here for the left, make sure now we're opening the left one, which is going to be set like this, and then make sure we're closing it for this one as well. Just like that. And that's how we're going to open and close the store as the player walks into the areas. Next up, let's go ahead now and do the actual buying buttons. So once we do one, it's pretty easy to do the other one. So we'll start with the left, or actually, yeah, we'll start with the right. Open up the right, select button R, select pressed, and just connect it. Now, in here, we want to check a couple things. Of course, we want to make sure the player has enough money. So let's say if capital G global dot money is greater than or equal to 1,000. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead, set our global dot money minus equals 1,000. Then we'll do a quick for area in global, and we'll do dot unlocked areas because we don't want to rebuy something that already is unlocked. We'll say if that area equals left of door, because this is on the right side, so we're unlocking what's left of it. We're going to go ahead and do add nav spot, which will create a function for that. That's basically just going to place down that navigation spot. So we'll add underscore nav underscore spot, simple parentheses. We'll add the nav spot, and then we'll go ahead and queue free the door, so we'll no longer be blocking the player. Nice. That's going to stay red though until we create it. Outside of the if statement and the for loop though, right over here. So let's say we do not, or we already have it unlocked. Then we're going to go ahead, do global dot unlocked areas dot append, because we're adding it to the list, and we'll just say right underscore of underscore door. Nice. Or this one's the left one actually, so left of door. Perfect. Then after that, again, we still want to add the nav spot, so we'll add the nav below, and then we can go ahead and cue free the door to remove it. Perfect. So that'll ensure to only add the new spot unlocked areas if it doesn't already exist. Now let's do the other one. It's going to be pretty simple, same thing. So we can go ahead, select button L, select pressed, connect it to door. And if you guessed it, all we got to do is just copy everything we have in this one, paste it in. Then for this one though, we're just going to switch things up. We're going to do right of door for that if area. So right of door. And then of course, unlocked areas, append what's right of door. Nice. And then the last thing, of course, is just create that simple function for our add nav spot. So let's go ahead, copy that. Let's do function, paste the name. Then we got to go ahead, new variable, we'll call this new underscore nav. And we'll simply equal that, make sure it's underscore nav, equal that to our nav spot that we have. Don't forget we need to do dot instantiate to create it in the game world. We have to go ahead now and set where we want it. I'm just going to add it as a sibling to the current door. And then go ahead, new nav. And then we're going to go ahead, set the position, new nav dot global position equals our current global position. Nice. Don't forget your colon there. But with that, that should be everything for our script. Let's go ahead, close out of there. Let's go back to 2D view, close things up, zoom out a bit, save what you got. Let's go ahead now and test things out. So let's go ahead, open up our main. Let's go inside of our game world. Let's create a new node to house all the doors. So I'm going to right click, add child node, create a node 2D. I'm going to put it right below the barriers we created earlier and just simply call this doors. Now in doors, let's go ahead and drag and drop in our first one. So door.tscn, drag and drop it in. Let's position it correctly. I'm going to put this one like right here. Now make sure it's exactly on the tiles because remember, it's going to drop those tiles in. So it's very important we get the positioning correct, okay? So I'm going to go ahead, drag it there, and then, yep, right there. Perfect. Now, the next thing we need to do is tell it what is on either side of the door. So if we go to inspector, we see left of door. What's on the left of door? It's the left area, which I'm going to call left. Now what's on the right of this door? That's going to be the bottom area. So I'm going to call it bottom. So let's drag and drop in some more doors. Let's do our next one. Select it, Control D. Let's move this one on over here. Let's go ahead, position this correctly. Remember the positioning is very important. There we go. And for this one, we need to describe what's left of this door. That's going to be the bottom now. And what's right of this door, that's going to be the right room. So just right. Let's go ahead and do the next two. That's going to be up here and here. Let's select door 2. Bring it on up. Go to the right here. And let's go ahead, move this down a bit. Make sure it's perfectly on there, which it is. Now we just need to describe the doors. What's to the left of it? That's going to be the top. And what's to the right? Just the right. Let's do the last one. Control D. Bring that door over. Oops, make sure you duplicate it though. There we go. Bring it on over. Make sure it's perfectly aligned. And then go ahead, describe what's to the left and the right. The left is going to be the left room, so left. And then the right is simply going to be the top room, top. Let's go ahead, zoom out a bit here. I'm going to close the doors, close the components here. Looks like we had a script also in there. I don't really want that in there. Make sure to keep things organized. Just going to put that in there while I'm looking at it. There we go. Let's go ahead now, save the main scene. Let's start the current game. Let's make sure we can unlock the left door. So I'm going to go to the door here. And yep, let's see if we can buy it. I don't think we actually have enough money to buy it. So what I'm going to do, just so we can test things out, is go to the script, go to global, and just set our money to 1500 just to test things out. Just like how we did with the game on. We'll keep it like this for now until we get to the end. Let's go ahead, try it again. Just make sure we can unlock it and the zombies can chase us in that room. So here we go, door unlock. Looks like it's unlocked, and we can see the navigation area. Let's make sure it can walk on there, which it can. Perfect. Looks awesome. All right. Now, one thing to note, I don't know if I told you how to do this, but this navigation area, all this visible stuff, this is coming simply from our editor, or no, our debugger, which is next to editor. And I'm just making those navigation spots visible by showing visible navigation. If you turn that off and then hit play again, you'll notice it's not going to be there. That's up to you. I like to see it, especially if we're testing things like the door, because then we can see that new navigation spot added there. But overall, I think it looks great. Let's go ahead, close out here, close out game world, close the door, and save what you got. In this section, we're going to create the weapon spot. We're going to start off and discuss the components needed for the weapon spot. After that, we're going to create a new node and add all those needed components to it. From there, we're going to create a script to give the weapon spot its functionality. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here represents our weapon spot. Our weapon spot is simply going to be an area 2D that once our player is on top of, it'll then open up the UI. Now the UI will be signaled by a script using some global variables. So once those global variables are active, we'll see the title for the gun, and then 2 buttons. 1 for purchasing the new gun, and 2 for purchasing more ammo if we already have the gun. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with the weapon spot. So we're going to create a new scene for this. Let's go ahead, top left, scene, new scene. And we're going to make the starting node just a basic 2D scene, which is going to be a node 2D. Let's rename this as lowercase weapon, capital S spot. Let's save that. Make sure we're saving it in our components folder. All right. Now, first thing we'll do is we'll give it a nice little background to highlight which gun it is. Let's right click, add child node. Just use a simple color rect for this. And I am going to keep it white. I'm going to go ahead though and extend it just a bit. Let's do it about that size. Again, you can always adjust this to however you want, but I think this will be good for what we're working with. So now next thing we're going to do is go ahead and create that area 2D. So let's right click, add child node, area 2D. We need to give it a collision shape. Right click, add child node, simple collision shape 2D. And just go ahead and create a simple box to surround the image we have. So I'm going to move the corner over here up a bit and then connect the other corner over here. Perfect. All right. Eventually we'll attach a signal here, but for now we just need the images. So let's go ahead, right click on the weapon spot, add a new node 2D, and we're just going to call this images, all lowercase. And then we just need a simple image to represent each gun we can buy. So let's create another node 2D. This one here I'm going to call pistol. And again, it's up to you what image you want to put here. I'm just going to create a simple image using color rects. So let's go ahead and correct another color rect. This one here, I'm just going to make it black. And it's just going to be a real simple pistol image. So I'm going to go ahead, move it over here. We'll do about that size. I'm going to move it up a bit. Duplicate this one, Control D. And I'm just going to extend it to go about like there. Yeah, let's do same width. Maybe make it a little shorter over here. And then let's do another one for the actual trigger. Real simple. Maybe I'll darken this one a little bit less or lighten it. And then we'll go ahead. I'm just going to move it down a bit. And let's go ahead, shrink it a bit to here, and then to here, maybe a little less. And that's what I'll do for that. Again, it's up to you what design you want to do for each one, but I think this is okay. I'm going to make sure to center it a bit in the middle. Let's do, yeah, like that. We can always adjust it later. So that'll be the pistol. Let's go ahead and do the other one. Control D. This is going to be for the silencer. For the silencer, the only real difference is going to be the actual silencer at the end. So I'm going to go ahead, take the current black one we have here, Control D, and then I'm going to shrink it a bit. And then let's just extend it to go about there. If you want to add more customization to it, you can, but I'm just going to keep it simple for now. And then let's recenter it. If you want to see it better, turn off the other one. And then, yep, I'm just going to center it up, similar to how we did the other one. I think that should be good. Maybe over one more. Yep. Then we just need the machine gun. So I'm going to go ahead, make this one invisible, Control D silencer, change the name to machine for machine gun. Let's make this one visible. Now for this one, I'm going to get rid of that extra piece we have at the end. I don't think that's necessary. Or if you want to maybe make it a little thicker, we can go something like there and then go back a bit. That might look nice. And then we can make the handle kind of extend down like it has a bigger magazine. So we'll take this here, Control D. And again, real simple, just going to go like this. And let's go ahead and actually just use a couple boxes here. And I'm going to move it to the left a bit and down. Same thing, one more time, to the left and down. Yep, let's see how that looks. I think it looks pretty good. Then we'll go ahead and just center the whole thing up again. I think if we just extend it forward a bit, maybe go up a bit because it's a little lower now. And something like that should be good. But overall, I think these look pretty good for each one. So we have the pistol one, we have the silencer one, and now we have the machine gun one. Nice. All right, I'll keep them all off for now. With that, that should be good for the nodes. Let's go ahead, say what we got so far. Select the weapon spot, create a new script. Make sure we're saving that script in the scripts folder. And open that up and hit create. Let's go ahead now and add a couple variables. So we have our new script here, and we're really only going to need one variable, which is going to be an @export var, and it's going to be called weapon_type. And this is just so we can depict which one it is, and the default one is always going to be pistol. Make sure you have that in there, make sure it matches the spelling. Then we need to update the image based on what it is. So we're going to go ahead, create a new function for our process, which we know is everything that updates over time with the game. We're going to start off and say if our weapon type double equals pistol. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, if you guessed it, make the pistol image visible. So let's take that, do a dot visible equals true, and then we'll set all the other ones as false. So let's take each other one, the silencer and the machine gun, copy that whole dot visible, paste it in for each, and simply change the true to false for each. And now we just need to do that for each other type. So let's go ahead. Let's take everything from the if, do an enter after the last false, paste it in. But just to make things a little faster, we'll do elif, and then go ahead, do a silencer. For this one, make this one false, and make the silencer true. Let's do the last one, copy the whole thing all the way up to elif, paste it below, change silencer to machine. Then we're going to go ahead, make this false, and make machine true now. All right, now we just need to open it up, when the player goes into it, which we can easily do by selecting our area 2D. And then we're going to go to node. We're going to do area entered and go ahead, connect to the script. If you guessed it, we're going to go ahead and say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we're going to look for specifically the group of player, all lowercase. If we have that, then we're going to depict which one. So say if weapon type, we'll say equals pistol. Then we're going to change our global value because we have to open a specific store UI, which we know we can do with global dot store opened. And simply now set that equal to, again, double quotes, pistol. Now we just need to do an if for each one. Let's copy that. We could even do an elif to make it go faster. I'll just paste it twice though. Change those ifs to elif. And now we just need to do the next one. So we have our pistol one. Let's do the silencer one now. So silencer. Change this one here to silencer as well. And then go ahead, this one here, machine for machine gun. And then this one here to machine as well. Nice. All right, now we need to close the store, which we know we can easily do by selecting our area 2D, connecting area exited. And this time, we'll go ahead, look for that same if area is in group player. But because we're leaving it, we want to close all stores, which we can easily do by getting our global variable again, global dot store open, and simply equal that to an empty string, which we know is the default value. So let's go ahead and save that real quick. Let's go back to 2D view. Let's close this up here. Now let's put it into the actual main world. We can't exactly test this out though until we eventually create our UI script for the store. But for now we can place everything down. I'm going to go ahead, create a new node to hold all these. Let's add a new child node in here, node 2D, and we'll just call these weapons. Oops, or better yet, we can just do gun spots. There we go, gun spots, and I'll put that right below the doors. And then we'll go ahead into components, locate weapon spots, and let's put the first one in there. Let's move this one somewhere like right here, I think would be good. Like in the middle of the screen. Yeah, let's do that. We can always adjust it later, no worries. I'm gonna move it down a bit though. And what we're gonna do is go ahead, select it, go to inspector and make sure it's set to which one we want. This room will only have the pistol available. Let's go ahead, Control D it though. Let's put another one on the top up here. I'm gonna put it, yep, right above it. So like right there. Maybe we'll match it up actually. So it's perfectly above it. Yep, let's put it like right there. Nice. And I don't think it's centered very well. Or if it is, then we're just not. Yeah, it's a little bit to the, I'll move it a little bit to the right. And then go ahead, change this to machine for the machine gun. Nice. Same thing, I'm gonna recenter that other one just a bit. Again, it's up to you how you want to design this. Now we're also gonna have one on either side as well, so let's go ahead, Control D one. And I'm gonna go ahead and just rotate this a bit. So let's rotate it. I'm gonna go this way. Double check, it's a whole number, so 90. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this one somewhere like right here. Let's Control D it, or actually before we do that, make sure it is set to the other gun, which is silencer. Go ahead, select it, Control D. Let's drag the other one over. Now we can rotate this one as well. I'm gonna go ahead, just rotate it a bit until it goes all the way around, which will be, I think, 280. Oops, or let's see. Should be at 270. And then to make sure it's on the same spot, I'm gonna put it right on top of it, just like that, and just simply move it over with the X, and put it about right there. Nice. All right, let's go ahead, close those things up, save it. Now we can't test the functionality of it, but we can test to make sure it's showing the correct gun, which let's do simply by jumping into the game. Let's go ahead, locate it, make sure this one has the pistol on it, which it does. And I think it looks pretty good. All right, let's close that. Close this up here, close this up here. We can also close out of the weapon spot. We'll actually test the functionality once we get the store script created. But for now, we're looking good. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to create the store script. We're going to start off and create a new script for the store. Then, we'll ensure we have all the functions to buy, replace, and add more ammo to the player. After that, once the script is finished, we'll test it out and make sure everything is working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Let's go ahead and start creating our store script. So let's go ahead, open up our current UI node, open up our store node, and then select the store components node. From there, what we're going to do is add a new script. We can leave the name as store components. Just make sure we're saving it in the correct scripts folder. Select open and hit create. All right, so the first thing we need to do is make sure we are visibly showing the correct store based on which platform the player is standing on. We can easily do that with our process function. So let's add in our process function. Then all we're going to do is say if global dot store opened equals double quotes pistol, which we know matches up with the script we just made earlier. Then we're going to go ahead and make only the pistol store visible. So we'll do a dot visible and just simply equal that to true. Now for the others, we're just going to equal them both to false. So let's go ahead, drag and drop each of them in, copy the dot visible equals true, and paste it below. Then all you got to do is simply turn those trues into false. Now if you guessed it, we're going to do pretty much the same thing for the other ones. So let's copy that entire if statement, paste it below the last one, simply change the if to an elif, and then from there, this time we're looking for the silencer. Make sure you're spelling it the correct way you did in the other scripts. So if it equals the silencer, then we're going to make the pistol false this time, but the silencer node true. Let's do the last one now for the machine gun. Let's copy that entire elif, paste it below, change the silencer to machine. Go ahead, make the original one false, and then change that one to false as well, but the bottom one is going to equal true. And there we go. Now it'll update whatever node specifically on which one the player is on. Now another thing we could do as well is turn off it in case it equals nothing. So we could have another elif, paste it below, and go ahead, make this equal nothing, and go ahead, make this all equal false. Now we don't necessarily need this because we're going to have something in it when you exit, but it's nice to have a little safety net in case things get confused. So let's save what we got so far. Let's continue on. Our next function will be a really basic one. It's basically just going to force the store closed in case we actually do an action. So I'm going to go ahead and let's create a new function and just call this close underscore store. All right. So for close store, once we buy the gun, we want to close it. So let's go ahead and give it a set parentheses, colon, and all we're going to do in here is simply make our global.storeOpened equal empty quotes, just like this. So go ahead, just paste that line in just like that. And we'll run this eventually once we get the other functions down. Let's begin some of the other functions, specifically for buying the gun and also buying the ammo. So that's going to be inside each one of them. We'll start in the pistol store. We should have a button called button buy gun under the buy button gun node. So select it, go ahead to node, and select pressed. Make sure we're connecting it though to the store components script, okay? You can go to source here and then locate this here. Once you have that in there, that's great. Then let's also do it for the next one, which is going to be the buy ammo button. Same thing, select it, select pressed, and make sure again it's in the correct one. Go to source, scroll up to store components. Now we need to make sure all the buttons are connecting to these two functions, which we can do because they're going to have the same name. So let's go ahead, do the same thing for the silencer store. Open up each one, make sure they have all the same name, and just simply connect them. You shouldn't create any new functions. So let's do the same thing for buy ammo button. Locate it, select pressed. Again, locate the top one, store components, hit connect. Last one for the machine gun. Let's do the same thing. Open up machine store, buy button. Let's go ahead, connect it, go to source, and then locate store components. Final one, let's go ahead. This is going to be for the ammo. Select it, go to pressed, and just simply connect it to the store components script. There we go. Now they all should be connected, which is great. And then we can create the actual functions. Let's go ahead. Let's do the buy gun one first. All right, so first thing we're going to do is give it some room. This is going to be a pretty big function. So first if statement, we need to make sure we actually have enough money to buy the gun. So we're going to say if global dot money, let's say, is less than 1,500 because that's how much a new gun costs. If that's the case, then we'll do a return. So nothing else below will run. All right. Let me remove that extra space there. But if that is not the case and the code can continue, we're going to have another if statement and say if our global dot current items, and we're looking for basically if we have any room in the current slots, which we know the first one is the second. So if that one and the actual name of it, which we know is going to be the first, which is 0, equals empty quotes, which means we have not bought any gun for our first slot, then we can go ahead and place it in there. So we'll continue on and do another if and say if our global dot store opened equals double quotes pistol all lowercase. Then we'll go ahead and add in the pistol by doing global dot current items, which we'll do 1 because we know that's our second slot, and we'll equal that to a new slot, which is going to be the default for all the pistol items. So pistol, don't forget the comma out of that. We'll do 12, comma 12. So we'll have the ammo, the clip ammo, and then we'll have the current ammo, and then we'll also have the current max ammo you could have with it. So we'll do that for this one. Now we need to do this for each other gun type. So let's go ahead, copy the if, paste it below, and we can change this to an elif. This one will be the silencer, so let's do silencer. We change the name to silencer as well. And for the silencer, the current and clip ammo is going to be 20, so we'll do 20 for each. And then for the max and current max ammo, we'll do 140. Nice. Next up, we'll do the machine gun. So let's copy that entire elif, paste it below. This will be for machine. Change the name for machine as well. And then also we'll change this to 40. And then 40 for current clip. And then we'll do a max ammo of 200. And then current to 200 as well. Now, let's say though, we already have the second slot filled. Then we're just going to replace the current gun we're holding. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and simply do else, because if we don't have extra room, then we're just going to replace that. So we'll say if, and you know, better yet, we'll just copy this entire line we have here, because it's going to be the same thing. We'll paste it, but this time, instead of changing the 1 value here, we're going to change the global current slot. So let's go ahead, do global dot current slot. All right, because we're changing now the current gun we're holding rather than the current empty slot we have. Okay, so go ahead, paste that in for each, and everything else can stay the same. Nice. And then last thing we'll do after all these cases end, we'll minus our money. So we'll go ahead, we'll do global dot money, and we'll do minus equals 1,500. And then we'll also close the store. Okay, we'll always close the store if we buy a gun. All right, and we can do that with ammo too, that's up to you. I think we'll do it for both. So now let's do the next function. It's gonna be this one over here. And I'm gonna go ahead and make some enters so we can see it a little better. All right, so for buying the ammo now, it's gonna be a little different. First thing we're gonna check is we're gonna check our global dot current items. And we're going to be looking for our first slot, and then we're going to look for our first name, and we're going to make sure that equals the global dot store opened. Okay, and the reason we're doing this is because we want to make sure we're actually holding the gun we want to buy ammo for it. Okay, this is just the simplest way to do it. So you can only buy ammo if you're holding the current ammo. All right, so we're going to do that, store opened, or better yet, I think what we're actually doing is we're going to basically refill any of them that we have ammo in. So that's why we could do the other way I was saying with the global current slot, but it might be a little faster for the player to just buy ammo for any gun they're holding, as long as any of those guns match the current stored item. All right, so we're going to continue on. We're going to say if global money, we'll do global money is greater than or equal to 1,000. If that's the case, then we can continue on and actually buy the ammo. To buy the ammo, we're going to do global dot current items, and we're going to go ahead, get our current slot. So global dot current slot, and then we'll go ahead. We're going to look for the current max ammo, so we're only going to be refilling the current ammo we have, but we need to basically equal it to the max ammo value, so we'll go ahead. Do our number 3, which is going to be 0, 1, 2, and 3. So current reserved ammo. And then all we're going to do is just match it to our current max ammo. So we're basically going to max out our ammo if we buy ammo. Okay. So we'll have this here, and we're going to simply take this, copy it, equal it, and set it to 4. All right. Nice. Then we're also going to go ahead minus the money. So global dot money minus equals 1,000, and then again close the store. Okay, nice. Now we need to do it for the other one. So let's go ahead and let's do an elif, the one if we're not holding it. So let's go ahead, elif, and we'll do global dot current items, and we're going to look for 1, and we're going to look for 0. And then we're going to go ahead, equal to global dot store opened. If that's the case, then we're going to go ahead, do if global dot money is greater than or equal to 1,000. So that's the cost. If that's the case, then we're going to pretty much do the same thing. So let's copy everything we have here, paste it in, and then basically match it all up. Again, we're basically saying, hey, if we have enough money and we currently have either or of the gun, then we want to re-get the ammo that is currently set to our max value of each one. Okay, nice. To make sure you have all that down, let's clean up this here. And we'll save what we got currently. Remember, you can always check the source code if you want to. Let's go back to 2D view and get ready to test. All right, let's go ahead and test this out now. So to test this out correctly, we're going to have to increase our current money just so we can afford to get around and collect all the guns. Let's go to script. Let's go to our global script and go ahead and find your money value, which is currently set to 1,500. Let's just add a 0 to there to do 10,500 just so we have enough to buy all the doors and the guns. Let's save that change, go back to 2D view, and hit play. All right, so we're going to make sure that we can collect multiple guns and use our current ones. Let's get rid of the current zombies in the game. So let's make sure we can use up all our current ammo and still reload, which we should be. If you're getting this glitch though where you're not able to reload, which I think is currently happening to me, I think I know where the area of that issue is, but let's make sure we can purchase the other guns before we get into that. Let's go ahead, buy the new gun here. Select the 2 key, and yep, there's our second gun. Looks like it's still having that reload issue, but we'll get to that in just a bit. Let's make sure though we can select the other guns. So I'm currently on key 2. Let's go ahead to 1, back to the pistol. Let's make sure we can replace this one now. Yep, and there's the machine gun. I like it. Looks good there. We have the silencer and the machine gun. Let's make sure we can buy back the pistol gun though. I'm currently holding the machine gun. Let's go ahead, buy the pistol, and yep, back to pistol. All right. So it looks like we can actually buy the guns, and they're switching out correctly. But looks like we're having some issues shooting with the new guns, and maybe so with the old gun on reload. I think I know the issue though. So for the reloading issue, if we go to script and we go to our, I think it's in our shooting controller, we scroll down a bit. I found this issue earlier under our function where it has handle reload interrupt. So anytime we use our knife or switch guns mid reload, it's going to initiate this. And there's a bit of a typo here. It's going to be the input.isActionPressed. So we actually only want to shoot when we're doing that. So instead of isActionPressed here under this function, we're going to change this to isActionReleased. So isActionReleased, all right? Or isAction just released instead. Okay, that's going to basically say, hey, if we stop holding down the reload, it's basically going to cancel it. All right, so we save it. Let's go back. Let's go ahead, verify the reload fixes it. Let's go ahead, we have this here. Once we're in the reloading, let's stop it and then redo it and make sure it still reloads, which it does. Let's make sure we can knife during it as well and make sure it goes away. So we knife, hold it down for a bit, and there we go. It's back. Now, as for the other issue, that's going to do with our global variable issue. So if we go to our script and then we go to global, you're going to see that our open store variable is set to null. Now, if you remember though, after we buy a gun, we're resetting this to an empty string. Now it's up to you if you want to reset them all to null when we're not using them. I think though, to just match up with what we have in our store and also the weapon controller area, if we go to our store components, you're going to see that script is resetting it to empty there. We're also, of course, looking for that empty string here to close it. And then I think we have something similar inside of our weapon spot. Let's see. Yep, we're resetting it to an empty string as well. So an easy fix right now would just be to change that global variable instead of that null to an empty string. And where you're going to see the issue is going to be inside of, again, the shoot controller. If you go down to where we're shooting, we're again looking to make sure it does not equal null. So what we could do is go ahead and just change this also to a null. Or not a null, an empty string. If you want to do null for all the other ones, you can. But because we only have to change it in 2 spots for now, for global and then right here under the shoot controller, I'm just going to keep it as is. So with those 2 changes, it should work. Let's go back to 2D view, start current game. Let's go ahead. I'm going to get rid of the zombies real quick. Let's use up some ammo. Make sure we can reload still, which we should. Yep. Unlock the door. Let's buy the new gun, which is going to be in our slot 2. So make sure you select slot 2. And there we go. We can go ahead now and try the machine gun. Let's go back to slot 1. Buy this one. And there we go. Looks great. Awesome. I like it. We can make sure we can reload this as well. Hold down the button, and there we go. Looks good. Now in the next section, we'll go ahead and start updating more of the UI script so we can see the current ammo we're holding, current health, and anything else. Let's save what we got, and there we go. In this section, we're going to create our in-game UI script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to our main node for our in-game UI. We're then going to ensure to create some functions to update all the UI elements. After that, once the script is complete, we'll test it out and make sure everything's working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started with this script. So let's go ahead, open up our UI. Let's go ahead, open up the in-game, select the game screen node we have. Let's go ahead, add a new script for this. I'm going to go ahead, create this under, scripts, open it up, hit create. All right, so we're going to start off with a couple variables here, a couple at-on readies to represent some of the elements. All right, so we're going to start off with a variable, call it health, underscore bar, and simply just equal it to our health bar in the node. Drag and drop it in. Nice. Next up, another @onReady variable. We're going to call this ammo underscore label. And again, simply just equal that to our current ammo label. All right, and that is going to be under ammo text, and then get the ammo label. We're also going to go ahead, have another @onReady variable. Let's just call this money underscore text. And we're going to equal that simply to our money text, which is the label money. Nice. Looks good there. All right, we'll continue on. Let's go ahead and start off with our first function. This is going to be everything that updates on runtime of the game. So we're going to use our process function. First thing we'll do, of course, is stop updating things if it's game over. So we'll say if our global dot game over equals true, then simply just do a return because we don't want anything else to update. We're also going to go ahead and run a few functions we do not have created yet. We're going to call it update. Yeah, let's call it update gun underscore name. That'll just continually loop through and update whichever gun we're currently holding. We'll also create another function called update underscore reloading underscore text, which again will just verify whether or not we are reloading the current gun we're holding. Let's continue on and do a couple other things. Let's start off with a couple variables inside the function. We'll call it current underscore clip underscore value. We'll go ahead and make this a type int. Equal this to our global dot current items, and we're looking for which one we're holding, which we know is our global dot current slot. And then again, we know the current clip amount is going to be inside of 2. Okay, 2 meaning if you go back to our global script, it's going to be 0, 1, and 2. This one's number 2. Let's go back to our script. So now we're going to need one also for our current available ammo in reserves. So let's just paste the same thing right below it and just call this current ammo value. And then all we got to do is change the current slot right over here to 3, which we know, go back into here, is going to be 0, 1, 2, and 3. This one, the reserve. Back in here though, let's continue on. Now we can go ahead, create a new text for it. So we'll do variable current underscore clip. And to make this readable, we'll do a string. And to organize it correctly, what I'm going to do is always make it have a couple zeros available for it, which I'm going to do, we'll do 2 to make it visible. We'll do percentage 0 2D. This is just a formatting for the string to basically always have it with a specific number of zeros. And then to replace in the text, we'll just do our current clip ammo, or value. Then let's do the same thing for the ammo. Let's go ahead, paste it below. We'll just do current ammo now. This time, I'm going to increase it by 1 0, which we can simply do by changing that 2 to a 3. So now it'll always be a 3 0 value, and this will always be a 2 0 value. Okay? Then simply change this to our current ammo value. Nice. Then we can go ahead and set it, which I'm going to do by using our ammo label dot text, and I'm going to equal it simply to our current clip, which we already have formatted into a string, plus let's add a simple just comment slash so we can make it separated, and then again add the current ammo. And with that, it should update it correctly. We can also update the money text while we're here. So let's do money text dot text equals, and I'm going to put a $sign just to make it look nice. We'll do $sign plus str string, and then we're just going to stringify with a similar way we did it with the ammo. I'm going to give it a 6 0 value this time. So if you guessed it, we're going to do the same thing. Percentage 0, and for 6 zeros, just put 6 D. Then we have to pass in the value for it. So again, percentage symbol, global money. So we know that's where we house our global money value. Perfect. All right. We're going to continue on now. Same function. This time we're going to say if global dot, we'll say player health is less than 90. Then we're going to go ahead, set our global dot player health. We'll do plus equals 3 times delta. And basically what this is going to do is just slowly always increase our health, which I think it makes it look really cool with the game we have. So anytime we get hurt, we're going to lose a chunk, but as long as we're walking around, we'll slowly regenerate health. After that, we'll do another global dot player health equals, and we'll do min just so we can make sure we don't always go over and under. So we'll do global dot player health and then set the max to 90.0. Perfect. All right. Now, because we're calculating all the health in here, we can set the game over if we're ever below. So we'll do if global player health is less than or equal to 0. Then we're going to go ahead and just simply set our global dot game over value equal to true. And then the last thing we'll do is update the wave and the health bar. So we'll get health bar first. Health bar dot value, which we know is our progress bar. We're simply going to go ahead and just equal that to our current global dot player health that we're calculating above. And then, like I said, we're also going to do the wave, which we can just easily drag and drop in here. Drag and drop that wave in there. Dot text. And I'm going to go ahead, equal that to simply capital wave, space bar, and then just space plus str, and then pass in that global dot wave value we have. And with that, it'll update everything we need in real time. Now, as we move on, we'll go ahead and create our 2 functions here. Let's save what we got so far. All right, let's wrap up this script with 2 more functions. These ones are pretty simple. We just need one for updating the gun name and then also updating the reloading text. Let's do the update gun name first. So I'm going to copy this here. Let's go ahead, do function, paste the name, give it a colon, and then make it some room. All right, so what we're going to do, similar to how we've done it in the past, just if global dot current items, and we'll go ahead and look for the current slot we're at. So again, global dot current slot, and we're going to look for the name, which we know is going to be the 0. And we're going to look and see if it equals lowercase pistol. If that's the case, then we go ahead and update the name as needed, which we know you should have multiple ones in there. If we go to gun name, yep, we'll have different ones here. So I'm going to go ahead and let's make all of them false for now. Drag and drop in this one here and just do a dot visible. And then simply make it equal to true for pistol. And then for the others, we'll equal it false. So let's go ahead, paste that in for the others. Make sure, though, we have the correct names, which I did not do. Let's get rid of those there. Drag and drop each one in, just like that. And go ahead, make these both false. And let's go ahead, copy the entire thing, paste it below, change the if to an elif, and this time we're looking for the silencer, and then go ahead, make the pistol false, but the silencer now true. Again, let's copy the whole thing, paste it below. This time for the machine gun, so go ahead, type in machine, and then go ahead, make this one false, but the machine one true. And that should be everything for this function. So now we just need the update reloading text. So let's go ahead, save that real quick. Let's copy the name for the reloading text. Let's create a new function for it. Let's go ahead. I'm going to start off with an if, say if global dot capital reloading. If that equals true, then all we're going to do is go ahead, get our, I think it's ammo text, yep. We're going to make the reloading one true this time, but the other one false. So go ahead, dot visible equals true. And then let's paste the name of the other one, drag and drop it in. Let's go ahead, dot visible equal that simply to false. And then we can just do a simple else right here. And then just copy in both the values and just switch them out. So the top one here will be false. And the one below will now be true. Nice. Let's save that real quick. Let's go ahead. Let's close that down. Make sure those things are set. Yep. All right. And then we'll test it out, make sure everything's set correctly. Let's save what we got, go back to 2D view. Looking good. All right, let's go ahead now and test it out. So for testing purposes, what we're gonna do is automatically just turn on the in-game. Usually we're gonna have it off because we're gonna have that main menu opened up first. But for testing purposes, just go ahead, turn that on. Let's start the current game. We should see things visible. Looks like our ammo is visible. Let's make sure it works correctly. Once we run out, it should refill. The reloading looks like it's working. Let's make sure if we get hurt, we can see, yep, health's going down. We'll continue up. Looks good there. I like it. Nice. Overall, looks great. Let's make sure, though, we can update the gun we're using. Let's go ahead, go to the gun, and select 2. Now we have the silencer. Let's also make sure it reloads correctly. Yep, looks like reloading, and there we go. Oh, doesn't look like it's minusing though correctly because we're currently at 120. Nope, it is, I think. Looks good there. And let's make sure, one more down. Yep, all right, it is working good. Perfect. And the wave eventually will go up once we get that created. There's one thing we do need to add though, which is the quit button. Currently, it is not working as expected. It should reload the scene. We can go ahead, and what we'll do actually is once we get into the UI script, which is open, and of course connecting to the menu, we'll add that in then. So we're not going to worry about it for now. But for now though, let's go ahead, set everything back to what it is, which is the in-game as invisible, okay? Looking good though. Let's save what we got. In this section, we're going to go ahead and create the game over script. This is going to be a real simple script. All we're going to do is basically have it enable the game over screen once the player runs out of health. So to begin, we'll go ahead and create that new script and attach it to the main game over node. From there, we'll ensure we have the functions set up correctly. And after that, we'll test it out to make sure things are working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and get started creating the game over script. Now this is going to be a real simple script. All we're going to do is just initiate game over once our player runs out of health. So let's go ahead, open up our game over node, select our game over screen, and then just add a script. Make sure we're saving the script in the correct location, and open it up and hit create. Alright, as mentioned, this is going to be real simple. We're simply going to have one variable here, call this game_ended. This will just ensure that we're not running the game over screen animation over and over again. We only want it to run one time. So to make that happen, we'll use our simple _process function. And within it, we'll simply say if global.gameover equals true and game ended equals false. This will ensure that it only runs one time. So we'll set our game ended now equal to true. And then of course, we'll run the animation. So go ahead, open up the node, drag and drop the animation player, .play, and then run the game over. We're also going to go ahead and save what we got. From there, let's go back to 2D view. let's go ahead, turn on the in-game screen, just so we can monitor the health, and we'll just run into a specific zombie until we get a game over. So let's go ahead, run into these zombies once one breaks through, and we'll just make sure things work as expected. So there we go, we got our zombie. It'll slowly start to hit us until we get that game over. Here's our game over, and there we go, it looks great. Now in the next section, we'll create that UI script so we can actually exit and restart the game. But for now, I think it looks pretty good. Let's go ahead, close out here, and save what we got. All right, in this section, we're going to create the UI script. We're going to start off and create a new script for the UI node. From there, we're going to ensure to create functions to turn on the correct screen depending on where we are in the game. After that, we're going to connect all the quit/menu buttons to this script to restart the game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating our UI script. Now this is going to be a real simple script. Basically, it's just going to turn on specific scenes that we want, and of course, be the hub for all the quit menu buttons. So let's select the UI, add the script, make sure we're saving it in the correct scripts folder, create. All right, so we'll start off with a couple things. We don't need any preset variables for this because it's going to be so simple. We're just going to create a function _ready, and we're going to start off showing, of course, our menu screen. So let's go ahead, drag and drop the menu in there, .visible, and then go ahead, just equal that to true. We can also set the other scenes we want to be set first, such as the end game. We can do a .visible and just set that to false. Same thing for the game over. Let's drag and drop that in, do a .visible. And actually, I'm pretty sure the .visible for the game over is irrelevant because we're already making it invisible and turned off, I think, with the animation player. So don't worry about that one. We'll just simply keep in the menu and the in-game for now. All right. But for updating it, we'll go ahead, do our function for our underscore process. And what we'll do, we'll say if global dot, let's do our store one, store opened. Let's just say equals empty quotes because that's what we put. Then we'll go ahead and take our store, drag and drop it in, .visible, and equal it to false. We'll then do another elif. This time, of course, we want to say if it does not equal empty quotes. So let's go ahead, take that, paste it in there, do an exclamation point for does not equal empty quotes. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead and make it true. Just like that. Perfect. We're also going to have one more if statement, and this will just be kind of like a reassurance. We'll just say if our global.gameover, and we'll go ahead and just equal it to true. If it equals true, then we'll turn it on. Now, it's really up to you if you want to turn it off over here. I might just put it in there just to be safe. So I'm going to go ahead, make sure that equals true there, because we're turning it on. But make sure we go ahead and just drag and drop it in here. Again, .visible, and equal this to false for now, just in case. Not really necessary because we're already turning it off with the animation, but I'm going to keep it in there for now. Now we can go ahead and have the buttons. We have two buttons, one for playing the game and then one for kind of like restarting it. So let's start with the playing game. This will be under menu. We have button play. Let's simply connect the button play, press, and just go ahead and connect it to UI. From here, let's go ahead and first set on our global.gameOn, and we're going to equal that to true. We're also going to go ahead, turn off the menu screen. So we'll go ahead, take our menu node, .visible, and go ahead, equal that to false. Next up, we'll go ahead, drag and drop in the in-game, .visible, and simply equal that to true. Nice. Now, if you want to keep things squared away, I'm going to go into our global script now, and just go ahead, locate that game on. We've been keeping it on true because we wanted to just test the game, but for now we can go ahead and keep it at false. So I'm going to save that there, go back to the UI script. Let's continue on to our next button, which is going to reset all the variables. So let's go ahead and select into in-game menu, or this one here, and then go ahead, locate the quit button we have, which is just called button menu. Let's connect it to the same UI script. So you might have to scroll up a bit. And all we're going to do in here is run the reset variables and then restart the scene. So global.reset game values. And then to restart the scene, we'll do get tree parentheses dot reload current scene. We also have another one of these buttons as well inside the game over. So let's close this one up here, locate game over, open it up, locate the menu button, simply select button menu, and make sure it's this exact name as the other one or it's not going to work. Let's simply go ahead, scroll up to where the UI is. Once we're there, connect it. And there we go. All right, let's go ahead, close everything out, get ready for testing. Say what we got, go back to 2D view. All right, let's test it out now. Let's go ahead, and for now I'm going to turn off the in-game view and the store, and honestly even the game over, because this is all automatically going to turn on. I am going to default turn on the menu. Let's go ahead, hit play. Make sure though, make sure you're hitting current scene. All right, so we have our main menu here. I'm going to hit play. Looks like we have the correct menu open. Let's make sure we can get a game over and leave the game. So I'm going to hang out here until we run out of health. Then we can select the button and see if it restarts the game. Hit menu. Nice, there we go. And hit play. Awesome. Let's make sure the quit button works as well. Let's select quit. Perfect. Looks like it's working as expected. All right, let me close there. Close out here. And let's also close up the UI. I'm going to zoom in a bit and save what we got. In this section, we're going to start creating our spawner node. We're going to start off and discuss the zombie spawner node being created. We're then going to create all the necessary nodes for the spawner. After that, we're going to ensure to add a timer for the spawn creation. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here will represent our spawner node. Our spawner node will be placed in the game node. Once a zombie spawns in, it'll be housed as a child to the spawner node, which has the spawner script attached to it. Every time a wave goes up, more zombies will be spawned and their current health will increase. Now, depending on what parts of the map you currently have unlocked will depend where the zombie spawns. Starting off, we'll always start off at the bottom area, spawning zombies only there until the player, of course, unlocks different rooms. Once all the rooms are unlocked, then zombies can spawn from any direction and any point. Alright, let's get started creating the spawner node. So, to make things run a little smoother, I'm going to turn off the start screen real quick, which is the menu, just to help things move a little better and be able to see where exactly we're going to put the points at. Now, the spawner node is going to be inside of the game world, so let's go ahead and create a new node 2D for this. I'm going to put this above the player and above the gun spots, so like right here, or below the gun spots. Let's go ahead and call this spawner node. All right, for spawner node, we're going to need a couple different things, okay? First thing we're going to need is the collection of different zombie points. Now, because we only want certain ones to be visible per area that's unlocked, what I'm going to do is create a parent node for them. Let's call this zombie points. And then inside zom points, we're going to have 4 distinct nodes for each area. Let's right click on it, add child node, another node 2D. And let's just go ahead and name this each one. I'm going to call the first one bottom, which will be placed in the bottom area. Then I'm going to go ahead, Control D. Let's call this one left for the left side. Then we'll do another for the right. So duplicate that, right for the right side. And then another one for the top. All right. Now, Inside of these, we can place the actual spawn points. Now, to determine whether or not we want them to actually spawn, we're going to give them a specific group tag. And we're only going to give the bottom ones the starting group tag. The others, the script will attach that group tag as we slowly unlock the areas. So let's go ahead and start off with the bottom ones. Right click, add child node, simply create a node 2D. And I'm just going to call this point. And like I said, we need to give the bottom ones that starting group. So go ahead, select it, go to groups. Let's add a new one and just call this Zom point, capital P. All right, now let's place this one in the correct position. I'm going to put it somewhere like over here. Let's go ahead, Control D this. Put the other one above the other barrier. Let's do another next to this one, and then another over here. Looks good. All right. And as mentioned, these ones are all going to have that group tag. The other ones are not, because we need to unlock the area for them to start having that group tag in them, which the script will only spawn zombies at whatever ones have this tag. So let's go ahead and do the other ones. I'm just going to take the first one here, Control D it, drag and drop it into left. Now for left, let's go ahead and place them correctly. I'm going to put it a little bit behind the entry point. Let's do another, like right over here. And another right over here. Looks good. Now these ones though do not need the group, so let's select them, turn off the group tag for each one. Let's go ahead though, duplicate another one in here. I'm going to drag and drop it into right. Let's put them in the correct location for the right side. Control D, another one over here, and then Control D for another right over here. Perfect. All right, again, these should not have that group tag, which they don't, and that's great. Let's do the final ones for top. There's going to be 4 in this one. So let's Control D, drag and drop into top, and then go ahead, place each point. Let's put a point there, another one over here, another over here, and then the last one right over here. And with that, we have all of our points. Just remember, those other ones do not need the group tags. The only one that should have the group tags is the bottom one, because that's our starting location. All right, now that we got all those there, let's close up Zom points. We can go ahead now and add in our timers, okay? Now I think we're only gonna need one, which is gonna be the spawn timer. So let's right click on the spawner node, add child node, and select timer. Now eventually we'll attach a signal to this. For now though, I think we can leave everything else the same. We'll change it in the script. So just make sure you have timer here and give it a distinct name, like timer spawn. And just to help clean things up, let's get rid of our default zombies, because all the zombies eventually are going to be inside of the spawner node. So let's select zombie and zombie 2. Delete both of those. And with that, we're ready for the next section, where we'll go ahead and create the script. Let's save what we got so far. In this section, we're going to get started creating the spawner script. We're going to start off and create a new script and attach it to the main spawner node. We're then going to go ahead and add all the code we need to spawn in zombies based on the current wave we're at. After that, once the script is complete, we're going to test to make sure everything's working as expected. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the spawner script. So let's go ahead, locate the main node, the spawner node, select it, and simply add a new script. Let's go ahead, create that script in the correct folder, the script folder, open it up, and hit create. All right, so we're going to start off with a couple different variables here. First one is actually going to be an enum, which is going to be called wave_state. Make sure capital S, there we go, state. And let's go ahead, pass the values we want for this enum. First one will be called start, comma. Next will be cleanup, comma. And then the next will be spawning _wave. That's going to be everything we need in our enum here. That'll help us keep track of when we want to start creating new waves and do the cleanup and other things. So let's go ahead, next up, create some constants. The first constant is going to be called base underscore zombies. This will be the starting amount of zombies in the first wave, which we're going to set equal to 20. Next up, we're going to create another constant. We're going to call this wave underscore increment. This will be the amount of zombies that are added after every wave, which will be set to 5. Next up, we're going to create another constant. We're going to call this base underscore spawn underscore rate. And we're simply going to equal this to 2.0. Next up, we're going to create another constant. We're going to call this spawn underscore rate underscore decrease or decrement. This will be the amount it goes down every wave, ultimately making it faster spawnings of the zombies, which we'll do to 0.1. Then we're going to need some more variables for calculating the waves. So let's go ahead, do a var. We'll call this current underscore wave underscore state. And this will go ahead equal our wave state equals, again, wave state dot start. Then we're going to go ahead, create another variable. We're going to call this current underscore wave. And we'll simply equal this to our global value for dot wave. Then we're going to go ahead, create another variable, call this zombies underscore to underscore spawn. And we'll go ahead, make this a type int, and equal this to 0 starting off. We're also going to go ahead, create another variable, call this zombies underscore in underscore current underscore wave. And the reason we need this value is because as the waves continue, we don't want to start any of them until the current waves are back to 0. Next up, we're going to create another variable, call these zombies underscore points. And this will be an array of where we can spawn all the zombies. So go ahead, make it a type array. And go ahead, inside of it, it's going to be a collection of nodes. So just node. And we'll always equaling it starting off to an empty array as, again, array of nodes. There we go. All right. Then next set of variables, let's go ahead. We're going to call this added underscore right underscore points. And this will equal false. We're going to have another one for added underscore left underscore points, which is also going to be false. And then another variable added underscore top underscore points. Again, equaling it to false. And our last one will be variable, and we'll call it last underscore updated underscore areas. This will basically be when we want to update the areas. Of course, adding in new locations once we unlock them. But for now, we'll equal an empty array. Then we'll create a couple add-on-readies. Our first one will be add-on-ready variable. And we'll call this our just basic underscore or basic capital Z zombie. We'll equal that to our current preload of our zombie that we created earlier. Just make sure it's the zombie.tscn. And then our final preset variable will be another add-on ready variable spawn timer. And we'll simply go ahead, make this a type timer, and equal this to our current spawn timer inside our node right here. And there we go. So these are all of our starting variables. Make sure you have those in there. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's carry on to our next couple functions. So let's go ahead, start off with our first one, which is going to be our ready function. As we know, this is everything that happens on start. So let's add that in, make some room. All right, first thing we're going to do is we're simply going to say if our current wave equals 0, so it just started, then we'll simply set our current wave, equaling it to 1, because no zombies should start until we're on wave 1. And then we're also going to go ahead, set the global one. So global dot dead zombs, and just simply reset that to 0. And outside of the if statement, we're going to set our zombies in current wave back to 0. And then we're going to run a function called update underscore current underscore zom underscore points. And the reason we need this is just to make sure that we have the exact points spawning the zombies. Eventually, we're going to run this every time we have a new wave because we need to reassure that, of course, we're spawning them in the correct unlocked locations. All right, that'll stay red until we make it. But our next function is going to be our process function, which we know is everything that updates over time when the game's playing. Now, first thing we'll do is simple if. We'll say last updated areas does not equal global dot unlocked areas. So if that array is any different, then we want to do the same thing. We want to update our current zom points. So just simply paste that in there. Again, it's going to stay red until we get it done, but for now, it'll be all right. We'll do another if statement after that one called if global dot game on and current wave state equals wave state dot capital S start. If that's the case, then we're going to run another function called start underscore wave underscore sequence. Okay. That'll, of course, initiate any new wave that we're on. We don't have that created yet, so it'll stay red. But for now, that's all right. Then we're going to have one more thing in this process function, and we're going to run a simple match. All right. The match is going to be for current wave state. Oops, make sure we got that there. There we go, just a colon. If it wants it. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. There we go. Make sure you have the colon. And then just like an if statement, we're simply going to do our wave state dot cleanup. Wave state dot cleanup. Make sure it matches up with what we have here. Clean up, and then go ahead, another colon. We're just going to be doing another if, and we're going to say not global dot game on. And within this one, if that's the case, we'll do a simple return. Then we'll go ahead and say if global dot dead zombs is greater than or equal to zombies in current wave. Then we're simply going to go ahead and get our global dot dead zombs, re-equal it to 0, and then again start the wave sequence. Okay, and that's going to be everything in our process function. This will just reassure we're having the exact waves currently set, and of course updating any of the current zom points if we ever change and unlock new areas, which we're doing in the door script. All right, make sure you got this. Save what you got. Let's continue on. Our next function will be our start wave sequence. So let's go ahead, take one of those, go ahead, backspace, new function, and let's simply go ahead and get started with it. Now, the first thing we need to do before starting a wave sequence is make sure the game's on. So we'll say if not global dot game on, and if we leave it as is, it just means if it doesn't equal true, then we're going to return, meaning, of course, not start any of the wave sequence. But if that's not the case, it'll continue and run the next line, which is wave underscore number. It's a new variable. We're simply just going to equal to our current wave. We're then going to go ahead, get our zombies to spawn, and equal that to our base zombies plus parentheses of our wave increment. And then we'll again times that by another set of parentheses. And within there, we're just going to do our wave number minus 1. Basically reassuring that we're always adding those extra zombies in each wave, depending on which increment we're at. All right. Then after that, we're going to go ahead, get our zombies in current wave, and simply equal that to our zombies to spawn. Nice. All right, then we're going to go ahead, update the spawn rate. So we're going to do a new variable, call this new underscore spawn underscore rate. We're going to equal that to our base spawn rate minus parentheses set wave increment. And we're simply going to go ahead, times that by the entire parenthesis value of, again, our wave number minus 1. Then we're simply going to set our new spawn rate equal to max parenthesis set 0.5 comma new spawn rate. Then we're going to carry on and set some global variables specifically for our global wave. We're just going to equal that to our current wave we have. We're also going to get another global variable, global.zom health, because we always want to increase the zombie health as well every wave. So we'll simply do a plus equals 1. Then we're going to have another if statement below, still in the same function. We're going to say if is underscore instance valid. Within instance valid, we're going to get our spawn timer. And we're going to go ahead, get our spawn timer dot wait time, and just simply equal that to our new spawn rate that we calculated above. Then we'll also say if our global dot, again, game on equals true, then we're going to go ahead and spawn timer dot start. All right, 2 more things to set outside of the if statement below. We have to set our current wave state. We're just going to equal that to our wave state dot spawning wave. And then below that, simply set our current wave plus equals 1. And there we go. That'll ensure we're starting a new wave sequence. Okay, nice. All right, next up, we just need our timer signal. So go ahead, select timer spawn that we have inside our spawner node. Go to the node, make sure you're selecting it. I need to select out, select back in. And there we go, go to signals, select timeout, and just connect it to our current script we have in here, spawner node. I'm going to get rid of these extra spaces here. Let's add in some more below so we can see it better. All right, so first thing we're going to do in here, just like we've always done, is a simple if statement. Say if not global dot game on equals true, which you can leave as blank and it'll do that. We want to return because we don't want to do anything if the game is not on. We also want to go ahead and say if current wave state does not equal wave state dot spawning wave. Then we want to go ahead, spawn timer dot stop, so we can turn it off, and then do a return. But if that isn't the case, we'll do another if for our zombies to spawn greater than 0. And then below that, simply do our spawn zombie, which we'll create in a bit, spawn zombie. Give it an empty set parentheses. And then, of course, get our zombies to spawn minus equals 1. And then we'll say if zombies to spawn is a less than or equal to 0. Then we're going to go ahead and stop our spawner timer. So spawner timer dot stop. Below that, get our current wave state equals wave cleanup, or wave state wave cleanup, which will clean up the values. And then, of course, if this whole thing is not the case, so basically we still have less than, we'll say else. And then we'll go ahead, get our spawn timer dot stop. And then below that, our current wave state equals, again, our wave state dot cleanup. Make sure that's stop here, not start. There we go. Nice. All right, looks good there. And eventually we'll create this, but so far we're looking good. Let's save what we got. Let's wrap this script up with 2 more functions. We only have left the spawn zombie one and then also the update current zom points. So let's go ahead, do the zombie spawn one. This one's the easiest. Let's go ahead, do a simple function, paste the name, and let's go ahead, start off with a new variable. We'll call this random underscore spot, and we're going to get that from our zombie points dot pick random, which just picks a random value in it. And we need to make sure this is a node 2D though. So as a node 2D. So that'll pick us our random spot. Then we need to create our new zombie. So new underscore zombie equals basic zombie dot instantiate. We're then going to go ahead, set our new zombie dot global position equal to our random point, our random spot dot global position. After that, we're going to get tree dot current scene dot add child, and then pass in the new zombie. And there we go. That'll create our new zombie. Now, of course, we need our final function. That'll be the one that updates the zombie points. And we're going to be running that over and over again, depending on if it ever changes. So let's take the name. Let's go ahead, new function, paste it. And then we're going to start off with a for loop because we're basically going to just loop through and add in any new ones if need be. So for area in global dot unlocked areas, because we know that's an array of all the unlocked areas we have. And what we're going to do is just have an if for each area. So if our area equals double quotes lowercase right and added right points equal false, then we're going to go ahead and say added right points now equal true, because we only want to do it one time. And then we're going to say if is instance valid. Make sure it's instance valid. And we're going to look for specifically in zombie points. This is for right. We're going to look for that first one, which is going to be 0.8. So I'm going to take that guy right there. We're going to do that. And then we'll do a simple colon. And again, same point. Drag and drop it in. And then do a dot add to group. And we're going to simply add to group, double quotes, zom point. Okay, perfect. Make sure you have that in there. And we got to do this for each one. So let's go ahead and just copy the whole thing all the way to the beginning of the if. And I'm going to go ahead, paste it. So now we need to do the other one, which is going to be 9. So just replace the 8 to the 9s for each one. And then same thing, let's go ahead, paste it, replace the same thing. This one will be 10s. So 10 and 10. Nice. All right, and that's going to be everything for the right side. Let's do the left side. So let's take the entire if statement in the for loop. Go ahead, add a tab, paste it in. This time, just change what we need. So instead of if area right, we're going to say if area left. And then, of course, the bool, change that. Added left area, or added left points. Same thing, make it true now here. And then all we got to do is, of course, change it out for what we need. So let's go ahead, open up the left ones. I'm just going to replace one here. And just drag and drop in the first one. Same thing for this one. Drag and drop it in. And then I'm just going to copy that whole line there. Get rid of the 2 we got here. And just paste it in for each. And then just change it out to 6 and 7. Okay, so we have the 5 one. And then we have the 6 one here. And then we'll have the 7 one below. There we go. All right, one more left. That's going to be for the top. This one's going to have 4 in it. So let's go ahead, copy that whole list statement. Backspace once, paste it in. Change the area now. We're looking for top, all lowercase. Same thing here, added top points. And then same thing, paste it here. And then let's do what we did before, locate the top. This will be point 11, so go ahead. Let's remove the first one. Drag and drop it in. Same thing here. Remove it. Drag and drop it here. Nice. Let's copy that line. And just remove the ones there. Paste it in 3 times below. So we have 11. Now we just need 12. And then we'll do 13 below that. And then the final one, which is going to be 14. Looks good there. Nice. All right. And then at the very end, outside of the entire for loop, so outside of the for loop, but still in the function, we're going to simply set our zombie points equal to get underscore tree dot get underscore, we'll just do get, actually, yeah, get nodes in group. And again, we're looking for that specific group of zom points. Was it zom point or zom points? Let's double check. Yep, zom point, no S. And then we're going to say as array. And then we're looking for just capital N node. Okay, nice. Last thing, go ahead. Last updated areas now equal the global dot unlocked areas dot duplicate. And there we are. Perfect. I know that was a lot, but there's a lot of things going on in this. So go ahead, check the source code if you need to. No worries there. But once you got it, save what you got, head back out to 2D view, and get ready to test. All right, let's test things out to make sure we're working. Now, one thing to test, just to kind of make this a little easier, is let's go back into that script, scroll to the top, and change the constant for base zombies to something way smaller, like 5, so we don't have to wait around too long. Let's save that. Back to 2D view. Start current scene. And let's make sure that we can attack multiple zombies. All right, so we have some spawning up here. After 5, we should be able to move to wave 2. Currently it says wave 1. So let's go ahead. Yep, we're at wave 2. And it looks like no zombies are spawning, so there's probably an issue in the script. One other thing I want to test is make sure it actually resets. So if I hit quit, play, let's make sure they spawn again in wave 1. Yes, they do. But it looks like we're having an issue with our gun. We're not shooting again. Everything else looks to be working fine though. So there we go. We got 2 issues to fix. The spawning of the zombies and then the quit, game over, restart with the shooting. So let's go ahead. And before we get into the spawning, I think I know why the gun's not shooting after quit. If we go into our script, if we go to global, and we go to our reset values, you're going to see this store opened equals null. But if you remember, we changed that. We changed it to equals empty quotes instead of null for now on. So with that, that should fix that issue. As for the spawning of the zombies issue after wave 1, if we go into our spawner node, and I think it's going to be somewhere down under here, start wave sequence. I think the issue revolves around the actual sequence of it, which should be in one of these lines here. Let's see, new spawn rate equals base spawn rate minus wave increment. Now, this is not correct. We don't want to do minus the wave increment of it. We actually want to do the spawn rate decrement, all right? So there you go, type that in there, and that should fix that. There might also be another issue in the actual timer of it as well. So if we scroll down a bit in our timer, let's just double check some things. Global on, current wave, oh, current wave. Okay, current wave is not correct because we're actually checking the states here. We're not checking the wave. So what we gotta do is simply go ahead, change this to current wave state, all right? Because now again, we're checking that state making sure it doesn't equal the spawning wave, and then stopping the timer. So let's save that real quick. With those two changes, we should have everything working correctly. Let's go ahead, let that load, hit play. So let's make sure zombies are spawning in and that we can get to wave 2. It should also make the zombies harder in wave 2 as well. Let's go ahead, wrap that up there. Yep, wave 2, and they're harder. Nice. Let's make sure they can spawn in the other areas as well once we unlock another door. Let's make sure one can spawn over here. Yep, there we go. Looks like another one spawned. And there we go. Looks nice. Now let's also make sure we can still shoot after hitting quit. Yes, we can. Looks like that fixed it. And the wave start as well. Awesome. All right. One other thing you could change, though, is you could turn off the little debugging for their navigation simply by going to the zombie node. So go into there, select zombie under components, and then go ahead, select the navigation agent 2D, inspector, and see where we have the debug. Just go ahead and turn that off for now. Save that change, go back to main, and then double check that it's turned off. Let's see. Wait for a zombie to appear. Yep, looks like there's no navigation for them. They're spawning in, but now it's not telling us where they're going to go. I like it. All right, let's close out of there. Let's close up our stuff. Save what we got, and we're looking good. In this section, we're going to do some bug fixes. We're going to start off and test the game and identify any bugs. If we find any bugs, we're going to then apply the fixes and retest the game. If you find any bugs that are not mentioned, please don't hesitate and let me know. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, so after I played the game myself, I didn't locate any prominent bugs. Really, the only bugs that we need to make sure we address are resetting the values that we changed for testing. So if we go into our script and go to our global variables, you remember we reset the money so we could test things out. If I was you, I would lower this just a bit, maybe to something like 800 or even 500, depending on what you want it to be at. Same thing for the spawner node. We reset the spawning zombies to 5 zombies. I think that's a little low, so I would set that to simply something like 20. And apart from those two changes, I didn't find any other functional bugs. The only other minor changes I would suggest changing is just realigning some of the UI objects. I think they're positioned a little strangely, so maybe moving the left ones up a bit, and so with the right. And if you wanted to maybe bold the text on the bottom right, I think that would look a lot nicer, but overall I think the game works pretty well. Again, if you find any other bugs though that weren't mentioned, please let me know and I'll apply it. Congratulations on completing the project. Let's review what we learned and made. We learned quite a bit in this project. We created a top-down zombie game where our player had to survive in a multi-room map, avoiding zombies that followed the player. We also had a weapon inventory system and a difficulty wave progression for the zombies. Some things you could add to this game are more zombie types, and maybe even traps that the player can activate to help fight off the zombies. Again, congrats, and see you in the next section. Congratulations again on completing the project. Before we continue on to the next section, I'd like to take a minute with you to discuss about one of our other courses we offer here at Red Fool Studio, our 30 Games in 30 Days. Now this course is my all-time favorite because we get to develop so many different games and you get to build a massive portfolio you can show off to family and friends. On top of that, you can then use that portfolio to help build any other game ideas you have. Now I highly recommend taking this course. You can find it at the official website, redfoolstudio.com, or if you're watching this on YouTube, simply select the link in the description. Now again, thank you for being a participant, and I can't wait to see you in the next section. section, we will learn how to export our games to PC at itch.io and on mobile Android devices. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we're going to export our game to PC on itch.io. We're going to start off and format our current game for PC devices. We're then going to create an exported zip file for web browser. From there, we're going to log into itch.io and attach an exported zip file to a new web browser project. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's get started exporting our game to PC for itch.io. So the first thing we want to do is make sure our scaling is correct. So we can do that inside of our project, project settings, and then go ahead and look for window under display. Now from there, I highly suggest you change the mode from windowed to full screen, and then also scroll on down to the stretch, and you see mode is currently set to disabled. Change that to canvas items. That'll ensure the UI items are stretched correctly depending on the screen size. Once you have that, go ahead and hit close. From there, we're going to go ahead and select our project and then export. Now we need to tell it which type of export. You can do that at this add button up here and simply select the web. Now you might get some errors down here if you've never done this before. It's going to ask you to download some libraries and templates. Go ahead and select yes and start that process. You need to have those to export your game correctly. So once that's done, then you're going to go ahead and select export project. Now I highly suggest you create a new folder for this. I'm going to call this exports. And then in exports, I'm also going to create another one. I'm going to call this web. Now inside of web, we can save it. Now make sure you're saving it as index.html. itch.io needs it to be named this. So it might be something else right now, but make sure you change it to index.html. Once you have that, you can begin the process. Select save and start exporting it. Now once your export's complete, go ahead, close out here, and simply right-click on your rest folder and open in File Manager. Once you're here, select into that exports file you created. It'll pop up eventually over here, but for now, just select it right here. Select into web, and then go ahead, highlight everything here. Once you highlight everything, simply right-click and go ahead, send to compressed zip folder. This is what we need to input inside itch.io to play your game. You can also rename it here. I'm just going to call this zombie-game. Now for zombie game, I'm also going to put it somewhere so I can find it later a lot easier. I'm just going to drag and drop it into my downloads folder. Then you can go ahead and close out there. Next thing you want to do is log into itch.io and create a new project. Once you've created your new project, go ahead, simply give it a title. I'm going to call this Zombie Game. Scroll on down a bit and go ahead, change the kind of project. Instead of downloadable, select HTML. This is going to be for that zip we just created. So make sure you select that there. Then from there, simply scroll on down and select Upload Files. Then what you want to do is simply select your zip, which for me is zombie-game.zip. Select Open, let that upload, might take a second or two depending on how big the game is. Once it's done though, scroll on down a bit. And one thing you can set, this just might help the actual support of the game, is just shared array buffer. This is just something Godot needs to help it run a little better. You can also give it some descriptions, name the genres, and all that. For now though, I'm going to scroll to the bottom. I'm going to keep it as a draft and select Save. From Save, I'm going to go ahead and view the page now. Now it might take a second or two for the game to load. Let's wait for that to load. Once it loads, go ahead, select Run Game. Wait for your game to turn on. And there we go, there's our game. Let's go ahead and try it out. Looks like it's working, and it's running pretty smooth. All right, looks like we're all set. In this section, we're going to learn how to export our game to a mobile device on Android. Starting off, we're going to check out this link here for the official documentation at Godot engine. We're then going to install both the JDK 17 and Android Studio for the correct SDK paths needed. After that, we're going to create a new key store file with a username and a password and then export our game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, this here is the official documentation for exporting our game to an Android device. You can locate it at this link here. Once here, it's going to ask you to download something called OpenJDK 17. This software is basically going to help us build a game into an Android file. So go ahead, select this. You'll be taken to a page that looks like something like this. Then you're simply going to scroll on down and select whichever device you're using. I'm using a Windows, so I've downloaded this here. Once you've downloaded it, simply leave everything as default and continue the download process. Now it may take a few minutes, so go ahead and do that now. Once you've completed it, go back to the documentation and scroll on down. The next thing it's going to have you want to download is going to be the Android Studio software. This software is going to help give you some more files to build that Android SDK. So go ahead, select this link here, and it will take you to a page that looks like something like this. Once here, go ahead and download the Android Studio software. This download will take a little bit of time, so go ahead, keep everything as default, and continue the download process. Once your Android Studio software has completed, then what you want to do is create a basic project in Android Studio, which you can do on the top right here. Select New Project. You can leave it as No Activity and select Next. Go ahead, select Finish, let that load up. Once it loads up, all we want to do is go ahead up here to the settings, and we're going to go ahead to the SDK Manager. Select SDK Manager, let that load. Once it loads up, we want to make sure we have the latest API level. For me, that's currently 36.1, okay? So if you do not have the latest one, go ahead, select it, and select Apply, which will start the installation process. Once it completes, then all you want to do is save this path right here. Go ahead and put it in something like your notepad for now. Again, make sure to save this path here. Once you've saved that path, go ahead and open up your Godot game you want to export. I'm going to be exporting the simple space shooter game we created earlier. Go ahead up to Editor, Editor Settings, and then in the filter settings, search for SDK. It should be under Export Android. You're going to see two options here, the Java SDK path and the Android SDK path. Now we just copied the Android SDK path, so go ahead, paste that in. As for the Java SDK path, that's going to be dependent on wherever you downloaded that originally. That was the first installation we had. I saved the path in a simple notepad. So let me go ahead and open up that notepad. For me, it was saved under my program files, Eclipse, Atium. Go ahead and save that. Make sure you're saving the whole line. If you saved it under your user, it might be under your user, and then again, program files. You can go ahead and just Google search that if you need to, but if not, it should just look like this. So go ahead, copy that, paste that in now for the Java SDK path. Go ahead, hit close, and you should be set there. Just to note as well, this isn't necessary, but it will help your game look a lot better once you do export it, is in the project settings, go to the window, and make sure that your mode for window is selected as full screen. And then for this type of game, because it is a top-down style game, we want to make sure the orientation is changed to portrait. And then if your scaling is wrong for a couple of the UI objects, just simply make that mode from either disabled to viewport, and then everything else can stay the same. This will help just scale things correctly when you actually have this on a mobile device. So go ahead and close that. The next thing we need to do is create the key store file. This is basically the identifier for your game, okay? So as you scroll on down, you're going to see exporting for Google Play Store. You're going to see this line of code here. Now this is going to be run in your command prompt. And if I was you, I would run it as command prompt administrator, which you can right click and make sure to open your command prompt as administrator. So go ahead, copy this, and then open up your command prompt as administrator. You'll see it's administrator by looking right here. Now go ahead and paste this down. One thing to note is this my game. This is going to be the name of the game. So if I was you also, I would change that to whatever you want to make it for your game. I'm simply going to call this space game. Okay. From there, go ahead and hit enter and then give it a password. Make sure to remember this password. I'm just going to keep it very simple as Android. It's going to ask you first and last name. You can put whatever you want. I'm just going to put red. Organization unit, I'm just going to put 1. I'm just going to say Red Fools Studio. City, I'm just going to put 1 as well. State Providence, I'm just going to put NY for New York. And then letter code, I'm just going to put US. Go ahead and hit Y once you're at the bottom. And then you should be told this here, okay? Now the next thing that's very important is locating where this is, all right? Now, you can find this specifically in wherever we're running it. So C drive, Windows/Systems32, that's where we're gonna find it. Remember that path, okay? All right, back in your Godot project, we can begin exporting it now. So let's go ahead up to Project, Export, select the type you wanna do by selecting Add, and select Android. Now, if you get any errors down here, if it's your first time exporting, you might get another one as well telling you to download specific packages. Go ahead and select that download packages. I do not have that because I already done it, but if you have that, select it. If you're also getting this error here, invalid Java SDK path in editor settings, we can fix that simply by going to our editor settings and looking for SDK, export, Android. We actually need to go down one more path in here. So let's go ahead, open that up, and simply select the JDK version. With that, that should fix the error. Let's close that, back to project, export, and then you're no longer going to see that error. Now you might get this other one here about project name. You can fix that simply by scrolling down a bit to this unique name. It's kind of like a reverse website name. So I'm just going to give it something simple here, like game. Now the next part is very important. We have to go ahead and drag and drop in the debug key store file that we created in the command prompt. You can locate that simply by going and opening up your command prompt and locating where you ran it. I ran it in C drive, Windows System32. So go ahead and navigate to that with your file explorer and you should see that file named mygame.keystore. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up my file explorer where that file is, mygame.keystore. And just so we can find it a little easier in Godot, I'm actually just going to drag and drop that on top of my rest folder here. Now it's not best practice to have this in here, of course, but I'm just doing this for testing purposes. Usually you want it in somewhere like downloads documents or just somewhere else, okay? But I dragged and dropped mine into rest so we can locate it very quickly. Now go ahead into debug and select this button here, and you'll see mygame.keystore. I'm going to select that and select open. Now we need to add the user and the password. So the user is going to be that thing we had in the beginning, right next to alias. It's going to be space game, okay? So right over here, that's going to be what that username is. Let's type that in, space game. As for password, that was the password we created with it. For me, that was Android. Now once you have all that, you should be ready. Let's go ahead, export project, and I'm going to leave the name as is, spaceshootergame.apk. Let's go ahead and save that. It might take a few minutes to finish downloading. All right, once it's finished, you can go ahead, close things out. You can right click on rest folder, open in file manager, and you should see that new APK file, which is right here. Now, to play it on your Android device, I highly suggest just share it using Google Drive, and then of course downloading it on your mobile device. Now, one thing to note when uploading and playing a APK file that's not from Google Play, you might have to change some of your security settings on your phone. You might have to turn off certain downloads like unknown download access. You can easily find that in a Google search though. But with that, that's how you can create an APK for your game. Congratulations on completing the course. Let's go over everything we learned and made. We learned a lot throughout this course. We started with setting up the Godot engine and making sure everything worked correctly. Soon after, we then reviewed some of the tools in GD scripting code. After that, we began to build our 3 different projects. With each project, we learned some of the fundamentals of game development, such as creating UI pages, character controllers, game states, enemy movement, tile mapping, and so many more to build all our 3 games. At the end of this course, we even learned how to export our games to PC and mobile Android devices. I really hope you enjoyed the course. Please let us know any feedback. We are always trying to improve the course to better your experience. Thank you for being a participant, and see you next time!